Chen Xuan, after traversing into a contemporary martial arts romance novel, finds himself in the role of an infatuated antagonist. Upon unlocking a daily survival system, he realizes that merely surviving each day will grant him survival points to exchange for substantial rewards. Desiring nothing more than to quietly develop his strength and reach the story's conclusion without entanglements with the female protagonists, he is soon confronted with an unexpected turn of events. The narrative appears to be unraveling. The heroines are deviating from their scripted roles. The once frigid beauty, his betrothed Han Bingluo, seems to regard him with newfound interest, while a playful little girl clings to him daily. The seductive mature woman offers him her exclusive gold card, and the murderous female antagonist, instead of pursuing the male lead, yearns for his closeness. What has transpired to alter the heroines so dramatically? In disbelief, Chen Xuan contemplates the situation. Destined child, allow me to explain. It is not as it seems. Chapter 1. Cherish life, avoid the heroines. Did I merely voice my discontent with the plot and end up transported into the story? At the Linghai City Martial Arts School, Chen Xuan stands in the corridor, astonished. He has crossed over into a cliched harem martial arts narrative, embodying a rich antagonist bearing his very name. In this tale, the protagonist relies solely on the heroines for power, with each female character being a rare entity that enhances his strength upon unlocking. The protagonist ultimately collects them all, ascending to the status of a supreme martial emperor. Chen Xuan merely critiqued the author's overused tropes, never expecting to find himself within the story. His background is as extravagant as the typical antagonists. The Chen family is among the 5 great financial clans of Linghai City, and his father, Chen Sihai, is one of the city's top 10 martial artists. As the sole heir, Chen Xuan has grown up in luxury, accustomed to adoration. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this seemingly perfect life disguises a role of a hopeless romantic. Like many cliched plots, he is engaged to Han Bingluo, the daughter of the Han family and the first heroine of the story, a betrothal agreed upon since childhood. They attend the same martial arts school and class, and for 3 years, he has dutifully brought her breakfast, only to be met with indifference. All my sincere feelings wasted. He laments, recalling the narrative. As a villain bound to this engagement, he faces humiliation, a broken engagement, and ultimately, a reckless plan against Han Bingluo, leading to his demise at the hands of the protagonist, Yi Fan. Such a cliché. Truly absurd. Chen Xuan's lips twitch in irritation. The downfall of his family and the loss of decades of resources to benefit Yi Fan is a fate destined for a character that does not survive beyond 3 chapters. With his newfound awareness, he resolves to alter his and his family's tragic fate. Ding. The quest to change fate is now activated. Please strive to survive until the conclusion. An electronic voice echoes in his mind. Having read countless stories, Chen Xuan recognizes this as his unique advantage. Upon careful consideration, he realizes that by altering the villain's fate and surviving each phase, he can earn rewards. Additionally, each day of survival will yield survival points that can be exchanged for various prizes in the system's marketplace. Isn't this simply an invitation to endure until the end? He exclaims, invigorated by the prospect. As long as he avoids self-sabotage, he can evade death. The protagonist Yi Fan? He can certainly avoid confrontation. As long as he earns rewards from the system, even the so-called destined one may not be beyond his reach. 30 years of fortune can shift in an instant. One should not underestimate Chen Xuan's potential. However, currently, he finds himself in an unavoidable connection with Yi Fan. Wait, the storyline suggests that Yi Fan has yet to meet Han Bingluo. As he reflects on the timeline, Chen Xuan's expression shifts. It is not too late. From this moment forward, he vows to cherish life and maintain distance from the heroines. With this resolve, he hums a tune, striding towards his classroom. Let the betting commence. I wager Han the school beauty will toss Chen's breakfast into the trash. I bet she will give it to her desk mate. Upon reaching the classroom door, he overhears his classmates whispering, their laughter freezing his smile. This has become a daily ritual of bets in their class. For 3 years, he has been indifferent to their gossip, but now it weighs on him in a story dominated by cliches. One would think, with his wealth, he could have any girl he desired. There would be no need for Han Bingluo. Steeling himself, he enters the classroom, where his gaze immediately lands on the stunning figure of Han Bingluo, the school's most beautiful student. Her status and beauty are beyond reproach. Her skin is flawless and pale, and her eyes sparkle like stars, exuding an air of aloofness. Even with a bare face, her beauty seems sculpted by divine hands, devoid of any flaw, momentarily leaving Chen Xuan mesmerized. However, he quickly shifts his focus to her breakfast. He cannot allow himself to linger. Desire is a double-edged sword. As Han Bingluo settles into her seat, her eyes fall upon the breakfast before her. Her delicate brows furrow as she recognizes it as Chen Xuan's offering. Sighing internally, she reflects on her rebellious nature. Despite being a celebrated figure, she finds it absurd that she cannot even control her own marriage. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and Han Bingluo does not wish to cede her happiness to her parents' decisions. While she feels no animosity towards Chen Xuan, she also harbors no affection. Beyond his unrequited love, his martial prowess is limited, making it challenging for him to gain admission to a prestigious martial arts academy. In contrast, she, a fifth-tier martial artist, is considered a prodigy in Linghai City. The disparity is stark. Yet, she currently lacks the power to resist the situation and pursue her happiness. Once the martial arts examination concludes, I will confront my family. She resolves, determined to reject the marriage, regardless of her parents' opposition. With her mind made up, she looks up to see Chen Xuan staring at her, momentarily lost in thought. Upon realizing she has caught him gazing, he hastily averts his eyes. This guilty demeanor prompts Han Bingluo to frown. Chen Xuan, it's been 3 years. Can you not engage in such meaningless gestures? I harbor no feelings for you, and your actions fail to move me. They only serve to make you appear more troublesome. She intends to assert her stance and dissuade him from his relentless pursuits. Chen Xuan is momentarily taken aback. This is quintessentially cliché. Despite his earnestness and perfect persona, he has failed to impress the heroine. Could this be the essence of the villain's aura? Yet, it aligns with his intentions. He prefers to keep his distance from Han Bingluo. Unbeknownst to her, her words resonate with his desires. Seeing his silence, she sighs again. The martial arts examination is approaching. Shouldn't you focus on more important matters? If you could just, all right, huh? His concise agreement catches Han Bingluo off guard. Raising his hand, he declares earnestly, rest assured, Han the school beauty, I vow to cease such foolish behavior from this day forth. Listening intently, Han Bingluo was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chen Xuan's earnest expression, and suddenly found herself at a loss. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, a voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. If you ever bring me along again, I might as well be a dog. I would much prefer to keep my distance from you. You pursue your role as the leading lady, while I will embrace my identity as a wealthy heir. Let us maintain our separate paths. What did you say? Han Bingluo looked at Chen Xuan in astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that Chen Xuan had not spoken aloud, had he? Furrowing her brow, she began to suspect she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. That I swear I will never disturb the illustrious Han again. Rest assured, I intend to live steadily until the story's conclusion. Do not presume that you are the only woman in the world. With my esteemed background, I certainly do not lack for young ladies. How ridiculous. Once I sever ties with you completely, I shall liberate myself. Han Bingluo's pupils widened in shock. This time, she was certain she was not hallucinating. After Chen Xuan's response, another voice emerged in her mind, unmistakably his. For a moment, Han Bingluo was utterly bewildered, but then a thoughtful expression crossed her face. Could this possibly be Chen Xuan's innermost thoughts? Realm, transcendence, transformation, sea splitter, warrior, void breaker, great warrior, multiversal, master, reincarnation, title master, martial sage. Chen Xuan found himself transmigrated into a cliché urban martial arts novel. Assuming the role of a devoted antagonist, he unlocked a daily survival system, which promised rewards for merely surviving each day. However, Chen Xuan yearned for a quiet existence, hoping to avoid any entanglements with the female protagonists. Yet, the narrative began to unravel. The female leads were deviating from their scripted paths. The once aloof Ice Queen, his betrothed Han Bingluo, appeared to be casting glances his way. The mischievous little girl seemed to cling to him incessantly. The alluring mature woman offered him her exclusive gold card, and the ruthless female villain, known for her deadly prowess, expressed a desire for closeness. What had transpired with these women? Chapter 2. The story does not unfold this way. Han Bingluo narrowed her eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, she scrutinized Chen Xuan, realizing that he had harbored such thoughts all along. While professing his admiration for her, his heart revealed a starkly different visage. How could it be, Chen Xuan? After 3 years of devoted affection, it turns out it was merely a facade. You would rather I detest you and keep my distance? How can one describe Han Bingluo's current emotions? It was akin to discovering that her fervent admirer had been playing a role all along. She was infuriated. The realization that Chen Xuan had been merely toying with her feelings made her feel like a jester in this cruel game. A surge of impulse coursed through her. almost compelling her to hurl the breakfast on the table at Chen Xuan's face. But at that moment, Chen Xuan's voice echoed in her mind once more. It must be said, Han Binglu truly embodies the first female lead. Even her glares are captivating. Alas, I can only think to myself. A woman like her should never be trifled with. She is the first female lead, a pure Saint body, naturally destined to be one of Yi Fan's consorts. The finest cauldron of all. Speaking of which, the martial arts examination is approaching, and Yi Fan will soon arrive at school as a transfer student. What a pity that such an exceptional school beauty will become Yi Fan's cauldron. Hearing these thoughts from Chen Xuan, Han Binglu felt utterly dazed. How did he know about her being the pure Saint body? She was certain her fiancé was unaware of this secret. Yet now, it seemed she had no secrets left before him. Moreover, it appeared he was aware of her future path in life. Would her sacred body become a garment for someone else's marriage? Would she be reduced to a mere cauldron? Would she truly be one of someone else's harem? And who exactly was this Yi Fan? Chen Xuan had mentioned his name more than once, suggesting a deep-seated aversion. Why would I become Yi Fan's cauldron? Han Binglu's mind was filled with questions. As the legitimate daughter of the Han family, a celebrated beauty in Linghai City, she found the notion intolerable. She could not accept the fate that had been predetermined for her, such as being bound to marry Chen Xuan after their engagement, or, as per Chen Xuan's orchestrated life path. In this rebellious phase, Han Binglu rejected all of it. Her life should be in her own hands, not dictated by others. Lost in thought, Han Binglu suddenly noticed Chen Xuan attempting to take the breakfast she had given him. Such a delectable little cake. Eating it would be an utter waste. Chen Xuan, unable to resist the temptation of the dessert, lamented the shame of wasting food, especially since he had skipped breakfast. Beside him, Han Binglu's eyes widened in disbelief as she heard his thoughts. What do you mean eating it would be a waste? The anger that had just subsided flared up once more. Han Binglu was on the verge of exploding, her back teeth ground together, wishing she could bite Chen Xuan on the spot. Her delicate, pale hands clenched tightly under the desk, trembling with frustration. You were the one who accepted the gift. And now you say I cannot eat it? Why must everything cater to your whims? Just because you deny me, I shall not relent. Today, I will have that cake. Just as Chen Xuan was about to seize her delightful dessert, Han Binglu's slender hand shot out, so swiftly that it landed directly on Chen Xuan's hand. Silence. In an instant, the entire classroom fell silent. Countless onlookers gaped, their eyes wide with astonishment. What is happening? Has the sun risen in the west? Has the devoted admirer finally seen the light? No one anticipated this turn of events. Today was undeniably different from the usual narrative. All eyes were glued to the pair. What is this? Isn't that my breakfast? Han Binglu feigned calmness, her demeanor seemingly unruffled, yet her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. This was the first time she had ever touched another man's hand, though she felt a tinge of embarrassment, with even her snowy neck adorned in a rosy hue. Han Binglu refused to let go. You wish to sever ties with me? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. Han Binglu smirked inwardly, an unexpected mischief taking root within her heart. What is this situation? The icy touch of her hand stunned Chen Xuan, causing his mind to momentarily stall. His pupils widened as he gazed at Han Binglu, feeling as if he were dreaming. He instinctively tightened his grip, yet Han Binglu remained unyielding. Chen Xuan, coming to his senses and recognizing reality, released his hold. Watching Han Binglu savor the small cake, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Something felt amiss. The female lead was acting out of character today. In the original plot, Han Binglu had never once accepted breakfast from Chen Xuan. This isn't how the script is written. What in the world is happening? Not only Chen Xuan, but the entire class was in shock at the unfolding scene. What was going on? Han Binglu was actually engaging with Chen Xuan? It appeared that Chen Xuan was reluctant to offer it to her, yet Han Binglu's stance was resolute. Witnessing Han Binglu's bashful demeanor just moments ago felt surreal. Eyes darted between Chen Xuan and Han Binglu, sensing that both were out of character. As if they had swapped scripts. Who cares? All I know is that the school beauty accepted the breakfast from Chen Xuan, and their hands touched. Like many pampered second-generation heirs, Chen Xuan had two loyal subordinates, Zhang San and Li Si, who were genuinely thrilled for their leader. Quickly, spread the news throughout the school. What? The school beauty accepted Chen's heartfelt breakfast? They even touched hands. What? You mean Han Binglu accepted Chen's confession? They even held hands. What? They kissed. In the span of a single morning, rumors of Chen Xuan and Han Binglu spread like wildfire through Linghai City's top martial arts school. Brother, this is all thanks to us. Zhang San and Li Si beamed with pride, seeking credit for the developments. Good, good, good. Chen Xuan stood in the corridor, his face darkening as he glared at his two bumbling sidekicks. gritting his teeth as he uttered 3 words before turning back to the classroom. The turn of events had far surpassed Chen Xuan's expectations. He felt as though his head might explode. With the male lead Yi Fan about to enter the school, would he even have a chance? No. I cannot allow this situation to spiral out of control. Chen Xuan steeled himself, his expression grave, determined to personally put an end to it all. I shall annul the engagement. I must swiftly sever ties with Han Binglu. Only then can I rid myself of this entanglement, and all rumors will cease. With this resolution, Chen Xuan was unperturbed by the prospect of Han Binglu's disagreement. According to the original narrative, he was supposed to be the one being jilted. However, Chen Xuan could wait no longer. He was eager to become a stranger to Han Binglu. This aligns perfectly with Han Binglu's desires. Chen Xuan smiled confidently, believing he had everything under control, unaware that behind him, Han Binglu had heard his innermost thoughts and was breaking her pen in frustration. Chapter 3. Something is amiss. The female lead's character has collapsed. He actually intends to annul our engagement. Han Binglu's eyes blazed with fury, a cold smirk forming within her as a mix of emotions swirled inside her. What? Is marrying me, Han Binglu, such a burden? Are you so eager to distance yourself from me? As she pondered, a flicker of grievance surfaced in Han Binglu's heart. She was already one of the most well-known beauties in school. If Chen Xuan were to take the initiative to annul their engagement, would her reputation as a school beauty be tarnished? The marriage cannot be annulled. Han Binglu's gaze hardened. Though she had entertained such thoughts before, the circumstances had changed. She could not comprehend why she was capable of hearing Chen Xuan's innermost thoughts, nor had she verified whether Yi Fan truly existed. Nevertheless, despite the uncertainties, Han Bingluo had at least discerned Chen Xuan's true nature. After years of feigning deep affection, had it not been for her ability to hear his thoughts, even she would have been deceived by Chen Xuan's performance. The sudden revelation left Han Bingluo's emotions in turmoil, akin to a roller coaster ride. Previously, she harbored no particular feelings for Chen Xuan. However, now, her once tranquil heart brimmed with resentment. Was it not enough that he had disgusted her for years? Now he sought to annul their engagement? Was this not akin to rubbing her face in the dirt? Such a thing was unheard of. This marriage could not be dissolved, at least not until she confirmed everything she had heard and understood why Chen Xuan was so contradictory in his words and actions. At present, Han Bingluo wished to maintain the status quo. The renowned beauty of Han Bingluo rarely skipped class. Although, given her exceptional abilities, missing a single lesson was inconsequential. It nonetheless astonished the entire class. After all, for 3 years, Han Bingluo had never missed a single class. What had happened today? Everyone was perplexed. Yet Chen Xuan felt a wave of relief. All day, he had sensed an unsettling chill at his back, and now that Han Bingluo had left, that eerie feeling had vanished. At the Chen residence, Han Bingluo arrived with an assortment of gifts, resembling a bride clandestinely visiting her in-laws. Auntie, uncle, my parents send their regards, she stated, sitting upright in a chair, her legs neatly together, her back straight, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She embodied the image of a refined young lady, obedient and demure. Good. Please convey my greetings to your parents as well, replied Chen Su, Chen Xuan's mother. Her smile unwavering, her eyes brimming with joy. Such an exemplary daughter-in-law was truly to her liking. Despite his usual stern demeanor, Chen Sihai, Chen Xuan's father, made an effort to appear amiable. Regarding Han Bingluo, he adhered to the saying that a father-in-law grows increasingly satisfied with his daughter-in-law. For the two families, both part of the 5 prominent clans of Linghai City, this marriage represented a formidable alliance. As the only son, all that belonged to the Chen family would eventually fall to Chen Xuan. It was well known throughout Linghai City that Chen Xuan was utterly infatuated with Han Bingluo, and marrying her would undoubtedly not leave him at a disadvantage. However, Chen Sihai harbored concerns regarding the Han family. Although Han Bingluo was a daughter, she had already displayed remarkable martial talent. Having just turned 18, she had reached the 5th tier of the transformation realm, a level that placed her among the elite even in Linghai City. Given time, Han Bingluo would surely gain admission to her desired martial academy. In contrast, Chen Xuan, apart from his unwavering affection for Han Bingluo, was merely a layabout living off his family's wealth, showing no sign of inheriting any of Chen Sihai's genes. To date, he had only just reached the 2nd tier of the transformation realm. Such martial aptitude would make it difficult for him to gain admission even to a mediocre institution. For a long time, the Chen family had lived in trepidation, fearing that the Han family might one day come to annul the engagement. Yet, unexpectedly, rather than a withdrawal, it seemed that the future daughter-in-law intended to continue with the marriage. Though somewhat bewildered, both Chen Sihai and Chen Su were overjoyed. Chen Su grasped Han Bingluo's hand affectionately, exclaiming, "My son is fortunate to have such a well-mannered fiancé. It seems our family fortune has indeed risen." Han Bingluo smiled faintly, but her expression soon darkened. "Auntie, uncle, whether I can truly become a daughter-in-law of the Chen family remains uncertain." Huh. The smiles on Chen Su and Chen Sihai's faces froze. "Xiao Luo, what do you mean by that?" The couple exchanged a glance, their hearts racing. Could it be that everything was merely an illusion, and the Han family intended to employ a show of courtesy before striking? "Chen Xuan, it appears he does not harbor feelings for me." Han Bingluo sighed sorrowfully, her demeanor evoking sympathy from anyone who laid eyes upon her. If any of her classmates were to witness this, they would surely be left speechless. Chen Xuan, upon seeing her, could not help but give her a thumbs up. She was a natural actress. What? Chen's parents felt as though they had misheard, exchanging incredulous glances. They had never contemplated this possibility. In Linghai City, who could deny that Chen Xuan was head over heels in love with Han Bingluo? For years, he had consistently prepared her breakfast, rain or shine. Even on weekends, he would rise early to stand outside the Han residence, merely to catch a glimpse of her. And now, Han Bingluo had the audacity to utter such words? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Chen Sihai emphatically declared, waving his hand. Meanwhile, Chen Su hastily defended her son. "Yes. Xiao Luo, there must be some misunderstanding. Who doesn't know that our son is infatuated with you? Indeed, who in Linghai City is unaware that Chen Xuan has shamelessly pursued you for years? Yet the crux of the matter was that they had all been deceived." Deceived? Han Bingluo raged internally. Had it not been for her ability to hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, she too would have been rendered a fool by his manipulation. The more she contemplated this, the stronger her desire for retribution became. "Uncle, auntie, father, mother." Just as Han Bingluo was about to speak, the sound of the Chen family's door being forcefully kicked open echoed through the air, and Chen Xian's voice rang out before he even entered. "I'm going to the Han family to annul the engagement." Bursting into the room, he halted abruptly, his eyes widening in shock. "Han Bingluo, what are you doing in my house?" Chen Xian was utterly flustered, feeling his mind was overwhelmed. "Auntie, uncle," Han Bingluo gazed at Chen's parents with pleading eyes, her starry gaze shimmering with unshed tears, as if they could speak for her. "You see, I need not explain. He has returned home to annul our engagement." Instantly, Chen Xian sensed two waves of invisible hostility directed at him. "You scoundrel! How dare you wish to annul the engagement? Such an exceptional fiancée. And you would cast her aside?" Chen Su was furious, rising from her seat, while Chen Sihai, with a deep paternal love, silently withdrew his belt. Dumbfounded, Chen Xian was completely bewildered, staring at Han Bingluo while his mind raced. "What is happening? This script is all wrong. Why are you in my house?" As Chen Xian's thoughts echoed in her mind, Han Bingluo smiled wryly. Watching Chen Xian, who stood frozen in place, bracing himself for his father's impending reprimand, she felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction, to the point where he appeared more agreeable than before. In truth, Chen Xian was not without merit. At least he had chosen a delightful cake. Chapter 4. Han Bingluo, the illustrious beauty, unexpectedly stayed at his home for dinner. "Come, Xiao Luo, have some food. This is the flesh of a 6th-tier demon beast, the Thunder Tiger, which will be greatly beneficial for those at the transformation realm, as it can refine one's vital energy and strengthen the body." Chen Sihai and Chen Su invited Han Bingluo to stay for dinner. A weight that had long resided in their hearts was finally lifted, both parents beaming with joy, even displaying a hint of pride. It was unexpected that their son had truly managed to win over a girl from the Han family. For a long time, they believed that in this engagement, Chen Xian was the one hopelessly infatuated. However, today completely overturned their understanding. When joy befalls one, their spirits soar. Chen Sihai, unusually, drank 2 cups and had the 6th-tier demon beast he had hunted recently prepared by the kitchen, solely to leave a good impression on Han Bingluo. The sumptuous dinner wafted rich aromas, yet Han Bingluo felt a tad out of place. The Han family was also a prominent clan in Linghai City, but compared to the Chen family, they seemed slightly less formidable. Chen Sihai was undoubtedly one of the 5 great masters of the transformation realm in Linghai City, while Han Bingluo's parents were not particularly distinguished in martial talent, having only made strides in business. Although her grandfather was one of the top martial artists in Linghai City and held the esteemed title of honorary principal at the city's foremost martial arts academy, his advanced age and waning strength rendered him inferior to the vigorous Chen Sihai. Ultimately, strength was paramount. Despite the wealth of the Han family, certain treasures could not be acquired with money. For instance, the flesh of a 5th-level demon beast lay upon the table. Even from a distance, Han Bingluo could sense the immense vitality contained within, causing her to instinctively swallow. As Chen Sihai had remarked, the flesh of demon beasts held great allure for those at the transcendent stage like them. Observing Chen Xuan devouring the delicacy with abandon, Han Bingluo felt a twinge of envy and resentment. If only she possessed Chen Xian's advantages, her own strength would surely ascend to new heights. Her refined upbringing restrained her from indulging as Chen Xuan did. Tentatively, Han Bingluo picked up her chopsticks and delicately selected a small piece. On one side sat the poised and elegant Han Bingluo, while on the other, Chen Xuan feasted ravenously, watching her son disregard decorum in his eating. Chen's mother felt a surge of irritation and playfully tapped Chen Xuan on the back of his head, admonishing him for only thinking of himself when there was a guest. With that, she placed the dish in front of Han Bingluo. "Don't be shy, Bingluo. Please enjoy this fine delicacy. PLL only wasted." "Thank you, Auntie," Han Bingluo sweetly replied, while Chen Xuan looked on, feeling utterly dejected. "One might think you were family." Han Bingluo stifled a laugh upon hearing Chen Xian's thoughts, gradually relaxing into the familial atmosphere she had never experienced. With parents consumed by business, she had learned to be dutiful and sensible from a young age, and in many ways, she yearned for such a nurturing environment. The dinner experience was surprisingly pleasant for her, though Chen Xuan felt it was utterly dreadful. Watching the harmonious trio, he sighed inwardly, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control. The illustrious Han school beauty was dining at his home. What went wrong? Why is Han Bingluo here? Chen Xuan pondered, perplexed. In the original narrative, aside from the matter of the broken engagement, Han Bingluo had never visited the Chen household. Yet now, the developments had diverged significantly from his expectations. Perhaps I was too hasty? After all, it should be Han Bingluo who is anxious, not I. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was likely. In the original story, Han Bingluo was the one eager to end the engagement, while he was the one being dismissed. Now, his proactive move to withdraw seemed to have ignited her rebellious spirit. Chen Xuan discerned the root of the issue. As a proud daughter of the heavens, even if she harbored no affection for him, being rejected in such a manner was undoubtedly humiliating. At their tender age, maintaining one's dignity held paramount importance. He nodded to himself. Let things unfold naturally. Han Bingluo has yet to meet Yi Fan, but that will soon change. The martial arts entrance examination is just around the corner, and they will likely encounter each other in the coming days. Once they meet, comparing her to Yi Fan will leave me utterly incomparable. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's excellence, Han Bingluo will undoubtedly be captivated, willingly becoming his furnace. And as for the Han family, decades of accumulation will ultimately benefit Yi Fan. Just thinking about it feels like a loss. Yi Fan. Again, Yi Fan. As she ate, Han Bingluo subtly raised her head and stole a glance at Chen Xuan. Was it because of this Yi Fan that Chen Xuan sought to distance himself from her? Her curiosity about Yi Fan intensified, mingled with a hint of resentment. It seemed as though her fate as his furnace was a foregone conclusion due to Chen Xuan. Because of him, the Han family's resources would be squandered on Yi Fan? How unfair. Han Bingluo furrowed her brows. Unconvinced of Yi Fan's allure strong enough to compel her to be his furnace or to reduce the Han family to a mere vassal. With their thoughts adrift, the two lost their appetite. After dinner, Han Bingluo returned to the Han residence while Chen Xuan retreated to his room. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surviving another day. You have earned 100 survival points. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the system shop and the lucky roulette. As night fell, the system notification echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, jolting him into action as he quickly checked the system shop. Universal Unity Divine Art encompasses the laws of heaven and earth, allowing practitioners to harness the power of all things. Exchange value, 10,000 points. Reverse universe technique, retaliate with one's own methods. Exchange value, 10,000 points. Star-shattering fist, a heavenly martial technique. Exchange value, 10,000 points. Tetanus blade, a heavenly divine weapon. Exchange value, 10,000 points. Breakthrough pill, instantly elevates one's level by 1 rank. Exchange value, 10,000 points. Chen Xuan was momentarily dazzled. The names alone sounded extraordinary. The system shop was a treasure trove, encompassing everything from martial arts techniques to sacred bodies and elixirs. But the issue remained. He possessed a mere 100 survival points. Chen Xuan gazed longingly at the system shop. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the lucky roulette within the system shop. Newcomer benefits. Today's roulette starts at a discount. 100 survival points for a spin? Absolutely. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan decided to take the plunge. Seizing the moment, he thought, Let us transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The next instant, the system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for drawing the divine pill, Dragon Blood Martial Pill. This pill can enhance the host's martial arts aptitude and foundation, granting the dragon martial sacred body and significantly boosting martial cultivation. Not only could it elevate his realm, but it could also improve his martial talent. A sacred body. Chen Xuan was taken aback. In the later stages of the story, sacred bodies had become commonplace. However, for a mere supporting character who had appeared for only a few chapters, possessing a sacred body felt extravagant, something he had never before dreamed of owning. A sacred body symbolized martial talent and represented infinite possibilities. Now, Chen Xuan had acquired the Dragon Martial Sacred Body, and this was a product of the system, a power that required no further elaboration. Was this the so-called beginner's protection period? To unexpectedly draw a divine pill was a stroke of luck, and Chen Xuan smiled, feeling a surge of excitement. He held the Dragon Blood Martial Pill in his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, a torrent of vitality surged through Chen Xuan's body. Chapter 5. Suddenly, no longer enthralled, yet a hint of disappointment remained. Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, his vitality surging. The transcendent stage was fundamentally about breaking the limits of a mortal body and consolidating vitality within to ascend to the realm of martial artists. Yet now, he sensed an inexhaustible power brewing within him. This force surpassed anything Chen Xuan could comprehend. His vitality continued to swell and solidify, leading to a qualitative transformation of his physical form. His once mediocre physique transformed into a robust and well-defined structure. This was far beyond the vitality typically possessed at the transcendent stage. As he felt the power within him, Chen Xuan was astonished. The Dragon Blood Martial Pill not only granted him the Dragon Martial Sacred Body, but also established a foundation that surpassed what was possible at the transcendent stage. Even Yi Fan's transcendent stage would likely pale in comparison. At his current martial arts level, even facing a second-tier transcendent stage opponent, Chen Xuan felt he could easily defeat 10 of them. However, this was merely the beginning. In an instant, he felt the bottleneck of his second-tier transcendent stage shatter, propelling him into the third tier. A single pill elevated him by an entire rank. The system was indeed formidable. Taking a moment to adapt to the power within him, Chen Xuan exhaled deeply. Although he had suddenly grown stronger, he still intended to keep his distance from the protagonist. After all, Yi Fan was the male lead of this story, the child of destiny. Chen Xuan was all too aware of the terrifying nature of such protagonists. In a realm where one is invincible within their domain, transcending to the next level of combat becomes a trivial endeavor. Even when facing adversaries of considerably higher ranks, they may still unleash their latent potential in moments of life and death. Remarkably, even if defeated and cast off a precipice, such protagonists are destined to encounter extraordinary fortuity. This is utterly illogical. Nevertheless, I possess strength and an infinite array of possibilities for the future. Yi Fan. He is favored by fortune, while I am equipped with a system. For now, I shall bide my time, survive, and as the system generously rewards me, I shall emerge as the ultimate antagonist. Chen Xuan regained his composure, enrolled in the finest martial arts academy in Linghai City. Even those hailed as the city's prodigies have barely reached the 7th rank of the transformation realm. Han Bingluo, renowned as a celestial beauty, has only attained the 5th rank. Moreover, Chen Xuan is confident that his prowess in the transformation realm is distinct. Even at the 3rd rank, he believes he is not inferior to them. With a full 100 days remaining until the martial arts examination, only individuals over the age of 20 are eligible to participate. He is steadfast in his belief that he will gain admission to the martial arts academy. An uncontrollable joy surged within Chen Xuan. He no longer wished to bear the title of a useless individual. Yet, at this moment, he had no intention of revealing his capabilities. Yi Fan, a genius of this narrative, loomed over him. Could a single system reward measure up to Yi Fan? Chen Xuan understood the impossibility of such a notion. The following day, upon rising, Chen Xuan entered the hall and found his mother, Qin Su, diligently preparing bags filled with the already divided flesh of the thunder tiger. Xiao Xian, shortly you must deliver these to the Han family for Xiao Luo, she instructed upon noticing him. Seriously? This is for Han Bingluo? Chen Xian's heart ached at the sight of the overflowing bags. Given his current predicament, he knew he must avoid Yi Fan. As for Han Bingluo, with whom he was betrothed, he intended to draw a clear boundary. He merely wished to cultivate in silence. Delivering these items felt akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, only causing him further anguish. My father does not find it easy to hunt magical beasts. He muttered. Enough of that. You're still going to the Han family today. It's just on the way, Chen Su asserted firmly. Coincidentally. I don't plan to go today, he replied. Really? Chen Su looked at him with confusion, reaching out to touch his forehead, finding no sign of fever. Chen Xuan's deep affection was well known to her. After all, for 3 years, he had consistently brought her breakfast, and even on rest days, as long as he was well. He would rise early to wait at the Han family's doorstep just to catch a glimpse of Han Bingluo. However, today was different. Unable to fathom Chen Xuan's sudden change, Chen Su persisted. You must go. Yesterday Xiao Luo came bearing gifts. You must reciprocate, or it would be considered impolite. Coming from a prominent family, Chen Su understood the nuances of social etiquette. The Han and Chen families were both esteemed in Linghai City, and she did not wish for her family to be talked about behind their backs. You should at least make a good impression in front of the elders of the Han family. Perhaps then Xiao Luo will hold you in higher regard, she advised earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a surge of anxiety. Impressing her? What nonsense. I would rather diminish her regard for me. But mother, I need this magical beast blood to solidify my rank. Chen Xuan made one last plea, but as soon as the words left his lips, Chen Su shot him a glare. At your second rank in the transformation realm, how could you possibly require so much? Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to reveal his true strength, but he restrained himself. Doing so would only complicate matters, solidifying their family's perceptions of compatibility. Just wait. Chen Xuan thought. Once He Fan makes his appearance, Han Bingluo will call off the engagement, and during the martial arts examination, I shall astonish everyone. Reluctantly, he carried the items out, but as he stood next to the trash bin, a bold idea crossed his mind. However, before he could act, his mother's voice echoed from behind. You must deliver every last one to the Han family. I will inquire with Xiao Luo afterward. Meanwhile, in the Han family's second-floor bedroom, Han Bingluo stood gazing vacantly out the window towards the entrance. It's late. Why hasn't Chen Xuan arrived yet? She murmured. Her brow furrowed as she checked the time. In an instant, her pupils widened. What am I anticipating? Why am I waiting for him? A blush crept across her cheeks, and her heart raced. Typically, at this hour, she would see Chen Xuan waving to her at her door, and she would respond coldly by pulling the curtains shut, wishing to avoid him altogether. Yet today, with his absence, she found herself feeling unexpectedly disappointed, her heart feeling empty. Upon realizing Chen Xuan's facade of deep affection, she felt a surge of frustration. Just yesterday, she had been indifferent. Now, her emotions were in turmoil. Sister. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a lively girl of similar age, clad in a Lolita dress, bouncing into the room. She joined Han Bingluo at the window, peering out expectantly. This was Han Bingluo's twin sister, Han Bingling, also a student at Linghai's premier martial arts academy, and similarly at the 5th rank of the transformation realm. The Han family's exceptional genes were evident in her looks. She was also among the school's beauties. Sister, that lovesick fool hasn't he arrived yet? Han Bingling inquired, scanning the surroundings for Chen Xuan. Han Bingluo lowered her head, feigning indifference. Here he comes. Just then, Han Bingling suddenly leaped with excitement. Han Bingluo quickly looked up to see a familiar figure ambling towards them. Sister, don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll make sure to chase him away. Han Bingling declared confidently. Chasing away Chen Xuan had become her newfound pastime on weekends. Every rest day, she took it upon herself to rid them of this pesky fly. With that, she dashed towards the door, eager to confront him. Wait, Han Bingluo called out, stopping her in her tracks. What is it, sister? Han Bingling turned, her large eyes filled with confusion. Han Bingluo bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. How about we let him in today? In that moment, Han Bingling's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 6. Why does it feel like a courteous relationship between a married couple? Han Bingling stared at her sister, shock and bewilderment evident on her face. Being sisters who had grown up together, she knew Han Bingluo's temperament all too well. The previous night, when Han Bingluo didn't return home with her, she sensed something amiss, and upon learning that she had dined at the Chen family's house, her jaw dropped. Yet, before she could confront Han Bingluo about this, another surprising development unfolded. In the past, not only would Han Bingluo refuse to let him in, she wouldn't even spare him a glance, fearing he might misinterpret her kindness as an invitation. How could her attitude change so drastically in just one day? Han Bingling felt as if her brain had been scrambled. She simply could not comprehend it. Don't look at me like that. Han Bingluo, flustered under her sister's gaze, attempted to explain. After all, the Chen family treated me warmly yesterday. It has only been one night. I can't just turn him away. Such behavior would reflect poorly on the Han family's reputation, and I wouldn't want the Chen family to feel slighted. seemingly satisfied with her reasoning. Han Bingluo nodded along as she spoke. Han Bingling felt as though she was witnessing a miracle. So now you're concerned about etiquette. But you've always treated Chen Xuan coldly. You've never allowed him to step foot into the Han family home. While she still suspected her sister's reasoning was merely an excuse, seeing Han Bingluo's resolute expression, Han Bingling chose not to press further. Shall I go let him in then? Han Bingling ventured tentatively. Han Bingluo nodded, and then, watching her sister head downstairs, she followed suit. Chen Xuan stood hesitantly at the entrance of the Han family, delaying the pressing of the doorbell. A myriad of conflicting emotions swirled within him. He was reluctant to enter the Han household, yet as he gazed at the item in his hand and recalled his mother's instructions, his mind was overwhelmed. Perhaps he could simply leave the item at the doorstep and send a message to Han Bingluo? But as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Xuan felt a surge of cleverness. Just as he was about to set the item down, the grand door of the Han residence swung open, revealing a somewhat forlorn face. Han Bingling sensed something was amiss, and an audacious assumption formed in her mind. Could it be that her sister had taken a liking to Chen Xuan? She certainly did not wish to refer to this individual as her brother-in-law. At that moment, gazing at Chen Xuan, her heart was a tumult of emotions. However, Chen Xuan felt a sense of relief. In many ways, he was far more familiar with Han Bingling than with her sister. Every weekend, he had gone to great lengths to catch a glimpse of Han Bingluo, naturally leading to numerous encounters with the fiercely protective Han Bingling. One sought to gain entry to the Han household, while the other sought to thwart him at every turn. Over the years, their intellectual battles had led to countless exchanges, leaving Chen Xuan unsure how many conversations had been shared with Han Bingluo. Han Bingling was not the icy figure her sister portrayed. In the original narrative, she was characterized as a lively and mischievous young girl, who, intrigued by Yi Fan's identity, gradually developed feelings for him. Wait, don't act hastily. I am not here to see your sister today. Seeing Han Bingling's expression, which seemed as if she wished to devour him whole, Chen Xuan quickly spoke up, lifting the bag in his hand as a gesture. I have brought something for you. Could you kindly take it inside? Chen Xuan had no desire to entangle himself with the two sisters. He merely wished to fulfill his mother's request and then depart swiftly. However, Han Bingling remained unmoving, her voice tinged with melancholy, insisting, you should carry it inside yourself. My sister has allowed you entry. What? Chen Xuan was taken aback. How could this be? Han Bingluo had actually permitted him to enter? The mere thought was astonishing. Had he unknowingly realized a long-held aspiration since his first visit to the Han family? Why did he always feel that events transpired beyond his expectations? He was reluctant to enter. In fact, he was terrified. Just as Chen Xuan contemplated declining, Han Bingluo's figure appeared within his line of sight. She maintained her frosty demeanor, her voice chillingly clear as she commanded, come in. I would not want outsiders to claim the Han family lacks hospitality. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan swallowed his objections. Have a seat. I will pour you a glass of water. In the Han family's living room, Han Bingluo remained as icy as ever, yet her words left Han Bingling utterly dumbfounded. Although she still bore her familiar coldness, Han Bingling could sense a profound shift in her sister's demeanor towards Chen Xuan. Was this still her sister? How was there an undercurrent of mutual respect akin to that of a married couple? In the past, she would never have gone so far as to offer him water, let alone anything else. Han Bingling cast her large eyes at Chen Xuan with an intense glare. What does this little girl want from me? I have done her no harm. Spare me. I wish to have no association with either of the Han sisters. You may continue to play the role of Yi Fan's harem. I simply wish to survive quietly. Just as Chen Xuan was about to head to the kitchen with the item, he caught a whisper of his own thoughts in Han Bingluo's ears. You all. Does this imply that my sister is also involved with Yi Fan? Is she another candidate for his harem? Han Bingluo stumbled, her eyes widening, her chest rising and falling with agitation. She had allowed Chen Xuan to enter not only to avoid losing face, but also to see if she could glean more of his thoughts or perhaps uncover some of his secrets. However, she had not anticipated receiving news that would utterly upend her worldview. The man named Yi Fan had his sights set on her sister as well. The prospect of the two sisters sharing a partner filled Han Bingluo with indignation. Sister, what is wrong? Seeing Han Bingluo frozen in place after her stumble, Han Bingling inquired. Nothing, just tripped, Han Bingluo replied, forcing a smile before hastily retreating to the kitchen to quell her anger. Hey, what exactly have you fed my sister to enchant her? As Han Bingluo vanished from sight, Han Bingling could no longer suppress her curiosity about Chen Xuan. She was flooded with questions and even entertained the notion that her sister had been possessed. Of course, this was not without reason. There must be an explanation. But she could not fathom it, and felt that the catalyst for their transformation lay with Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Han Bingling's words. Stop pretending. I can sense that my sister's feelings towards you have changed. Han Bingling glared at Chen Xuan with an expression of deep resentment. You felt it too. This statement struck Chen Xuan like a bolt of lightning, sending alarm bells ringing in his mind. This was not good. He had sensed something was off earlier. But given his unfamiliarity with Han Bingluo, he had brushed it aside. However, for Han Bingling, who spent every day with her sister, her intuition was undoubtedly accurate. Han Bingluo's character trajectory had completely diverged from the original storyline. Chen Xuan had initially intended to let events unfold naturally, but now he found it necessary to intervene. Turning to Han Bingling, he earnestly inquired, "Do you think there is any way for my relationship with your sister to return to its former state?" Han Bingling was taken aback, struggling to process his words. She stared at Chen Xuan, her mind racing with questions. Return to the past? Are you speaking sensibly? Weren't you just eager to be close to my sister? Chapter 7, A Dual Sacred Body? The astonished Han Bingling was utterly disoriented. Today was a complete upheaval of her understanding. It felt as though they had exchanged scripts, with their roles completely reversed. Her head spun as she tried to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan maintained his earnest demeanor. Is there a way to make your sister detest me even more? Something that would cause her to wish never to see me again? You want my sister to despise you? Han Bingling finally regained her composure, swallowing hard. Exactly, Chen Xuan confirmed with a nod. Han Bingling gazed at him, her expression shifting from shock to excitement. Although she was baffled by the peculiarities of the day, it was undeniably amusing. Her heart raced with exhilaration as she clapped her hands. You have come to the right person. Let me tell you, my sister loathes strangers, especially men touching her. If you truly wish for her to despise you, just follow my lead. In a moment, you should get a bit too familiar with her, and I assure you, she will utterly abhor you. Han Bingling grinned mischievously, convinced that if Chen Xuan dared to act in such a manner, her sister would certainly slap him across the face. The mere thought of Chen Xuan receiving a resounding slap filled her with uncontainable excitement. You want me to be familiar with your sister? Are you even her sister? Chen Xuan's lips twitched at her suggestion. Han Bingling, however, remained unfazed. It's just a little playful touching. It's not like I'm asking you to do anything extreme. We live in modern times. A little hand-holding is nothing. Just trust me, and you will be satisfied. Han Bingling continued to entice him, eager to witness the spectacle of her sister's disdain for Chen Xuan. After years of teasing him, she held no respect for the idea of him becoming her brother-in-law and had no desire to be associated with him as a sister-in-law. Fine, Chen Xuan relented. Realizing he had no other option, everything was for his own survival until the end. Fortunately, Yi Fan had not appeared during this time. Otherwise, Chen Xuan would never have dared to entertain any thoughts of being overly familiar with a female character. After all, the ironclad rule of harem narratives dictates that anyone other than the male lead who dares to touch the female lead meets a grim fate. Drink up. Moments later, Han Bingluo placed a glass of water before Chen Xuan, then casually sat beside him. Across from them, Han Bingling's eyes widened once more. Chen Xuan felt a pleasant fragrance wafting through the air, which considerably lifted his spirits. As he observed the adorably naive Han Bingling opposite him, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the perfectly sculpted profile of Han Bingluo, letting out a quiet sigh. Such exquisite sisters have surprisingly become Yi Fan's harem. The mere thought of it is infuriating. What a cliché. He could only vent his frustrations internally, realizing that the young man was blessed with fortune, while the Han family, with their dual sacred bodies, had become his mere vessels. By the way, Han Bingling has yet to awaken her sacred body, and the Han family remains oblivious, while Yi Fan plays the part of a savior. How infuriating. The very thought of this narrative made Chen Xuan feel exasperated. Han Bingluo's grandfather was a top martial artist in Linghai City, and it was bewildering that such a formidable figure had failed to recognize that his granddaughter possessed the legendary sacred body, only for Yi Fan to reveal it upon their first encounter. Was this not a blatant display of absurdity? Chen Xuan's gaze rested on Han Bingling as he recalled the plot. What type of sacred body does this little girl possess? Noticing Chen Xuan's unwavering stare, Han Bingling grew anxious and frantically gestured to him, yet he remained oblivious. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's body jolted. The Ice Phoenix sacred body. Yes, this girl possesses the Ice Phoenix sacred body. This type of sacred body manifests naturally, but must be unlocked through later cultivation, requiring the blood of a fourth-tier spirit bird. The phoenix-tailed golden pheasant, combined with frost grass to concoct a potion for awakening. The revelation that his sister was indeed an Ice Phoenix sacred body left Chen Xuan lost in his thoughts, unaware that Han Bingluo was already taken aback by his inner monologue. Han Bingling's martial talent was equally remarkable, having reached the 5th level of the metamorphosis realm. Just like Han Bingluo, the Han family had previously speculated that Han Bingling possessed a sacred body, but they had never confirmed it, merely believing her to be exceptionally gifted. Though both were at the same level in the metamorphosis realm, possessing a sacred body and lacking one represented entirely different concepts. For instance, in martial arts examinations, even if individuals were of the same realm, those with a sacred body would invariably stand above the rest. A sacred body signifies innate talent and potential, adding significant merit in martial arts assessments. If Han Bingling did not activate her sacred body during the examinations, she would naturally be unable to gain admission to a prestigious martial arts academy. In the original narrative, Yi Fan's revelation altered Han Bingling's fate, elevating the Han family's status due to their dual sacred body lineage, thus garnering immense gratitude towards Yi Fan. At this moment, having learned of this secret through Chen Xuan's thoughts, Han Bingluo trembled with excitement. She dared not miss a single word, quietly noting the method to activate the sacred body. This knowledge was precious. She had only encountered the Ice Phoenix sacred body in books, knowing it to be a rare and special constitution hidden within the bloodline. Consequently, since such sacred bodies were exceedingly scarce, the methods to activate them had long been lost. Now, not only had she confirmed that Han Bingling possessed a sacred body, but she also learned of the activation method, making Han Bingluo's feelings indescribably joyous. The two sisters had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Now discovering her sister's tremendous fortune transformed Han Bingluo's gaze towards Chen Xuan. Setting aside previous grievances, her heart brimmed with gratitude, although according to Chen Xuan's thoughts, she would later learn about this through Yi Fan's words. Yet, who was Yi Fan? She had never seen him, so why should she feel grateful? Moreover, Han Bingluo was certain that Yi Fan harbored ulterior motives, perhaps using this revelation to win their family's favor or deceive her sister. The thought of Yi Fan possibly wanting to claim both sisters only fueled Han Bingluo's indignation. However, learning this secret through Chen Xuan felt fortuitous. She had no need for Yi Fan. Compared to him, she desired to direct her gratitude towards Chen Xuan. After all, he was her nominal fiancé. I should try to understand him better. The thought made Han Bingluo's cheeks flush as she boldly grasped Chen Xuan's hand. You come with me. Chen Xuan felt a soft warmth envelop his hand, and the tender sensation radiated through him, causing his mind to momentarily blank. He stared blankly at Han Bingluo, completely forgetting to think, like a puppet being led upstairs by her. Han Bingling watched the scene unfold in shock, her scalp tingling. Wait, I was expecting a big mouthful from him. But before Chen Xuan could even act, my sister took his hand? This is utterly shattering my worldview. She knew Han Bingluo had a bit of an aversion to the opposite sex, yet it seemed that Chen Xuan was an exception. Watching the two ascend to Han Bingluo's room, Han Bingling's mind conjured a bizarre thought. Could it be that my sister is so eager she wants to play house? Chapter 8. Han Bingluo's awakening conquest desire. Chen Xuan, feeling dazed, was led into the room by Han Bingluo. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them, and he finally regained his senses. As the warmth of her hand disappeared, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. I must say, Han Bingluo's little hand is indeed delicate and smooth. If it weren't for the lingering warmth, Chen Xuan would have thought he was dreaming. Was it truly possible that Han Bingluo had taken the initiative to hold his hand? He could hardly believe it. However, before he could ponder the circumstances that led to this situation, he faced a pressing issue. He, an adult man, was brought into Han Bingluo's room. Although society had evolved beyond ancient times, the notion of a young woman inviting a male of the same age into her room, especially with the door closed, was still quite provocative. This left Chen Xuan's mind racing. What is happening? What does Han Bingluo intend to do? Someone save me. If she truly desires that, what should I do? No, you shall not have my body. Chen Xuan crossed his arms defensively, casting a wary gaze at Han Bingluo. Hearing his thoughts, Han Bingluo's face flushed deeply. She admitted to having been a bit overzealous, eager to share her plans with Chen Xuan, and in her haste, she had not considered the implications. Yet, now that she had crossed that line, Han Bingluo realized she bore no feelings of rejection. Rather, it was Chen Xuan's thoughts that left her feeling embarrassed and frustrated. Was it possible she had wronged him? As a stunning school belle, if it came to that, shouldn't he be the one benefiting? Why did he appear so virtuous? Upon learning that Chen Xuan had been maintaining an affectionate persona all along, Han Bingluo felt a twinge of unusual emotion. Seeing him now, she felt somewhat aggrieved. However, she kept those feelings buried deep within. As someone who had always been the center of attention, Han Bingluo possessed a sense of pride. She prided herself on being equal to anyone, whether in appearance, character, or cultivation. She had always achieved what she desired through her efforts. Now, seeing Chen Xuan, who seemed eager to distance himself, Han Bingluo unexpectedly felt a long-buried desire to conquer. Perhaps, at this moment, Chen Xuan was akin to a mystery box, and she was curious about the surprises he might reveal. What's wrong, Chen Xuan? Haven't you always anticipated seeing me like this? Han Bingluo feigned a tone of grievance. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Chen Xuan felt utterly undone. Damn it. I knew this icy beauty would have such a disarming contrast. Who could resist this? As the leading female protagonist in the narrative, Han Bingluo's beauty was indisputable, especially with her now being so close to Chen Xuan. Just gazing at her exquisite face sent his heart racing. Furthermore, the current Han Bingluo had completely shattered Chen Xuan's understanding of her, revealing a vulnerable side that made him feel his resolve crumbling. Why do I sense a disparity in your demeanor, as if you wish for me to keep my distance? Han Bingluo took a step forward, a faint fragrance enveloping Chen Xuan's senses. Her eyelids fluttered, and her exquisite eyes fixed upon him, awaiting a response. This was the question she yearned to have answered. Was it solely due to Yi Fan, or were there other underlying reasons? If it were merely Yi Fan, she could not fathom why Chen Xuan harbored such apprehension towards him. The Chen family was among the foremost in Linghai City. Even if one Chen family was insufficient, the Han family stood alongside them, two paramount forces united. Could they truly fear a mere Yi Fan? Han Bingluo was unaware of the terrifying nature of a fated child like Yi Fan, not to mention a small city like Linghai. Even the grand families in the imperial capital paled in comparison to Yi Fan. Opposing him was akin to courting death. I found myself curious about why the esteemed school beauty had transformed so drastically. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for me? Chen Xuan did not respond, but instead voiced his own bewilderment. What had caused an icy school beauty to change so profoundly? Was it a loss of morals? Or had her humanity begun to twist? As for Han Bingluo perceiving his desire to distance himself, Chen Xuan did not dwell on it. After all, his current demeanor was somewhat reactive. Like you, Han Bingluo was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xuan's words, suddenly realizing the closeness between them, which felt vaguely ambiguous. A blush rapidly crept across her cheeks, her face growing warm. This was her first experience being so near to a man. She stepped back, turning away. Understanding that Chen Xuan did not wish to explain himself, she refrained from pursuing the matter, believing that time would eventually reveal the truth. Chen Xuan, I do not harbor feelings for you. Han Bingluo spoke calmly, returning to her previous demeanor. Regarding Chen Xuan, she could not claim to like him, at most. She felt a slight fondness mixed with curiosity. Though we have been adults for quite some time, this is not the moment for romance. I hope you can diligently prepare for the martial arts examination. Han Bingluo spoke earnestly. Though she recognized that Chen Xuan had been feigning a deep emotional persona, she did not wish for him to jeopardize his future endeavors. Women are inherently drawn to strength, and Han Bingluo desired a partner who would not lag too far behind her. She wished for Chen Xuan to strive for excellence, even if he did not surpass her. Gaining admission to a respectable martial arts university would suffice as a testament to the Chen family. As for their potential marriage, that was a matter for the future. Yet, at that moment, the echo of Chen Xuan's thoughts reverberated in her mind. Is this yet another dose of motivational talk for me? The martial arts examination? There's still 100 days left. Who knows? By then I might have transcended the mortal realm and entered the realm of warriors. Participating in the martial arts examination as a warrior? Wouldn't that be a crushing defeat for others? I have no desire to attend any of the prestigious academies. And do you really think I would fail to gain admission? Just wait until the day of the martial arts examination. I'll dazzle you all with my brilliance. Han Bingluo's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. She was taken aback, even more so than when she learned that Han Bingling was the Ice Phoenix sacred body. Achieving the realm of warriors in 100 days? Chen Xuan had been concealing his strength all along. Han Bingluo could hardly believe how deeply he had hidden his abilities, yet his thoughts were undeniable. The realization of her own previous thoughts made her face burn with embarrassment. Feeling like a fool. However, after the initial shock, a spark of indignation ignited within her. Chen Xuan was not a mere waste. Had that persona been an act? Perhaps it was all a ploy to make her despise him and keep her at a distance? The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became, and her anger intensified. Have I truly allowed you to despise me so easily? Very well, Chen Xuan, you have ignited my desire to conquer. Turning around, Han Bingluo spoke with seriousness. After the martial arts examination, I will attempt to like you. You will come to like me as well. Han Bingluo had never believed in love at first sight. She was convinced that emotions were cultivated over time. Chen Xuan was left utterly bewildered. This was not a question, it was a statement. like an ultimatum from Han Bingluo. Chapter 9. The long-awaited Destiny Child emerges. Chen Xuan felt as though he could die from confusion, utterly perplexed by Han Bingluo's declaration. For a fleeting moment, he even wondered if she had struck a deal with her mother to motivate him to gain admission to a martial arts university. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, deeming it far too melodramatic, even for an outrageous plot. With a sigh, Chen Xuan acknowledged the harsh reality that life was not easy, and the unfolding narrative rarely aligned with expectations. Perhaps my actions as a butterfly flapping its wings have caused a shift in the world's storyline. Nevertheless, regardless of how the plot evolved, Chen Xuan remained steadfast in his singular objective, survival. He had not forgotten his identity as a minor antagonist, initially intending to distance himself from Han Bingluo to evade Yi Fan, content to play a supporting role. Yet, the current trajectory of events forced Chen Xuan to confront the truth. Just as the protagonists in a story were destined to cross paths, he, as a secondary character, also bore an innate allure that drew the main character's attention. Realizing this, Chen Xuan fell into silence. Since evasion is futile, I will inevitably encounter Yi Fan. I shall respond spontaneously as the situation unfolds. Perhaps it is simply because Han Bingluo has yet to meet Yi Fan that she behaves this way now. Once she encounters Yi Fan, perhaps she will succumb to infatuation and cry out to annul our engagement. Han Bingluo, having caught wind of Chen Xuan's thoughts, let out a soft, cold chuckle. Though she had not yet met Yi Fan, she had already developed a sense of aversion towards him. This was partly due to her foreknowledge of her predetermined fate, as she resisted having her life's path dictated. Additionally, she did not perceive Yi Fan as a benevolent figure. Whether it was through claiming her and her sister as consorts or by revealing her sister's sacred body to elicit gratitude from the Han family, everything seemed orchestrated by Yi Fan for ulterior motives. Han Bingluo was resolute in her determination not to let Yi Fan fulfill his ambitions. The room fell into silence as both individuals calculated their next moves. Ding ding. At that moment, the sound of a car horn echoed at the Han family's entrance. A sleek black luxury vehicle was driving through the gates. Why is father back today? Han Bingluo exclaimed in surprise as she glanced at the license plate. The Han family's business was substantial, with the Han Corporation involved in numerous fields, including the trade of exotic beast materials, biomedicine, and biotechnology. Han Tiangang was typically so engrossed in work that he rarely returned home, making her envious of the familial warmth she witnessed at the Chen household during dinner. We should head out. It wouldn't be proper for uncle to see us in the room together, Chen Xuan quickly suggested. Not wishing for Han Tiangang to think that the daughter he had nurtured for 18 years had been taken advantage of. All right, Han Bingluo nodded. Chen Xuan eagerly opened the door, only to be met by the unexpected sight of Han Bingling nearly toppling over as he swung it open. Little sister? What are you doing at my door? Hee hee, Han Bingling chuckled awkwardly, an expression of guilt crossing her face. Come on, let us go greet father. Han Bingluo shook her head in resignation, fully aware that her mischievous sister had likely been eavesdropping. As they descended the narrow staircase, Han Bingling lagged behind, her gaze fixed on Chen Xuan's back, her teeth gritted in frustration. As a clever girl, she had successfully overheard their conversation. Once again, her worldview was shaken. Did that imply that her sister had taken the initiative? How could she possibly agree to this marriage? The notion of her sister attempting to engage with Chen Xuan was incomprehensible. She sensed that there were secrets brewing between them. She felt a tinge of grievance, sensing a growing rift with her sister, who no longer confided in her. I must uncover the reason behind this. I certainly do not wish to refer to him as my brother-in-law. Han Bingling silently clenched her fists behind Chen Xuan. Father, mother, Uncle Heir, Uncle San? As she descended the stairs, Han Binglu noticed Han Tiangang and his entourage entering the living room. Unlike the Chen family, the elder of the Han clan had a remarkable ability to expand his lineage, resulting in a thriving family. However, aside from the elder and the two sisters, the martial talents of the other Han family members were rather mediocre, all engaged in various roles within the Han Corporation. They were typically busy individuals, making it rare for all the heads of the families to gather at Han Tiangang's residence as they did today. Han Binglu had a premonition that something significant was about to unfold. Just as she thought this, upon seeing his two daughters, Han Tiangang's face broke into a slight smile. But that expression froze when he noticed Chen Xuan behind them. Instantly, a look of disgust crossed his face, as if he had bitten into a rotten fly. The father-in-law's growing ire towards his son-in-law was palpable. Han Tiangang's countenance darkened. Anyone in his position would feel discomfort upon realizing that the daughter he had painstakingly raised, a true gem, was to marry an unadulterated waste. Yet, despite his discontent, Han Tiangang found himself powerless. This betrothal had been arranged by the elder. who was still very much alive and the head of the Han family, leaving him with no room for rebellion. Moreover, as a businessman, the Han family's reputation rested upon the shoulders of the elder, a top-tier martial artist, and Han Tiangang had little say in the matter. Chen Xuan was present as well. Han Tiangang forced out a statement. Well, since you are all here, let us go together. Father, where are we going? Han Binglu inquired. To welcome a prodigious martial arts talent. Upon mentioning this, Han Tiangang's smile returned. This young genius is of your age. Yet his martial prowess far surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. Even with your sacred body, you cannot hold a candle to him. His words dripped with admiration and esteem. After saying this, he cast an indifferent glance at Chen Xuan, his disdain unmasked. There was no contest. Even if Chen Xuan possessed half the talent of this genius, he would not have earned a modicum of respect. Nevertheless, to Han Tiangang, Chen Xuan had lost significance. Today, he intended to introduce the prodigious talent to Han Binglu and Han Bingling. A genius? Of the same age? Upon hearing Han Tianggang's introduction, Chen Xuan's pupils constricted. Is it Yi Fan? Indeed, it must be Yi Fan. In the original storyline, Yi Fan was the first to encounter Han Tiangang, who was astonished by Yi Fan's martial talent, sparking the idea to become the first benefactor in Yi Fan's life, offering him shelter within the Han residence and funding his attendance at the premier martial arts high school in Linghai City. As a shrewd businessman, Han Tianggang's motives were straightforward: invest in a fallen genius and await the returns. However, little did he realize that becoming a benefactor to such a destined individual would entail relinquishing everything: the family's accumulated resources over decades, the two beloved daughters he had painstakingly raised. Were it not for the influence of the harmonious deity, Han Tiangang might have lost even his wife. Yet this was not the end. Associating with such individuals would subject him to physical torment. In the latter part of the narrative, a major antagonist would cripple him, only for Yi Fan to heroically intervene. Chen Xuan was already exhausted from the clichés. Such melodramatic plots had become a staple in these types of light novels. Chapter 10. The Han sisters show no respect. There was no time to pray for Han Tiangang, especially since the old man had a disdainful view of him. In a sense, Han Tiangang, the father-in-law, shared a nature with the antagonists, serving merely as a backdrop for Yi Fan's grandiosity. But why am I even here? Logically, I shouldn't meet Yi Fan today. Chen Xuan felt somewhat vexed. In the book, his first encounter with Yi Fan occurred at Linghai City's top martial arts high school, when he was reprimanded by the self-proclaimed bodyguard of Han Binglu. This marked the beginning of a dark transformation for a certain sycophant, as eliminating Yi Fan became Chen Xuan's initial target. Naturally, this was also the beginning of his demise. Regardless, since I am here, I shall go with the flow and remain unobtrusive, ensuring I do not attract Yi Fan's attention. Chen Xuan silently resolved. He would not act like a villain seeking animosity. Today was Yi Fan's stage. Moreover, from any angle, presenting himself would only serve to further Yi Fan's cause. That guy is now at the 7th stage of transformation. Moreover, his prowess is fearsome, matching mine. He is invincible at the same level and can easily transcend boundaries. I will just quietly observe, waiting to see how the Han sisters react to Yi Fan's presence. Yi Fan, does this person truly exist? Han Binglu was astonished. Everything seemed to align perfectly with Chen Xuan's thoughts. He could indeed foresee the future. Han Binglu struggled to comprehend this. But recalling that she could hear Chen Xuan's thoughts made the notion of his foresight seem less far-fetched. She discreetly glanced at Chen Xuan. If Yi Fan truly existed, then her sister's sacred body must also be real. At this moment, Han Binglu found no need to validate anything further. Yi Fan's impending arrival solidified her belief in Chen Xuan's insights and dispelled any lingering doubts. However, upon hearing Chen Xuan's plans, a sly smile crept onto her lips. Han Tianggang's welcome was not merely an affair of the Han family. Yi Fan, an orphan, had already been taken under their wing. Earlier, Han Binglu's cousin had been dispatched to fetch Yi Fan. A group led by Han Tiangang arrived at the entrance, and Chen Xuan intended to linger at the back. Yet Han Binglu's gaze persistently urged him to walk alongside her. Her eyes seemed to fear that he might slip away. Oh no, it appears I cannot escape this. Chen Xuan lamented inwardly, realizing that he had indeed considered slipping away, but Han Binglu's watchful eyes were too vigilant. Father, why such grandeur for someone of my age? Even if he is a genius? Han Bingling pouted at the entrance of the Han residence. Why was there such a stark disparity? She was at the 5th stage of transformation. Although she lacked a sacred body, she was still considered among the elite students in Linghai City. Yet, she had never experienced such treatment, let alone for a genius. What do you understand? Han Tiangang shot a serious glance at his youngest daughter. Though you are both geniuses, there exists a clear difference. Do you know what his level is? What level? Han Bingling inquired. The 7th stage of transformation. Han Tiangong's voice was laced with profound astonishment. Even though he was already aware of Yi Fan's level, the revelation still left him astounded, for it surpassed his daughter Han Bingling by 2 whole stages. Do not underestimate these 2 stages. The transformation stage is not something one is born into. Only upon reaching adulthood can martial talent condense their vital energy, thus entering the transformation stage. From adulthood to participating in the martial arts entrance examination, there is barely a year's span. Within that year, every minor level illustrates the inherent disparities among individuals. Yi Fan's potential, even amidst a throng of geniuses in the imperial capital, would be deemed monstrous. Moreover, Yi Fan had yet to attend school or receive systematic training. Thus, upon learning of Yi Fan's solitude, Han Tiangang began to entertain the idea of investment. Now you understand why I place such emphasis on this young man, don't you? Han Tiangang directed his gaze towards his 2 daughters. Upon hearing the mention of the 7th stage of transformation, Han Bingling was left utterly speechless. The young girl was once again profoundly struck, her face displaying a look of astonishment. Han Tiangang, with an expression of anticipated calmness, smiled gently. However, when he turned to Han Bingluo, his brow furrowed. Han Bingluo showed no sign of surprise, utterly unfazed, a reaction that completely exceeded Han Tiangong's expectations. He had anticipated that even if Han Bingluo did not appear shocked, she would certainly exhibit some defiant expression. Yet at this moment, there was nothing of the sort on her countenance. Unbeknownst to him, Han Bingluo had already learned this news earlier through Chen Xuan's thoughts. She had hardly paid attention to Han Tiangong's words. After all, Yi Fan, even as a martial artist, had no relevance to her. She was solely engrossed in listening to Chen Xuan's mental voice. This little girl must be stunned into foolishness, Chen Xuan thought, finding amusement in observing Han Bingling. Although Yi Fan is putting on a show, this silent witnessing is rather enjoyable. A group of short-sighted individuals, a genius? That merely represents the threshold to meet Yi Fan. By the way, when Yi Fan showcases his prowess and shatters the blood testing machine, should I also display some flair? Chen Xuan fell into contemplation. Ding! Just as the crowd exchanged a few words, the distant sound of a car horn echoed. A sleek black luxury vehicle came to a slow halt. A modestly dressed and composed young man stepped out. Yi Fan cast a sweeping glance over the gathering, and his gaze inadvertently lingered a moment longer on the 2 sisters of the Han family. Is this what you refer to as my destined opportunity? He mused quietly, then fixed his gaze upon Han Tianggang's face. Uncle Han, Yi Fan smiled. You finally arrived. Han Tiangang affectionately wrapped an arm around Yi Fan's shoulder and then addressed the Han sisters. This is the talented Yi Fan I mentioned. You should get to know him. Talent is an overstatement. Uncle Han is flattering me, Yi Fan humbly replied, then turned his attention to Han Bingluo, extending his hand. Hello, I am Yi Fan. His eyes were clear, devoid of any distractions, and this was merely a gesture of politeness. It was reasonable to expect Han Bingluo to reciprocate. However, she did not reach out. Instead, she scrutinized Yi Fan, unable to discern anything particularly remarkable. Moreover, Han Bingluo felt an unsettling shadow lurking in Yi Fan's gaze, causing her discomfort. Han Bingluo, she stated coolly, indifferent to Yi Fan's hand suspended in the air. Please don't take offense, Yi Fan. Xiao Luo is not targeting you. She has a natural aversion to the opposite sex, Han Tiangang explained, noticing the awkwardness surrounding Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded. An aversion to the opposite sex? No one has touched her. How fortuitous. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes, as though this pure sacred body were already within his grasp. This is my youngest daughter, Han Tiangang said, directing his gaze toward Han Bingling. Hello, Yi Fan shifted his outstretched hand towards Han Bingling. Observing Yi Fan's gesture, Han Bingling glanced at her aloof sister and then at her smiling father. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand, declaring, if sister won't shake, then neither will I. I am Han Bingling. Awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Han Tiangong's smile froze on his face. He couldn't very well admit that his daughter also had an aversion. He had initially hoped to leave a good impression on Yi Fan, even entertaining the notion of courting him as a potential son-in-law. Yet the current situation was entirely beyond his expectations. Why did both daughters seem so dismissive of Yi Fan upon their first meeting? Observing Yi Fan's hand awkwardly suspended in the air, even Han Tiangang, a grown man, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just then, Chen Xuan's hand extended toward Yi Fan. Chapter 11. Why does it feel like the chosen one's countenance has darkened? Aware that he could not escape the situation, Chen Xuan chose to confront it with composure. The completely unforeseen turn of events led him to consider that perhaps a shift in perspective was necessary. Keeping his distance from the female lead and from Yi Fan remained his primary objective, yet now that the marriage had not been annulled, he certainly could not act like an outsider. Moreover, Yi Fan was not only from the same school, but also in the same class, and today they had crossed paths. However, thinking positively, today could indeed represent an opportunity. As long as I don't act foolishly. Chen Xuan had not yet been labeled a villain by Yi Fan and was not on his hit list. He certainly would not jeopardize himself. Observing Yi Fan's hand, he intended to first cultivate some goodwill. I'll just say I'm Han Bingluo's classmate, coincidentally visiting the Han residence. Chen Xuan mentally drafted his approach, wearing an enthusiastic smile. He firmly grasped Yi Fan's suspended hand, introducing himself. Hello, I am Chen Xuan, Han Bingluo's fiancé. Before Chen Xuan could finish his introduction, Han Bingluo interjected, wait. In an instant, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Han Tiangang and the other uncles of Han Bingluo wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost, all staring at Han Bingluo in disbelief. Everyone was bewildered. They could hardly believe that such words had emerged from Han Bingluo's lips. They thought the engagement was something she, like them, would resist. Their reasoning was simple. The family's pride should not be wed to a useless individual. Although the Chen family was also formidable, the lack of martial talent in Chen Xuan did not render him a worthy match in their eyes. Of course, Han Bingluo's consistent behavior towards Chen Xuan had led them to believe their assessment was accurate. However, today, Han Bingluo seemed to diverge from their expectations. She had taken the initiative to introduce Chen Xuan as her fiancé. In contrast, Han Bingling appeared to wear an expression of I knew it. She had already experienced several shattered perceptions, and thus accepting this revelation was not so outrageous. Chen Xuan's beaming smile froze in place. And upon hearing Han Bingluo's words, 1,000 wild horses galloped within him. Han Bingluo, what are you doing? Are you exposing me? I have my own voice. Why does it seem like Yi Fan's expression has darkened? Ah, ha ha. Chen Xuan feigned calmness, attempting to salvage the situation, looking at Yi Fan with earnestness. This is merely a promise made by our elders. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. My grandfather is still alive, and both families intend to honor the engagement. Han Bingluo continued, what era are we in? We naturally oppose arranged marriages. If one does not believe, one cannot establish. We advocate for free love. And if it is a matter of our parents' wishes and a marriage contract, all right, I'll keep quiet. Chen Xuan conceded, releasing Yi Fan's hand and quietly stepping back. He felt that speaking too much could lead to disaster. He regretted his words. Sensing that Yi Fan's gaze towards him had shifted, Chen Xuan resolved to refrain from uttering another word, yielding the stage to Yi Fan. Just as he intended to discreetly retreat behind the crowd to distract Yi Fan, Han Bingluo caught hold of Chen Xuan's clothing. You will remain by my side today. Do not attempt to sneak away. Han Bingluo whispered close to Chen Xuan's ear. This intimate gesture resembled two enamored lovers sharing secrets, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Yi Fan clenched his fists involuntarily. Wasn't this supposed to be a case of aversion to the opposite sex? In an instant, Yi Fan's gaze toward Chen Xuan darkened ominously. With a fluttering sensation in his ear accompanied by a faint fragrance, Chen Xuan's heart raced. Yet upon raising his eyes, he found himself under the chosen one's ominous glare. Han Bingluo, don't put me in such a predicament. The group entered the Han family's living room. Chen Xuan naturally adhered to his prior thoughts. Had there been a crack in the floor, he would have relished the opportunity to disappear. Of course, besides Han Bingluo, no one else paid attention to Chen Xuan. After all, today, Yi Fan was the center of attention. The elder relatives of Han Bingluo had long been informed about Yi Fan through Han Tiangang. Yi Fan's displayed talents had utterly captivated them. Considering Yi Fan's potential for growth, it was believed that in a few years, upon graduating from a martial arts university, he could evolve into a formidable martial arts master. At that time, the Han family status would naturally soar. Today, they arrived at the Han residence with a shared objective, to persuade the venerable patriarch of the Han family to allow Yi Fan to reside there and transfer to the prestigious Linghai City, First Martial Arts High School. Such a prodigy is best kept from the prying eyes of outsiders, and a group of shrewd businessmen has set their sights on the Han sisters. In the original narrative, transferring schools was a mere formality, requiring no intervention from the elder Han. However, the prospect of residing in the Han household was fraught with complications. Although the patriarch was astounded by Yi Fan's martial talent, he was known for his stubborn and traditional nature. Allowing a stranger of the same age as his two cherished granddaughters to live under his roof? That seemed quite unreasonable. Yet, in the unfolding story, Yi Fan presented a condition that the elder Han could not possibly refute. He could assist Han Bingling in activating her sacred body. Today, upon observing the two remarkable daughters of Uncle Han, Yi Fan mused, if I am not mistaken, both of Uncle Han's daughters must possess extraordinary gifts, presumably including the sacred body. With a smile, he spoke in the living room. Here it comes, here it comes. Finally, we have reached one of the three pivotal moments of Yi Fan's astonishment at the Han family. Chen Xuan's spirit surged. He straightened his posture, preparing for the performance ahead. A family with dual sacred bodies? The mention of such a phenomenon momentarily stunned Han Tiangang. The sacred body was a closely guarded secret, known only to those intimately connected to Han Bingling. Now, with Yi Fan's bold proclamation, everyone was taken aback. This young man possessed an extraordinary vision. However, a family with dual sacred bodies? Han Tiangang chuckled softly, convinced that Yi Fan had misjudged the situation. Before Han Tiangang could respond, Yi Fan quickly clarified. Please do not take offense, Uncle Han. Due to certain unique circumstances, I am able to sense the presence of sacred bodies, and this sensation is infallible. Is that truly the case? Hearing the unwavering confidence in Yi Fan's voice, Han Tiangang's expression shifted, and he pressed for further details. Indeed, it is true. Were you not aware, Uncle Han? Yi Fan replied with a hint of confusion. Internally, he smiled, realizing that the mysterious figure had not deceived him. The Han family was indeed unaware that Han Bingling also possessed a sacred body. Once he revealed this truth, the family would undoubtedly treat him as an esteemed guest. Everything seemed to unfold as if it were meticulously orchestrated, progressing step by step according to his design. However, just as Yi Fan reveled in his triumph, the voice of Han Bingluo pierced through. Father, my younger sister does indeed possess a sacred body. This is something known only to me, and I was just about to inform you. What? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Han Bingluo. Unlike the others, Yi Fan and Chen Xuan were particularly astonished. What is happening? What is going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a secret? How could you possibly know? Chapter 12. Yi Fan, I can't shake the feeling that the eldest Miss Han harbors animosity towards me. The true protagonist remains unfazed even when faced with overwhelming challenges. Yet, while Chen Xuan and Yi Fan maintained composed exteriors, their hearts were tumultuous. Chen Xuan, well-versed in the narrative, questioned how Han Bingluo could possibly know about Han Bingling's sacred body when the text had not indicated such a revelation. His gaze towards Han Bingluo was filled with lament. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's countenance darkened, though he could not foresee the trajectory of events. He had already devised a plan for today. An orphan by birth, yet blessed with the aura of a destined child, Yi Fan had encountered a significant opportunity. He had acquired a remarkable artifact containing the remnant soul of a martial sage. The martial sage, a figure of legendary status in the realm of martial arts, had an indomitable will that persisted even after the destruction of the physical form. Under the guidance of this martial sage's remnant soul, Yi Fan embarked on his path of martial cultivation. He learned of his own sacred body and, due to its unique nature, understood that he must locate individuals capable of helping him fully activate its bloodline. With the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, the complete activation of his sacred body would propel Yi Fan towards the pinnacle of martial achievement. Concurrently, a mysterious figure sought him out, urging him to infiltrate the Han family as an insider. Yi Fan remained unaware of this figure's identity and had no intention of aiding them. Yet, through this connection, he gleaned numerous secrets about the Han family, including the fact that Han Bingluo was indeed a pure yin sacred body. Thus, Yi Fan meticulously crafted a series of plans. He wished to remain uninvolved in the entangled history between the Han family and this mysterious figure. His sole desire was to gain the favor of the two Han sisters. One sister possessed a pure yin body, while the other bore the Ice Phoenix sacred body, making them ideal vessels for unlocking his own sacred potential. Naturally, if his plan succeeded and he managed to win over both sisters, Yi Fan would stand by the Han family and assist them in vanquishing the mysterious figure. Yet, at this moment, he could not shake the feeling that the eldest Miss Han was somehow targeting him. Yi Fan sensed an underlying animosity from Han Bingluo and struggled to comprehend what it was about him that evoked such disdain. Until today, they had been strangers. Why did Han Bingluo harbor such strong hostility towards him? Pondering this was not conducive to his current situation. Regardless, he was determined to remain in the Han household. With a shift in perspective, Yi Fan devised a strategy. Even if she was aware that Han Bingling possessed a sacred body, did she truly understand its nature? A cold smirk played on his lips. The Ice Phoenix sacred body had not been seen for centuries. Even the text mentioned it only in passing. Father, My sister's sacred body is particularly unique. Even the texts provide scant information. She is the most enigmatic ice phoenix sacred body. Just as Yi Fan basked in his own triumph, he heard Han Bing Luo's voice nearby. His pupils constricted in disbelief. How could she know of the ice phoenix sacred body? Yi Fan's expression darkened. Had the information been misinterpreted? Or had the eldest Miss Han acquired knowledge through other means? He was flooded with questions about how Han Bing Luo could ascertain that Han Bing Ling was indeed the ice phoenix sacred body. Yet, even if she knew of the ice phoenix sacred body, did she understand the method of its activation? Yi Fan clenched his teeth in frustration. The records on the ice phoenix sacred body were scarce, let alone its activation methods. However, through the martial sage's remnant soul, he had acquired detailed knowledge not only of the ice phoenix sacred body, but also of the methods to awaken such hidden sacred bodies. This was his assurance. Ultimately, the Han family would need him to activate Han Bing Ling's sacred body. When the Han family found themselves in dire straits, he would extend a helping hand, and they would undoubtedly be grateful to him. Yi Fan quietly tightened his fists. Alas, little did he expect that Han Bing Ling was the ice phoenix sacred body. As he had anticipated, upon hearing the mention of the ice phoenix sacred body, the members of the Han family exchanged sighs of resignation. The Han family business had long been involved in dealings with demonic beasts, maintaining a stock of materials for activating sacred bodies and possessing knowledge about various sacred bodies. Yet, the ice phoenix sacred body had not emerged for centuries, and memories of it had begun to fade, let alone the methods for its activation. Now, upon learning that Han Bing Ling was indeed the ice phoenix sacred body, they were at a loss as to whether to feel joy or despair. Here it comes. Here it comes. The second act of Yi Fan's grand display at the Han family. Hurry and beseech Yi Fan. He must know that the blood of the phoenix-tail golden rooster combined with ice grass is the key. At this moment, the only ones untroubled were Chen Xuan, Yi Fan, and Han Bing Luo. Yi Fan awaited the moment to showcase his prowess, while Chen Xuan raged internally, and Han Bing Luo wore a slight smile, seemingly grateful to Chen Xuan for reminding her of the situation. Uncle Han, why the long faces? The fact that Miss Han Bing Ling possesses a sacred body is a cause for celebration. Yi Fan could no longer contain himself and feigned surprise as he spoke. Han Tiangang sighed deeply and responded, Young brother Yi Fan, this type of sacred body is a hidden one and requires specific medicinal aids for activation. However, the formulas for activating such sacred bodies have long been lost. Lost. Yi Fan feigned astonishment, then slapped his thigh in realization. Uncle Han, you may find this hard to believe, but I happen to possess the activation formula for such sacred bodies. What? Upon hearing Yi Fan's declaration, the members of the Han family widened their eyes in disbelief. Han Bing Ling, the very person in question, looked at Yi Fan with hopeful eyes. Her large orbs filled with an expression of pleading. Han Tiangang, unable to believe his ears, repeatedly inquired, Brother Yefan, are you certain this is true? To be honest, Uncle Han, this prescription is the sole inheritance left to me by my ancestors. It is a closely guarded secret of the Yi family. My father made it clear before his passing that no one outside the Yi family should ever know, Yefan replied, sighing to emphasize the value of the prescription. Han Tiangang understood the weight of Yefan's words, his expression tightening. Brother Yefan, while I recognize how invaluable this prescription is to you, my daughter Xiaoling truly needs it. If you can assist in activating her sacred body, the Han family will be profoundly grateful, and I, Han Tiangang, will hold you in the highest regard. Without any ulterior motives. With his daughter's martial aspirations at stake, Han Tiangang set aside his pride and was even prepared to bow deeply in gratitude to Yefan. Please, Uncle Han, do not go to such extremes. You humble me, Yefan quickly interjected, lifting Han Tiangang with sincerity. It is merely an ancestral prescription, far less significant than the support you have shown me. He continued with conviction, even if it required my blood to activate your daughter's sacred body, I would not hesitate. In that moment, the gaze of the Han family members towards Yefan shifted, their eyes glistening with admiration. Han Tiangang could scarcely contain his excitement, wanting to praise Yefan for his righteousness. As Yefan surveyed the room, a weight lifted from his heart. However, as his gaze fell upon Han Bing Luo, a sudden dread gripped him. Han Bing Luo regarded Yefan with a cold smirk, and as their eyes met, she scoffed. Since this prescription is a family heirloom of the Yi family, I see no need for it. Chapter 13. Yefan, seemingly devoid of all strength and means at that moment. Han Bing Luo's words struck like thunder, capturing everyone's attention. Shalua, what are you saying? Han Tiangang exclaimed incredulously, his voice tinged with anger. This concerns your sister's sacred body. How can you dismiss it so lightly? Han Tiangong's ire flared. His daughter appeared to be deliberately obstructing Yefan at every turn. While it might have been acceptable for her to decline a handshake, rejecting Yefan's help was entirely unwarranted. He did not believe it stemmed from a fear of being surpassed by her sister, as the two siblings shared a strong bond. Even if such thoughts crossed Han Bingluo's mind, she would not voice them at this moment. Miss Han, while I am unaware of your reasoning, this matter concerns your sister and should not solely be your decision, Yefan said, his gaze darkening as he faced Han Bingluo, growing increasingly frustrated at her continuous interruptions. Were it not for Han Bingluo being a pure, sacred body, he might have contemplated more drastic measures. Please, sister, Han Bingling interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. Grasping Han Bingluo's hand, she pleaded with large, watery eyes filled with distress. Since their parents were often preoccupied with work, her elder sister had always been a pillar of support for her. The thought of possessing a sacred body consumed her dreams, as it would enable her to attend the same martial arts university as Han Bingluo and follow in her footsteps. Yet now, despite her familiarity with her sister, she could not comprehend the meaning behind Han Bingluo's words. Oh, my foolish sister, Han Bingluo said, patting Han Bingling's hand before turning her icy gaze back to Yefan. Look at how your sister is being swayed by the prospect of a sacred body. Should Yefan's scheme succeed, not only would the Han family be eternally grateful, but Han Bingling would also become wholly devoted to him. For whatever reason, Han Bingluo could not allow Yefan to prevail. She scoffed at Yefan's claims of ancestral significance, questioning how he could so easily offer the prescription without any conditions. Did she truly believe Yefan harbored no selfish motives? Han Bingluo did not buy it for a moment. Father, uncles, it is not out of selfishness that I wish for my sister's well-being. I am genuinely pleased for her to possess the sacred body more than anyone else. Han Bingluo clarified, her gaze shifting to the others. Since Miss Han is truly acting in her sister's best interest, then you should not refuse my goodwill, Yefan asserted. Refusal? No, it is not a rejection, but rather an unnecessary gesture. Han Bingluo retorted, her lips curling upward. Without your Yi family's prescription, my sister will still activate the Ice Phoenix sacred body. What? How is that possible? You're dreaming. The crowd gasped in astonishment, with Yefan unusually losing his composure. However, upon sensing the chill in Han Bingluo's gaze, he quickly revised his statement. I merely believe you are being overly optimistic. Without our Yi family's prescription, what means do you have to activate the sacred body? The Yi family's prescription? Not to be shared with a third party? Han Bingluo smirked, her tone questioning Yefan. How unfortunate, for I possess a method to activate the Ice Phoenix sacred body as well. Impossible. You have a proprietary recipe? No, a prescription? How could you possibly possess a method to activate the Ice Phoenix sacred body? Chen Xuan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, his thoughts spiraling into confusion since arriving in this world. While the main storyline remained consistent, the unfolding events were anything but predictable. Han Bingluo's revelations shattered his understanding, leading him to question whether she, too, might be a time traveler. However, he quickly dismissed that ludicrous notion. Such a scenario seemed far-fetched. Perhaps his unexpected presence in this world had subtly influenced certain rules that governed it. Meanwhile, Yefan was even more astonished than Chen Xuan, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. This is an ancestral secret of the Yi family. You cannot have it. Yefan was resolute, convinced that Han Bingluo could not possibly know what he knew. Nor did he believe she shared a similar fate as he did, being guided by the remnants of the martial saint. Nothing is impossible, Han Bingluo replied lightly, a smile gracing her lips. My method is not a secret. I shall share it with you. To activate the Ice Phoenix sacred body, one requires phoenix tail blood and icy grass. Yefan remained silent, his pupils dilating, his expression blank, his body trembling slightly. The pieces aligned perfectly. Upon hearing Han Bingluo's words, he felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him, and had it not been for his steadfast will, he might have collapsed. How could this be? Yefan muttered to himself, his face paling. Is it truly identical to the Yi family's method? Seeing Yefan's distressed demeanor, Han Tiangang was equally astonished. Yet, soon he felt a surge of joy, for although the matter had been disclosed, it still did not involve Yefan's prescription. This was the Han family's method, and it bore no connection to Yefan. Previously, he had considered supporting Yefan with the intention of receiving gratitude in return, but he never intended for the Han family to owe him anything. Now, witnessing Yefan's disheartened state, Han Tiangang harbored no doubts about Han Bingluo's method. He promptly reached for his phone to arrange for its delivery to the Han family. I never expected, Xiaoluo, that you would possess knowledge of Xiaoling's sacred body and even have a remedy. Han Tiangang exclaimed, his face alight with happiness. Although he had no idea how Han Bingluo had acquired this knowledge, it mattered little to him. He cared not for the means, only the outcome. Han Bingling could activate her sacred body. Sister, you are the best, Han Bingling exclaimed, clinging to Han Bingluo's arm in delight. The atmosphere in the living room was joyful, save for two individuals who seemed to feel utterly detached from the scene. Yi Fan sat on the sofa, his expression one of despondency, as he faced Han Bingluo, seemingly stripped of all strength and means. Although Chen Xuan wore a smile, it was feigned. He cast a discreet glance at Yi Fan, and his expression shifted abruptly. How could this young man be more disheartened than himself? What has transpired, dear brother Yi Fan? You are the protagonist. You must rise. Chen Xuan, of course, could not believe that Yi Fan's confidence could be so easily shattered. As the chosen one, his inner fortitude was undeniable. Nonetheless, he worried that if events continued on this trajectory, they would spiral beyond his control. Although they already had, Chen Xuan still wished for Yi Fan to continue playing his role in the Han family's affair. Perhaps Yi Fan could still find residence within the Han family. Perhaps a spark could ignite between Han Bingluo and Yi Fan. Perhaps he could still cling to hope. However, the problem lay in Han Bingluo's relentless disruption of Yi Fan's stunning three-part act. The elder of the Han family would not make an appearance. How then would the final act unfold? How would Yi Fan showcase his prowess by demolishing the vitality testing machine before everyone? How could he capture the hearts of the Han sisters, who admired strength? After a brief moment, Chen Xuan took a deep breath, feeling an itch to engage. Uncle Han, do you have a vitality testing machine? I wish to strike a few blows. Chapter 14. The prodigal son cast out from the Han family. Chen Xuan ultimately decided to intervene. Perhaps this was his purpose for being present today? He felt compelled. For the original plot sequence of Yi Fan's triumphant acts could not be compromised. It was essential to astonish Han Tiangang with the dual sacred body and to evoke gratitude in Han Bingling by presenting the Ice Phoenix sacred body. Following that, he would shatter the vitality testing machine, astonishing Han Bingluo and drawing out the elder of the Han family. Subsequently, Han Tiangang would speak. And because Yi Fan could activate Han Bingling's sacred body, he would smoothly secure residence in the Han family, becoming the nominal protector of the two sisters. Yet now, due to the anomaly that was Han Bingluo, it appeared the plot could reach a standstill. That simply wouldn't do. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Chen Xuan. Since introducing himself, he had not uttered a single word, yet now he spoke. The Han family members regarded Chen Xuan with a mix of confusion and concern. Yi Fan, however, felt a jolt of clarity. All his plans hinged upon showcasing his unparalleled martial talent. Yet, due to Han Bingluo's repeated blows to his confidence, he had forgotten the very aspect he needed to display. It was only upon hearing Chen Xuan's reminder that he experienced a moment of enlightenment. And he even glanced at this destined fiancée of his, filled with gratitude. It itches? Then go strike a wall. At that moment, Han Bingluo's voice cut through. Her gaze fixed on Chen Xuan with disdain. This abrupt transition, this lackluster performance. She had lost interest in watching Yi Fan's charade. Moreover, even if Yi Fan were to break the testing machine, it would not stir a ripple within her heart. When Yi Fan's act was forewarned in Chen Xuan's thoughts, she would only find him amusing, akin to a jester performing. Father, you must have a purpose in bringing Yi Fan here today, correct? Han Bingluo inquired. Han Tiangang, momentarily taken aback, wore a resigned smile. Little Luo, you are quite astute. Today, I, along with several uncles, have brought Yi Fan to showcase his potential to you and your sister. Furthermore, we wish for him to reside in the Han family. Perhaps you could speak with your grandfather about his admission to Linghai Martial Arts High School? As expected, Han Bingluo internally scoffed. Admission was a minor concern. The crux was allowing Yi Fan to reside in the Han family and persuading her grandfather. Han Bingluo shook her head in resignation. She understood her father and uncle's intentions well. Their business acumen was evident. They would use any means necessary to cultivate talent for the benefit of the Han family, even if it meant treating daughters and nieces as tools. A chill ran down Han Bingluo's spine. Once a daughter was married, she was akin to water spilled. They had yet to wed, and already their thoughts were directed towards the future. Although such foresight was natural for the Han family, it left her feeling a sense of estrangement. Father, esteemed uncles, Han Bingluo stood and declared, I comprehend your intentions. But I must assert that the prosperity and strength of our family ultimately rely on our own kin. Even if I, Han Bingluo, marry, I will not turn a blind eye to the Han family's troubles, even if I am powerless to assist. And what of Chen Xuan? What of the Chen family? Chen Xuan sat up straight. Wait, Han Bingluo, why am I being dragged into this? Han Bingluo continued. Moreover, we two sisters are not yet married. We are not your tools for cultivating talent. Little Luo, what do you mean by that? Tools for cultivating talent? Han Bingluo's second uncle's expression darkened as he stood. Though they all understood the implications, such words should not be uttered aloud. They too had their pride. If word got out, how would they face the world? Han Bingluo chuckled coldly. Are you implying that none of you harbor such thoughts? Regarding me or little Ling? At this, the Han family fell silent. Upon realizing her sister was pointing at her, Han Bingling suddenly grasped the implications. Was her father and uncles indeed seeking a son-in-law? In an instant, her gaze towards Yi Fan shifted to one of wariness. For whom were they searching? Her sister was already bound in marriage. I will speak plainly. Your desire to support talent is your affair. With your capabilities, gaining admission should not be difficult, but I refuse to allow him to reside in the Han family. Han Bingluo declared resolutely. I concur. Han Bingling, eager to support her sister, raised both hands in agreement. Little Luo, this matter is non-negotiable. If you believe my words hold no weight, you may consult with grandfather. Han Tiangang found himself at a loss for words. Their intent was to have Han Bingluo persuade her father, yet now, all discussions were moot. The living room fell into silence. Hearing Han Bingluo's firm stance, Yi Fan's expression soured significantly. His meticulously crafted plan lay in ruins, and he had not even been afforded a chance to shine. An inexplicable rage ignited within him. Yet he had to maintain his composure before these two splendid women. This was more painful than death itself. Perhaps a strategic retreat is in order. I shall bide my time, Yi Fan consoled himself. Moreover, there were no alternatives at present. It would be wise to leave a favorable impression on the Han family. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Han Bingluo's icy gaze swept back towards him. Yi Fan, I do not know whether your presence in the Han family is your own desire or for some other reason. But I must inform you that the Han family will not take you in. Please, leave this instant. Han Bingluo's tone was resolute. Her voice devoid of any trace of anger. Her seemingly calm words carried an implicit warning. Yes, leave our home. We do not welcome you. Han Bingling echoed. Her tone far more blunt than her sister's, unrestrained in her expression. Observing the sisters' united front, Yi Fan's complexion shifted dramatically. He felt an intense frustration. Yet he maintained a smile. Uncle Han, it seems the Han family does not welcome me. I shall take my leave. With that, he hastily exited the Han residence. But the moment he turned, a shadow of determination flickered in his eyes. He would return to the Han family, and when he did, the entire household would bow before him. Is he really leaving just like that? Chen Xuan sighed softly as he watched Yi Fan, who seemed momentarily dejected, then regained his usual charismatic demeanor, chest out and head held high as he departed from the Han family. He understood better than anyone the resilience of Yi Fan. What could not kill him would only serve to make him stronger. The humiliation would transform into Yi Fan's motivation. This was the essence of every protagonist. As he beheld Yi Fan's retreating figure, Chen Xuan found himself silently praying for Han Bingluo. Han Bingluo, you have no idea what kind of existence you have provoked. You cannot comprehend the terrifying nature of such a person. May you seek your own fortune. I can only silently pray for you. Is it merely silent prayers? Han Bingluo glanced at Chen Xuan with a hint of melancholy, wishing to distance herself from the situation. But you are my fiancé after all. Chapter 15. Without room for maneuver, all I can do is strive. Uncle Han, I must take my leave. After Yi Fan departed, Chen Xuan lost the desire to linger in the Han residence. Everything that had transpired today was utterly unexpected, and he needed to collect his thoughts. Han Tiangang responded with a brief acknowledgement, then cast a glance at Han Bingluo's cousin. Chen Xuan thought Han Tiangang was signaling for his cousin to drive him home. But as he began to speak, he noticed his cousin had not even glanced in his direction and had exited the Han family's living room. Chen Xuan's lips twitched as he finally understood Han Tiangang's intent. Although Yi Fan did not reside with the Han family, Han Tiangang would not forsake his investment in Yi Fan. Given the Han family's financial resources, providing Yi Fan with accommodation was hardly an issue, and Yi Fan would inevitably join the same class as him as a transfer student. I'll see you off. Seeing Han Tiangang treat Chen Xuan this way, Han Bingluo felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Had it not been for her understanding of Chen Xuan's secret, she might have viewed him through the same colored lens as everyone else. However, upon realizing that Chen Xuan's demeanor was merely a facade, she felt a sense of injustice for him. Was it truly necessary to pretend to be worthless for so many years just to distance himself from her, or out of fear of Yi Fan? Han Bingluo found it incomprehensible, yet her gaze softened towards Chen Xuan as she recognized that being regarded as worthless, though she had never experienced it herself, was undoubtedly unpleasant. In that moment, she felt a pang of compassion for him. Don't. Chen Xuan, fearing Han Bingluo might conjure up some mischief, hastily waved his hand and hurriedly exited the Han residence as if fleeing. Just as Chen Xuan anticipated, upon stepping outside, he saw Yi Fan getting into Han Bingluo's cousin's car. Although the plot had shifted, Yi Fan remained unchanged. The two sisters, Han Bingluo and her sister, were the keys to unlocking Yi Fan's sacred physique, and his attention would inevitably be drawn to them. As he watched the car gradually disappear from sight, Chen Xuan stood in place, lost in thought. Damn Han Bingluo. In just a moment, his expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath. Initially, he had intended to lay low, avoiding attracting Yi Fan's attention and minimizing interactions with him. However, now everything had spiraled into the worst-case scenario. The very outcome Chen Xuan dreaded most. The marriage had not been called off, and Yi Fan had discovered that Han Bingluo had a fiancée. Moreover, their relationship seemed quite amicable. This had completely thrust Chen Xuan into the spotlight, even if he wished to remain aloof. He understood that due to his connection with Han Bingluo, it was far from feasible. Furthermore, recalling Han Bingluo's actions today that completely overturned his perception of her, Chen Xuan felt he had no room to maneuver. The thought of Han Bingluo introducing herself earlier at the Han residence made his lips quiver. While his primary objective was to avoid direct conflict with Yi Fan, he was forced to contemplate the most unfavorable outcomes. The presence of the stunning Han campus belle heightened his sense of urgency. This was a world of martial prowess, where only formidable strength could provide peace of mind. Mother, where are the ancestral martial arts of our Chen family? Upon returning home, Chen Xuan eagerly sought out his mother, Chen Su. Ancestral martial arts? Chen Su looked at Chen Xuan in surprise. What do you need that for? What else could it be for? Your son has awakened. I have decided to immerse myself in the secret chamber from now on and train diligently every day, Chen Xuan declared with a resolute expression, determined to turn over a new leaf. Though puzzled about what had transpired with Chen Xuan, and even suspecting it was merely a fleeting enthusiasm, Chen Su felt a sense of relief at his words. This is the very foundation upon which your father built his life. And it is also our Chen family's closely guarded secret. Moments later, Chen Su presented 2 martial arts manuals to Chen Xuan. Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist Burning Heaven Ashes. Although these martial arts did not reach the celestial grade, they were treasures of the Chen family. The greatest reliance of Chen Sihai, capable of fetching astronomical prices on the market. Chen Xuan glanced at them, then set aside the Burning Heaven Ashes, picking up the Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist instead. This was not to say he looked down upon the Burning Heaven Ashes. On the contrary, it was Chen Sihai's signature technique. This martial art ignited one's own vital energy, creating terrifying flames that could melt through alloy armor. However, such techniques were not suitable for Chen Xuan at his current stage of the Transcendence realm. He was still in the phase of refining his vital energy and enhancing his strength, and igniting it was beyond his reach. Only by breaking through to the warrior stage, or the transformation of strength stage, could he harness the various wonders of vital energy. Currently, basic martial arts techniques were undoubtedly more appropriate for someone of Chen Xuan's caliber in the Transcendence realm. Even ordinary martial arts techniques, even at the celestial grade, had minimal requirements for vital energy utilization. Gathering a small amount was sufficient. Mother, I'm off to train. Don't bother calling me for dinner. After informing Chen Su, Chen Xuan entered the training room of their home. The training room was immaculate and tidy, spanning over 100 square meters filled with various equipment for refining vital energy and enhancing strength. Of course, at Chen Sihai's level, he had no need for it. This training room was specifically prepared for Chen Xuan. However, the original incarnation of this devoted follower had not focused on martial arts at all. Chen Xuan couldn't recall the last time he had been there. Glancing around, he felt as if he were in a gym, and the only thing that piqued his interest was a power testing machine situated in the corner. In the original plot, Yi Fan had smashed this very power testing machine designed for the Transcendence realm. It featured a central target with an electronic display. When a fist struck the bullseye, the screen would indicate the power value. The Transcendence realm had a total of 9 grades. The parameters for the first grade ranged from 100 to 200, the second grade from 200 to 300, and so on. However, this was not the standard for classifying the Transcendence realm. The true goal of the Transcendence realm was to break through physical limits and unlock the 9 genetic locks within the body to ascend to the warrior stage. The power testing machine served to demonstrate one's potential in the Transcendence realm, the foundation of vital energy, and to recognize one's own strength. Even among individuals of the same realm, strengths varied significantly. Disregarding external factors such as martial techniques, power was the most direct representation. A minor realm would see fluctuations within the range of 100 power values. Naturally, this applied to ordinary individuals. Some prodigies, like Yi Fan, were capable of shattering the power testing machine at the 7th grade of the Transcendence realm. His 7th grade status in the Transcendence realm meant his power level had already reached that of a warrior. I wonder what power value I can unleash with a single punch. Setting aside the martial technique in his hand, Chen Xuan approached the power testing machine, eager to gain insight into his own strength. Ordinary individuals at the 3rd grade of the Transcendence realm typically had power parameters ranging from 300 to 400. However, Chen Xuan knew he was not an ordinary 3rd grade Transcendence realm individual. Perhaps he could exceed that by a small margin? Could he reach over 500? Chen Xuan had not considered smashing the power testing machine. After all, Yi Fan was at the 7th grade while he was at the 3rd. If he could match the strength of an ordinary 4th grade individual, he would be more than satisfied. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch. Chapter 16. Effort determines the lower limit. The system determines the upper limit. Are you saying this kid has been in the training room all day? At dinner time, upon hearing Qin Su discuss Chen Xuan, Chen Sihai looked incredulous. I hope he is not just sneaking in there to sleep. Enough with that. Aren't you pleased that your son is working so hard? Qin Su cast a sidelong glance at Chen Sihai. In my opinion, Xiao Xian's enthusiasm this time is not merely a fleeting passion. Perhaps he truly has the potential to gain admission to a martial arts university. With a faint chuckle, Chen Sihai smiled awkwardly. No one desired more than he did for his son to be accepted into a martial arts academy. As the foremost expert in Linghai City and the highest commander of the local military, he cared deeply about his reputation. Yet, Chen Xuan was merely a useless sycophant. What could he possibly do? Day after day, he endured the ridicule of others, silently bearing the weight. With only 100 days remaining until the martial arts entrance examination, Chen Xuan was merely at the 2nd tier of the Transcendence realm. No matter how hard he tried, how many small realms could he possibly break through? His martial arts talent was abysmal. He lacked a sacred body and had been pampered since childhood, unable to withstand hardship, and he harbored no desire to become stronger. Even if he resolved to change his ways now, what good would it do? Moreover, if effort alone sufficed, what need would there be for talent or a sacred body? Chen Sihai understood that Qin Su was not ignorant, but rather lost in her dreams, hoping for her son to soar. He sighed inwardly. If this boy could truly persevere and achieve the 4th tier in the martial arts examination, he would be willing to risk his own reputation and use the Chen family's resources to pull some strings for him. In the training room, Chen Xuan lay sprawled on the mat, gasping for breath. The screen of the power testing machine in the corner lit up with several prominent numbers. 888. This was the pinnacle of Chen Xuan's strength in a single punch, and he was quite satisfied. Indeed, it exceeded his expectations. From a purely physical strength perspective, he was already on par with the average 7th tier of the Transcendence realm. That afternoon, Chen Xuan also practiced the ancestral technique, Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. However, the outcome left much to be desired. Whether training his vitality or mastering martial arts techniques, progress was not instantaneous. Not everyone is a genius. To surpass others by a margin requires significantly more effort. After a busy afternoon, all Chen Xuan could claim was a basic understanding of the fist technique. But to speak of actual combat effectiveness was a stretch. In summary, despite his efforts that afternoon, it felt largely futile. For Chen Xuan, who urgently needed to enhance his strength, the results of hard work were far too slow. If only the system could allocate points. Or perhaps deduct some of his lifespan to elevate his martial arts to mastery. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving another day. You have earned 100 survival points. Chen Xuan jolted upright, fatigue instantly vanishing. Upon hearing the system's melodious voice, he felt a renewed sense of hope. Effort may determine one's lower limits, but the system could define his upper limits. A lottery. I must try my luck. Chen Xuan eagerly accessed the system. He had previously neglected the system shop, which contained valuable items, but he was merely a pauper, pinning his hopes on the lucky draw. With only a few minutes left of the new player benefits and a discount event, Chen Xuan hurriedly chose to draw lots. Eager to take advantage of the system's final goodwill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the heaven-level martial technique, Supreme Fist. Heaven level? Chen Xuan was astonished by his own fortune. Martial techniques are categorized into 5 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, and Human. The Chen family's ancestral martial techniques were merely of the profound grade. Even across the nation, Earth-level martial techniques were exceedingly rare, and Heaven-level techniques were as rare as phoenix feathers. Now, Chen Xuan had unexpectedly acquired a Heaven-level martial technique. With a flicker of thought, Chen Xuan examined this martial technique. Supreme Fist. When utilizing this martial technique, it activates one's potential concentrating vital energy and strength into a single punch, significantly enhancing power beyond current capabilities. However, please note that after executing the Supreme Fist, one will experience considerable depletion. Would you like to learn it? Upon reading the description, Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned. Although it had a slight side effect of exhaustion after a single punch, this technique would undoubtedly become his greatest trump card. It unleashed his potential, generating incredible combat power. As if tailor-made for Chen Xuan. Currently, he was no match for Yi Fan. He lacked the strength to resist in a confrontation. Despite having a system that could rapidly enhance his skills, the thought of catching up to Yi Fan left Chen Xuan feeling uncertain. Though Yi Fan lacked a system, he had the guidance of a remnant soul of a martial sage as a mentor, and as the protagonist, Yi Fan's innate talent was unparalleled. Advancing his realm was as easy as drinking water. Now, with the Supreme Fist, Chen Xuan finally sensed a glimmer of possibility to exchange blows with Yi Fan. Nevertheless, it seemed that every major antagonist possessed some form of dark, unorthodox technique. Chen Xuan felt himself increasingly leaning towards becoming the ultimate villain. After all, every great antagonist seemed to know a technique that could unleash hidden potential. As he contemplated the introduction of the Supreme Fist, Chen Xuan discovered a crucial question. Would you like to learn it? His heart raced. Could it be? Learn. In an instant, a buzz resonated in Chen Xuan's mind. Upon opening his eyes, all knowledge of the technique, the moves, methods of vital energy circulation, flooded his consciousness, as if he had practiced it countless times and had achieved mastery. Perfect. This was exactly the essence. If effort alone were sufficient, what need would there be for a system? Meanwhile, in the Han family's training room, upon learning of Han Bingling's Ice Phoenix sacred body, Han Tiangang had already prepared the materials required to activate the sacred body. At this moment, under the watchful eye of the Han family patriarch, Han Bingling successfully activated her Ice Phoenix sacred body. A wave of chilling energy erupted, even through the door. The frigid aura was palpable. The door to the training room slowly opened, and Han Bingling emerged, her face alight with joy as she hurried upstairs. Sister, thank you. She burst into Han Binglu's room, throwing herself into her sister's embrace. Did it work? Han Binglu stroked her little sister's hair. Han Bingling nodded, her eyes sparkling. Sister, I truly am the Ice Phoenix sacred body. You were absolutely right. But how did you know? She suddenly turned suspiciously toward Han Binglu. They were inseparable. And even she had been unaware of her own sacred body. How had Han Binglu come to know? At that moment, an overwhelming curiosity swelled within Han Bingling. Han Binglu did not elaborate. Seemingly recalling something, she smiled gently. Don't ask. However, I can tell you that the person you should be most grateful to is Chen Xuan. Han Binglu did not claim Han Bingling's gratitude for herself. Aware that Han Bingling held a slight disdain for Chen Xuan, she sought to alter Chen Xuan's image in her sister's eyes, for they might become family in the future. Yet, Han Binglu solemnly added, Promise me, do not inquire further, nor disclose this to anyone. Han Bingling nodded, still bewildered. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's name, she was already flabbergasted. Chen Xuan? What connection could her activation of the sacred body possibly have with him? Chapter 17. Han Binglu's little coat begins to leak wind. Han Bingling was filled with 1,000 questions, but no matter how she pressed, Han Binglu remained resolute in her silence. Even when employing her most charming tactics, Han Binglu refused to utter a single word. The fact that Han Bingling could appreciate Chen Xuan's merits was the greatest concession she could manage. She could never reveal her secret ability to hear Chen Xuan's thoughts. Although he was her little sister, Han Binglu was unwilling to do so. After all, this matter was somewhat fantastical, and it was a secret between her and Chen Xuan. Han Binglu believed her sister would not go against her wishes. Han Bingling had always been obedient, especially towards her sister, and Han Binglu felt completely at ease. However, unbeknownst to Han Binglu, as soon as Han Bingling exited the room and closed the door, she was already jumping up and down in frustration. I knew it. Han Bingling stood at the door, fierce and resolute. I knew you had secrets with him. Her eyes glared resentfully at the door, as if she could scrutinize Han Binglu from within. Suspicions had begun to arise from the moment Han Binglu's unusual behavior started, and now, Han Bingling was thoroughly convinced. She pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged. Her sister had begun to harbor secrets she was unwilling to share. Han Bingling found herself unusually sleepless that night, her mind consumed by thoughts of Chen Xuan and her sister's little secret, or perhaps why her sister had urged her to thank Chen Xuan. A profound sense of abandonment and an overwhelming sense of crisis filled Han Bingling's heart. It felt as though Chen Xuan was gradually stealing her sister away. The following morning, with dark circles under her eyes, Han Bingling anxiously gazed towards the front door, akin to her sister Han Binglu's demeanor from yesterday, now also anticipating Chen Xuan's appearance. Although she had promised her sister not to inquire, she was clever enough to devise alternative methods to uncover the duo's secret. A restless curiosity bubbled within her, much like a curious kitten eager to unravel her numerous doubts. As noon approached, she mused, perhaps this fellow would not show up after all. Casting a glance at the clock, a sense of melancholy washed over her. If he wouldn't come, then she would have to seek him out at his house. Clenching her fists, she resolved to take the initiative. While she couldn't question her sister's instructions, she could confront him about his unusual behavior yesterday. Oh, and that question. Han Bingling slapped her forehead, her confusion now compounded. Just yesterday, he had sought her advice on how to make her sister dislike him. It was baffling. She couldn't comprehend it. If she didn't unravel their peculiar dynamics, she would surely suffer another sleepless night. Sister, I'm heading out. Han Bingling called up the stairs. What for? Han Binglu's door creaked open as she inquired. Today, she appeared considerably more at ease, having gleaned Chen Xuan's true feelings and anticipated his absence. I'm going to the street to buy some small cakes. Yes, small cakes. Han Bingling replied, her eyes sparkling as she maintained a calm facade. After an intense training session the previous afternoon, Chen Xuan woke up feeling sore and fatigued despite the enhancements from the medicinal pills he'd consumed, which had significantly improved his physical condition. Even with a solid foundation in the transcendence realm, he found the unexpected high-intensity training somewhat overwhelming. Train hard until you can't anymore. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth, determined. Without a robust physique, how could he become a formidable antagonist? He had no desire to be a mere punching bag. Xian, aren't you going to the Han residence today? His mother, Chen Su, asked during breakfast. The Han residence? No. Chen Xuan shook his head vigorously, his mouth full, before taking a sip of water to clear his throat. He looked at his mother earnestly. Women will only hinder my strength. I need to train. You child, Chen Su chuckled, bemused. In just a day, her once devoted son seemed to have undergone a transformation. And she was still adjusting. While she was unaware of the specifics, she sensed Chen Xuan had been impacted by something. Sighing, she watched as he departed, feeling a mixture of pride and concern. Although she was pleased with his newfound determination, she wondered how he would manage to maintain relationships if he continued to train so intensely. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chen Su rose to answer it. A young girl, seemingly around Chen Xuan's age, stood at the threshold, her dual ponytails framing delicate features and a youthful complexion. Hello, Auntie, is this Chen Xuan's home? Her voice was as melodious as a lark, and her smile radiated warmth, lifting the mood. Indeed, this is Chen Xuan's home. I am his mother. And you are? Chen Su inquired, surprised that such a lovely girl had come to see Chen Xuan. After years without any girls visiting him, she felt a sudden pang of concern. Could this be the reason for his change in affections? Hello, Auntie, I am Han Binglu's sister, Han Bingling, she replied politely. Oh, so you are the little sister. Chen Su exclaimed, relief flooding her as she smiled broadly. Come in, come in. My, how you've grown. I remember holding you when you were just a baby. Auntie, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought I had come to the wrong house. You look so young, not at all like Chen Xuan's mother. Oh, you sweet girl. Come along. Chen Xuan is in the training room. Although unsure of the reason, Han Binglu seemed particularly resistant to Yi Fan. In the training room, Chen Xuan was deep in thought while exercising, contemplating what Yi Fan's next move might be. The plot had diverged. While he was aware of the significant events between Yi Fan and the female lead, he found it challenging to ensure everything unfolded according to his expectations. For instance, if Yi Fan had not moved into the Han residence, what would his next step be? If he were Yi Fan, he wouldn't approach Han Binglu at this juncture, as it would only deepen her resistance. Conversely, Han Bingling presented a more accessible opportunity. Chen Xuan pondered, recognizing that winning over Han Bingling would be considerably less challenging than dealing with her sister. She didn't exhibit the same aversion towards Yi Fan as Han Binglu did. Additionally, having been well protected by Han Binglu, this girl was rather naive and easily deceived. For Yi Fan, Han Bingling was indeed an exceptional choice. If things unfolded as he anticipated, he could enjoy a period of safety. This young girl had no ties to him and would prefer he stayed away from her sister. It would be a stroke of luck if she didn't harbor any ill feelings towards him. Chen Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Han Bingling, his nominal sister-in-law, had never been on friendly terms with him, and any developments between her and Yi Fan would not implicate him in the slightest. At that moment, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Xian, stop training. Look who has come. His mother, Chen Su, called out, pushing the door to the training room open. Turning, Chen Xuan saw Han Bingling standing behind his mother, her smile bright and welcoming. For a moment, He doubted his perception. Could it really be Han Bingling at the door? Yet there she was, waving cheerfully. Chen Xuan felt utterly defeated. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Han Bingling and he had no connection, yet now she was at his doorstep. Why did it seem as though the Han sisters were conspiring against him? Gazing at Han Bingling, he felt a chill run down his spine. After contemplating Yi Fan's intentions, he realized that Han Bingling was even more formidable than Han Binglu, as she could very well be Yi Fan's next target. He had no desire to become entangled with Yi Fan due to Han Bingling's involvement. What brings you here? Your sister isn't with you, is she? He glanced towards the door, noting the absence of Han Binglu. This only deepened his confusion. It made sense for Han Binglu to visit, given her status as his fiancée. But Han Bingling had no reason or motive to come. To her, he was merely an interloper who had taken her sister away. Chen Xuan found it hard to believe that Han Bingling was here to foster a connection. Why can't I come? Han Bingling retorted, scrutinizing Chen Xuan with a raised eyebrow. Do you seem like you don't welcome me? Of course, welcome, welcome. Chen Xuan forced a grin. Knowing better than to show any signs of unwelcomeness, he was well aware of her temperament. Should he exhibit even the slightest hint of discontent, she would remember it for a lifetime and seek revenge. Internally, Chen Xuan began to grumble. I welcome you. You're a bigger headache than your sister. I'd rather you kept your distance. This girl was a disaster. Being close to her would only invite a series of absurd misfortunes. In the narrative, there had always been a mysterious force targeting the Han family, even attempting to use Yi Fan as an insider to infiltrate them, though he had refused. Compared to Chen Xuan, this force was far more formidable. In the original storyline, after Yi Fan moved into the Han household, he completely became Han Bingling's protector, handling various troublesome matters. Naturally, due to these unexpected incidents and calamities, Yi Fan stealthily made his way into Han Bingling's heart while pretending to be impressive. Consequently, Han Bingling's thoughts were entirely focused on Yi Fan, even though the sister she spent her days and nights with could not compare to the destined prince, Chen Xuan, who was neither a child of destiny nor possessed the same capabilities and vigor as Yi Fan. Just managing Han Bingluo was already enough to give Chen Xuan a headache. Adding Han Bingling into the mix would be unbearable. Suddenly, two distinct voices belonging to Chen Xuan echoed in Han Bingling's ears, causing her to pause. Her bright eyes fixated on him, her brows furrowing in confusion. What did you say? I said, of course, I welcome you, young lady. Chen Xuan raised his voice, wearing a polite smile. What is wrong with your young ears? This time, Han Bingling stared intently at Chen Xuan, firmly convinced that she had not misheard. It was indeed Chen Xuan's voice, yet when she heard the second voice, Chen Xuan had not spoken. What was happening? A storm brewed within Han Bingling's heart. How could she encounter such absurdity right after activating the holy body? Young as she was, her capacity for acceptance was remarkably swift and being exceptionally clever. She immediately conjured a bold hypothesis. Could it be that she possessed a martial talent, a holy body that allowed her to hear the thoughts of others? Instantly, Han Bingling's eyes sparkled, her face breaking into a foolish grin. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's inner voice resounded again. Sigh, this silly girl is so naive. Laughing for half a day over a single sentence. However, her days will not be so bright for long. The forces targeting the Han sisters will soon make their move. The Han family's business has grown too large. Perhaps Han Tiangang never anticipated that it would bring calamity upon his daughter. It would not be an exaggeration to say the Han family was the wealthiest in Linghai City, but their status was built upon wealth. The Han family lacked true strength. Although they had old Master Han, he was an aging tiger, his vigor waning, having not taken action for nearly a decade, relying solely on the reputation he had built in his youth. With the Han family's business expanding too much, surrounded by wolves, they had enjoyed years of comfort. Unlike the Chun family with its official backing, now, someone wanted to test the waters. If their strength did not match, the Han family would fall from grace. The primary targets would naturally be Han Tiangong's two daughters. Due to the Chun family's influence, Chen Sihai was in his prime, the highest military commander stationed in Linghai City. While Han Bingluo, being cold and reclusive, was not a preferred target. However, Han Bingling was different. Her lively nature made her a prime target. It's rather cliché. The mastermind behind this force is also a woman. Han Bingluo, Han Bingling. Even the underground queen of Linghai City may ultimately become Yi Fan's harem. Damn, just thinking about it is infuriating. Chen Xuan could not help but lament the malicious setup, where the male antagonist deserved to be struck down, while the female would end up in the harem. This was the trend set by that wretched author. Chen Xuan seemed to know something. Meanwhile, Han Bingling, listening to Chen Xuan's inner voice, felt her smile gradually fade. The few sentences from Chen Xuan conveyed an abundance of information that overwhelmed her mind. She could not comprehend why Chen Xuan knew these things, and sensing his certainty in his thoughts only deepened her confusion. Today, she had intended to investigate the secret between Han Bingluo and Chen Xuan, but now, with one secret after another, her head throbbed. She dismissed the notion that she was an unparalleled genius or a dual talent. That conclusion simply did not hold water. If she truly possessed such a talent, why could she not hear others' thoughts? Why only Chen Xuan? Subsequently, another bold assumption surfaced in her mind. Could it be that her sister could also hear Chen Xuan's thoughts? Han Bingling's eyes brightened, feeling she had stumbled upon the most logical explanation. If her sister could hear thoughts, she would know that Han Bingling was the Ice Phoenix holy body, thus wanting her to direct that grace towards Chen Xuan without allowing her to question her. It was the only possibility. The more Han Bingling thought, the more sense it made, and the more convinced she became. As for why Chen Xuan knew these secrets, with just a slight contemplation, a smile graced her lips. This was nothing she could not handle. The truth was singular. Chen Xuan was far from being as simple as he appeared. His usual demeanor was likely a facade. He was not the worthless being without a holy body. He was someone she had never heard of before. A unique existence capable of peering into the river of time and foreseeing the future, the supreme holy body of foresight. Han Bingling whimsically concocted a name. However, that was of little importance. At present, she simply wanted to commend her clever brain. She could not help but hum softly, her big eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Xuan. Just now, he had called her a silly girl in his heart, hadn't he? Chapter 19, The Reckoning Begins. And she lost her heart. Thinking of how Chen Xuan had called her a silly girl, Han Bingling felt indignant. How clever she was. Upon arriving at the Chen family, she had already uncovered her sister's secret. Knowing she could hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, she felt a surge of excitement mixed with a sense of glee. That guy was double-faced. Although he said one thing, it could very well be a falsehood. Han Bingling pondered, her heart filled with a desire to probe into Chen Xuan's impression of her. Chen Xuan, what are your thoughts about me? Or do you think I have any strengths or weaknesses? With a faint smile on her face, she gazed at Chen Xuan as she spoke. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Han Bingling's question. What on earth is wrong with this girl today? Why is she asking me this? Although he was puzzled, he feigned contemplation, then spoke under Han Bingling's expectant gaze. You are clever and smart. This first compliment struck directly at Han Bingling's heart, causing her to nod furiously. And beautiful. What else? Kind-hearted. What next? Full of vitality. Is there more? Chen Xuan. It was no wonder Han Bingling was eager to hear this. Primarily, when he spoke those words, she did not hear his inner voice. Did this not imply that these were his true thoughts? In an instant, Han Bingling's gaze towards Chen Xuan softened considerably. So, I am so exceptional in Chen Xuan's eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and she felt a bit bashful. Actually, I'm not that great. I have quite a few flaws. Oh, what flaws do you have? If I had to say, the only flaw is that you are too outstanding, so much so that everyone feels inferior in your presence. Han Bingling. She felt dizzy, completely overwhelmed by Chen Xuan's flattery. However, the next moment, Chen Xuan's inner voice echoed in her mind. This silly girl doesn't he really think she is that exceptional, does she? That is quite perplexing. Don't you have any self-awareness? While it's true I can't fabricate your strengths, your flaws are equally numerous. While I can say you're clever, it's only because you don't apply it properly. You come off as a child who has not grown up. Clever, kind, naive, and beautiful? In summary, it's just a pretty face with a lack of brains. I wonder what goes through that little head of yours every day? Moreover, you're petty and hold grudges. If someone wrongs you, you'll remember it for a lifetime, itching for revenge every day. Headstrong, willful, and unreasonable, yet you think you're flawless? Upon hearing this, Han Bingling instantly snapped back to reality. Her chest heaved slightly, her breathing became rapid, and her silver teeth ground together ominously. She felt as if she could barely restrain herself from giving him a punch. Originally, everything was a deception. Han Bingling felt like a complete fool. She had been toyed with by Chen Xuan. Had it not been for the resonance of his heart, she might have fallen for it completely. Although she had mentally prepared herself beforehand, she could not contain her emotions at this moment. How could he speak of her in such a way? Retribution. It was imperative. Her mind was already racing with thoughts of how to retaliate against Chen Xuan. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's thoughts echoed in her mind once more. Alas, I do feel a pang of sympathy for this girl. Despite being in the Han family, she remains so innocent. Should I commend Han Bingluo for her protection or lament her carefree nature? She usually presents herself as eloquent and clever, yet no one understands her. These are merely facades to mask her profound loneliness. Aside from her sister, she has no one close to her, not a single friend at school. No one has ever comprehended the true depths of Han Bingling's inner world. No one knows that what she needs more than wealth is companionship. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan's gaze towards Han Bingling softened with pity. It was not that Han Bingluo did not understand her sister, but rather her disposition made it impossible for her to indulge Han Bingling's whims daily. As a distinguished figure, Han Bingluo held her own pride, dedicating herself solely to the martial arts. Meanwhile, Han Bingling, though vengeful and resentful, was equally capable of harboring gratitude for a lifetime. Growing up in the Han household, bereft of parental companionship, she had entrusted all her emotional needs to Han Bingluo. Because her sister treated her kindly, she often directed her grievances towards Chen Xuan, not wanting her sister to leave her side, and especially not wanting someone as exceptional as her sister to marry a worthless man. But today, at this very moment, Han Bingling fell silent, realizing that the person who understood her best was Chen Xuan. She had never anticipated that her years of pretense, the loneliness buried deep within her heart, could be sensed by him. Chen Xuan's heartfelt thoughts shattered the facade she had maintained, striking at her very core. Of course, this was the essence of Chen Xuan's thoughts. Had someone voiced these sentiments before her, Han Bingling would undoubtedly have denied them vehemently. Yet now, her pride remained intact. At the same time, she recognized that there was someone who truly understood her. Tears welled in her eyes, and she felt as though her long-held grievances had finally found an outlet. Chen Xuan, overwhelmed by the moment, felt Han Bingling finally succumb to her emotions, burying her head in his embrace and weeping uncontrollably. "What is this? Don't come near me. Don't come near me." Chen Xuan was utterly taken aback, surprised by the sudden softness enveloping him. He looked down at Han Bingling, completely bewildered by the situation. How could this happen? Why did it feel as though the bond between him and this girl had suddenly deepened immeasurably? An overwhelming sensation coursed through him, making his scalp tingle. Have I praised her to the point of moving her so deeply? Chen Xuan found it hard to comprehend. Was Han Bingling truly this sentimental? Had she never been complimented before? Speechless, Chen Xuan was utterly at a loss. No wonder you were the first to capture Yi Fan's attention. It's almost too easy to win you over. Chen Xuan's lips twitched in disbelief. He had not realized that to dismantle Han Bingling's defenses, he merely needed to touch her most fragile heart. For years, she had longed for someone who could truly understand her. Someone who would allow her to express her emotions and reveal her tender side. This person need not possess immense strength or martial prowess. They simply needed to understand, cherish, and protect her. Do you truly despise me? Are you unwilling to embrace me? Suddenly, Han Bingling looked up, her big eyes filled with a pitiful longing directed at Chen Xuan. At that moment, she genuinely craved a warm embrace. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback by her question. Yet, seeing her so forlorn, he found it impossible to refuse. Though I don't understand why she has suddenly become so tearful, it seems she genuinely needs a hug. Oh well, after all, Yi Fan cannot see this. Chen Xuan stretched out his arm, gently enveloping Han Bingling in an embrace. Chapter 20. Should I indulge this love-starved girl's fantasies? Han Bingling's gaze softened. She didn't even think about Yi Fan anymore. The relationship between her and Yi Fan was merely a figment of Chen Xuan's imagination, one that hadn't yet materialized, and she felt it likely never would. She harbored no feelings for Yi Fan and had no reason to share her sister's disdain. She relished the present moment. Chen Xuan's embrace imparted an unfamiliar warmth, distinct from what her sister provided. So much so that Han Bingling's eyes began to squint in contentment. With beauty in his arms, Chen Xuan remained oblivious to any ulterior motives. Despite being his sister-in-law, the exhilarating thrill of the situation did not cloud his mind. Chen Xuan found everything that was occurring utterly perplexing. How could he unwittingly be deepening his bond with Han Bingling? He could hardly accept it. He was still preoccupied with thoughts of merely surviving. If Han Bingling became further entangled with him, he shuddered at the thought. He was terrified to even imagine the implications. Chen Xuan trembled internally, wishing to hastily extricate himself from Han Bingling's presence. I'll just fulfill the role of a father figure, satisfying this love-starved girl's inner fantasies. In the next moment, Chen Xuan's thoughts resonated once more. Han Bingling's eyes widened, and her face flushed with indignation. You want to be my father? Bam! Angrily, Han Bingling punched Chen Xuan in the chest, and, without uttering another word, stormed off. The once tender atmosphere was shattered. She had no desire to remain there. What did he mean by a love-starved girl? She felt humiliated and refused to admit to any lack of affection. No. Are you out of your mind? Chen Xuan was equally bewildered by the punch. He found Han Bingling utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps this was simply the nature of women? Chen Xuan chose not to chase after her. It was better this way, and he was even glad to witness this scene. However, the next moment, he overheard a conversation between Han Bingling and her mother. Xiaoling, why don't you stay for lunch? What would you like me to prepare? No, thank you, Auntie. I'm heading to the cake shop. I'll visit you again next time. Initially, Chen Xuan thought nothing of it, but moments later, a realization hit him like a bolt from the blue. A cake shop? In the original storyline, the first crisis Han Bingling faced occurred at a cake shop. An uncontrollable low-level demon beast appeared, nearly claiming Han Bingling's life. Of course, due to Yi Fan's presence, it had merely become a minor episode. This incident also marked the first time Han Bingling felt the sensation of being protected by someone other than her sister. Recalling the timeline, it was precisely the day after Yi Fan moved into the Han household. Today, the timing and location matched perfectly. But the problem was that Yi Fan was not by Han Bingling's side. In an instant, a chill ran down Chen Xuan's spine. This shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? Chen Xuan thought nervously. He truly wished to remain uninvolved with the two sisters of the Han family. Yet now, he was the only one aware that the plot had changed, though he had no idea how this anomaly related to him. The original narrative and character trajectories had already shifted. Without Yi Fan, would Han Bingling still face this crisis? The answer was undoubtedly yes. For this event had been meticulously orchestrated. What would happen without Yi Fan? The worst-case scenario was that Han Bingling might perish. Chen Xuan's heart sank. Logically speaking, if Han Bingling were to die, it would actually be advantageous for him. After all, as the key to unlocking Yi Fan's sacred body, her disappearance would naturally weaken Yi Fan. But why did he feel a twinge of discomfort? Looking at the two trails of tears on his chest, Chen Xuan felt conflicted. In one fleeting moment, the girl was cradled in his embrace. Yet in the next, she could very well transform into a lifeless, cold corpse. He had long been aware of this grim possibility, yet had chosen to remain a passive observer, fearing the so-called trouble it might bring. While he certainly wished to survive and avoid any contact with Yi Fan, the cost of such survival, watching one familiar face after another fall, felt unbearable. To stand idly by, knowing he had the power to intervene, was equally disheartening. What significance would it hold? Even if he were to outlive everyone and become the ultimate villain who eliminated Yi Fan? Chen Xuan questioned himself, unwilling to accept such a conclusion. If merely evading matters related to Yi Fan was the price of survival, then what was the true purpose of his journey into the martial arts? In that moment, clarity washed over him, revealing the path he ought to take. Mother, I must step out for a moment, Chen Xuan declared, racing out with determination, stealthily following behind Han Bingling. In truth, he possessed alternative means to circumvent Han Bingling's imminent crisis, such as anonymously alerting the city's safety center about an uncontrolled first-tier beast prowling the streets. However, after much contemplation, he deemed that approach unsatisfactory, fearful of exposing himself. After all, it would be difficult to explain how he had come by such knowledge. Furthermore, Chen Xuan sought to confirm a lingering question. Was there, perhaps, a melodramatic plot between Yi Fan and the female protagonist? Yi Fan had not taken residence in the Han household, nor become Han Bingling's bodyguard. Yet if fate allowed their paths to cross today, he would truly be impressed. If the altered storyline could still converge with the original plot, then what need was there for him to hide? He could simply await his demise at the hands of Yi Fan with resigned acceptance. As he pondered, a deep bark shattered the silence, and it dawned on Chen Xuan that he had followed Han Bingling to a bustling street. This was it. He felt a jolt of realization and began surveying his surroundings. The street was teeming with food stalls, toy shops, and children's stores, populated solely by women and children, with not a single martial artist in sight. As for Yi Fan, not even a shadow lingered. Chen Xuan couldn't decide whether to feel relieved or despondent. In the original narrative, this calamity was meticulously orchestrated, involving a frenzied first-tier canine beast. Such a creature matched the martial prowess of a human warrior, far beyond what Han Bingling could contend with. Moreover, her formidable cultivation was rendered useless against a foe of such caliber. Was he expected to intervene? Chen Xuan felt tears of frustration welling up. He had no certainty of his own ability to combat this beast, and even if he could, he had no desire to reveal his strength or let Han Bingling discover that he had saved her. He pulled out his phone, intending to play the role of a concerned citizen. Just then, another heavy bark echoed ominously. A manhole cover suddenly shifted, subsequently blasted open by an overwhelming force. A massive canine beast emerged, exuding a foul stench, its damp, matted fur clinging to its gaunt bones, clearly starved for days. Filthy water dripped from its body, pooling on the ground into a putrid puddle, its appearance starkly incongruous amidst the vibrant street. In an instant, chaos erupted. What was this? A beast? How could one exist in the city? Children, run! The screams of women and the cries of children filled the air, while the beast, unfazed by the commotion, fixed its blood-red eyes hungrily upon Han Bingling, drooling as if it had spotted its most delectable prey. Curse it! Han Bingling had already been ensnared. Chen Xuan cursed under his breath, then, with a sudden epiphany, smashed a nearby glass display case with a punch. Inside was a superhero costume. Chapter 21. Truly. One punch, Chen Xuan. At that moment, the street was thrown into disarray. Faced with the first-tier beast, everyone was solely concerned with escaping, oblivious to Chen Xuan shattering the storefront and stealing the skin-tight suit. Move quickly, Chen Xuan urged, hastily donning the tight Ultraman attire as he kept an eye on Han Bingling's predicament. He had no intention of revealing himself. If Han Bingling discovered he was not the useless person she believed him to be, plus that he had saved her, he couldn't fathom how she might react. He was not like Yi Fan, the epitome of a womanizer, and had no interest in this troublesome girl, who was even more difficult than her sister. He was currently weak, and the last thing he wanted was to get entangled in such complications. Thus, he had no choice but to disguise himself for the time being. Mommy, why isn't that sister running? In an instant, everyone had fled to safety, leaving Han Bingling alone. Her small face turned pale, her exposed, delicate legs trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't that she did not wish to escape. Rather, an overwhelming sense of danger had enveloped her, and she realized she had been targeted by the beast. Gazing into the beast's crimson eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. I am at the 5th tier of the transformation realm. I can do this. I must. She forced herself to remain calm, mentally encouraging herself. But in the next moment, the beast let out a fearsome howl, unleashing an aura of dread that swept across the vicinity. Even those who had taken refuge in nearby shops felt an intense wave of terror. No, I can't do this. I am worthless. Even Han Bingling, at the 5th tier of the transformation realm, turned even paler. Tears threatened to spill as she confronted her own helplessness. A first-tier beast corresponded to the human martial artist realm, and she, merely at the 5th tier, found her fighting spirit extinguished by the mere pressure emanating from the creature. Having been the jewel of the Han family, a sheltered flower, Han Bingling had never faced such a dire situation. She was nothing but a waste, possessing cultivation without any combat capability. The beast's roar left her mind blank. All the martial techniques she had learned in school, all the family secrets, slipped her mind, and she immediately turned to flee. Yet, as she moved, the beast lunged at her with ferocious speed. A glance back sent her heart into a panic, and she stumbled, collapsing onto the ground. Han Bingling felt as if death were upon her, screaming in utter despair. Suddenly, a figure darted into view, strikingly prominent in the open street. Countless children turned their eyes toward this figure, their expressions lighting up. Mommy, look, it's light. Boom. Confronting the first-tier beast, Chen Xuan did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate martial technique, the Supreme Fist. Channeling all his vitality and strength into a single blow, he struck the beast squarely. Thud. With a resounding impact, the beast was sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall of a shop. Chen Xuan remained vigilant, his gaze fixed. The beast convulsed a few times, blood trickling from its mouth, before it finally fell still. Had he truly killed it with one punch? Chen Xian's taut nerves relaxed, relief flooding his heart. This was not the typical strength of a first-tier beast. It had not exhibited its full prowess. Whatever it had been fed had driven it to madness, dulling its agility and leaving it unaware of Chen Xian's approach. Consequently, the beast had received a solid blow, and combined with its weakened state from days without food, Chen Xian's strike had sealed its fate. Nevertheless, it was still a first-tier beast, while he was merely at the 3rd tier of the transformation realm. Phew! Chen Xuan gasped for breath. At first, he felt nothing. But now he realized he was drenched in sweat, his muscles ached, and a slight tremor coursed through his body. A pervasive sense of weakness enveloped him, as if he had been through a grueling ordeal. His vision darkened, and his steps faltered. He truly felt as though his physical strength had been completely drained. Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. That formidable punch was indeed terrifying, granting him the power to slay a first-level beast despite being only a 3rd-tier practitioner. Yet, the side effects and drawbacks were glaringly apparent. He could only deliver a single blow. If his opponent did not perish, he would surely meet his own demise. It seemed he could only reserve it as a trump card for the future. The repercussions of that supreme punch rendered Chen Xuan hesitant to wield it carelessly, relegating it to his final resort. However, in addition to his weakened state, Chen Xuan faced a more pressing issue. Han Bingling was fixated upon him. Her large, sparkling eyes glimmered with admiration. He was simply stunning. Nothing could compare to the moment when a despondent girl, her heart in despair, witnessed a savior descend from the heavens. He shone like a beacon, illuminating Han Bingling's heart in an instant. Although she had no knowledge of his appearance, she was certain he must be exceptionally handsome. That punch had not only vanquished the beast, but had also shattered her youthful heart. Countless romantic scenes from films flooded her mind, as she fantasized about a melodramatic encounter between herself and this gallant hero. "Thank you for saving me." Han Bingling's melodic voice rang out. "I am Han Bingling. What is your name? Could you lend me a hand? I think I may have twisted my ankle." She gazed up at the hero with a pitiful expression, her soft tone and sorrowful demeanor rendering it impossible for any man to refuse. Yet, Chen Xuan could only remain silent. He feared that if he spoke, she would recognize him. "Damn it, and I am at the 5th tier of the transformation realm, yet I can barely escape with a twisted ankle," he thought. "But this is convenient for my escape. I must flee. I cannot allow this girl to attach herself to me." Chen Xuan was all too familiar with Han Bingling's nature. Had she not injured her foot, she would have clung to him like a persistent adhesive, refusing to relent until she saw his face. With that thought in mind, he forced his weary legs to move, hastily retreating. Unbeknownst to him, Han Bingling had already heard his inner thoughts. Her eyes widened in shock. "Is he Chen Xuan?" As she watched the hero limping away, her heart was thrown into turmoil. "It's Chen Xuan. He saved me," she whispered to herself, convinced she had not misheard. Moreover, she could only hear Chen Xuan's thoughts. "Why is he quietly trailing behind me, protecting me?" Han Bingling did not ponder how Chen Xuan had acquired the strength to slay the beast. Instead, it aligned with her previous suspicions that his seemingly useless facade was merely an act. What mattered to her was why he had appeared at that moment, rescued her, and yet was so cautious as to not let her know it was because he foresaw her danger and worried for her. At this realization, Han Bingling's cheeks flushed bright red. Chen Xuan, on the other hand, was not concerned about any unforeseen incidents befalling Han Bingling. Just as he crossed the street, he observed military vehicles heading towards the area. Chapter 22. Could this be a punch unleashed by someone at the transformation realm? Barely minutes after Chen Xuan's departure, the street was cordoned off with warning tape. Powerful martial artists arrived in succession to maintain order. Additionally, investigations and cleanup efforts regarding the recent incident swiftly commenced. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Otherwise, both would have been held accountable by a vehicle bearing the license plate of Linghai City 03. Chen Xihai engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. Even though it was merely a first-level beast, it had stirred the attention of Chen Xihai, the highest military commander stationed in Linghai City. His duty was to ensure the stability and safety of the city, and in today's world, only formidable beasts posed a threat to humanity. "You're fortunate. It's only a warning for you. If there had been fatalities, I would likely be removed from my position," the middle-aged man remarked with a wry smile. Chen Xihai oversaw the martial forces, ultimately to prevent a large-scale beast invasion in Linghai City. As the person responsible for the city's security, he would be the first to face consequences if a beast-related murder occurred. Moreover, this incident implicated the Han family, particularly the cherished granddaughter of Elder Han. "Is the young lady from the Han family all right?" Chen Xihai inquired, considering the familial ties between the Chun and Han families, and the fact that Han Bingling was nominally Chen Xuan's sister-in-law, prompting him to express concern. "She's fine, just twisted her ankle. And she doesn't appear to be frightened at all," Li Weiguo recalled. Remembering how Han Bingling had looked when he helped her into the car, she seemed rather pleased. Pleased? Who could remain happy after such an incident? Chen Xihai glanced back at Li Weiguo, perplexed. Perhaps I misinterpreted her expression. "Go see her. I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this than meets the eye." Soon, the two ceased their discussion on that topic, as Chen Xihai's sensitivity to beasts heightened his curiosity about how a beast could infiltrate through the sewers. He approached the drain from which the beast had emerged, but found nothing unusual. "Old Chen, come quickly," Li Weiguo called out as he examined the carcass of the beast. When Chen Xihai approached, he saw the grave expression on Li Weiguo's face. "What's wrong? It's merely a first-level beast," he asked, puzzled, given their strength. Such a low-tier creature was beneath their notice. It was far too weak to warrant concern. Furthermore, Chen Xihai was not in charge of criminal investigations. His focus was solely on the city's stability and preventing beast attacks. As for any underlying schemes or conspiracies, he would not involve himself unless they directly concerned him. "Look at this punch mark." Li Weiguo pointed to a sizable imprint on the beast's body. Only then did Chen Xihai turn his attention to the deceased creature, and upon a single glance, his expression grew serious. "A punch delivered purely through brute force?" Li Weiguo nodded. "Indeed, a punch relying solely on raw strength." With their realms and perceptiveness, neither had detected any signs of a martial artist's intervention. If a martial artist or a stronger practitioner had struck, they would have noticed the telltale signs of martial techniques. Yet this beast had been bludgeoned to death purely by physical force. While it was conceivable that they could achieve such a feat, even a casual kick from 100 meters away would suffice to end the beast's life. Why bother approaching for a punch? And why rely solely on brute strength? Wasn't he that madness? They exchanged incredulous glances, the disbelief evident in their expressions. Based on witness accounts, the individual had run directly to the scene and was not in proximity when the beast appeared. Their suspicions solidified as they simultaneously declared, "This person is not a martial artist." Both were certain that no practitioner would indulge in such twisted amusement. In an instant, they felt their expressions shift. To be able to slay a beast solely through raw strength, without the cultivation of a martial artist, it seemed utterly absurd. Comparatively, beasts possessed extraordinary innate martial talents. Their skin was resilient, their bones sturdy, and even their internal organs boasted terrifying self-healing capabilities. Yet, how could a first-level beast, which matched the strength of a martial artist, be so easily defeated by someone who had yet to reach that realm? The very notion sent shivers down their spines. When it came to sheer strength, even an average martial artist could not achieve the feat of bludgeoning a beast of equal rank to death, let alone surpassing that boundary. Chen Xuan bent down to examine the beast's body, and his eyes widened in horror. A single punch had shattered the creature's innards, breaking several ribs in the process. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo inhaled sharply. Is this a punch that could be executed by someone at the transformation realm? Could this person possibly possess a divine body of strength? Chen Xuan shook his head, asserting that there was no such sacred body in Linghai City. As part of the elite in Linghai, certain secrets were hardly secrets to them. For instance, both were aware of all the martial arts sacred bodies in Linghai City, yet, due to their status, they refrained from disclosing this knowledge. However, they had never heard of any genius possessing such extraordinary means and strength. Is your daughter capable of delivering such a punch? Chen Xuan inquired, gradually calming his astonishment as he turned to Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo let out a wry smile and replied, "You know very well that my daughter does not excel in physical strength." Just as he spoke half of his thought, he noticed the faint smile in Chen Xuan's eyes and suddenly realized, "Are you mocking me?" Typically, Li Weiguo often boasted about his daughter's exceptional talents in front of Chen Xuan, even confidently asserting that she would undoubtedly be this year's martial arts champion in Linghai City. However, after witnessing the punch, he felt a hint of insecurity. "And what about your son? Has he recently broken through to the second rank?" Li Weiguo casually turned the conversation. Instantly, Chen Xuan's expression darkened, and he ignored Li Weiguo. Walking away, Li Weiguo, grinning, followed closely behind. Both were curious about the individual capable of delivering such a punch. At that moment, reporters were interviewing bystanders on the street regarding the heroic figure who had intervened in a crisis. "Excuse me, young ones, you claim to have witnessed the entire event. Could you describe what this person looked like?" "Not human." "Yes, not human." The two children being interviewed affirmed confidently. "Not human? Then what is it?" The reporter appeared bewildered. "It's Digga." "No, it's Zero." "It's Digga." "It's Zero." "It's Digga." The reporter pressed, "What's the difference between Digga and Zero?" Chen Xuan and Li Weiguo listened, their expressions darkening further. It was only then they learned from the interview notes that this person was clad in a costume. Perhaps, they speculated, it was a diligent young genius working his way through school. Chen Xuan sighed softly, and Li Weiguo nodded in agreement. At that moment, neither felt inclined to seek out this individual, recognizing the futility of forcing the matter, as they lacked the leisure for such pursuits. "We shall certainly meet him," they both assured themselves, confident that the upcoming martial arts examination in Linghai City would yield much intrigue. Meanwhile, in the seafood market of Linghai City, a man hurriedly entered, his expression one of distress. "Hey, looking to buy fish?" "Fresh fish." A woman at a modest seafood stall, short hair neatly styled, a lit cigarette dangling from her mouth, deftly wielded a knife. She appeared youthful, no older than 30, with striking features. When she noticed customers approaching, she began to call out like a market vendor, though her tone was distinctly more assertive than others. The man approached her stall, speaking in hushed tones. "Sister, our operation has failed." The woman's knife plunged into the wooden board before her. Taking a deep drag from her cigarette, she seemed to gather her thoughts. "We spent a considerable sum. Our meticulously planned scheme had no apparent flaws. How could it fail?" Little did anyone suspect that this seemingly unkempt fishmonger was the leader of an underground assassin organization in Linghai City, and she herself was a formidable warrior. Her martial prowess reaching the sea-splitting realm, also known as a martial master, nearly rivaling Chen Xuan's void-breaking realm. Indeed, Aside from the 5 prominent masters in Linghai City, her strength ranked among the elite. In the original narrative, she was the underground queen of Linghai City and the first faction that Yi Fan managed to subdue. The greatest adversary to the mysterious forces of the Han family was none other than this woman selling fish. However, despite targeting the Han family, she bore no deep-seated feud against them. The opposition to the Han family was not a singular force, but rather a coalition of several factions, with hers being the most enigmatic. As an underground organization that accepted payment for services rendered, they also secretly engaged in the smuggling of monster corpses and materials. In her eyes, Han Tiangang was an underwhelming adversary, with the ability to take on tasks for remuneration while targeting the Han family. She was naturally pleased to be the most suitable candidate for action. In the original plot, the operations against the Han family were primarily overseen by Bai Ling. Although she was merely a young girl, her caution was warranted due to the Han family's unique status and the influence of the elder Han. Killing one was sufficient, right? Like Chen Xuan, Bai Linger was somewhat neurotic, stubborn, and ferocious, yet not foolish. Due to the Chun family's influence, they shifted their focus onto Han Bingling, resulting in one crisis after another befalling her. However, thanks to Yi Fan's intervention, all crises were deftly resolved. Ultimately, it was only when the underground queen of Linghai City decided to take action that it was too late. By then, Yi Fan had significantly advanced in strength and had successfully taken Bai Linger into his harem. As the underground queen of Linghai City, Bai Linger's capabilities were unquestionable. She had successfully aided Yi Fan in establishing his first faction. At this moment, Bai Linger furrowed her brow, lost in thought until the burning end of her cigarette stung her lips, jolting her back to reality. She had prepared extensively for this operation. From acquiring a seemingly uncontrollable monster that accidentally entered the city, to waiting for Han Bingling to venture out alone to a prime location. Yet, the operation had still failed. Bai Linger felt a pang of frustration. Having missed this opportunity, the difficulty of the next attempt would undoubtedly increase. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish to deploy assassins or take matters into her own hands. She preferred to orchestrate events to appear accidental. While astute minds might recognize the improbability of such accidents, it was far easier to explain than directly sending assassins to commit murder. No matter how stealthy the assassins, their actions would leave traces. Once an assassin was involved, it would indicate a targeted attack on the Han family. If captured, there were countless ways to extract information from them. Bai Linger was unwilling to confront a cornered tiger, and a blatant assassination of Linghai City's foremost family would render her a target for all other families, possibly leading to a coalition against her. In truth, any coalition against her would be an exaggeration of her significance. Should the Chun family intervene, with Chen Sihai and his martial warriors, she would have no escape. Who disrupted our plans? Who? Bai Linger coldly interrogated her subordinate. In the original narrative, it was Yi Fan who had thwarted Bai Linger's plans, inciting her ire. Initially, she had intended for Yi Fan to serve as her inside man, not seeking to eliminate the Han sisters, but merely to keep tabs on their movements. However, Yi Fan had resolutely refused, instead entering the Han family as a bodyguard for Han Bingling, thereby shattering Bai Linger's scheme. In light of these events, the two had become adversaries. Yet, at present, Yi Fan merely appeared to Bai Linger as someone unwilling to assist her. Though she bore some disdain, it did not escalate to the level of requiring reckoning. In fact, Bai Linger had nearly forgotten about him, considering she had never revealed her true self to him. Yes, her subordinate hesitated, as if weighing his words. He certainly had his own channels of information, but what he heard was somewhat absurd, almost treating people as fools. The issue remained, however, that they had no idea who this person was. Chen Xuan's emergence was an unexpected twist, one that no one had anticipated. Who? Bai Linger shouted in frustration. It was Ultraman. A person dressed as Ultraman ruined our plans. As the words fell, a dead fish struck the man's face. Do I need to know what this person was wearing? I need to know who he is. Go investigate. The Han family. The moment Han Bingling encountered an accident, it alarmed Old Master Han. At this moment, this elderly man, with his gray hair, the oldest martial arts master in Linghai City, bore a solemn expression. After a brief pause, Old Master Han sighed lightly and said to the two sisters of the Han family, "From now on, Grandpa will accompany you to school." What? Hearing this, Han Bingling pouted. "Grandpa, surely it's unnecessary. It was just an accident." An accident? Old Master Han chuckled softly. He may be old, but he is not senile. The moment Han Bingling returned home, he sensed something amiss. The Han family is involved in biotechnology and pharmaceuticals. And Old Master Han is well aware that someone had applied a powder on his granddaughter that attracts demonic beasts. "Grandpa, I think it's unnecessary for you to send us to school. Your health is not great, and besides. Han Bingla hesitated to finish her thought. They were both adults. Did they still need their grandfather to escort them? What about their dignity as school beauties? But Grandpa is worried about you. Grandpa, I have a good idea. You don't need to send us, and it won't make my sister and me feel embarrassed. Han Bingling's eyes lit up. Look, you think this isn't an accident, but why did that person hesitate to act? Isn't it because he has his reservations? If you are worried about us, why not deepen that person's apprehension? Deepen his apprehension? Old Master Han was somewhat perplexed. How could such caution be intensified? Han Bingling chuckled. What if we go to school with someone whose status is even more sensitive than ours? Would he still dare to act? Old Master Han's eyes brightened. That Chen family sycophant is just the person. Chapter 24. Is the plot meant to lead me to my doom? Chen Xuan is indeed a sycophant, but only towards Han Binglu. In the eyes of others in Linghai City, Chen Xuan is not only a worthless sycophant, but also a standard second-generation rich kid. He gathers followers at school and is lawless outside as well. Despite being at the second rank of the Transcendence realm, he should have been taught a lesson long ago. But he is fortunate to have a good father. Even with his unruly behavior, no one dares to lay a hand on him. Obviously, if Chen Xuan were to accompany the two sisters of the Han family to school every day, it would certainly make that person more cautious. With Chen Xuan's sycophantic nature, he would likely be more than willing. But the key is how to explain this to Chen Sihai. Old Master Han fell into contemplation. Chen Sihai would not be oblivious to the Han family's intentions. Frankly speaking, this was merely exploiting Chen Xuan. Even if Chen Xuan is willing, which parent would want to place their child in such a dangerous situation? Old Master Han shook his head and expressed his concerns to the two sisters. Han Bingling's cheerful expression immediately faded. She never intended to exploit Chen Xuan. She simply wished to be closer to him. His impressive stature and powerful punch had left a profound impression on her heart. Moreover, having just overheard Chen Xuan's thoughts, she yearned to spend every day with him, uncovering more secrets. Father, I have an excellent candidate. Han Tian just spoke up. His candidate was naturally Yi Fan. Yi Fan's strength is comparable to that of ordinary martial artists. While he cannot be deemed a master, he is adequate. Martial artists are not commonplace. The boundary between ordinary people and martial artists is marked by the martial artists themselves. Many may spend their entire lives at the transcendent stage. But once they enter the realm of martial artists, they gain a bright future, perhaps joining the military or official departments. These martial artists are precious talents. And unless absolutely necessary, none would willingly engage in shady dealings. As for assassins above martial artists, they are even rarer. They value their lives, and once they act, they are prepared for a life-and-death struggle with the Han family. Old Master Han still possesses some deterrent power, especially since the Han family is connected to the Chen family. No one would dare act at this moment. Even in the original plot, when Bai Ling, a master of the Sea Rift realm, acted personally, it was only out of desperation after Yi Fan thwarted her plans time and time again. Furthermore, during that period, Han Binglu had already initiated the annulment of her engagement with Chen Xuan, which removed a layer of protection. I disagree. As soon as Han Tian opened his mouth, Han Binglu understood her father's intentions. She firmly stated, if you insist on having Yi Fan come, then let him protect little Ling only. I will not have any contact with him. Han Binglu harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Yi Fan. She knew that this fellow harbored ill intentions, or perhaps did not want Chen Xuan to misunderstand, thus following her heart's desire. Yi Fan. Upon hearing her sister mention Yi Fan, Han Bingling belatedly grasped her father's meaning. She immediately chimed in, I also disagree. She had no desire to interact with Yi Fan. And after hearing Chen Xuan say he would become his harem member, Han Bingling felt 1,000 unwillingnesses to meet Yi Fan. Han Tian's plan died in the womb. Looking at his two daughters, he was utterly bewildered. It was understandable that Han Binglu did not want to have too much contact with Yi Fan. But why did his youngest daughter harbor such animosity towards him as well? He felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Fan. This kid, although a genius, seems to have no luck with the opposite sex. Grandpa, if Chen Xuan is not suitable, you need not send us. Han Bingling turned her gaze towards Old Master Han. Sighing, Old Master Han relented. Fine, I will put aside my pride and call Chen Sihai. Chen Xuan had a dream. In the dream, Han Bingling cornered him against the wall, looking shyly at him. Chen Xuan, I know it was you who saved me. Who do you think is prettier? Me or my sister? Chen Xuan, I want to marry you. After saying this, the girl leaned forward to kiss him, gazing at those tempting lips and exquisite face. Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. Get away from me, he screamed in despair. Suddenly, Chen Xuan awoke, sitting up in bed. In an instant, he felt a chill enveloping him. Raising his eyes, he saw someone standing beside his bed that made his hair stand on end. Han Bingling. How did you get in my house? Why are you lifting my blanket? Damn it. Chen Xuan felt as if he were still in a dream. But then he heard Han Bingling's voice. Why are you sleeping without clothes? With that, Han Bingling's face turned crimson as she bolted out. Chen Xuan looked down at his exposed body. Although nothing inappropriate was showing, the fact that Han Bingling had entered his room and lifted his blanket was alarming. Wide awake, Chen Xuan quickly dressed and made his way to the living room. In the living room, the cheerful atmosphere made him widen his eyes in disbelief. Not only was it double happiness, but double misfortune had also arrived. Han Binglu was here too. Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. Just right, Xiao Xian, you're up. I have good news for you. From today on, you will go to school with Xiao Lu and Xiao Ling, Qin Su said with a smile. Her face filled with joy. This was not about using anyone. With the Chen family's status and strength, could they be intimidated by a potential threat? Moreover, Han Bingling is Chen Xian's sister-in-law. This matter, no matter how one looks at it, cannot be considered bad for the Chen family. The two children could cultivate their feelings, and the Han family would benefit from the Chen family's goodwill. To take 1,000 steps back, with the Chen family being so accommodating, would the Han family still have the face to call off the engagement? Last night, Old Master Han's call made Chen's parents feel that this engagement was a done deal. A talented daughter-in-law made them happy all night, and they rose early the next morning to prepare everything, eagerly awaiting the Han sisters' visit. Are you happy? Qin Su walked over to Chen Xian and quietly asked. I'm overjoyed. As Chen Xian gazed at his mother, who was making exaggerated facial expressions, he managed to force a smile. However, deep within, he could no longer contain his inner turmoil. Damn it. This is outrageous. Is this development intended to drive me to my demise? Familiar with the plot, Chen Xian was acutely aware that he was once again on the brink of a crisis. Although it did not directly target him, he was destined to encounter the underground queen of Linghai City. If he intervened to assist the Han family in overcoming their predicament, he would inevitably draw her ire. Yet, if he stood idly by and witnessed the demise of either of the Han sisters before his eyes, he would be engulfed by guilt. Perhaps these two women harbored no feelings for him, but they were nonetheless individuals he knew well, connected as they were to the main storyline. Even if the sisters do not favor me, I still wish for their survival. This could be seen as a final display of affection from a devoted admirer. But encountering that underground matriarch of Linghai City is a prospect I wish to avoid. Chen Xian found himself in a state of internal conflict. Ultimately, he resolved to take action once more, no matter the cost. I must steer the plot back on course and ensure the two of them cling to the protagonist's side. Chapter 25. Which man can withstand such trials? Despite previous attempts yielding dismal results, he saw no alternative at this juncture. Chen Xian decided to give it another shot. The absurdity of the plot's progression had completely surpassed his expectations. If allowed to continue unchecked, he was uncertain whether tomorrow or an unforeseen calamity would arrive first. Fortunately, Chen Sihai still held a deep concern for his son, Uncle Wang. Upon spotting the driver waiting by the car, Chen Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. This middle-aged man was Chen Sihai's aide and also a formidable expert in the sea-opening realm. Though Uncle Wang served under Chen Sihai, their bond was akin to that of sworn brothers. In the storyline, upon learning of his son's untimely demise, Chen Sihai had gone mad with grief, leading to a confrontation with Yi Fan. Naturally, the outcome was predictable. No one could triumph over Yi Fan within the pages of the narrative. However, this illustrated Uncle Wang's unwavering loyalty to the Chen family. At least Uncle Wang possesses the strength to contend with that woman. Chen Xian mused. For the moment, he need not fret over safety. Yet this was not a sustainable solution. Bai Ling would undoubtedly make her move. His primary objective now was to contemplate how to align the plot with its intended trajectory. With a serious expression, Chen Xian entered the vehicle. Once inside, he realized it was a luxury van, with the Han sisters seated across from him, a simple tea table between them. As their gazes locked, Chen Xian felt a wave of suffocation. Seriously, my father truly indulges himself, sending us to school in a luxury van, and the seats face each other? Where am I supposed to look? Han Binglu's lips curled into a slight smirk. Due to her regular martial arts training, she possessed a remarkably proportionate figure, even her flat abdomen showcasing defined muscle lines. Her long legs were tightly crossed, perfectly aligned. The only drawback was her choice of attire today. She was clad in sportswear, which concealed her exquisite form, leaving only her stunningly beautiful face as a point of interest. In stark contrast was Han Bingling. Today, she wore a light touch of makeup that accentuated her charm, with her signature twin ponytails and a pink dress that revealed her fair, supple thighs. She exuded an allure that was hard to ignore. Perhaps due to her appetite, Han Bingling appeared even more voluptuous. This slightly plump figure was surely a dream for many men, especially since she had donned some cutting-edge attire today. Chen Xuan struggled to maintain his composure. But the sight of her in those high-tech garments was undeniably captivating. They were seated across from one another, the tension palpable. Which man could withstand such a test? Despite his efforts to control himself, Chen Xian's gaze inadvertently drifted. I hadn't noticed before, but this girl's fashion sense is bolder than her sister's. Just look at that outfit, those depths of allure. Weighing in at 98 pounds, with 90 pounds of cleverness, the remaining 8 are all in those curves. This girl has just reached adulthood, and her future prospects are simply unfathomable. Suddenly, he felt a kick beneath the tea table. Looking up, he met Han Binglu's icy stare. What was that for? Chen Xuan questioned. Do you not understand whose car you're in? Who is helping whom here? Is it appealing? Han Binglu replied coldly. Chen Xian's fury was promptly extinguished, and he lowered his head. Oh no, I caught her sister in the act. But hadn't she been engrossed in her book just moments ago? How could she be staring at me? Damn it. Hearing Chen Xian's thoughts, Han Binglu couldn't help but smile. The ability to eavesdrop on his inner voice was exhilarating. She could accurately discern his true feelings no matter what she did. Even if they were to marry in the future, Chen Xuan would have no secrets left. Unbeknownst to her, Han Binglu had already begun to envision herself in the role of a wife. What was I thinking? Why did I consider the prospect of marrying him? In an instant, Han Binglu snapped back to reality, her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel the absurd thought. However, she was startled to notice her sister beside her, blushing even more than she was. Han Binglu had never seen her sister like this. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, her gaze cast down like an ostrich, her hands nervously fidgeting with her skirt, and her feet crossed delicately, exuding an air of innocence. Was her sister unwell? Han Binglu had no idea that Han Bingling could also hear Chen Xian's thoughts. She was equally oblivious to her own feelings. In the past, if Chen Xuan had dared to speak to her like that, she would have swiftly reprimanded him. Yet, ever since that punch yesterday, everything had changed. She had spent the night restless, with Chen Xian's image haunting her thoughts, recalling their shared moments. A silly smile crept onto her face, and when she realized Chen Xuan was staring at her, she felt no resistance whatsoever. Her sister harbored no affection for Chen Xuan, and he was aware of that. Reflecting on Chen Xian's morning thoughts, Han Bingling felt a pang of sympathy for him. She knew her sister had long desired to break off the engagement. Although things had eased somewhat in recent days, it was likely just curiosity regarding Chen Xuan. But I never claimed to dislike him. Han Bingling's cheeks reddened further, a blush creeping down to her ears. The Chen family was wonderful, and Chen Xuan treated her so kindly. The Han family could not let down the Chen family. Han Bingling quietly clenched her fists. If it came to that, once her sister broke off the engagement, she would step in. Silence enveloped them as their thoughts drifted, and soon they arrived at school. As the trio disembarked from the vehicle, they completely stunned the students gathered at the school gate. That person is Chen Xuan. It's definitely him. But why are the Han sisters getting out of the same car as him? No need to ask. Our older brother must be with the campus beauty Han. Nearby, a nearly 2-meter-tall hefty boy declared with conviction. Beside him, a slender companion wore a smug expression. I told you all, but you wouldn't believe me. Just the other day, my sister-in-law held my brother's hand. Initially, it was merely shyness, but now it's clear. My brother has finally made his intentions known. My sister-in-law must have spent the night at my brother's house yesterday. Zhang San and Li Si were chattering away, yet at that moment, Chen Xuan approached them with a scowl. Spreading rumors, are we? With a swift motion, he dealt with each one a blow, grabbing his 2 loyal followers. Chen Xuan returned to class with a face full of displeasure. Were it not for their unwavering loyalty, he would have had no desire for their company. The lackeys of the antagonist always seemed to possess a few screws loose. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher entered, followed closely by Yi Fan. Classmates, this is Yi Fan, who will be joining us as a transfer student starting today. Let us warmly welcome Yi Fan. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Chen Xuan abruptly began to applaud. Very well, seeing Chen Xian's warm welcome towards Yi Fan, let him be your deskmate, Chen Xuan reflected. Chapter 26. Imagination can be most lethal. As an avid reader well-versed in various narratives, Chen Xuan believed he had evaded all the blunders typically made by antagonists. He would not provoke Yi Fan without cause, nor would he foolishly present him with an opportunity to retaliate and flaunt his superiority. In fact, bearing the label of a villain, Chen Xuan even aspired to leave a favorable impression on Yi Fan. As of now, Yi Fan was unavoidable. However, if I leave a good impression and refrain from provoking you, you surely wouldn't eliminate me without reason, would you? But the question remains, why has Fan become my deskmate? Have I been too overly enthusiastic? Observing the beaming smile of the homeroom teacher, Chen Xuan felt a shadow of unease wash over him. Hello, classmate Chen. We meet again. Fan approached Chen Xuan, a smile gracing his face. Yet Chen Xuan sensed it was but a facade. Likewise, Chen Xuan, a boy of false smiles, revealed 8 gleaming teeth and warmly shook Fan's hand. Greetings, classmate Yi. We shall be classmates from now on. But it's imperative not to provoke me without reason, for Han Binglu might end my life. Taken aback by Chen Xuan's fervent demeanor, Fan pondered, why is this person so enthusiastic? Alas, if only the Han sisters were as warm-hearted as Chen Xuan. Suddenly, an unsettling chill crept down Fan's spine. He sensed a murderous intent. However, upon glancing back, his classmates appeared no different. Han Binglu clutched her pen tightly. Would Fan eliminate Chen Xuan? And for my sake? Is this why Chen Xuan wishes to distance himself from me? Fearing Fan? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's inner thoughts, Han Binglu was once again taken aback. In her mind, Chen Xuan must possess some premonitory abilities, which is why he has been so cautious. Now, the true dilemma plaguing Han Binglu was unraveling. To be honest, Chen Xuan's thoughts no longer intrigued her. Yet, as the truth revealed itself, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. Had she not heard Chen Xuan's thoughts, she might have truly called off the engagement and pursued a relationship with Fan. But at that moment, she would have remained oblivious to Fan's true nature. He views me as a furnace for his ambitions, eliminating my fiancé, while my fiancé has only sought to protect me. Han Binglu could not help but speculate. If she were to continue her association with Chen Xuan, they would inevitably face the threat posed by Fan together. Due to the nature of the sacred body, Fan would undoubtedly plot against her. Furthermore, Fan was undeniably a prodigious talent, appear at the 7th rank of the Transcendence realm. Such innate ability would surely lead to greatness, far surpassing Chen Sihai. Moreover, Fan currently had no weaknesses to exploit, making it impossible to stifle his growth. If he were to mature, clearly, they would not be able to contend with him. Thus, she feigned adoration, allowing herself to be loathed, urging for a cancellation of the engagement, and positioning herself as a member of Fan's harem, all to avoid facing him after marriage. With that thought, Han Binglu felt her voice tremble. A single tear fell onto the paper, dampening it. Chen Xuan, did you never consider whether I would agree? Han Binglu clenched her fists, determination surging within her. No matter how monstrous Fan may be, she would not cower. She would stand alongside her fiancé to confront this despicable individual. Even if it led to death, she would perish together with Chen Xuan. She would never live in servitude, nor would she become Fan's furnace. Henceforth, Fan had ignited a hatred in Han Binglu that yearned for retribution. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, he was entirely unaware of the grandiose love story Han Binglu had concocted in her mind. He was merely pondering the original plot, never intending for Han Binglu to misconstrue his intentions. With Fan seated beside him, Chen Xuan felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, the class ended swiftly. The instant the bell rang, Chen Xuan sprang up and dashed to the restroom. Throughout the lesson, he contemplated how to steer the narrative back on course, ensuring the Han sisters would secure Fan's favor. The conclusion was evident. By refraining from being a third wheel, the male and female leads would inevitably ignite a spark. Furthermore, Fan and Han Binglu were now in the same class. As Chen Xuan had anticipated, immediately after class, Fan's gaze discreetly shifted towards Han Binglu. After pondering for a moment, he picked up a book and approached her. Classmate Han, I have just transferred here and am struggling with some theoretical concepts. Would you be so kind as to share your notes with me? Fan believed he had crafted an impeccable pretext. However, the next moment, Han Binglu raised her head and shot him a cold glance. Get lost. A single, blunt word, devoid of any warmth. The atmosphere in the classroom seemed to drop several degrees at the utterance of Han Binglu's words. All the classmates present looked at her in disbelief. It was hard to imagine the school's belle uttering such disdain. Even though Chen Xuan had annoyed Han Binglu for years, they had never witnessed her act in such a manner. Their gazes collectively turned to Fan. Clearly, this new transfer student had evoked an intense aversion from the renowned beauty, having been reprimanded by Han Binglu in front of so many. And now under the scrutiny of his peers, even Fan, with his robust mental fortitude, felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet, he contemplated that if he left now for the sake of his so-called dignity, he would likely never have another opportunity to interact with Han Binglu again. As for Han Bingling, he had even less of a clue. At least he shared a class with Han Binglu, but he had yet to even glimpse Han Bingling. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan spoke again. Classmate Han, I do not understand why you harbor such animosity towards me. But as a newcomer, you are the only person I know. Please, out of pity for my plight, would you lend me a hand? Yi Fan humbly pleaded, disregarding his own pride. I told you to get lost. Han Binglu's voice was again unexpectedly cold, resembling an ice mountain, keeping him at bay. Her four words ignited a deep flush in Yi Fan's face, and he felt a profound humiliation as he became the subject of ridicule in front of the entire class. Classmate Han, having already lost face, Yi Fan attempted once more. No, why is this new transfer student so shameless? My sister-in-law told you to get lost. Didn't you hear? Before he could finish, two voices rose from behind him. Turning around, a tall and a short, a fat and a thin pair of classmates glared at him menacingly. Gentlemen, this has nothing to do with you, does it? Yi Fan's expression hardened, a forced smile masking his frustration. Had it not been for his recent transfer and the presence of Han Binglu, he would have unleashed his anger on these two. It has everything to do with us. This is my sister-in-law, Zhang Xin shouted, instinctively glancing at Han Binglu. In the past, she would have corrected him, but now she remained silent. Her silence was construed as agreement. Zhang San grew emboldened. Listen here, kid. I warn you to keep your distance from our sister-in-law. And if I don't, Yi Fan's eyes darkened, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within him. His fists clenched tightly. An inexplicable chill coursed through Zhang San and Li Si, but upon recalling their leader, Chen Xuan, their discomfort dissipated. Or what? The two exchanged furious glances, seething with rage. The newcomer was clearly unaware of the consequences he faced. You just wait here, today. You'll learn why flowers bloom so beautifully. Chapter 27. Have the antagonist's underlings always been this bold? With a final threat, Zhang San and Li Si stormed out of the classroom, fuming, and soon enough, the hallway was teeming with dozens of students from the school. How has our leader treated us? Zhang San stood at the forefront of the gathered crowd. Is that even in question? Chen Xiao has always treated us well. Chen Xiaoji's kindness is akin to that of one's own parents. As a top-tier second-generation affluent heir, Chen Xuan naturally commands respect and admiration at school. He lavishly spends money and has never neglected his close followers. He is also known for his loyalty, as long as one claims to be his subordinate. Chen Xuan will undoubtedly come to their aid if they are wronged. This has led to a considerable number of individuals using his name to misbehave, contributing to his rather notorious reputation. The group of subordinates at school are essentially Chen Xuan's trusted confidants, all of whom are now of age, either understanding on their own or informed by their families that maintaining a good relationship with Chen Xuan could ensure them a prosperous future, even if they do not gain admission to a martial arts university. Now, what should we do about that insufferable brat who is harassing our future sister-in-law? Zhang Xin angrily questioned the crowd. In unison, everyone raised their arms and shouted, "Let us take him down. Let us take him down." Good. My brother has not treated you all poorly. Zhang San nodded in satisfaction at the collective fervor, then waved his hand decisively. Now, follow me. Let us deal with that arrogant brat. A throng of followers marched in unison toward the classroom. Upon returning from the restroom, Chen Xuan saw Zhang San and Li Si leading a group straight to the classroom. Alarmed, he hurried to catch up, grabbing Li Si and inquiring, "What are you all up to, brother? Seeing you is like seeing our pillar of support." Li Si answered, eager to take credit. "We're going to deal with that new transfer student." Transfer student? Yi Fan. Exactly, that kid. At their confirmation, Chen Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. Were the subordinates of a villain always this bold? However, he found it puzzling that his two usual troublemakers were not known for initiating conflicts. Could it be that even the minions of villains have their moments of audacity? Typically, it is the villain's minions who take the first hit. Chen Xuan quickly asked, "Did he provoke you?" "No, but he bothered our sister-in-law. He spoke to her. He is harassing her. We must take him down." "Yes, take him down." The crowd roared again. Chen Xuan's face turned pale, his body trembling with anger. Had his carefully crafted space for the two been completely disrupted by these two foolish subordinates? Get lost. Go do what you were doing. From now on, focus on your studies. If you don't get into the martial arts university, don't even think of being my subordinate. He dispersed the group of subordinates, and then, in frustration, kicked Zhang San and Li Si, who stood before him. He was well aware of the law of villainy leading to self-destruction, but he could not withstand the foolishness of his subordinates. Take down Yi Fan. What a joke. That fellow is the chosen one, at the 7th rank of the transcendent stage. Even if you gathered dozens more, you would stand no chance against him. Sighing, he asked, "You all didn't confront him, did you?" "No, we were planning to, but I thought that kid would be tough to handle, so we decided to rally more people." Li Si scratched his head and replied. Chen Xuan shot them a glare. It seemed they were not entirely foolish, which was a stroke of luck for them. If they had truly engaged, they would surely be bedridden for days, and he would have no way to remedy it. After all, these two were also his trusted aides. If one of them got beaten, he, as their leader, would naturally want to save face, or else he would lose their loyalty. But the problem was, not only would he be unable to regain face, he would also likely receive a beating himself. Brother, is that it? This kid is harassing our sister-in-law. Zhang San and Li Si seemed unwilling to let the matter rest, as they had already made bold statements in front of Yi Fan, and in this world, one's face was paramount. Brother, you say. Chen Xuan wrapped an arm around the shoulders of his two subordinates, speaking earnestly. Listen to your brother. Stay away from Yi Fan from now on. Why? Are you afraid of him? Faced with the inquisitive gazes of his subordinates, Chen Xuan was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly reveal that Yi Fan was the protagonist, and that their villainous antics would only lead to their demise. Sighing helplessly, he urged, just remember. Heed your brother's advice, and keep your distance from him. Do not even speak to him. Understood? Chen Xuan gazed at them with a serious expression. Though they did not fully grasp his intent, they nodded in agreement. It was never wrong to listen to their brother. During the next break, Chen Xuan, as usual, headed to the restroom, but out of concern for his two foolish subordinates, he merely used the guise of needing to relieve himself to stealthily observe. Zhang San and Li Si seemed to have taken his words to heart, avoiding even a glance at Yi Fan. However, the problem was that Yi Fan had become so reserved. Peering through the back door window of the classroom, Chen Xuan couldn't help but scoff. Your holy body is right behind you. Why are you not moved? Are you waiting for Han Binglu to make the first move? What a ridiculous notion. If you do not take the initiative, you will miss your chance for a lifetime. Chen Xuan felt a sense of urgency. Little did he know that during the first break, Yi Fan's self-esteem had been brutally trampled by Han Binglu, and in front of the entire class. Even if he considered himself thick-skinned, Yi Fan felt utterly humiliated at that moment, and now he certainly did not wish to make a fool of himself. He occasionally stole glances at Han Binglu, his heart racing with anxiety. It was akin to being presented with a delectable feast, yet being unable to partake, leaving him to only gaze longingly. I must secure one of them before the martial arts exam. Yi Fan silently vowed, setting a small goal for himself. No one could fathom the urgency he felt. If he could win over either Han Binglu or Han Binglei, his cultivation would skyrocket, propelling him to break through into the realm of warriors. Competing in the martial arts exam as a warrior would be nothing short of astonishing. Even those who had been at the martial arts university for years had yet to break through the transcendent stage, let alone the prestige of a high school student who had achieved such a feat. The most outstanding geniuses in the martial arts exam were merely at the 9th rank of the transcendent stage, teetering on the brink of becoming warriors. If Yi Fan could break through to the transcendent stage and participate in the exam as a warrior, he would be the most radiant genius in history. This would bring him immense benefits. Yet, even with his determination, Yi Fan still felt uncertain. Han Binglu's attitude toward him was glaringly evident. He had already made her feel disgusted simply by approaching her, let alone any other intentions. Yi Fan felt overwhelmed. Chapter 28. The innate Sword Tao Sacred Body, Li Jianxin. Having spent a disoriented morning consumed by thoughts of Yi Fan and Han Binglu, even during lunch, Chen Xuan pondered how to facilitate a connection between the Han sisters and Yi Fan. Brother, what are you thinking? You seem troubled. Zhang San and Li Si remarked as they joined Chen Xuan at the cafeteria. Nothing. Just eat. Chen Xuan casually brushed them off. Zhang San and Li Si chose not to press further. However, just as they were about to sit down, their eyes widened in astonishment as if witnessing something unbelievable. Han Binglu was the center of attention wherever she went. Even in the cafeteria, she stood out like a crane among chickens, effortlessly drawing the eye. At that moment, she surveyed her surroundings while holding her tray, and her gaze landed on Chen Xuan's back. In disbelief, Zhang San nudged Chen Xuan. Brother, it seems she is really coming over to you. What is going on? Is spring upon us? Are you lovesick? No, it's your springtime, brother. Before Chen Xuan could comprehend their meaning, Han Binglu's voice rang out as she approached, her tray of food in hand, taking a seat directly across from him. Not to disturb you, brother, but I'm here. Zhang San and Li Si hastily moved aside. Han Bingluo smiled faintly, sensing that Chen Xuan's two underlings had widened their paths, while Chen Xuan beside her wore a dark expression. What are you here for? Just looking at you gives me a headache. You have left me utterly helpless. Han Bingluo chuckled softly, retrieving a notebook from her pocket. This is for you. What is this? Chen Xuan inquired, opening it to find it filled with Han Bingluo's elegant handwriting. Class notes? Yes, Han Bingluo nodded. I know you haven't studied your academic subjects diligently. The martial arts examination is not solely based on physical prowess. Cultural knowledge constitutes a significant portion as well. This is a compilation of key points from my 3 years of academic study. You should take a good luck at it. Despite Han Bingluo's calm demeanor, she seemed slightly off to Chen Xuan. Holding the fragrant notes, he found it difficult to comprehend Han Bingluo's intentions. What is this? Concern for me? Are you worried that I won't perform well in my academics, and thus won't be admitted to the martial arts university, so you specially brought me notes? Chen Xuan was reluctant to accept this reality, but it appeared to be true. Hadn't Han Bingluo always disliked him? What did this mean now? Although previous events had caught him off guard, he had initially made the advances, bringing her breakfast, visiting the Han household. Yet today, it was Han Bingluo who approached him in the cafeteria, delivering notes. I think it's unnecessary. I'm a failure. Even if I scored full marks in academics, I still wouldn't gain admission to the martial arts university. He cautiously pushed the notes back towards her. You are not a failure. Han Bingluo's eyes were sincere. I believe you can definitely get into the martial arts university. She pushed the notes back to him again. Actually, I feel that Yifan needs them more. Should I pass them on to him? Chen Xuan suggested tentatively. Yifan is also a fool. You are merely using the excuse of being a transfer student unfamiliar with academics to get closer to Han Bingluo, and now she is using me as a stepping stone? You dare. Han Bingluo's voice involuntarily rose several pitches. The entire cafeteria fell silent. The students dining there had already been secretly observing the two. They were once again astonished by the nature of their relationship, knowing that Han Bingluo had never spent time with any male student in the past 3 years. Yet today, she not only got out of Chen Xuan's vehicle, but was now eating with him. This was beyond mere performance. The students' curiosity was ablaze. In a quiet corner of the cafeteria, a girl who had been eating stood up abruptly. Who is speaking? This girl, in terms of appearance, was not inferior to Han Bingluo. She was also one of the top beauties at Linghai City's first martial arts high school, Li Jinxin, a naturally gifted swordswoman. Her talent surpassed even that of Han Bingluo. At a young age, Li Jinxin had already reached the 6th tier of the Transcendence realm, a whole tier above Han Bingluo. Han Bingluo had always regarded Li Jinxin as her rival, yet Li Jinxin had never paid Han Bingluo any mind. Her extraordinary talent and pride could not be contained by Han Bingluo alone. In other words, Han Bingluo was not worthy of her attention. She aimed to become this year's martial arts champion of Linghai City, while Han Bingluo was merely one among many talented individuals. In an instant, all eyes in the cafeteria turned towards Li Jinxin, standing tall with exquisite features, her hair neatly tied back in a sleek ponytail, accentuating her sharp profile. Particularly striking were her bright and determined eyes, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky. Yet at that moment, the girl's eyes were filled with panic, scanning her surroundings in fear. Jinxin, what is wrong? A classmate beside her quickly inquired. Li Jinxin glanced at her classmate and realized everyone was looking at her. She sat down, swallowing hard, and carefully spoke. Xiao Jing, did you hear any strange sounds just now? Sounds? What sounds? Xiao Jing appeared confused. Isn't it normal for there to be noise in the cafeteria? No. Li Jinxin's expression turned urgent. It wasn't the usual cafeteria sounds. It was as if someone was speaking right next to me, exceptionally clear. Huh, someone was speaking beside you. What did they say? Li Jinxin furrowed her brow, trying to recall. The suddenness of the voice had startled her so much that she had stood up, leaving her unable to clearly remember what was said. She only vaguely caught 2 names, Yifan and Han Bingluo. Li Jinxin forced a wry smile and shook her head. I can't remember. Xiao Jing, with an expression of understanding, replied confidently, Jinxin, I didn't hear a thing. It was only you. I feel. Feel what? I feel you are just under too much pressure. You have been training so hard. You need to take a break. Is that so? Listening to Xiao Jing's analysis, Li Jinxin frowned. Although reluctant to believe it, she sensed that there was some truth to Xiao Jing's words. Perhaps I am indeed too stressed. Xiao Jing, you enjoy your meal. I will head back to rest for a bit. Li Jinxin managed a strained smile before rising and leaving the cafeteria. If you dare to give my notes to Yifan, I will come to your house for dinner every day. Han Bingluo glared at Chen Xuan, her tone fierce. Don't say that. This threat is quite lethal for me. Chen Xuan replied seriously, tucking the notes into his pocket. Rest assured, Han the Great Flower. This is your thoughtful gesture. How could I possibly give it to someone else? I plan to sleep with it tonight. As he spoke, Chen Xuan suddenly felt a fragrant breeze approach. Han Bingling, carrying her meal, naturally settled beside him. Chen Xuan's eyes widened in shock. Wait, why are you here again? Chapter 29. Yifan, you seem quite nice. Why are you here? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for my sister. Then why sit next to me? I merely wanted to sit across from my sister. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan shifted slightly to make room. Han Bingling also scooted closer. Chen Xuan? Han Bingling smiled mischievously. I now want to sit next to you. Chen Xuan, I'm in trouble. His heart raced at the attention they were drawing. The weight of this unexpected fortune overwhelmed him. If Yi Fan were to see this, he couldn't even bear to think of the consequences. He feared Yi Fan might harbor murderous intent. Yet the next moment, his gaze caught sight of Yi Fan entering the cafeteria. Alone, he silently collected his meal. And their eyes met. In that instant, Chen Xuan noticed the dark cloud on Yi Fan's face. He discreetly hid one hand behind his back. But Chen Xuan's keen eyes detected the tension in his clenched fist, the veins on his wrist standing out. Curse it, seeing me with his two chosen partners. He has already developed a murderous intent. I am currently only at the third tier of the Transcendence realm. Even if I can muster the strength of a martial artist in a single punch, I would still be no match for Yi Fan. No, I cannot allow Yi Fan to harbor resentment against me. I must change his perception. His hostility towards me should not arise at this moment. A third-tier Transcendence realm martial artist delivering a martial artist punch. Chen Xuan pondered, oblivious to the storm of disbelief this notion stirred within Han Bingluo. How is this possible? Han Bingluo could hardly believe it. There was a staggering 6-tier difference between the third tier of the Transcendence realm and a martial artist. The gap between the 9th tier of the Transcendence realm and a martial artist was an immense divide. How could a mere Transcendence realm individual possess the strength of a martial artist? Yet, recognizing this was Chen Xuan's heartfelt belief, she understood he was not exaggerating. This was his honest self-assessment, a reflection of reality. However, this reality has severely undermined Han Bingluo's confidence. Regardless of its truth, I must strive harder. Han Bingluo took a deep breath and quietly clenched her fist. Even if what Chen Xuan said was true, the fact that someone of his caliber is so wary of Yi Fan speaks volumes about Yi Fan's terrifying strength. Han Bingluo did not want to place the entire burden on Chen Xuan. In confronting Yi Fan, she too must contribute. For now, all she could do was double her efforts. Meanwhile, Han Bingling, overhearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, had no specific opinion. She had long been aware of Chen Xuan's strength. His current thoughts only served to further confirm that the person who intervened that day was indeed Chen Xuan. She gazed into Chen Xuan's eyes, feeling a flutter of emotion. As for Yi Fan, her heart was filled with resentment towards this person she had only met once. Brother Yi, come over here. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up as he waved to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was taken aback, then glanced at the Han sisters beside Chen Xuan. His eyes sparkled with opportunity. This was his only chance to connect with the Han sisters. Perhaps through this meal, he could alter their perception of him. Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement, and his gaze towards Chen Xuan softened, turning from resentment to gratitude. What a coincidence, classmate Chen. You are here for a meal as well. How could I be anywhere else if not here to eat? Chen Xuan chuckled. What a pleasant surprise to run into Brother Yi here. Don't just stand there. Take a seat. Chen Xuan pointed to the seat opposite him, right beside Han Bingluo. Yi Fan discreetly stole a glance at Han Bingluo, who appeared unfazed. His spirits lifted instantly. No rejection. There is hope. However, just as he sat down, Han Bingluo stood up immediately. Chen Xuan, I'm done eating. I'll take my leave. Without even casting a glance at Yi Fan, she turned and walked away. Yi Fan felt utterly awkward. Staring at the few bites of food Han Bingluo had left on her plate, his expression darkening. Had he already become so detestable in her eyes? Don't take it to heart, Brother Yi. Han Bingluo has always had a small appetite. Really? Don't deceive me just because I'm not well read. Of course. Just look at my sincere expression. Chen Xuan waved dismissively. Forget her, let us focus on our meal. With that, he raised his eyebrows, hinting at the presence of Han Bingling. One sister leaves, but there is still another here. Don't forget the sesame while discarding the watermelon. Go for it, Brother Yi. Use your charming words, your humor, and your insights into martial arts and life's anecdotes to win her over. Though unsure whether Chen Xuan's expression was due to a spasm or something else, Yi Fan noticed that Han Bingling remained. Compared to the cold and aloof Han Bingluo, this neighborly girl seemed slightly more approachable. Yi Fan cleared his throat. Just then, Han Bingling also stood up. I'm full too. Chen Xuan, take your time eating. Remember to wait for me to go home together tonight. With a cheerful bounce, she left without giving Yi Fan even a glance. Yi Fan felt like slapping himself. Though her face was adorned with a smile, it wasn't directed at him. In an instant, his gaze towards Chen Xuan turned resentful. Why was there such a disparity in how people treated him? He felt the same coldness from Han Bingling as he did from her sister. But why? Why did both sisters harbor such disdain for him? Brother Yi, Chen Xuan said seriously, meeting Yi Fan's forlorn gaze. When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it is essential to first temper their spirit. Enough with that, Chen Xuan. Though confused by Chen Xuan's words, Yi Fan felt as if Chen Xuan truly understood him. Just when his resolve was about to shatter, he was reinvigorated with purpose. Looking at Chen Xuan, who was of similar age, Yi Fan found it hard to despise him. His opportunity was facilitated by Chen Xuan. He simply had to rally his own courage. Yi Fan sighed, earnestly stating, Chen Xuan, you're actually quite a decent person. Just as the afternoon class bell rang, their homeroom teacher, Wang Jian, entered. He rapped on the desk, addressing the class. Students, the martial arts college entrance examination is looming. In truth, there is little left for the school to teach you. Are we getting a break? The entire class erupted in excitement. At this time of year, as the martial arts exam approached, the school became merely a facilitator for student registration. This was also why Yi Fan had transferred, without a student record. One could not participate in the martial arts entrance examination. Quiet. Wang Jian rapped the desk again, his tone serious. While the school acknowledges that your immediate priority is to enhance your realm, vitality, and strength, it may be more suitable for you to practice at martial arts academies or rest areas. However, when we grant you a break, we will conduct a baseline test. A test? Isn't that an exam? Teacher, a student queried, puzzled by Wang Jian's terminology. Exams were familiar to them. They had endured small tests every 3 days and major ones every 5. But what did this test entail? Wang Jian smiled mysteriously. Indeed, it is a test, a kind you have never experienced before. Chapter 30. Testing the excitement factor of vitality. As the best martial arts high school in Linghai City, the first martial arts high school boasted a robust faculty and top-notch equipment, including an indoor sports arena. Soon, Chen Xuan and the others followed their homeroom teacher, Zhang Jian, to the gymnasium. Teacher, what exactly will we be testing today? Upon entering, they discovered not just their class, but students from 2 other senior classes as well. Is that class 1? Li Jianxin is here too. My goddess is so cool. The thought of testing alongside her makes me giddy. Some students from Chen Xian's class whispered excitedly. As a prominent figure in the school, Li Jianxin was always the center of attention. Unlike Han Bingluo's icy demeanor, she possessed an air of effortless confidence that captivated both boys and girls alike. Oh wow, it's the schoolflower Han. Just the thought of testing with both school beauties makes me ecstatic. Other students from different classes also fixated their gaze on Han Bingluo. Be careful. Don't stare too long. Don't you see that Chen Xuan, the domineering one, is here too? Upon noticing Chen Xuan, the crowd instinctively averted their eyes. Previously, he had been notoriously overbearing, punishing anyone who dared to gaze at his fiancée. However, Chen Xuan was not in such a mindset today. Upon entering, his attention was immediately drawn to several towering machines adorned with intricate instruments. Chen Xuan had never seen anything like them. They didn't resemble traditional strength testing equipment, but seemed to be cutting-edge inventions from the current world. Could this be the machine for testing the excitement factor of vitality? Suddenly, Chen Xuan recalled the story. Yi Fan's first moment of grandeur upon entering the school had left the entire institution in shock. All right, everyone, settle down. While lost in thought, their homeroom teacher, Wang Jian, clapped his hands and announced, Today, you will face an unprecedented test. He gestured to the machines behind him, explaining, Before you stands the excitement factor detection machine, recently developed and put into use by the National Academy of Science and Technology. Even though martial arts have been on the rise for a century, humanity's research into martial arts has never ceased. According to the latest national research findings, human warriors possess a unique factor within their vital energy. This factor has been aptly named the excitation factor, and its manifestation is particularly pronounced in those at the transcendence realm. Continuous studies by researchers indicate that within this realm, a higher concentration of the excitation factor in one's vital energy signifies a more profound foundation in the transcendent state, thereby enhancing combat prowess. The advent of the excitation factor testing machine has emerged as the most effective means of assessing combat strength within this realm. It surpasses traditional energy testing machines in accurately reflecting disparities among practitioners. While various factors may lead to discrepancies in energy testing results, the excitation factor detector precisely measures the concentration of this element within the body's vital energy. In terms of both accuracy and scientific rationale, it holds greater persuasive power than its predecessor. If the concentration of the excitation factor reaches 50 per 100 milliliters, it signifies a qualifying level. Wang Jian proceeded to elucidate to his students that a concentration of 60 is considered good, 70 excellent, and anything above 80 marks the individual as a prodigy. At this juncture, Wang Jian's gaze focused intently on Li Jianxin and Han Bingluo, for in his estimation, these two were likely the only individuals at Linghai City's premier martial arts high school capable of achieving such a remarkable percentage. While this does not inherently denote martial aptitude or talent, the two individuals possessing the sacred body would undoubtedly stand out amidst their peers, a fact beyond dispute. But what if the concentration of the excitation factor exceeds 90? A student, unable to contain their curiosity, interjected as Wang Jian paused. 90%? Wang Jian chuckled before retorting. Do you comprehend what 90 signifies? It implies your vital energy is as robust as that of a beast. You have surpassed the realm of humanity and reached the standards of demonic beasts. Wang Jian explained gravely. In comparison to demonic beasts, humans are inherently disadvantaged. And if one's excitation factor surpasses 90, it denotes an invincible presence within the same realm. However, achieving over 90 is considered a fantastical notion. Even for Li Jianxin and Han Bingluo, Wang Jian harbored no such hopes. After all, in the entirety of the Great Xia, only a singular individual in the imperial capital has attained such a concentration in the transcendence realm. This individual, although classified within the transcendent state, is renowned as the most likely genius to break through to the martial saint realm in a century. And what about 100? Another student dared to inquire. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's expression darkened, and he shot a disapproving glance at the inquisitive student. 90% is already a rarity, let alone 100. Stop entertaining such impractical thoughts and focus on yourselves. This testing will be documented in your martial arts examination records and will serve as one of the standards for evaluating your strength and potential. Without further ado, we shall commence the testing, Wang Jian announced, retrieving the class roster and calling the first name, Zhang Wei. As expected, this is the unfolding of the plot. Chen Xuan felt invigorated upon hearing Wang Jian's introduction. At last, the moment for Yi Fan to shine has arrived. This day has been long awaited. If memory serves, Yi Fan's excitation factor concentration is an impressive 92. That is a full 2 percentage points higher than that individual from the imperial capital. Not to mention Han Bingluo, even the highly regarded Li Jianxin pales in comparison. Moreover, this time Yi Fan's prowess will not only astonish Han Bingluo, but also catch the attention of Li Jianxin. This esteemed swordsmanship prodigy finally has a rival. Igniting her curiosity about Yi Fan. Little did she know, curiosity is often the precursor to infatuation. She is destined to become the third member of Yi Fan's harem. By the way, what was Li Jianxin's excitation factor concentration again? I believe it was around 83. Chen Xuan mused to himself, oblivious to the fact that not far away, Li Jianxin's eyes widened once more. The voice she had just heard resurfaced. Chapter 31. Li Jianxin hears Chen Xuan's voice again. It was no illusion. It was unmistakably real. Li Jianxin trembled slightly, caught in a whirlwind of excitement and fear. Why can I hear others' thoughts? She pondered, yet her curiosity now lay in discerning the identity of the voice. In the gymnasium, with 3 classes, teachers, and staff totaling over 100 people, Li Jianxin had no idea whose thoughts she had intercepted. She could only methodically eliminate possibilities. The voice seemed somewhat familiar, yet she could not place it. As she silently analyzed, she concluded that it belonged to a male student. Next tester, Li Jianxin. Wang Jian's voice interrupted her thoughts. Li Jianxin quickly composed herself and approached the testing machine, gazing at the apparatus before her. She couldn't help but recall the voice from earlier. Did it really predict my test result as 83? How is that possible? Despite her skepticism and curiosity about the speaker, Li Jianxin felt the entire situation was utterly absurd. Draw blood first, then strike the testing machine with all your might. The supervising teacher instructed. All right, Li Jianxin replied, clearing her mind. After drawing her blood, she delivered a powerful punch to the testing machine. Li Jianxin, energy value, 987. Excitation factor concentration, 83. The supervising teacher announced. Wow, incredible. No wonder she is the pride of Linghai City, exclaimed her classmates. Though she is merely at the 6th rank of the Transcendence realm, she can unleash a 9th rank energy value. I doubt she even exerted herself completely. This isn't her limit. The more astounding revelation was her excitation factor concentration, an astonishing 83. In contrast, Han Bingluo's previous test barely reached 80. Clearly, Li Jianxin was the most exceptional talent in Linghai City. A chorus of admiration erupted from her peers upon hearing her results. However, at that moment, Li Jianxin stared blankly at the 83 displayed on the machine, her mind in turmoil. Is it really 83? The voice was indeed accurate. Who is this person? How do they know? As she scanned the crowd, her heart raced, yet she could not discern the source of the voice she had heard. Just then, the voice re-emerged. Oh no, I forgot that I still need to test my energy value. This is going to expose my realm. Is he at a high level? Has he been hiding? Li Jianxin mused. Should I present myself as a second rank of the Transcendence realm, or a third rank? She thought. So you've elevated a small rank and still wish to conceal it? Do you think too highly of yourself? Li Jianxin felt a twinge of exasperation in her eyes. The difference between the second and third ranks was negligible, both being relatively weak. As students of Linghai City's key martial arts high school, most of their realms range from the third to fourth ranks. Such realms, with energy values fluctuating around 400, left Li Jianxin puzzled as to why one would hide such information. Well, I might as well reveal my strength as a third rank of the Transcendence realm. I'll keep it simple and just aim for 321. She contemplated. I wonder what my excitation factor concentration will be. Given Yi Fan's guidance from the martial saint and his own fortunate encounters, his foundation in vital energy was exceptionally solid, allowing him to reach 92. While I lack such guidance, I anticipate my concentration to be above 70, with the possibility of reaching 80 as well. Chen Xuan silently nodded in agreement. In the realm of the third rank of the transcendent stage, he appears inconspicuous, yet his sole intention is to conceal his formidable strength. After all, a single punch from him can unleash a staggering force of 888. As for the proportion of excitement factors, Chen Xuan can only estimate roughly. He is no longer the worthless character of the original narrative. Thanks to the system, Chen Xuan has enhanced his physique through dragon blood martial arts, leading to a qualitative leap in his talents, aptitude, and foundation. Moreover, he now possesses a sacred body, regardless of the circumstances. His attributes ought to surpass those of ordinary individuals, while he may not rival Yi Fan. Reaching the level of Li Jianxin and Han Binglu is certainly within the realm of possibility. As for whether the excitement factor would expose him, Chen Xuan remains unconcerned. This element primarily gauges potential, combat prowess at the same level, and the foundational vitality established. Furthermore, worrying is futile. Concealing it is beyond his capability. This measurement requires a blood draw. It is entirely the power of technology. Can you just punch a 321? Li Jianxin, who could hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, furrowed her brow once more, followed by a dismissive smile. Every strength test is inherently inaccurate. After all, no one can perfectly control the force they exert. Such mastery requires an impeccable self-control that one at the transcendent stage simply cannot attain. Li Jianxin does not believe anyone could reach this level. She merely assumes this person is boasting, or that the number 321 is merely an approximation. I am rather eager to discover your true identity. Li Jianxin stands firm, observing the crowd of testers. Identifying this individual should not pose much of a challenge for her. The person has yet to be tested. Third rank of the transcendent stage. A force value around 300. An excitement factor content exceeding 70. The list of potential candidates has already been significantly narrowed. Li Jianxin holds her breath, waiting in silence. Each student who completes their test is free to leave, yet due to the novelty of the testing method and her curiosity, everyone remains in place. However, no one anticipated that the usually disinterested Li Jianxin would choose to stay. Could it be that the illustrious Li is expecting someone to surpass her? How could that be? What is she waiting for? This question leaves the crowd puzzled, with no one understanding her motives. Is she waiting for me? In the backdrop, Yi Fan smirks devilishly, his lips curling in excitement. Amidst the convoluted paths of mountains and rivers, there lies a village bright with willows and flowers. At this moment, Yi Fan's emotions are exceptionally invigorated. He never anticipated that 3 individuals capable of unlocking his sacred body would emerge in the small city of Linghai. A congenital sword Dao sacred body? Yi Fan clenches his fists, his gaze fervently fixed upon Li Jianxin's silhouette. The Han sisters have been a source of frustration, leaving him powerless. Thus, conquering Li Jianxin first seems a commendable plan. A woman of such arrogance must be subdued through sheer strength. Yi Fan contemplates, his confidence swelling. There is nothing lacking. His prowess is undeniably formidable in Linghai City, rivaling top-tier individuals across the entirety of the Great Xia. Li Jianxin, Han Binglu, call out for me. Trembling in anticipation, Yi Fan gazes at the figures of the 2 school beauties, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. The day he has long awaited has finally arrived, marking his inaugural moment of ostentation. The next tester, Yi Fan. Chapter 32. Yi Fan finally embraces his moment of bravado. With Yi Fan's strength at the 7th rank of the transcendent stage, this punch must exceed 1,000. Watching Yi Fan approach the testing machine with unwavering confidence, Chen Xuan muses. At the Han residence, Yi Fan had previously shattered the strength testing machine with a single punch, serving as undeniable proof. In the original narrative, Yi Fan's strength test value reached a terrifying 1043, as anticipated by Chen Xuan, with a swift punch, 4 digits flash upon the screen. 1111. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Chen Xuan is astonished that Yi Fan has surpassed the narrative's depiction, achieving a fearsome strength value of 1111. Little does he know, Yi Fan has poured every ounce of strength he possesses into this punch. It seems to serve as a release for the pent-up resentment he has harbored for days. Goodness. Am I seeing things? Who is this powerhouse from our class? Why have I not heard of such a figure before? Fearsome. This punch has transcended the boundaries of the transcendent stage, reaching the level of a martial artist. After a moment of stunned silence, the entire gymnasium erupts into a frenzy. Everyone rubs their eyes, staring at the 4 digits on the screen, feeling as though they are in a dream. Is this truly a strength value achievable by someone at the transcendent stage? The crowd gazes at Yi Fan in disbelief. Among them, several young girls blush as they gawk at Yi Fan's stern visage. However, at that moment, someone notices something even more astonishing. Not only is the strength value impressive, but look at his excitement factor content. A person stammers, pointing at the screen. As everyone focuses, they see 92. What? Is the machine malfunctioning? Why? How can someone achieve a value of 92? In an instant, all eyes turn to Wang Jian. At this moment, Wang Jian, responsible for recording, is equally bewildered, staring in disbelief at the numbers displayed before him. This new transfer student is astonishingly powerful. Suddenly, Wang Jian's eyes light up. This year, Linghai City has struck gold. You will handle the next tests. I need to make a call. Suppressing his astonishment, Wang Jian speaks to a nearby teacher before stepping aside to call the principal, who happens to be Han Binglu's grandfather. What? The excitement factor content has reached 92. In the principal's office, old Master Han is taken aback by Wang Jian's report. Are you certain? He cannot believe it, and asks again. Principal, there is no doubt. If there is an error, it must be due to a machine malfunction. Moreover, not only is the excitement factor value astonishing, this student named Yi Fan has also unleashed a strength value exceeding 1,000 with a single punch. Wang Jian relays Yi Fan's situation in detail to old Master Han. I understand. Bring Yi Fan to my office immediately. Upon hearing this, old Master Han instructs before hanging up the phone. After a moment of silence, old Master Han sighs softly, shaking his head. Upon hearing the name Yi Fan, he recalls that Han Tiangang had previously mentioned this individual. However, at that time, he had paid it no mind. Even when Han Tiangang sought to have Yi Fan act as a bodyguard for Han Bingling, old Master Han had declined. Yet now, with Yi Fan shining so brightly, he feels a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, being of advanced age, he possesses a certain clarity and has witnessed much. Old Master Han quickly reassures himself. One cannot force matters. Perhaps fate simply does not favor my Han family. With that thought, he picks up the phone and dials a number. These excitement factor detectors were uniformly dispatched from above, accompanied by research personnel who had come to Linghai City. Now, with Yi Fan exhibiting an excitement factor of 92, he wishes to inquire about potential policies to support such talent. Meanwhile, at the Linghai City Research Institute. Thank you, Dr. Jiang, for visiting our institute to provide guidance. Director Li of the Linghai City Research Institute extends his hand excitedly to a tall woman in a white lab coat. The woman shakes hands with Director Li. No need for formality, Director Li. It's merely an exchange. However, I only have this afternoon available, and once the excitement factor tests conclude, I will likely depart tonight. The woman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, possesses eyes that seem to harbor a vast ocean of knowledge, radiating warmth and wisdom. With a gentle smile, her intellectual allure is palpable. Are there any insurmountable challenges your research institute is facing? Let us discuss them promptly. Absolutely. Just then, the woman's phone rings. Excuse me, are you Yi Fan? My name is Wang Fong. May we get acquainted? Hello, Yi Fan, this is my phone number. As Yi Fan returned to his original position, a group of girls quickly surrounded him. Among them were a few bold ones who passed notes and flirted, but the issue was that they were all rather plump. This motley crew filled Yi Fan with an overwhelming sense of annoyance, yet with so many people around, including Han Binglu and Li Jianxin, he felt it unwise to express his irritation. He discreetly observed the two, but not only Han Binglu, Li Jianxin also displayed a disinterested demeanor, merely glancing at him before averting her gaze. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fan felt as though he was attempting to put on an act that was somehow falling short of his expectations, leaving him puzzled. In truth, Li Jianxin was quite affected internally. After being the top student at Linghai City's foremost high school for so long, someone had finally surpassed her. Deep down, she felt a sense of unwillingness, but her personality prevented her from behaving like those infatuated girls surrounding Yifan. Even in the original narrative, Li Jianxin had only engaged in a duel with Yifan after the fact. Now, due to her unique ability to perceive thoughts, she had learned about Yifan ahead of time. Familiar with Yifan's moments of bravado, she was no longer as surprised. It was akin to watching a movie with spoilers. She even found it somewhat tedious. Her interest was solely piqued by Yifan's prowess. Moreover, she faced an even graver concern. She needed to locate that individual. The next challenger, Chen Xuan. Finally, it's my turn. I need to complete the test and leave quickly. Though I finally got to see Yifan in action, I still feel a bit dissatisfied. Chen Xuan thought to himself as he stepped forward from the crowd towards the testing machine. It was him. Li Jianxin's eyes widened in shock. She turned around, staring blankly at Chen Xuan approaching from behind. Known as Linghai City's notorious sycophant, and with a well-connected father who was good friends with Chen Sihai, she was no stranger to Chen Xuan. But why could she hear his thoughts? The two had no prior connection or interaction. Chen Xuan was too busy fawning over Han Binglu, while Li Jianxin had no interest in engaging with someone she deemed worthless. They were like two parallel lines, destined never to intersect, unless it were for this peculiar ability of hers. Could it be a mistake? Li Jianxin couldn't help but wonder, but the next moment, she heard his thoughts again. What is Li Jianxin staring at me for? Has she been captivated by my handsome visage? Please, you are part of Yifan's harem. Do not develop any feelings for me. Chen Xuan's self-absorption caught Li Jianxin off guard, prompting her to smirk disdainfully and shake her head in resignation. Chen Xuan was indeed unremarkable. At that moment, her mind was elsewhere. Even if he claimed she was part of Yifan's harem, she had no desire to delve into the reasoning behind it. This worthless individual was unworthy of her investment of thought. It would be far better spent on her cultivation. With that in mind, Li Jianxin turned to leave. However, at that instant, with a loud bang, the testing machine displayed Chen Xuan's energy value. 321. Chapter 33. Chen Xuan's ridiculous vitality test value. Chen Xuan had broken through to the second tier of the transformational realm, but what did that matter? Everyone present was already above the third tier of the transformational realm. With a vitality value just over 300, even at the third tier, he remained worthless. As Chen Xuan had imagined, his vitality value of over 300 perfectly confirmed his status as a failure. The crowd exhibited no signs of surprise. Only Li Jianxin stood rooted in place, her gaze fixed intently on the number displayed on the machine. Was it truly 321? Was it a coincidence, or could he genuinely control the force he unleashed? Li Jianxin was reluctant to believe that this imbecile could achieve the latter. Yet, the evidence was clear. Having heard Chen Xuan's thoughts beforehand, she knew he had deliberately produced that value with precision. A third-tier transformational realm individual was hardly worthy of Li Jianxin's attention. But a third-tier individual capable of finally controlling their own vitality was an entirely different matter. Such a skill was not something typically mastered at the transformational realm. Rather, it was a capability that could only be fully harnessed by accomplished martial artists. Presently, Chen Xuan resembled a primary school student who had self-studied high school subjects and integrated them seamlessly. This was simply outlandish. Li Jianxin found herself re-evaluating Chen Xuan as a person. Today had been a dreadful day for her. The emergence of Yifan was already troubling enough. But Chen Xuan had further shattered her internal pride. Perhaps I should engage with him, Li Jianxin mused. Not solely because she could hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, but she was eager to learn from him how he had acquired such mastery over his vitality. Of course, Li Jianxin was unaware that even if she approached Chen Xuan, he had little to teach her. Since consuming the dragon blood martial pill and attaining the dragon martial sacred body, Chen Xuan had felt his control over his vitality reach its zenith. Perhaps it was due to the sacred body, or perhaps it was innate talent, but ultimately, it was all thanks to the system. Wait, am I seeing things? Someone exclaimed. Look at Chen Xuan's excitement factor value. At that moment, Li Jianxin turned her gaze to Chen Xuan's test value, her eyes widening in shock. Chen Xuan, third tier of the transformational realm, vitality value 321, with an excitement factor content of 9,999. At that moment, the instructor responsible for recording the results rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He felt as though he was hallucinating. But the numbers on the machine were glaringly clear. 9,999. What on earth was happening? Hadn't Teacher Wang stated that I shouldn't dream of achieving 100? Then why was someone approaching 100? And it was Chen Xuan of all people. The students clasped their heads in disbelief, struggling to accept that these were indeed Chen Xuan's test results. In their minds, he could be anyone but Chen Xuan. I am now more curious about what Chen Xuan's value signifies. Yifan only had 92, and he was taken to meet the principal. What would happen with Chen Xuan's 99.99? Would it not stir the entire Ministry of Education? Everyone looked at Chen Xuan with envy. Just a moment ago, they were discussing this worthless individual, and now, he had outperformed even Yi Fan. Could it be that the machine was malfunctioning? As the crowd stood in astonishment, Chen Xuan's thoughts echoed in his mind. Feeling the weight of everyone's attention, he felt somewhat disoriented. He had not anticipated such a result. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Had he suddenly become the brightest talent? What a joke. How could he maintain a low profile or even back out of his engagement? Chen Xuan's mind raced with thoughts of the consequences of his exposure. The Chen and Han families had organized an engagement banquet for him and Han Binglu, and the way she looked at him had already begun to change. No. Chen Xuan screamed in despair within himself. This was terrifying. A genius? That title held no allure for him. The so-called genius was merely a stepping stone to reach Yi Fan. Moreover, knowing the plot, Chen Xuan was aware that this was a minor opportunity for Yi Fan. I fear that Yi Fan has already met that renowned Dr. Jiang from the capital. If Dr. Jiang discovers there exists a 9,999 like me, would that not snatch away the opportunity that rightfully belongs to Yi Fan? Chen Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. With that thought, he knew Yi Fan would surely hold a grudge against him. Though it was a chance, Chen Xuan had no desire for it. Not only out of fear of Yi Fan's resentment, but also because he understood that this opportunity was of little benefit to him. In the original narrative, Dr. Jiang had gifted Yi Fan a drop of precious ancient beast blood to refine his vitality potential, thus further enhancing Yi Fan's strength. However, for Chen Xuan, his vitality did not require further mention, as it had reached nearly 100. Even the consumption of a drop of ancient beast's pure blood proved to be of no consequence. This was indeed a possibility. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the supervising teacher nodded in agreement. How about you switch to another machine and retest? This suggestion placed Chen Xuan in a dilemma. He merely wished to avoid drawing attention and had casually fabricated an excuse about a malfunctioning machine. Deep down, he was acutely aware that due to the consumption of the dragon blood martial pill, his vitality had sublimated and purified to an astonishing degree. His blood was teeming with excitement factors. Forget it, Chen Xuan whispered to the teacher. Could you adjust the reading to 60 for me and clarify this externally? Are you asking me to cheat? The supervising teacher immediately adopted a serious demeanor, admonishing him. Chen Xuan, are you foolish? This is a good thing. It will be recorded in your personal file and will add points to your college entrance examination. He instructed Chen Xuan to wait and stepped aside to call Teacher Wang, seeking clarity on the matter. Receiving a call from Principal Han, Zhang Lai hurried to the school and met Yi Fan in old Han's office. To her astonishment, someone in Linghai City had actually reached 92. Zhang Lai's heart raced. The research topic on the excitement factors and vitality had always been her focus, including the testing machines she had developed herself. She understood better than anyone the significance of Yi Fan's 92 reading. Although the content of excitement factors could not directly indicate aptitude or talent, it certainly demonstrated potential. Her research had shown that every prodigy who achieved martial saint status possessed excitement factors far exceeding those of others. In other words, the greater the amount of excitement factors in one's body, the higher the chances of becoming a martial saint. Moreover, Yi Fan already possessed a realm far surpassing that of his peers. In Yi Fan, aptitude, talent, sacred body, and potential were all present. If no unforeseen circumstances arose during his growth, Yi Fan was destined to become a martial saint. With this thought, Zhang Lai felt a surge of excitement and said, "Student Yi, I have a gift for you." Just then, Wang Jian's phone rang. Chapter 34. I truly did not intend to usurp the protagonist's fortune. Wang Jian glanced apologetically at Zhang Lai before stepping into the corridor to answer the call. What? What did you say? 99.99 excitement factor content? Are you joking with me? Wang Jian could hardly believe his ears. However, the voice on the other end was resolute. Teacher Wang, there is no mistake. The testing machine displays it clearly. Unless the machine is faulty. Who is it? Wang Jian inquired. It's Chen Xuan from your class. Wang Jian. He could hardly fathom that this person was Chen Xuan, the student who consistently dragged down his teaching quality. Yet now, he was being told that this underachiever was the most likely candidate to become a martial saint. At that moment, upon realizing it was Chen Xuan, Wang Jian felt the test results were utterly unreliable. No matter how he looked at it, he could not believe that the most promising individual in all of Linghai City, or even the entire Great Xia, was Chen Xuan. As Chen Xuan's homeroom teacher, Wang Jian thought he knew him well. Lacking in aptitude, talent, and even the ability to endure hardship, Chen Xuan was merely at the third tier of the transcendence realm. What potential could such a person possess? Wang Jian would rather believe the machine was malfunctioning. Hanging up, Wang Jian hurried back to the office. What happened, Teacher Wang? We could hear you shouting from the office. Principal Han remarked, somewhat displeased. Dr. Jiang is still here. What could have you so agitated? Apologies, Principal. There is an urgent situation, Wang Jian explained. Then turned to Jiang Lai. Dr. Jiang, I would like to inquire if there is any possibility that our machine is faulty? A faulty machine? Jiang Lai looked at Wang Jian, then smiled. Are you questioning the reliability of our equipment? No, I'm merely asking if there is any possibility. Absolutely not. Jiang Lai affirmed. Every machine is brand new and undergoes rigorous testing before being sent to each city. The detection of excitement factors and vitality pertains to a student's destiny and the future of the empire. Every report is meticulously recorded in their personal files. So the likelihood of an error is exceedingly small. Then, Dr. Jiang, may I ask what it would mean if a person's excitement factor reached 100? Wang Jian swallowed hard, awaiting Jiang Lai's response. Although Chen Xuan was at 99.99, it was virtually equivalent to 100. 100? Huh. Upon hearing Wang Jian's question, Jiang Lai chuckled lightly. That is simply impossible. Once the excitement factor content in vitality surpasses 90, it has already reached the human limit. 100 transcends human capabilities, reaching the blood levels of those legendary ancient divine beasts. Their bloodlines are noble, devoid of impurities. Even their young possess terrifying combat prowess. If they do not perish early, their potential for growth is immeasurable. Humans can never reach such levels. If there were, Jiang Lai mused, then that individual, upon achieving martial saint status, would attain the level of rebirth through blood. Because of the existence of excitement factors in their blood, they would be an indestructible entity. Of course, all this was merely hypothetical. Jiang Lai smiled again, reaffirming, no one could possibly reach that standard. Dr. Jiang, Wang Jian interjected, swallowing hard. If you are confident in the reliability of your machines, then there may indeed be someone. What? Jiang Lai's body jolted at his words, quickly pressing for details. Are you certain a student has achieved an excitement factor standard of 100? Not 100, but 9,999. Quick, bring him to me. Jiang Lai's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian rushed out of the office to call his colleagues at the gym. The principal's office fell into silence. Yi Fan watched Jiang Lai pacing back and forth, feeling a sudden sense of unease. He had clearly heard the previous conversation and understood that someone had emerged who surpassed him in talent. Though he was proud, Yi Fan also recognized the truth that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. He merely had the guidance of a remnant soul of a martial saint. In this world, there were countless powerful figures over the centuries, and he was not the only one with opportunities. But what about my fortune? Just a moment ago, she was about to present me with a gift. Yi Fan's heart began to race with unrest. As an orphan, he struggled to even attend school, let alone access other martial resources. Aside from the remnant soul of the martial saint, he was virtually destitute, relying solely on his fists to break through. However, his progress with the furnace was not going smoothly, and lacking resources, he could only rely on arduous training to elevate his realm. Yet, how could mere hard work compare to dual cultivation and the use of medicinal aids? Dr. Jiang, about that gift you mentioned? Yi Fan could not restrain himself from reminding Jiang Lai. He was unwilling to accept defeat, especially in his impoverished state. Jiang Lai's cheeks flushed crimson as she awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, student Yi, but there is only one gift. Jiang Lai's words were veiled, yet Yi Fan understood. A singular gift must naturally be given to the individual deemed most worthy of investment. In an instant, Yi Fan's entire countenance darkened. He clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in frustration. This had originally been his opportunity, but suddenly, an anomaly had emerged, leaving him with nothing. Although he understood that this was not anyone's fault, after all, he was simply not talented enough or extraordinary enough. Yi Fan could not help but harbor resentment towards this individual. Well then, Principal, Dr. Jiang, I shall take my leave. Yi Fan feigned nonchalance as he stood, his countenance pale and adorned with an unnatural smile. I truly apologize. Yi student, Jiang Lai reiterated her regrets. She made no effort to retain Yi Fan. At this moment, he was of little importance to her. Though Yi Fan possessed unique talents, he paled in comparison to the one rated 9,999. In contrast to him, this other student held far greater research value. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Lai's eyes. As a fervent researcher, she could hardly contain her eagerness to bring this individual into her laboratory for a blood sample. Dr. Jiang, he has arrived. As Yi Fan exited, he fortuitously encountered Chen Xuan entering. Greetings, Brother Yi. Chen Xuan greeted with an enthusiastic smile. What a coincidence. What can I do but maintain a good image for Brother Yi? Chen Xuan mused. However, Yi Fan remained silent, perceiving Chen Xuan's enthusiasm as mere mockery. He had never anticipated that this person could be Chen Xuan. Yi Fan's expression darkened. The one bound to his furnace with a marriage contract was him. And now he was the one seizing his opportunity? It felt as though the world conspired against him. Yi Fan sensed an inexplicable connection, as if every event in his life intertwined with Chen Xuan. Gazing at Chen Xuan, he felt a tumult of envy, jealousy, and ire. Chen Xuan, one day, I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Yi Fan's heart roared. What does not kill him will only serve to make him stronger. If overlooked by all, he would reclaim his dignity on his own. Yi Fan cast a stormy glance at the individuals in the office. Chapter 35. Chen Xuan. Targeted by the research enthusiast Jiang Lai Chen Xuan. Upon Chen Xuan's entrance, Old Master Han's eyes widened in astonishment. He finally comprehended Wang Jian's earlier sentiments. Anyone learning that such a seemingly inept individual held the greatest potential would be taken aback. Even though Chen Xuan was his granddaughter's husband, Old Master Han still referred to him as a waste. Dr. Jiang, are you certain there are no issues with your research findings? Old Master Han discreetly inquired, pulling Jiang Lai aside. What do you mean by that, Principal Han? Jiang Lai asked, puzzled. Old Master Han replied, to be candid, I could believe another person had the potential to become a martial saint, but not Chen Xuan. How is that possible? His innate talent and qualifications are abysmal. He has only just reached the third tier of the transcendent stage. How can such talent possibly lead to becoming a martial saint? Old Master Han found it utterly implausible. I believe, Principal Han, you may have overlooked a key point. Potential does not equate to future achievements. A higher excitement factor indicates greater potential. Yet the critical issue lies in the path he chooses to take. Success depends on human effort, while destiny lies beyond our control. The excitement factor determines an individual's limits. Of course, if he does not exert effort, his lower limits will also be quite low. Although Old Master Han spoke delicately, Jiang Lai grasped the underlying implication. This Chen Xuan was indeed a waste. Jiang Lai's spirits lifted. If Chen Xuan were a genuine genius, her pursuit of him as a test subject would face considerable obstacles. However, if he were a waste, Jiang Lai's eyes sparkled as she envisioned Chen Xuan lying bare on her experimental table. Hello, Student Chen. Jiang Lai smiled, extending her hand. Greetings, Dr. Jiang. Chen Xuan shook her hand. Observing the smile on Jiang Lai's lips, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest. What is she planning? Surely, this research fanatic doesn't have designs on me? As he pondered, a chill ran down his spine. In the original narrative, Jiang Lai's character was that of a research enthusiast, obsessively seeking to uncover the secrets within Yi Fan's body. For myriad reasons, Yi Fan's physique defied scientific explanation, igniting Jiang Lai's research ambitions, to the extent that this fervent woman disregarded everything, even offering herself. Why do I feel as if I am being treated as prey? As Jiang Lai gazed intently at him, Chen Xuan's heart raced. Is this a voice of the heart? Jiang Lai trembled slightly, her expression one of astonishment and confusion as she stared at Chen Xuan. As a researcher within her institute, Jiang Lai's focus extended beyond martial artists to encompass phenomena that eluded scientific understanding. For instance, she was now hearing Chen Xuan's innermost thoughts. Intriguing. A smile crept across Jiang Lai's lips. She quickly regained her composure, realizing that hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts was undeniably advantageous. Rather than fearing it, she felt exhilarated. She was overwhelmed by an impulse to dissect this man. Regardless, I must take him back to my laboratory to keep him confined at my side. Jiang Lai's thoughts raced. But then she recalled something. Have you heard my story? Jiang Lai leaned in closely, face to face with Chen Xuan, their proximity almost intimate. A faint fragrance enveloped them, and Chen Xuan could even discern the pores on her skin. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt a rush of blood to his head. This woman is too much. Unlike Han Binglu or Han Bingling, Jiang Lai, in her 30s, was in the prime of her allure. The most crucial aspect was that Chen Xuan understood the extent of her contradictions. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, she possessed a mind more fervent than any. Danger. This woman is more perilous than any of Yi Fan's consorts. Even if my father is Chen Sihai, given this woman's reckless nature, no one could stop her from making me her test subject. I must steer clear of her. Wherever I go in the future, I shall need several bodyguards. A red alert blared in Chen Xuan's mind. He was nearly at his wit's end. The issues with the other female leads remained unresolved, and now another, Jiang Lai, had emerged. He faced the looming threat of becoming a test subject. Chen Xuan had no choice but to think this way. Due to the 99.99 excitement factor, He knew that this woman before him was infinitely more interested in him than Yi Fan. Yi Fan was nothing compared to him. Chen Xuan's anxiety escalated. While among Yi Fan's other consorts, he merely needed to be wary of Yi Fan. However, with Zhang Lai, he feared that a moment's inattention would find him bound to an experimental table. Chen Xuan hastily took a step back. What do you mean by that, Dr. Jiang? Oh, my apologies, just speaking offhandedly. Zhang Lai deflected, finally realizing her own words. Observing Chen Xuan, a mischievous glint danced in her eyes. This Chen Xuan might be even more intriguing than I had anticipated. He seems to understand me, and he is equally wary of me. Zhang Lai's thoughts darkened. She realized that capturing his interest would undoubtedly be more challenging. Yet, abandoning such excellent research material was not an option Zhang Lai was willing to entertain. Chen Xuan was indeed correct. She was purely a research fanatic. When faced with a unique anomaly in this world, she could not possibly let it slip away. Moreover, now that her curiosity about Chen Xuan's secrets had been piqued, she resolved to pursue him slowly but surely. I will undoubtedly obtain you. Zhang Lai's lips curled upward, her eyes shimmering with determination. Student Chen, this is a gift for you, a drop of ancient beast essence that can refine one's vitality. Zhang Lai presented a small vial to Chen Xuan. Additionally, I have heard that your academic performance is lacking. Even passing the entrance exam for the martial arts university is quite challenging. Zhang Lai continued. Dr. Jiang, I believe I can still manage it, Chen Xuan cautiously replied. In the presence of this woman, he felt compelled to tread carefully. Who knew what schemes lay within her mind? Zhang Lai smiled faintly. What you say is possible is not necessarily guaranteed. I can offer you an opportunity. If you achieve a passing score on the theoretical portion of the entrance exam, I will ensure your admission to the premier martial arts research academy as my assistant. What do you think? I see you as a mere lab rat. A delusion. I appreciate Dr. Xia's goodwill, but I firmly believe that everything must be achieved through one's own efforts. I, Chen Xuan, aspire to gain admission to the martial arts university solely through my diligence. I find it disgraceful to resort to backdoor connections, Chen Xuan declared earnestly. Beside him, the homeroom teacher, Wang Jian, and the elder Han could only feel astounded at Chen Xuan's demeanor. With merely 3 months left until the martial arts entrance examination, and with his current standing at merely the third tier of the transcendence realm, the prospect of entering the martial arts academy seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. With Dr. Jiang's words so clear, how could he still act so brazenly? Both were anxious for Chen Xuan, with the elder Han even contemplating calling Chen Sihai immediately to rouse this boy from his stupor. Oh, is that so? I didn't realize that classmate Chen possessed such ambition, Zhang Lai remarked with a faint smile, undeterred, as she was already prepared for a protracted battle. She was determined to acquire Chen Xuan for her research on blood extraction, as it would be her academic endeavor. I must take my leave, Principal Han, she said, rising to bid farewell to the elder Han, then looking at Chen Xuan with a smile, classmate Chen, until we meet again. Chapter 36, The Elder Han. Who thinks he understands Chen Xuan's thoughts? Though she felt an urge to act immediately, Zhang Lai restrained her excitement. Being an astute individual, she recognized that now was not the time for excessive interaction with Chen Xuan. He understood her well. Her current course of action was to remain patient, waiting for a decisive opportunity. As she exited the campus, Zhang Lai pondered. She was uncertain how Chen Xuan had discerned her true nature, but she was aware that his description was entirely accurate. She was indeed a complete research fanatic, willing to sacrifice everything for her academic pursuits. Subsequently, Zhang Lai pulled out her phone and called her superior. Hello, director. I want to be able to return. I need to stay in Linghai City for a while, at least until the National Martial Arts entrance examination concludes. She did not feel the need to explain further. As the nation's most brilliant research enthusiast, her working style was well understood by the leadership at the Research Institute. By the way, please assign me an assistant with a high martial arts rank, preferably someone at least at the Breaking Void realm. You need not worry. My personal safety is not an issue. I am not in a rush. Just have someone sent over before the entrance examination concludes. After hanging up, Zhang Lai let out a gentle sigh, a smile gracing her lips. It was unrealistic to forcibly bring Chen Xuan back at this moment. Despite her esteemed title, she could not engage in such absurd actions in broad daylight, especially since Chen Xuan was a student preparing for the martial arts examination. She would have to wait until the examination was over. If, as Principal Han suggested, Chen Xuan truly was a waste, then his future would be firmly within her grasp. Even if he were unwilling at that time, he would have no say in the matter. A person who couldn't even gain admission to the martial arts university had no right to dictate his own life. If absolutely necessary, forcibly taking him away was still an option. Although such actions would invite a series of troubles, the opportunity to study an entity with a blood excitement factor of 9,999 would render all of it worthwhile. However, Zhang Lai was reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely unavoidable. Chen Xuan was not an ordinary individual. His father, Chen Xuan, was an active military personnel and a master of the Breaking Void realm. She preferred to bring Chen Xuan back to the capital under legitimate pretenses. Yet, if circumstances turned dire, Zhang Lai held no fear, for as the youngest research genius in the history of the Great Xia, her authority far exceeded that of Chen Xuan. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Lai hailed a taxi to the Chen residence. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, his 9,999 blood excitement factor had altered the course of events, and he had fallen victim to Zhang Lai's clever strategy. In the original narrative, after Zhang Lai presented a gift to Yi Fan, she returned to the capital, and their next encounter was when Yi Fan gained admission to the martial arts university. Although Yi Fan's test results were similarly remarkable, they paled in comparison to Chen Xuan's, which had surpassed the realm of humanity and left Zhang Lai in awe, instantly igniting her desire to study him. At this moment, in the principal's office, the elder Han paced around Chen Xuan, occasionally shaking his head. What a pity, truly a pity. If someone else possessed Chen Xuan's potential, in less than a decade, the Great Xia would welcome its youngest martial saint. But now the elder Han sighed inwardly. Dr. Zhang's assertions were indeed valid. Potential alone could not define everything. Chen Xuan lacked innate talent and the sacred body. At present, he was merely at the third tier of the transcendence realm, a level that could hardly be considered average. What use was potential alone? With these thoughts, the elder Han sank heavily onto the sofa, releasing another deep sigh. The dream of having a martial saint as a grandson-in-law had shattered. Grandpa Han, I have a business proposition for you. Would you be interested? Confused by the elder Han's gaze, which seemed to carry a hint of sorrow, Chen Xuan was eager to sell the essence blood he held. This substance held little value for him and was only effective for those at the transcendence realm. As he was the sole individual in his family, keeping it was akin to storing a bottle of liquid that could not be consumed. It was far better to sell it. Uncertain of the worth of this drop of essence blood, Chen Xuan still believed it held some value, especially since it was a gift from Zhang Lai. The elder Han, as the wealthiest man in Linghai City, was the perfect candidate for this transaction. Business? What kind of business? Chen Xuan placed the small vial on the table. This drop of essence blood is of no use to me. I was wondering if you, Grandpa Han, might be interested in purchasing it, buying it from me. Upon hearing this, the elder Han was taken aback, glancing at the vial on the table, then deeply scrutinizing Chen Xuan. This proposal had caught the elder Han entirely off guard. This drop of essence blood was worth its weight in gold. It could enhance blood purity and elevate potential, and if it were to reach the outside world, it would incite a frenzy. There were no shortages of wealthy individuals in this world. Chen Xuan could sell it for an exorbitant price elsewhere. Why, then, did he approach him? Oh, it must be because of Xiao Luo. The elder Han soon grasped the reason. After all, the connection between the Han family and Chen Xuan was rather tenuous. How much do you wish to sell it for? This question from the elder Han indicated to Chen Xuan that the deal was on. However, he had no idea how much to ask for. Chen Xuan had never dealt with such matters and was unfamiliar with the market. He merely felt that the Han family had the means, and the elder Han would not cheat him. Now, with the elder Han turning the question back to him, Chen Xuan had to consider it carefully. 1 million? Would that be acceptable to you? 1 million. The elder Han stared at Chen Xuan in disbelief. This was akin to a bargain price. The value of just this drop of essence blood was surely in the billions. Yet, Chen Xuan's offer sounded almost like a gift. The elder Han scrutinized Chen Xuan closely, having now understood his intentions. It was again because of Xiao Luo. Fearing that a direct gift might be declined, he sought him out under the guise of a business proposal, but at a price that was almost laughable. Having grasped the crux of the matter, the elder Han viewed Chen Xuan with newfound favor. Though he was considered a waste, his steadfastness, deep affection, and selflessness toward Xiao Luo were commendable. From the bottom of his heart, the elder Han had already tacitly accepted this prospective grandson-in-law. Rising, he patted Chen Xuan's shoulder firmly. I understand your intentions. I will keep the essence blood, and the money will be transferred to you shortly. With that, the elder Han took the vial containing the essence blood and left the room. Wait, that's not what I meant. I simply wish to conduct a business transaction with you. Chen Xuan frowned as he watched the elder Han's departing figure. Unable to fully grasp the meaning behind the words of the esteemed Mr. Han, yet it mattered little. What was essential was that this item could be sold. Far better than remaining idle as a mere beverage. Chapter 37 Understanding Chen Xuan's thoughts. Han Bingluo approached her grandfather. "Grandfather, you summoned me?" Mr. Han, upon exiting, found Han Bingluo and handed her a small vial. "What is this?" she inquired. "Are you aware of Chen Xuan's test values?" Mr. Han responded with a question rather than an answer. Han Bingluo nodded. "Of course, I was present during his assessment, but what does this have to do with Chen Xuan?" "This is a gift from Chen Xuan to you," Mr. Han elucidated. "Contained within is a drop of ancient divine beast's blood that can purify human vitality and enhance the potential for transcending the mundane." Upon hearing this, Han Bingluo's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the vial. Mr. Han's words had already conveyed the preciousness of this item. Her martial arts theoretical achievements had always been exceptional. Just the mention of the ancient divine beast made her realize its value. "This is a gift from Dr. Jiang of the imperial capital to Chen Xuan, and he chose to sell it to me," Mr. Han continued. He chuckled lightly. "Chen Xuan didn't he want to give it to you directly, instead opting to sell it at a bargain price. You must be aware of his intentions?" Having finished his explanation, Mr. Han's gaze shifted to his granddaughter, awaiting her decision. Although they were betrothed, as her grandfather, he did not wish to interfere excessively in their matters. The value of the drop of blood was evident, yet Mr. Han did not wish to trade it for his granddaughter. "Well," Han Bingluo bit her lip, nodding as she tightened her grip on the vial. She understood her grandfather's meaning. Their family, the Han clan, already owed much to the Chen family. Adding this drop of blood would only deepen their indebtedness. Accepting this precious gift would irrevocably bind her to Chen Xuan. Even if she desired to withdraw, her grandfather would not consent. How could she, having taken so much, then back out of the engagement? Not only would her grandfather find it unacceptable, but she would also feel utterly ashamed. "Now, do you accept it? Or shall I return it?" Mr. Han inquired. "I accept it." After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Bingluo made her choice. She could not articulate her feelings at that moment. A peculiar sensation made her heart race. This vial of blood had transformed into a token of affection linking her to Chen Xuan. Because of it, she would become his wife. The thought of this unfamiliar title made her slightly shy, yet she felt no resistance within. She understood that Chen Xuan was not a wastrel. Despite her desire to distance herself, he had still gifted her such a precious offering. She found it perplexing, feeling that Chen Xuan was a paradox. She held confidence in her appearance and could not believe that Chen Xuan truly did not like her. The crux of their issues stemmed from a singular source: Yi Fan. "Chen Xuan, you claim I will become Yi Fan's harem, yet you are unreservedly kind to me. Rest assured, I will strive to be your devoted partner in resisting Yi Fan," Han Bingluo vowed, gripping the vial tightly. Meanwhile, at his seat, Chen Xuan beamed at the notification of funds received. After all, this marked his first earnings through his own endeavors. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to celebrate. However, a glance at Yi Fan, seated across from him, tempered his exuberance. The latter wore a completely expressionless face, and despite Chen Xuan's immediate expressions of concern and apology, Yi Fan remained nonchalant. Though claiming indifference, Chen Xuan knew that Yi Fan was merely putting on a facade. As a decisive figure, the fated one, Yi Fan would not hesitate to retaliate against those who wronged him. Chen Xuan was all too aware of Yi Fan's pettiness. "Sigh, I inadvertently seized Yi Fan's opportunity. Yet that was never my intention. Now, Yi Fan might harbor even greater animosity towards me. I must devise a way to ease the tension between us." The joy of sudden wealth began to fade, and Chen Xuan fell into deep contemplation. To ensure the heroine could cling to Yi Fan's support, he had created numerous opportunities for several individuals. Yet, Yi Fan proved utterly ineffective. What opportunity could he possibly conjure? Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed, at a loss for how to facilitate their meeting. They hardly exchanged words. Han Bingluo wouldn't even glance at Yi Fan, and he was too aloof to make the first move. If this continued, how could they ever nurture their relationship? Chen Xuan did not believe Yi Fan would relinquish Han Bingluo so easily. He suspected the latter was scheming something. It was precisely this unpredictability that instilled fear in Chen Xuan. Events outside the established narrative were beyond his control, and he could not foresee them. He dreaded the possibility of Yi Fan succumbing to darkness, shedding his pretense, and seizing an opportunity to strike down his fiancé's betrothed with a single blow. Law? Morality? Apologies. But such concepts were mere illusions in the realm of the fated one, Yi Fan. He had never witnessed a protagonist bound by the law or shackled by ethics. After all, he had traversed into a narrative devoid of reason, a modern high fantasy tale replete with harem tropes. As Chen Xuan pondered, his gaze fell upon Han Bingluo as she entered. She held her vial tightly, her eyes immediately locking onto him. Did Mr. Han grant it to her so swiftly? Chen Xuan mused, though he quickly comprehended Mr. Han's intentions. While both were granddaughters, Han Bingluo was the eldest of the Han family, making this a predictable gesture. However, the affection reflected in her gaze felt somewhat unsettling to him. I must seize the moment. Seize it. Rest assured, I will indeed strive to grow stronger. Han Bingluo silently vowed as she sensed Chen Xuan's resolve. That evening after school, Chen Xuan deliberately walked alongside Yi Fan. Where do you live, Yi? Shall I escort you home? No need for the trouble, Chen Xuan. Yi Fan declined, his mood soured by the sight of Chen Xuan's face. Having just lost his opportunity to the latter, he found Chen Xuan's presence irksome, as if he were flaunting his significance. Not a bother at all. In fact, I shall also drop off the two sisters from the Han family. Chen Xuan feigned ignorance to Yi Fan's refusal and continued. Mentioning the Han sisters piqued Yi Fan's interest. The Han sisters? Well, if that's the case, I could use the ride. Yi Fan's thoughts began to race. This was a chance to interact with the Han sisters. Though Han Bingluo might hesitate, perhaps Han Bingling would be open to it. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Yi Fan replied, Then I appreciate it, Chun. No trouble at all, Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Let us get in the car. They boarded the Chen family's waiting business vehicle outside the school. Chapter 38. Once inside, Han Bingluo had already settled in. Upon seeing Chen Xuan enter with Yi Fan, her brow furrowed instinctively. Chen Xuan, are you still considering my feelings? Do you wish for me to leave your side and endure silently? Han Bingluo sighed softly, perplexed by what made Yi Fan such a source of apprehension for Chen Xuan. Yet it seemed that only Chen Xuan understood the true extent of Yi Fan's threat, perhaps foreseeing the potential developments ahead. Han Bingluo quietly clenched her fist, attributing everything to their current weakness, insufficient to confront Yi Fan. Perhaps Chen Xuan did not wish for her to be involved. In a moment of introspection, Han Bingluo recalled a saying, to love someone is to let go. Unaccountably, she began to feel a pang of heartache for Chen Xuan. Come, brother Yi. Take a seat here. Upon entering the vehicle, Chen Xuan sat opposite Han Bingluo and gestured to the seat beside her. This seeing where Chen Xuan pointed. Yi Fan glanced at Han Bingluo, hesitating to sit down. The scene from the break still lingered in his mind. He did not wish to endure any further humiliation from Han Bingluo. Brother Chun, that might not be appropriate. You should sit there instead, Yi Fan politely declined. He was quite clear that it would be better to avoid further embarrassment from Han Bingluo, and perhaps this could even improve his image in her eyes. Moreover, there was still Han Bingling to consider. Once she entered the car, he could invite her to sit beside him. The thought of Han Bingling sitting next to him brought a smile to his face. Surely not, brother Yi. What are you saying? Chen Xuan was taken aback upon hearing Yi Fan's words. It is known that a protagonist like Yi Fan possesses an inherent cleanliness. He would not tolerate even a mere touch of his women by another. Yet now, he felt that Yi Fan's reputation was somewhat tarnished. Nevertheless, he was still the fated son. Anyone who associated with him and his harem would surely face dire consequences. With that thought, Chen Xuan sat down beside Han Bingluo. As he did, a subtle fragrance wafted from her, pleasantly aromatic. However, the situation demanded restraint. He could not appear overly familiar, lest he provoke resentment. Straightening his posture, he adopted a demeanor of propriety. At that moment, Han Bingluo leaned slightly closer to Chen Xuan, whispering softly, Did you bring the notes I gave you? As she spoke, a few strands of hair brushed against his cheek, causing a ticklish sensation, complemented by the faint scent of her shampoo, stirring ripples within him. Are you whispering to me? What is the meaning of this? Goodness. Han, the campus flower, are you aware of your actions? You are driving Yi Fan to madness. Chen Xuan inwardly raged, nodding without shifting his gaze, eager to conclude this moment. I brought them, but are you suggesting I show them to brother Yi? Absolutely not. Han Bingluo playfully retorted. My notes are for your eyes only. Chen Xuan fell silent, feeling lost in her intentions. It seemed as if she transformed entirely in Yi Fan's presence. Was she unable to resist the urge to draw closer, engaging in behaviors that contradicted her established persona? Yet, Yi Fan's expression darkened. Chen Xuan noticed a flicker of agitation at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. Only Chen Xuan could perceive this. Hearing Han Bingluo converse with him, Yi Fan's fury ignited. During the break, he had sought Han Bingluo's notes, but she had dismissed him with a curt go away. Yet now, she willingly offered them to Chen Xuan. Was this the disparity between them? Yi Fan could not fathom it. The remnants of the martial saint had once informed him that his sacred body resonated with the heroine. Complementing one another, their connection was undeniably magnetic. Thus, upon encountering the Han sisters, Yi Fan had already perceived them as his destined companions. Yet now, witnessing Han Bingluo's warmth towards another man, he felt as though he wore a garish green hat. How did it come to this? Surely Han Bingluo would not offer herself to Chen Xuan. His first kiss was off limits. Yi Fan's mind screamed. He was, after all, quite fastidious and could not bear the thought of his woman having such a past. How infuriating. If only the teacher were not in slumber. He would inquire how to handle this predicament. Displeased, yet powerless, Yi Fan found himself without a trump card, left to endure. Sister, Chen Xuan. Just then, a lively young girl hopped into the car. Yi Fan's attention was instantly captured by Han Bingling. This girl appeared far more amiable than Han Bingluo, and was equally, if not more, attractive. Her fashion sense delivered a visual impact that left Yi Fan parched. He quickly stood, a smile gracing his face. Hello, classmate Han Bingling. It is a pleasure to see you again. He extended his hand, hoping to fulfill his long-held desire to hold her delicate hand. However, upon spotting Yi Fan in the vehicle, Han Bingling's smile vanished. What are you doing here? Her brow furrowed. Instead of a handshake, she launched into an interrogation. Just passing by. I'm giving brother Yi a ride home, Chen Xuan hastily explained, sensing Yi Fan's surprise. Surely not, my dear ancestor. Your sister's character may have faltered. But logically, you shouldn't harbor such disdain for Yi Fan. Han Bingling scoffed. Humph. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Han Bingling let out a cold huff. How could she not resent him? Chen Xuan had previously labeled her as part of Yi Fan's harem. There was no way she could marry someone so ordinary. Such a reality was utterly unacceptable to her. She envisioned a great hero who would protect, cherish, and love her. With that thought, the image of Chen Xuan's punch resurfaced in her mind. All right, take a seat. I need to get home for dinner, Chen Xuan interjected, eager to shift the conversation, pointing to the seat beside Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan felt a surge of gratitude. Brother Chen, although you have seized my opportunity and are entangled with my furnace, ultimately, you are not a bad person. Even if we were to clash in the future, it would not warrant death. A mere dismemberment would suffice. I won't sit there. Just then, Han Bingling declared, plopping down beside Chen Xuan. In an instant, Chen Xuan was left bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Why are you both sitting with me? Was it a shared blessing? Chen Xuan had no desire for such an arrangement and felt he lacked the fortune for it. Casting a glance at Yi Fan, he sensed the atmosphere was collapsing. Yi Fan's expression was ghastly, his temples throbbing, eyes wide with fury, fixed intently upon him. Brother Yi, please allow me to explain. I truly did not foresee this outcome. Chapter 39. You send me home just to witness this? With two beauties at his side, Chen Xuan found his thoughts entirely absent of anything else. Yi Fan's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. What could Chen Xuan do but sit upright like a paragon of virtue? The journey home felt interminable, unlike any he had experienced before. Fortunately, the Han sisters refrained from any further intimate gestures, and Chen Xuan believed their relationship was not that close. Upon entering the car, Han Bingluo produced a book, settling into her role as a quiet beauty. Meanwhile, Han Bingling unzipped her pink backpack. Stealing a glance, Chen Xuan was astonished to see it filled with snacks. Sister, candy, Han Bingling exclaimed, reaching for a bag of chocolate sweets, leaning toward Han Bingluo. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt a shiver run through him. What on earth does this little girl consume? How can there be such a disparity between the sisters? Wait, is this the time to ponder such things? Yi Fan is still opposite me. As he was lost in thought, Chen Xuan felt Han Bingluo pinch him. What are you doing? He protested. Nothing much. Just wanted to pinch you, Han Bingluo replied casually, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the closeness of Han Bingling at Chen Xuan's side. She didn't feel much. Her sister was always carefree, and it was likely an unintentional act. If she were to remind her, it would only heighten the awkwardness. She simply felt irritated upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts. Her gaze fell upon her own chest. In truth, hers wasn't small at all, quite the opposite. Han Binglu consoled herself internally. Chen Xuan was utterly speechless. What on earth is wrong with her? Forget it, I won't dwell on it. Now, Chen Xuan sat directly opposite, wishing to say nothing to the two sisters, merely remaining in silence. However, just as he entertained this thought, Han Bingling reached out her small hand. Candy, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Xuan. Indeed, her earlier actions were unintentional. And only upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts did she realize, flushing with embarrassment. She felt no real discomfort. Rather, there was a hint of pride. After all, with her sister's broken engagement, it was her turn to step up, perhaps even a little early to enjoy Chen Xuan's favor? I don't want any. Chen Xuan replied, glancing at Han Bingling's fair little hand. Eating or not was of little significance. The main issue was that it seemed Han Bingling intended to feed him. This was utterly overwhelming for Chen Xuan. Just as he had said there would be no intimate gestures, she did this? He feared for the imminent explosion of Yi Fan's suppressed emotions. What? No respect? Han Bingling's little face turned stern, threatening him. Chen Xuan thought, this little girl wouldn't hold a grudge against me for not indulging her, would she? It's just a piece of candy, nothing significant. Han Binglong interjected, believing that Chen Xuan felt it inappropriate and would cause misunderstandings. Yet, she felt there was nothing wrong with it and rather graciously expressed her support for her sister to mend ties with Chen Xuan, as they would all be family in the future. All right then. Hearing Han Binglong's words, Chen Xuan felt it would be ungracious to refuse. He glanced at Yi Fan, and while he was not paying attention, he quickly swallowed the candy. That's more like it. Seeing Chen Xuan eat the candy she offered, Han Binglong felt a surge of delight and promptly retrieved another piece. One more. Chen Xuan's face darkened. Don't just give me candy. You should give Yi Fan one too. How does it make sense that the three of us share a bag of candy? I invited Yi Fan to get in the car, and now I'm neglecting him? Chen Xuan felt a pang of guilt, fearing Yi Fan might overthink the situation. If you want to eat it, I will. Han Binglong shot a glance at Yi Fan, showing no intent to share. Delicious candy should naturally be shared with those one cherishes, and Yi Fan? He was unworthy. Hearing such words from Han Binglong, Chen Xuan found himself at a loss for words. He felt that extending a hand would lead to no good outcome. Brother Yi, don't take it to heart. Chen Xuan forced a smile. It's fine, I don't mind not having any. Yi Fan retorted through clenched teeth, watching Chen Xuan flaunt a seemingly triumphant smile. He was consumed by uncontainable rage. All right, Chen Xuan, you brought me here just for this, didn't you? Yi Fan had completely branded Chen Xuan as insidious. He had initially thought well of Chen Xuan, but the reality before him made him feel repeatedly toyed with. Yi Fan's heart ached. Chen Xuan snatched away his resources, now embracing two women while smiling smugly at him. Was there any humanity left in him? Was he even a person? Had the timing been right, Yi Fan would have gladly thrown a punch at Chen Xuan's grinning face. Losing interest, Yi Fan no longer wished to remain in the car. Observing the three of them appearing as a harmonious family made him feel more miserable than eating dirt. He shouldn't be in the car, he should be underneath it, thereby avoiding witnessing their sweetness. Stop the car. Yi Fan feigned calmness. Chen Xuan, I can get out here. Ah, have you reached home? Chen Xuan inquired. Yi Fan managed a forced smile, not responding. He didn't wish to stay in the car any longer. Was he supposed to endure another display of affection? Yi Fan even suspected that Chen Xuan harbored ulterior motives. Ah, very well. Uncle Wong halted the vehicle, noticing Yi Fan's lack of enthusiasm. Chen Xuan didn't dare to keep him any longer. What sort of situation is this? Observing Yi Fan's slightly trembling frame, Chen Xuan sighed. How frustrating. How utterly frustrating. Because of my actions, Brother Chen has become Student Chen once more. Chen Xuan slapped his thigh in frustration. See you tomorrow. At the Han family's entrance, Han Binglong waved her little hand vigorously. Hee. Chen Xuan replied with a forced smile. Once the two entered the house, he finally collapsed onto the chair. The thought of trailing behind these two leading ladies daily exhausted him. He wished for silence. This day felt as if his situation had worsened. Unknowingly, he had robbed Yi Fan of his opportunity. His good intentions had only led to Yi Fan's resentment. Chen Xuan never expected things to turn out this way, but now, what could he do? The consequences of his actions must be silently endured. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Since it's already so dire, I might as well let nature take its course. After all, it can't get any worse. Young master. At that moment, Uncle Wong suddenly spoke up. What is it, Uncle Wong? Chen Xuan inquired. Only then realizing the car hadn't started, Uncle Wong turned, his expression grave. I feel as though someone has been following us. At this, Chen Xuan jolted with shock. Just as he had stated that things couldn't get any worse, an unexpected turn had arisen. He hadn't noticed anything amiss. But he was merely in the transcendence realm, whereas Uncle Wong was in the sea-splitting realm. Such a master would have a heightened sense. Moreover, with Uncle Wong's military background, he was particularly alert to such matters. Uncle Wong's instincts could not be wrong. Who could be the one following them? That underground queen of Linghai City? Chen Xuan fell into contemplation. Chapter 40. We found that Ultraman. Chen Xuan felt his guess was correct, aside from Bai Ling. He couldn't think of anyone else who would follow him. Of course, it wasn't truly him they were tracking. Bai Ling had always set her sights on Han Binglong, and now that he had inadvertently mixed into the situation, he likely piqued her interest. Although that woman had a few screws loose, she was not foolish. Given his status, if she were to deduce the underlying reason, she wouldn't dare act against him. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. That woman appeared clever on the surface, but had consistently been used as a pawn. It was possible she might act rashly and involve him as well. Chen Xuan felt another headache coming. The Han sisters were truly agents of chaos. and any interaction with them meant facing constant peril. The crux of the matter was that all these troubles were entirely unrelated to Chen Xuan. He wished to distance himself, yet it was utterly impossible. Escorting the Han sisters to school was his father's request, and he had no authority to say no. Furthermore, if he completely disregarded Han Bingling's potential assassination, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He realized he couldn't play the role of the ultimate villain, as he still possessed a semblance of conscience. As for morality, it was flexible. Any doctor Jiang has stated that as long as you can score above 60, your admission to the research institute is guaranteed. With just 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, I believe you need not exhaust yourself any longer. Given your qualifications, it is unlikely that you will gain admission to the martial arts university. It would be more prudent to enter the research institute instead. Let me tell you, the status of the research institute is not inferior to that of the martial arts university, and Dr. Jiang's standing surpasses even that of your father. Chen Su incessantly murmured nearby. Dr. Jiang? Jiang Lai? Has she visited our home? Only upon hearing Dr. Jiang did Chen Xuan realize the situation. He had been betrayed. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt a sharp pang in his heart. This woman was indeed scheming to study him. She had played a clever game of deception, engaging him for a brief moment before turning her attention to convincing his parents. How astute! Chen Xuan couldn't help but admire the intellect of this woman. She knew precisely how to strike at his weaknesses, targeting his parents' vulnerabilities, leaving him with no room for defiance, turning him into her little guinea pig. But according to the plot, shouldn't she have returned to the imperial capital? Why is she still in Linghai? As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Xuan quickly realized his line of reasoning was somewhat simplistic. His very existence had evidently become an unknown variable, causing the narrative to unravel. I have inadvertently piqued the interest of this research fanatic. She is determined to possess me. In an instant, Chen Xuan grasped the crux of the matter. He felt like a virtuous young man ensnared by a predator's gaze. However, although he was being pursued by this research fanatic, Chen Xuan perceived this as merely a minor inconvenience amidst his greater troubles. Jiang Lai believed he was a failure due to his inability to secure a place in university, exploiting the pain points of his parents. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Xuan was merely feigning incompetence. With my talent and system, gaining admission to the most prestigious martial arts university is a trivial matter. With a disdainful smile, Chen Xuan returned to his room, clutching a stack of books his mother had given him, only to toss them aside. Theoretical knowledge? Not worth learning. All he had to do was wait until he enrolled in the martial arts university, and this troublesome issue with Jiang Lai would naturally resolve itself. I aim to become the top scholar in Linghai City. I cannot overshadow Yi Fan, but I can certainly be the second best. How could such a prodigy forsake the literary arts for martial pursuits? Even if I were to agree, my father would never consent. What could a mere researcher do? Does she think that donning the guise of an official research doctor grants her the power to coerce me? Chen Xuan had no faith that Jiang Lai would jeopardize her own future, although he understood her character. The most reckless act Jiang Lai had committed in the original narrative was merely sacrificing herself for Yi Fan. This lunatic would sacrifice everything for research, including her own body. But without her identity as a research doctor, what could she accomplish in research? Everything hinged upon that identity. Without it, what value would she possess? Surely, she would not resort to becoming an underground doctor? Chen Xuan could not help but envision a disturbing scenario. To escape pursuit, they lived in the shadows of the city's sewers, with him bound to a bed while a madwoman drained his blood, exclaiming, "I did it. I have become a doctor." It was utterly terrifying. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan quickly dismissed the thought. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 survival points. As usual, the system's notification resonated in Chen Xuan's mind. Yet, he had no mind to check the system now. The lucky draw had returned to its original price, and the system shop was too expensive to afford. 100 survival points would accomplish nothing. He resolved to accumulate them gradually. After all, there were still 3 months until the martial examination. Turning, Chen Xuan entered the training room. The system, while beneficial, could not be relied upon entirely. Big sister. We didn't dare to act. 2 subordinates spoke to Bai Linger in a private room of the Tianshang Renjian Entertainment Club. At that moment, Bai Linger had shed her disguise from the seafood market, adorned in a black leather jacket that accentuated her voluptuous figure, especially her chest. The ample curvature highlighted by the jacket was breathtaking, almost as if it yearned to be free. Why? Bai Linger inquired, casting a fleeting glance that sent chills down her subordinates' spines. They hastily explained, "We had no opportunity. Today, Han Bingling was escorted to and from school by the Chen family. And the driver is Wang Hai." Wang Hai? Upon hearing that name, Bai Ling'er's brows furrowed. She was no stranger to him. He was a master at the Sea Rift stage, and even Bai Ling'er was unsure of her ability to defeat him in direct confrontation. Had the Chen family caught wind of something? We're not sure, but it seems the Chen family is indeed willing to wade into this murky water. Moreover, in what? Bai Ling'er pressed. We have traced the whereabouts of the person who thwarted our initial plan. That Ultraman? Bai Ling'er asked. Yes, according to our investigation. The last known location of that Ultraman was near the Chen family. We suspect he might be associated with them. If that's the case, things could get complicated. Bai Ling'er lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, her brow furrowed as she appeared deep in thought. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and a subordinate entered the room. Big sister, representatives from the Sun Group have arrived. Chapter 41. Bai Ling'er decides to take matters into her own hands. Moments after her subordinate's announcement, a young man accompanied by an assistant entered the room. The Sun family was one of the 5 prominent families in Linghai City. The current head of the Sun Group, Sun Zhongtao, was just over 30 years old. Sun Zhongtao seated himself, lit a cigar, and with a displeased expression, remarked, Miss Bai, we did not invest our money for you to indulge. Why has there been no progress after all this time? Bai Ling'er quickly explained, Mr. Sun. It's not that there has been no progress. Rather, the situation has become quite complicated. Though she was referred to as the underground queen of Linghai City, Bai Ling'er still felt dwarfed in the presence of the 5 great families. Her dealings were clandestine, and she had to navigate the whims of the families. Bai Ling'er understood that this was not a sustainable approach, which is why she was eager to transition, and the assistance of the Sun family was crucial. Complicated? Huh? Sun Zhongtao scoffed. Just tell me, how much more do you need to pay? It's not about the money. Bai Ling'er shook her head. The Chen family has interfered, and the risks of completing this task have escalated significantly. Among the families in Linghai City, Bai Ling'er was most wary of the Chen and Li families. Chen Sihai commanded the martial forces of Linghai City, while Li Weigua oversaw the city's security. Furthermore, the Li family operated martial arts schools, both families wielding substantial power. Confronting them would be akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. Her survival in Linghai City was largely due to the fact that these 2 families had turned a blind eye to her activities. Where there is light, there is also darkness. Rather than allow an unknown factor to rise and become the underground king of Linghai City, it was preferable for Bai Ling'er to maintain her position. After all, she was quite astute and had never sought trouble with the 2 families. The Chen family? Upon hearing the name, Sun Zhongtao's brow furrowed. After a brief pause, he spoke, Bai Ling'er, even if the Chen family gets involved, so what? I haven't asked you to touch Chen Sihai's children or his daughter-in-law. It's merely the second daughter of the Han family. Do you think Chen Sihai will cleanse the entire Linghai City for her? However, Wang Hai, who is always around Chen Sihai, has been escorting the Han sisters to and from school, Bai Ling'er countered. Excuses. These are all your excuses. Sun Zhongtao retorted furiously. Wang Hai is merely at the Sea Rift stage. If you take action, I refuse to believe this matter cannot be resolved. Observing Sun Zhongtao's furious demeanor, Bai Ling'er fell silent. She was confident in her ability to eliminate Han Bingling, but doing so would expose her. Although they referred to Han's grandfather as a dying tiger, a tiger is still a tiger, and no one wished to confront a grandfather mourning the loss of his granddaughter. Bai Ling'er, I see that you are afraid. Sun Zhongtao continued. If you are afraid, just say so. You need not continue, but you must relinquish all the benefits you have reaped. Furthermore, from this moment forth, our collaboration is terminated. You and your band of brothers can go drink the northwest wind. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ling'er could no longer contain herself. Their business had always conflicted with the Han family, and having been suppressed by them, their income now relied solely on the Sun Group. If what Sun Zhongtao claimed were true, she and her brothers might indeed find themselves in dire straits. I will take matters into my own hands, but I require time. Bai Ling'er resolved. Good. Upon hearing Bai Ling'er's declaration, a smile finally graced Sun Zhongtao's face. His tone softened. You are the underground queen of Linghai City. Besides, you are not alone. As we discussed earlier, your sole responsibility is to eliminate Han Bingling. Should the sky fall, we shall bear the burden. Additionally, I have arranged for one of my subordinates to assist you. As he spoke, Sun Zhongtao clapped his hands. At the sound, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a fierce-looking young man. Boss, the young man respectfully addressed, standing at attention. His presence radiated a palpable intensity, veins on his face twisting like serpents, as if they might burst through the skin. A warrior? Bai Ling'er narrowed her eyes, sensing the vigorous energy emanating from him. Only those who had just stepped into the transformation realm would struggle to control their own vitality. She was not surprised by his level. Rather, it was the sheer vitality he possessed, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, coupled with an aura of menace. Indeed, Sun Zhongtao nodded, introducing him. His name is Li Xiong. Li Xiong? Bai Linger furrowed her brow, recalling several recent murders in Linghai City. The victims were all young girls aged 17 to 19, and the perpetrator was a recently ascended warrior. After an investigation, the case had been swiftly solved, but the culprit had evaded capture, leading Linghai City to issue an A-level wanted notice. If memory served her correctly, the name on that notice was also Li Xiong. Bai Linger cast a penetrating gaze at Sun Zhongtao, astonished by his audacity. This was an A-level fugitive. If this information were to leak, regardless of his status as a pawn of the Sun family, the other families would surely seize this opportunity to obliterate him. What do you mean by bringing him here? Bai Linger questioned. Sun Zhongtao laughed heartily. To serve as your aide. Since you have decided to take action, and with the Chen family entangled in this, you merely need to restrain Wang Hai. The rest will be handled by him. He gestured towards Li Xiong. All right. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Linger nodded. In truth, she felt a sense of relief. After all, she need not act herself, only holding Wang Hai at bay, which was indeed a favorable arrangement for her. I will inform you when the operation commences. Bai Linger stood and approached Li Xiong. Understood. Li Xiong nodded, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Bai Linger's proud figure. Young Master Sun, I shall take my leave. After addressing Sun Zhongtao, Bai Linger turned to exit the private room. However, just as the door swung open, her voice rang out once more. Please inform young Master Sun's associate that next time, do not regard me with such eyes, or he shall meet his demise. With that, Bai Linger strode out of the private room. Is this a threat? Li Xiong seethed, watching the door slam shut. Enough. She is not someone you can provoke. Seeing this, Sun Zhongtao patted Li Xiong on the shoulder, suppressing his pride. If it comes to a real confrontation, she could take your life with a mere finger. True enforcers never mince words. Remember my command. Han Bingling must die. Understood. For several consecutive days, Chen Xuan endured suffering. It seemed as though he had truly become the bodyguard of the Han family, escorting the two sisters to and from school daily. What kind of predicament is this? In the Chen family's training room, Chen Xuan cultivated his vitality while nursing a headache. The sisters had taken to role-playing, with Han Bing tutoring him on his studies whenever she got into the car, while Han Bingling assumed the role of a feeder. Chen Xuan felt that if this continued, their relationship would escalate to an unfathomable level. As he pondered this, a dull thud resonated from his body. Chapter 42. Effort? Is effort as gratifying as taking drugs? The noise was so sudden that it left Chen Xuan momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. His face flushed with heat as he sensed the powerful energy within him striving to burst forth. Feeling the internal transformation, he realized that the surging force was akin to a wild stallion galloping through his veins, strengthening and widening his meridians. Have I broken through to the third tier of the transformation realm? Suddenly, Chen Xuan recognized that he had seemingly shattered the genetic lock within his body, ascending to a new level. Fourth tier of the transformation realm. With a heavy exhale, Chen Xuan sought to calm his excited heart. After nearly 10 days of arduous training, he had finally received a satisfactory outcome today. Unlike a direct enhancement from the system, this elevation through personal effort felt far more precious to Chen Xuan. Yet, upon reflection, if he continued to progress at this rate, he would certainly not reach the level of a warrior before the college entrance examination. In the past week, Chen Xuan had meticulously recorded the changes in his vitality cultivation. After consuming the dragon blood martial pill, he had already reached the critical point of the third tier of the transformation realm, mere moments away from breaking through that barrier. However, it took nearly 10 days. While he had not been training constantly, practicing only a few hours each night, the outcome still felt excruciatingly slow to him. At this pace, not to mention reaching the level of a warrior, even attaining the 7th tier would be a challenge. Time is running out for me, Chen Xuan sighed ruefully. His desire to grow stronger had become increasingly urgent. Setting aside the fact that Jiang Lai was waiting to capture him as a test subject, and ignoring the potential crisis facing Han Bingling, just the thought of Yi Fan filled him with dread. As Yi Fan's deskmate, Chen Xuan observed Yi Fan's demeanor daily, which seemed to worsen with each passing day. In fact, Yi Fan had ceased even pretending to engage, opting for outright cold treatment. Normally, if Chen Xuan expressed concern for him, Yi Fan would respond with something dismissive. Now, when Chen Xuan attempted to converse, Yi Fan outright ignored him. Moreover, Yi Fan had drawn a clear line, unmistakably stating that anyone crossing it would receive a fist to the face. This was Yi Fan's exact wording, and Chen Xuan remembered it well. He was now even afraid to doze off in class, fearing that he might inadvertently cross the boundary and be met with a brutal punch from Yifan. In truth, Chen Xuan understood Yifan's feelings. After all, his furnace companion, the female lead, was accompanying him to school every day, arriving at the classroom together, occasionally tutoring him during breaks and passing notes during lectures to encourage him to pay attention. Could any child of destiny maintain their composure while witnessing this? It would be remarkable if Chen Xuan were not already dead. Fortunately, Yifan currently lacked any real power. However, Chen Xuan could not afford to relax. The child of destiny could not be compared to ordinary individuals. As Yifan's prowess grew, that would signal Chen Xuan's demise, without even considering surpassing Yifan. At the very least, he needed to be on par with him. Chen Xuan envisioned a bright future. In truth, Chen Xuan was not without the means to contend against Yifan at the same level. Though Yifan possessed the remnants of a martial saint and the aura of a child of destiny, Chen Xuan was not entirely without merit. Through the system's training, his foundation was not inferior to Yifan's, and the concentration of vitality-enhancing factors within him far exceeded Yifan's. As for martial skills, although Yifan had the guidance of a martial saint and access to secret techniques, Chen Xuan possessed the supreme martial skill bestowed by the system, Heavenly Fist. As long as their levels were not vastly different, Chen Xuan felt he could hold his own against Yifan. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that the gap between their realms was currently quite significant. Even though he had reached the 4th tier, he was still considerably behind Yifan. That fellow was likely on the brink of breaking through to the 7th tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving for one day. You have earned 100 survival points. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's notification chimed in. Time for a lottery. Chen Xuan's thoughts raced. After 10 days, he had accumulated 1,000 survival points, just enough for a single draw. He wished for a tenfold lottery, but it was simply impossible to save that much. Every little boost could be a matter of life and death. Let me draw. Familiar with the system's lucky wheel interface, Chen Xuan made his selection without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have received a minor breakthrough pill. The minor breakthrough pill allows one to directly surpass a small realm. A minor breakthrough pill? Chen Xuan was taken aback, then elatedly clenched his fist. He was well aware of its value, priced at 10,000 in the system marketplace. This draw was indeed a stroke of luck. With a flicker of intent, a small red pill appeared in his hand. The formidable surge of vitality enveloped him. Unable to contain himself, he swallowed it whole. In an instant, the overwhelming energy surged within him like a tempest. Boom! A dull sound echoed. Within mere minutes of his previous breakthrough, Chen Xuan shattered the shackles within him once again. He ascended to the 5th stage of the Transcendence realm. In a heartbeat, he felt an infinite reservoir of power coursing through him. Effort. It paled in comparison to the exhilaration of consuming the pill. At that moment, Chen Xuan truly grasped the distinction between having an advantage and not. The sun rose as usual. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Xuan saw the Han sisters enjoying breakfast at his home. What a surprise. He had grown accustomed to it. Watching his mother, Qin Su, happily interact with them, he mused that if Han Binglu truly married into the Chen family, there would be no mother-in-law and daughter-in-law disputes. What am I even thinking? A sudden realization struck Chen Xuan. Have I become arrogant? Just having entered the 5th stage of the Transcendence realm, and I'm already considering the female lead. He felt a tinge of madness. 5th stage? In front of Yifan, I'm still a small fry. Not enough. Absolutely insufficient. Reining in his thoughts, Chen Xuan focused intently on his breakfast. 5th stage? Had he truly reached the 5th stage of the Transcendence realm? The two sisters, having heard his thoughts, were momentarily stunned. They could hardly believe this fact. It had only been 10 days. Chen Xuan had actually broken through 2 minor realms? Since it was a thought, they didn't dismiss it as nonsense. Yet, the speed of his progress was astonishing. Perhaps this was the drive born from pressure, because of Yifan's existence. He was eager to grow stronger to protect their engagement. Han Binglu gazed at Chen Xuan, her eyes filled with affection. Meanwhile, Han Bingling looked at him with admiration. This is the man I adore. He is my hero. Yifan pales in comparison to Chen Xuan. The day continued with Han Binglu guiding their studies, while Han Bingling provided snacks, and before they knew it, they were in the classroom. As Chen Xuan raised his eyes, he noticed Yifan's expression was even more grim than the day before. Let's set a small goal. Survive until the martial arts college entrance examination? When would it end? Arriving at his seat, Chen Xuan muttered softly and sighed. Ding! Just then, the class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Wang Jian, entered the classroom. Students, today marks your final day at school. Everything the school could teach you has been imparted. The path ahead must be forged by yourselves. In the remaining 3 months, Your primary objective is to elevate your realms in preparation for the upcoming martial arts college entrance examination. Wang Jian's gaze was serious as he surveyed his students. As their homeroom teacher for 3 years, he felt a touch of reluctance as this day arrived. He couldn't help but add, your destinies lie in your own hands. These next 3 months are crucial for your future, so do not slacken your efforts. Han Binglu. Yes, teacher. Called unexpectedly, Han Binglu instinctively stood up. Wang Jian smiled, gesturing for her to sit down, then said, your talent and self-discipline are exceptional. I have no concerns about you. However, do not let external influences sway you. As he spoke, Wang Jian's gaze briefly flicked to Chen Xuan. He was aware of the growing affection between Han Binglu and Chen Xuan. One was his star student, and the other was the class underachiever. Wang Jian feared that Han Binglu might be distracted by romance at such a critical juncture. Set a small goal for yourself. With your talent, reaching the 8th stage of the Transcendence realm by the time of the entrance exam should be well within your capabilities. I will, teacher. Han Binglu replied earnestly. After consuming the ancient blood essence, she had already advanced to the 6th stage of the Transcendence realm, and she was confident about breaking through 2 more minor realms in the next 3 months. Good. Wang Jian nodded approvingly, and then turned his attention to a few other promising students before his gaze settled on Yi Fan. Yi Fan, teacher, you are quite outstanding, even surpassing Li Jinxin from class 3, but this is not the time for arrogance. I understand, teacher. Yi Fan nodded solemnly, longing to grow stronger. Since arriving in Linghai City, he had faced nothing but difficulties. Not only had his own progress stagnated, but he had also lost crucial opportunities. While opportunity is largely determined by talent and luck, he mentally noted Chen Xuan as a rival. Very good. Wang Jian nodded in satisfaction before continuing. I am aware of your situation, and I have applied for a scholarship for you. Although Yi Fan was a transfer student and had only been there for a few days, his formidable realm spoke volumes. He was still one of their students. And most importantly, he had the potential to become the dark horse of this year's martial arts college entrance examination and a top scorer in Linghai City. Wang Jian naturally took this seriously. Use this money wisely. Rent a training room. It is crucial for your future. I believe in you. You might become the first person to take the college entrance examination as a martial artist. Wang Jian repeatedly urged. This was also the reason for his application for a scholarship for Yi Fan. These final 3 months would be vital for closing the gap. Wealth in martial arts is not solely about talent, but also about resources. No money? No money means you must bear even more hardships. For instance, regarding training rooms. Various martial arts schools offered them, and affluent families even had private training rooms. Yet, ordinary individuals often lacked such conditions. Some even struggled to afford the rental fees for a training room. These last 3 months were critical. Having a training room made all the difference. Showcasing the stark contrast between talent and resources, Wang Jian naturally wished that this talented student, Yi Fan, would not be hindered by inadequate facilities in his pursuit of advancement. Thank you, teacher. I will. Good. Wang Jian nodded and then turned his gaze to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, teacher. Upon hearing his name, Chen Xuan immediately stood up. At this moment, he was enveloped in boundless joy. He had finally awaited this day. He was finally free. From now on, he would no longer have to commute with the Han sisters or face Yi Fan's cold demeanor. In these 3 months, he intended to diligently cultivate and make a stunning impression in the martial arts college entrance examination. Meeting Wang Jian's gaze, Chen Xuan was about to express his intentions like Han Binglu and Yi Fan, but Wang Jian spoke lightly. In these 3 months, focus on your studies. Research institutions are quite good as well. Chen Xuan thought, damn, my ambitious aspirations were snuffed out. The key was, Wang Jian seemed to have also done his homework on Zhonglai. Thinking of Zhonglai, a cold smile crossed Chen Xuan's mind. You will not succeed. The day of the martial arts college entrance examination will be the day your beautiful dream shatters. Wang Jian continued his lecture for a while, and finally, the group of diligent students welcomed their true liberation. Zhang San Li Si. After school, Chen Xuan called out to his 2 younger brothers. What is up, big brother? Come with me for a bit. Where to? Every day. It seems all I do is work. Do you really think I am that kind of person? Can't you think of something good about me? Chen Xuan explained. Let us go to the Li family martial arts school, and I'll rent a training room for both of you. Both of them came from modest backgrounds, and renting a training room was quite a significant expense. However, their martial arts talents were commendable. Zhang San was tall and robust, currently at the 4th rank of the Transcendence realm, while Li Si, although slender, was at the same level. They had been by Chen Xuan's side since middle school, remaining loyal all these years, albeit occasionally a bit oblivious. In summary, they were adequate subordinates, and as their elder brother, Chen Xuan couldn't allow them to fall behind in these 3 months. Brother? Is that really true? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? After all these years of calling me brother, I can't let you do so in vain. Upon hearing this, they momentarily couldn't believe that this was their elder brother. Although Chen Xuan had never been indifferent, he had never been this considerate. What elder brother would care about whether their younger brothers lived well? Just providing a meal would be considered generous. Yet, Chen Xuan was genuinely thinking of their future. In an instant, the two felt they had followed the right person, and tears welled in their eyes. Brother, I, Zhang San, will be your loyal subordinate for life. Me too. Get lost. Don't wipe your snot on me. Chen Xuan jokingly scolded, then continued, with that said, I'll rent you the best training room, but don't disappoint my goodwill. If you don't reach the 6th rank in the martial arts examination, don't even think about sticking with me. Generally speaking, reaching the 5th rank in the Transcendence realm would qualify one for an ordinary martial arts university, while those above the 7th rank could enter top martial arts academies. However, this was not absolute. The cultivation realm was just one aspect of the martial arts examination, albeit a crucial one. Chen Xuan had high expectations for them. He hoped to draw out their potential. Regardless, their loyalty and talent made him feel reassured about their future. Brother, don't worry. I'll spend every day in the training room. Me too. The two patted their chests with determination, promising Chen Xuan, as long as you have that spirit, let us go. Chapter 44. An invitation for a duel from Li Jianxin. Upon reaching the school gate, the two sisters from the Han family were already in the car. Uncle Wang, please take them home. I need to visit the martial arts school. Chen Xuan greeted Wang Hai. Shall I drive you, young master? Wang Hai hesitated. After all, as a member of the Chen family, his primary duty was to protect Chen Xuan. Chen Sihai had appointed him as a driver for this reason, and he had sensed someone monitoring them, which made him uneasy. It's fine, Uncle Wang, Chen Xuan smiled. As someone aware of the unfolding narrative, he knew that the group's target was not himself. Just ensure they get home safely. Chen Xuan pointed to the two sisters from the Han family. Deliver them safely. It's the last day, and I don't want any mishaps. All right, young master, call me if you need anything. Seeing Chen Xuan's insistence, Wang Hai did not press further and replied before starting the car. As he watched the car disappear from view, Chen Xuan suddenly felt something was off. Typically, Han Bingling can't resist the urge to tag along with me, but why is she so quiet today? Chen Xuan found it puzzling, but soon dismissed the thought. It was better without that girl around. He almost preferred the peace. When it comes to the most renowned martial arts school in Linghai City, the Li family martial arts school undoubtedly reigns supreme. The Li family's influence extends throughout Linghai City, with branches even in other cities. Chen Xuan and his companions arrived at the largest Li family martial arts school in Linghai City. The entire building towered several dozen meters high, with multiple floors, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the sky. Upon entering, the dense crowd astonished Chen Xuan and his companions. So many people. Staring at the long line at the reception desk, Chen Xuan's lips twitched. If we have to queue, we might as well wait until the next century. Moreover, judging by the current situation, even if they managed to queue up, there was no guarantee a training room would be available. Whoa, just then, another throng of people surged through the entrance, pushing forward without hesitation. Chen Xuan nearly stumbled and, looking ahead, noticed the figure of that kid Yifan. Damn it. Did that brat just shove me? Chen Xuan felt it was highly likely. However, he decided to let it go. At least he wasn't knifed in the back. Speaking of which, in the original storyline, it seems that kid managed to secure one of the last top-tier training rooms. So, does that mean queuing now is futile? Chen Xuan's expression darkened as he gazed at Yifan, who was now several people ahead. Even if Yifan wasn't the last, his chances were slim. Brother, maybe we should just give up? Zhang San and Li Si were startled by the chaotic crowd, noticing Chen Xuan's grim expression. They couldn't help but speak up. No way. Chen Xuan replied resolutely, a brother keeps his word. I promised you both, and I intend to deliver. Don't worry. I have my methods. Saying this, Chen Xuan patted a man in front of him on the shoulder. What is up? The man turned, glaring at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan pulled out a 100 yuan bill and said, let me cut in line, and this is yours. The man glanced at the money, then scoffed, idiot. Damn. How dare you insult my brother? Upon hearing this, Zhang San immediately wanted to confront him, but Chen Xuan stopped him. Hold on. This little brother is indeed a tough one. The more they resist, the more I want to rent that training room. However, as the best martial arts school in Linghai City, the place was filled with wealthy patrons. Moreover, at such a critical juncture, parents would go to great lengths to secure a good training room for their children. There was no way they would let someone cut in line for 100 yuan. Brother, I think we should just let it go. Yes, brother, if it's too much, just getting us a card would suffice. We'll work just as hard. Zhang San and Li Si urged once again. This martial arts school had a vast public training area in addition to private training rooms. The public area was considerably cheaper, and having a card would suffice. However, the conditions in the public area were vastly inferior. Not only was the equipment limited, but they also risked not getting access. And there were no professional instructors or nutritional meals provided. This was a far cry from the top-tier training room. And Chen Xuan certainly didn't want his younger brothers to endure such conditions. 101 do. How about 10,000? 10,000 was no small sum. But Chen Xuan believed it could pave the way for him. However, the issue was the hundreds of people ahead. If everyone paid 10,000, even if he had money, he'd look like a fool. It couldn't be handled this way. Chen Xuan sighed. Just then, he suddenly spotted a figure, tall and elegant, with a ponytail, carrying a wooden sword. Accompanying her was another girl, and as they chatted, they headed upstairs. Li Jianxin. Chen Xuan slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten her? She was the legitimate daughter of the Li family, the princess of the Li family martial arts school. Although Chen Xuan hadn't interacted much with Li Jianxin, their fathers were colleagues and had a decent relationship. With this connection, why bother to wait in line? Follow me. Chen Xuan, brimming with confidence, led his two younger brothers to chase after her. What a coincidence, Jianxin. You're here too. Chen Xuan rushed in front of Li Jianxin, wearing a facade of a cheerful smile. Jianxin? Chen Xuan? Upon hearing the name Jianxin, the girl beside Li Jianxin looked surprised and glanced between the two, as the familiarity of the name was too intimate. As Li Jianxin's close friend, she had never seen a boy refer to her so affectionately. Her eyes darted between them, sensing something amiss. You two have something going on. Meanwhile, Li Jianxin was less affected by this term of endearment than her companion. Since the moment she heard Chen Xuan's voice, she had been suppressing her curiosity. However, today, she was taken aback by Chen Xuan's initiative to approach her. Why are you looking at me? If it weren't for my little brother, would I bother with you? Alas, it's all unavoidable, brother Yi. I don't wish to provoke your furnace either. So, he has matters to discuss with me? Li Jianxin smiled subtly, intuitively grasping his thoughts without needing him to speak. It was a delightful sensation. Xiaoqian, you may head up first, Li Jianxin instructed her close friend. She then turned her attention to Chen Xuan. Speak, what is it? Chen Xuan chuckled. Well, Jianxin, could you possibly provide me with 2 training rooms of the highest grade? Rest assured, finances are not an issue. Oh, so that is the matter. Li Jianxin understood, recognizing that due to her status, many sought her assistance, yet she seldom obliged. Generally, even classmates with whom she had only a casual rapport would not receive her aid. Only a select few close friends would elicit her response. Chen Xuan, naturally, was not among the closest. However, she was aware of the connection between their families. If his father were to hear of it, he would certainly facilitate the request. The crux of the matter was that Chen Xuan lacked his father's contact information, thus he approached her. This request must be addressed. Yet it could not be simply granted on the spot. Reflecting on something, Li Jianxin smiled faintly and remarked, Chen Xuan, if everyone were to seek my help, would the Li family martial arts school still be operational? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, quickly retorting, others are one thing. Can they compare to me? I once held you as a child. Li Jianxin furrowed her brow. Really? I don't recall that. Her expression darkened. I could help you, but you must fight me first. With that, she executed a flourish with her sword. If you win, I will grant your request for the 2 training rooms free of charge. Chapter 45. Li Jianxin remained silent, merely delivering a series of swift kicks. After speaking, she gave Chen Xuan no chance to respond and directly entered the elevator. I'll be waiting for you in the top-tier training room 9999. If you lack the courage to come, then you may forget about those training rooms. A smirk of disdain graced her lips as the elevator doors slowly closed, leaving Chen Xuan and his companions exchanging glances. Brother, I think Li Jianxin has no intention of granting it. What realm is she in, and what realm are you in? Isn't she deliberately putting you in a difficult position? Indeed, brother, perhaps we should leave. It seems she simply wants to beat you up. Zhang San and Li Si chimed in. That's unlikely, Chen Xuan muttered. He bore no animosity towards Li Jianxin. It made little sense for her to want to fight him. He felt that she merely sought an excuse, believing that even if he failed to defeat her, she would still provide him with the 2 training rooms. In truth, Li Jianxin did not genuinely expect Chen Xuan to triumph. After all, there was a considerable gap in their realms. She merely recalled the day he had adeptly controlled his energy and was simply curious about his abilities. Seizing this opportunity to test him a little, regardless of the outcome, she would grant him the 2 training rooms. However, If Chen Xuan truly lacked the courage to face her, Li Jianxin would not engage with him further. As for the heart voice, there was no need to consider it. They would likely not meet again, so it could be deemed non-existent. She would not waste time on someone she deemed insignificant. Is this a battle? Perhaps she seeks to test my courage? I am no coward. With a fleeting thought, Chen Xuan led his companions upstairs. In training room 9999, Li Jianxin had donned a white martial arts uniform, a black belt cinched snugly around her slim waist. Ah, you really came, Chen Xuan? You're not as useless as I imagined. Upon seeing him enter with his two companions, a smile graced her lips. You really dared to show up? Go, Jianxin. Give him a good beating. Nearby, her friend Xiaoqian waved her fists, acting as a cheerleader. Brother, if it doesn't go well, just surrender. Don't force it. Zhang San and Li Si gulped nervously. After all, she was the top martial artist in Linghai City, while their brother was the city's most notorious weakling. What chances did he have? They could only pray that the outcome wouldn't be too humiliating. Can't you learn how to cheer from her? They haven't even fought yet. All right, brother, just don't get killed. That would be a victory. Chen Xuan's expression darkened as he ignored his two companions. Stepping to the center of the training room to face Li Jianxin. Should I change into a martial arts uniform? No need. Let us begin right away. It's just a simple spar. Why bother with such formalities? A spar? Hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Li Jianxin scoffed, perceiving him as utterly oblivious to his circumstances. She was the top martial arts student in all of Linghai City. Though she now had Yi Fan, she was still undeniably second best. Moreover, her current realm was at the 7th grade of the Transcendent stage. She was confident in her ability to defeat Yi Fan, having been a prodigy since childhood. In terms of vitality, foundation, and martial skills, she believed herself equal to anyone. A mere playful spar? It was she who could afford to play lightly. Chen Xuan had no standing to utter such words. With a chilling gaze, Li Jianxin sprang into action. She charged at Chen Xuan, her right fist slicing through the air with a fierce wind, targeting his face. Bang! Chen Xuan hurriedly raised his hand to block. Their arms collided with a dull thud. In an instant, Chen Xuan staggered back several steps, exclaiming, so strong. No wonder she is the top martial artist in Linghai City. Do you even need to state the obvious? Jianxin hasn't even exerted herself yet. Xiaoqian chimed in, raising an eyebrow. Li Jianxin paused, looking down at Chen Xuan with disdain. Is this all he can do? She thought to herself, having only used a fraction of her strength. Even then, Chen Xuan appeared utterly helpless. Yet in the next moment, she heard Chen Xuan's thought. All right, that's enough. I don't want to look like a fool playing with you. Li Jianxin raised an eyebrow, interpreting Chen Xuan's thoughts as dismissive. Her eyes narrowed as she swiftly executed a whip kick, adding more energy to it, estimating it to have reached the power of an ordinary 4th grade transcendent stage. She wanted Chen Xuan to understand that this contest was no trivial matter. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed. Chen Xuan stumbled, gasping for breath. Is this the caliber of Linghai City's prospective champion? Indeed, it is terrifying. Hurry up, sister. That's enough. Give me the card for the training room already. Still pretending? All right. Hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Li Jianxin's gaze sharpened, her blood surging with indignation. She was utterly incensed by Chen Xuan's exaggerated theatrics. You haven't even made a move. What are you panting about? Bang! Li Jianxin delivered another whip kick. Chen Xuan fell. Terrifying. It was hard to believe such strength was wielded by a young girl. Sigh, this feels exhausting. It seems this could go on endlessly. Bang! Li Jianxin struck again. Chen Xuan swayed, appearing on the verge of collapse. How embarrassing. I'd never reach even a fraction of Jianxin's strength, no matter how hard I try. Are we still going? If you keep this up, I'll run out of words. But I must admit, your little feet are quite lovely. Chen Xuan's gaze covertly lingered on Li Jianxin's exposed feet, slender and delicate, radiating a porcelain-like beauty. No wonder Yi Fan is so smitten. Those truly are exquisite. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin instinctively retracted her foot, her toes curling tightly. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at Chen Xuan, flames of indignation igniting in her eyes. At such a moment, he was still admiring her feet? Embarrassed and furious, Li Jianxin raised her leg for yet another whip kick. Bang! I can't go on, Jianxin. Is this enough? Are we done yet? Are you coming again? Bang! Spare me, Kendo Heart. Are you perhaps inclined towards masochism? Just wait until Yi Fan gives you a proper lesson. Bang! I concede. Bang, bang, bang. Li Jianxin remained silent, relentlessly delivering powerful kicks. Meanwhile, the trio observing the battle was utterly dumbfounded by Li Jianxin's escalating frenzy. Xiaoqian wore a bewildered expression, questioning how their elder brother had provoked Li Jianxin. Zhang San and Li Si exchanged glances, simultaneously responding, "We have no idea. We were merely helping out. It shouldn't warrant such a brutal retaliation against him." One kick after another. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jianxin's strength surged, growing increasingly formidable. However, what astonished Li Jianxin was that Chen Xuan appeared to barely withstand each blow. Yet he managed to endure them all. Moreover, upon hearing Chen Xuan's inner thoughts and witnessing his exaggerated performance, Li Jianxin realized that he still had reserves of strength. How is this possible? Li Jianxin was taken aback. While raw power was not her forte, she was at least a 7th-tier practitioner of the Transcendence realm. Presently, her kicks boasted a force exceeding 700 units of energy, yet Chen Xuan could endure them. Filled with fury, Li Jianxin thought, "Chen Xuan, if you possess the ability to continue acting, I shall see how long you can maintain this facade." Chapter 46. Yi Fan finally decides to take a different approach. At last, Li Jianxin ceased suppressing her realm and energy, channeling all her strength into a single kick. Bang! The moment she struck, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming force, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, Li Jianxin, you're serious." A punch from Li Jianxin in the 6th tier of the Transcendence realm could unleash nearly 1,000 units of energy, let alone now that she was at the 7th tier and employing a kick. With this strike, Li Jianxin was confident that few high school students in Linghai City could withstand it. Boom. Indeed, Chen Xuan was sent flying several meters. Big brother. Big brother. Zhang San and Li Si were stunned. Was this still a spar? Was this merely a test? It felt more like an attempt at murder. Their expressions tightened as they rushed to Chen Xuan's side to check if he was still alive, but at that moment, Chen Xuan landed and stood up immediately. He blocked it. Their big brother managed to block it? Their eyes widened in disbelief. It was simply inconceivable that the person who could withstand Li Jianxin's full-strength kick was their older brother. "Big brother, you seem somewhat formidable," they murmured, as if they had only just met Chen Xuan. Did he block it again? Watching Chen Xuan rise, Li Jianxin's eyes widened, for the first time. She examined this so-called way seriously. Chen Xuan was far from simple. Li Jianxin felt a chill run down her spine. If he possessed such strength, why had he always feigned weakness? Li Jianxin couldn't comprehend Chen Xuan's motives. Yet, this question did not warrant excessive contemplation. She merely sensed that Chen Xuan was far more cunning than he appeared, but since she could hear his thoughts, it mattered little. What intrigued her most was the true extent of Chen Xuan's abilities. Thus, she resolved to ascertain whether Linghai City's foremost martial arts high school student could truly gauge his genuine prowess. Li Jianxin's gaze sharpened as she began to mobilize her entire vitality. "Is that enough, Kendo Heart?" Chen Xuan rubbed his somewhat sore arm. This exchange had not been easy. Fortunately, he had advanced 2 realms, and by dispersing the force as he flew backward, he had avoided a broken arm. However, it was also this kick that ignited Chen Xuan's anger. "Even a clay figurine has some fire left. Li Jianxin is intent on finishing me. Woman, do not be ungrateful. If it weren't for your status as Yi Fan's furnace, I would have already subdued you with a single punch." Chen Xuan had no desire to engage in a serious duel with Li Jianxin. Her character was entirely that of a martial arts fanatic. If you were stronger than her, she would relentlessly challenge you to practice. In the original storyline, during 3 months of preparation, Yi Fan had captured the heart of this Sword Dao Saint body girl by repeatedly overpowering Li Jianxin. Chen Xuan even suspected that Li Jianxin had a penchant for masochism. The more one punished her, the more exhilarated she became. Chen Xuan had no intention of provoking such a being. Moreover, to say he was being bullied would be an exaggeration. Without employing his ultimate punch, they were evenly matched. As he pondered, the situation took a sudden turn. Li Jianxin moved, her form flashing before Chen Xuan. She lifted her leg and delivered a kick. However, this kick was unlike any other. The moment she unleashed it, Chen Xuan felt as if the air itself was being sliced apart. Martial technique. It was a martial technique. Xiao Qian exclaimed from the sidelines. As Li Jianxin's close friend, she was well aware of Li Jianxin's capabilities, having once been one of her sparring partners. However, due to her own inadequacies, Li Jianxin had never unleashed her full strength against her. "This is the Li family's ancestral martial technique, the star-snatching leg," Xiao Qian explained. With the enhancement of this technique, the force and speed of this strike were significantly amplified. It was not merely raw energy. Li Jianxin was also utilizing the power of her vitality. If this kick were to strike Chen Xuan's head, it would likely explode upon impact. Chen Xuan knew he could not endure this attack head-on. He bent low, allowing the kick to pass over him. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Jianxin, undeterred, launched another swift kick. This strike was equally fierce, its momentum even more terrifying. Even the trio observing from the sidelines were drenched in cold sweat. What animosity could have led to this? At that moment, Chen Xuan sprang into action. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he did not evade. Instead, he charged forward. Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. Facing Li Jianxin's crimson foot, Chen Xuan raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch. During this time, he had not only honed his vitality, but had also mastered the Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. This family martial technique from the Chen clan was characterized by its raw ferocity. Blood River signified its immense destructive power, while Heavy Mountain indicated that the strength of the technique was as weighty as a mountain. A punch that bore down like the weight of Taishan. Unstoppable. Bang. In an instant, a sound akin to thunder erupted within the room. Bang, bang, bang. The two staggered back a few steps. Chen Xuan felt his entire arm ache. While Li Jianxin fared no better. After this blow, it felt as though her pressure points had been struck, causing her considerable pain. Not bad. Li Jianxin gritted her teeth, raising her gaze to meet Chen Xuan's. You're not too shabby either, Chen Xuan replied, shaking out his arm and locking eyes with Li Jianxin. In that moment, sparks flew. Once more. Who fears whom? Both were fired up, and in an instant, they clashed again. Meanwhile, the trio observing was in utter chaos, watching as the two exchanged life-threatening blows, drenched in sweat. Xiao Qian swallowed hard and remarked, "Do you think if this continues, they won't just determine a victor but also risk their lives?" Zhang San and Li Si exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We have no idea." In a straightforward comparison of martial techniques, it was clear that Li Jianxin held the advantage. In the clash of fist and leg techniques, the latter had the upper hand. Li Jianxin's long legs executed a relentless barrage of kicks, thrusts, and sweeps, leaving Chen Xuan with no opportunity to close the distance. Chen Xuan realized this was not a viable strategy and awaited the chance to get in close. Finally, seizing the moment when Li Jianxin's leg was extended, he lunged forward, preparing to execute a body slam. Not good. Li Jianxin panicked, but reacted swiftly, entwining her long legs around Chen Xuan's neck. With a thud, the two fell to the ground, engaging in a grappling struggle. In a contest of pure strength, Chen Xuan naturally held the advantage, yet Li Jianxin refused to yield, tightly constricting him with her legs. Meanwhile, on the same floor, Yi Fan arrived at training room 9991. This was also a top-tier training room. Yi Fan rented it for 3 months, exhausting all of his savings. It is neither a matter of vanity nor merely a pursuit of cultivation. After encountering setbacks with the Han sisters, Yi Fan resolved to explore an alternative path. His next target was the innate swordsmanship prodigy, Li Jianxin. Yi Fan had learned that she was located in the training room 9999, making this the most opportune time for him over the next 3 months. A smile crept across his lips as he thought, Li Jianxin is aware of my strength. Should I offer to spar with her, she likely wouldn't refuse. The prospect of a sparring session promised physical contact, a necessary catalyst for the rapid escalation of emotions. With determination, Yi Fan clenched his fists, mustering his courage, then spritzed himself with cologne from his pocket, tidied his outfit in front of the mirror, and headed straight for training room 9999. Chapter 47. Brother Yi, hear me out. Chen Xuan and Li Jianxin presented a peculiar and challenging posture before the trio of onlookers. Chen Xuan had ensnared Li Jianxin's neck with his legs in a chokehold, while Li Jianxin tightly locked Chen Xuan's arms against her chest. Despicable. Chen Xuan, you truly are vile. Li Jianxin's face flushed crimson, unsure whether from the pressure or her indignation. Had they engaged in a formal competition, Chen Xuan would have proven no match for her. However, in this unconventional bout, it became evident that Chen Xuan's strength was waning as he struggled against the offense of her long legs, unable to close the distance. Yet, in a careless moment, the match devolved into a grappling contest reminiscent of a street fight, where her martial skills and leg length offered little advantage. All she could rely on was her flexibility, which paled against Chen Xuan's overwhelming strength. As a prodigious high school student from Linghai City, she had never anticipated such a predicament would arise. Despicable? You call me despicable? Chen Xuan exerted more force, causing Li Jianxin to roll her eyes in frustration. Am I supposed to engage you in a fair duel? Why would I not exploit my advantages? Do you expect me to be foolish? On the battlefield, does the enemy grant you such courtesies? Do beasts wait for you to gather your strength before they attack? Li Jianxin found herself speechless, for Chen Xuan's words were undeniably rational. While it was true that one may employ any means necessary to secure victory, she could not bear being bested by someone she deemed a fool. So, Jianxin, do you yield? Chen Xuan's irritating voice rang in her ears, further damaging her pride. Despite feeling lightheaded, Li Jianxin resolved not to concede. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit down on Chen Xuan's thigh. The training room echoed with Chen Xuan's pained wail. Li Jinxin, are you even human? Just a few inches away from being a eunuch. Their gazes locked, and Chen Xuan caught a glimpse of Li Jinxin's smug expression. You said it yourself, no holds barred. What is wrong with using my mouth? Release me. Let go. Li Jinxin shook her head, feeling a wave of relief with her bite. The effectiveness was evident. With renewed determination, she applied more pressure. Ah! Chen Xuan let out another agonized scream. All right, Li Jinxin, you forced my hand. With that, Chen Xuan raised his massive fist and aimed a blow at Li Jinxin's rear. In an instant, Li Jinxin felt a sharp pain, her cheeks flushing even deeper. In all her life, no man had ever touched her in such a manner. Though Chen Xuan's strike was unintentional, it nonetheless violated a woman's sacred boundaries. While she understood his intentions were not malicious, it was inexcusable. With tears in her eyes, Li Jinxin intensified her grip. Chen Xuan, now incensed, refused to relent. Retaliating with more force, two stubborn individuals, one willing to sacrifice a piece of flesh and the other to endure a painful blow, engaged in a relentless standoff. Meanwhile, the three silent onlookers were utterly bewildered. It was evident that the two had ignited a genuine rivalry, yet they also recognized that both still retained a semblance of reason, merely waiting for the other to yield. However, with their stubborn natures, neither would be the first to back down. What is happening? How did this competition devolve into such chaos? Are they certain this is a duel? Who knows? Can't you two find another way to express yourselves? If not, we should intervene. At this rate, I fear they might truly hurt each other. A consensus formed among the three, acknowledging the vital role of spectators in a match. Had they not been present, it was likely that the two would have fought to the bitter end. Just as they prepared to separate the combatants, Chen Xuan abruptly halted. His eyes grew wide with shock, fixated on something behind the trio, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. The three turned to see a man standing at the entrance. Impeccably groomed, exuding a faint scent of cologne. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood at the doorway, his gaze locked with Chen Xuan's, both rendered speechless. Why? Why is Chen Xuan in Li Jinxin's training room? But more importantly, what are they doing in broad daylight? What is Chen Xuan doing with my furnace? Yi Fan struggled to comprehend the scene before him, his voice trembling with disbelief. A duel? It's painfully obvious that my brother is engaged in a competition with Li Jinxin. A duel? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the entangled duo. You call this a duel? Are you serious? You two are practically intertwined. Yi Fan's expression darkened, the shocking scene hitting him like a thunderbolt, shattering his fragile psyche. In broad daylight, and you haven't even drawn the curtains? There are spectators. Chen Xuan. He trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why? Why must it be Chen Xuan again? Yi Fan felt a surge of resentment. As if Chen Xuan were deliberately opposing him. He had chosen to tread a different path, distancing himself from the Han sisters for the time being. Yet he could not fathom why Li Jinxin remained involved with him. It was clear that he had investigated thoroughly. Li Jinxin had never shown interest in men and had no connection to Chen Xuan. Yet at this moment, Yi Fan felt as though the entire world was conspiring against him, an indescribable turmoil brewing within him. Bittersweet sorrow, confusion, helplessness, and above all, an overwhelming animosity toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan. Finally, Yi Fan could no longer contain his wrath, glaring fiercely as he spat out the name through gritted teeth. In an instant, Chen Xuan shivered, sensing the palpable malice radiating from Yi Fan. Ah, this is truly dire. Chen Xuan trembled, wishing he could slap himself twice. What a wretched fate. To create a training room for two subordinates and inadvertently provoke Yi Fan's main consort. Yet that isn't even the crux of the matter. With Yi Fan's obsessive cleanliness, I've been caught red-handed. Chen Xuan had never anticipated such a melodramatic scenario would unfold in his life. He had simply sought Li Jinxin's assistance. Yet who could have foreseen that Yi Fan would arrive at such a moment? Now, with Yi Fan already harboring a grudge against him, this situation could only exacerbate matters. There were only 3 furnace spirits in Linghai City, all entangled with him. He feared that he wouldn't survive Yi Fan's wrath. Desperation consumed Chen Xuan as he leaped to his feet, limping toward Yi Fan. No, brother Yi, let me explain. It's not what you think. Chapter 48. Yi Fan, feeling betrayed by the narrative. Chen Xuan and Yi Fan found themselves in an unspoken understanding. Chen Xuan is well versed in the narrative, while Yi Fan possesses an innate sense of his furnace. Moreover, the remnants of the martial saint's soul had once informed him that each furnace is destined to be intertwined with him, drawing them together. Consequently, in his heart, Yi Fan is resolute that whether it be Li Jinxin or the Han sisters, they are all his women. However, others fail to comprehend Chen Xuan's intentions. Even Li Jinxin, who can hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, is bewildered as to why he feels the need to explain himself to Yi Fan. Is it merely because I am Yi Fan's furnace? One of his harem? Does he fear misunderstandings? Li Jinxin ponders this. This marks her second encounter with Yi Fan, and thus far, they have exchanged not a single word. Now, Chen Xuan seems to assume that he is one of Yi Fan's women? Li Jinxin perceives this as an affront. Her choice of companionship is her own affair, and she sees no reason to heed Chen Xuan's thoughts, regardless of Yi Fan's merits, even if he were unparalleled in the world. If she does not harbor feelings for him, he is powerless. The very thought of becoming Yi Fan's furnace fills her with an unspoken disdain when she gazes at him. Why should he even explain himself? Before Chen Xuan can utter a word, Li Jinxin pulls him behind her and glares at Yi Fan, stating, "Who do you think you are, and why should I explain anything to you? You are his harem." Chen Xuan silently screams within, "Shut your mouth." Yet, in the next moment, Li Jinxin turns and glares at him. "I didn't say anything." Chen Xuan raises his hands in surrender. Li Jinxin feels utterly flustered, turning back to cast a fierce look at Yi Fan. She even finds it amusing. If it were Han Binglu who witnessed this scene, she might offer an explanation. But what is Yi Fan to her? A potential partner? Forgive her, but that is far from being a reality. Li Jinxin believes there is unlikely to be any such future, as her first impression of Yi Fan was quite favorable, but this second encounter has been utterly disastrous. In the original narrative, Li Jinxin is characterized as a career-oriented, dominant woman, completely devoted to martial arts, only showing interest in men who are stronger and more formidable than herself. Yet, Yi Fan's behavior, reminiscent of a wronged spouse, has thoroughly exasperated her. Why should she explain herself? They have not engaged in any inappropriate behavior, making it seem as though the rightful partner has caught her husband in an affair. A clear conscience has no reason to fear shadows. She has nothing to be ashamed of with Chen Xuan. Yi Fan finds himself at a loss for words. Surely he cannot declare that she will one day be a part of his harem? He had intended to leave a good impression on Li Jinxin today, to get to know her better. However, now, seeing her icy demeanor, his heart sinks. It appears his plans have been dashed. Instantly, Yi Fan's gaze involuntarily drifts toward Chen Xuan, his expression filled with sorrow. Observing this, Chen Xuan feels a chill run down his spine. "Why are you looking at me? Yi brother? It's not like I questioned you." Chen Xuan is bewildered by Yi Fan's clumsiness, as he seems to provoke ire from both the Han sisters and Li Jinxin, only to have the resentment directed toward himself. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? He cannot fathom why Li Jinxin harbors such animosity towards Yi Fan. This must have nothing to do with me, right? Oh well, I suppose I'll be merciful. As the saying goes, it's better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. I shall assist Yi brother once more. With this thought, Chen Xuan tugs at Li Jinxin's sleeve, saying that, Jinxin, I think Yi brother is also concerned for us. And he hasn't asked me to explain anything. It was I who felt the need to clarify. Indeed, it seems Yi Fan begins to grasp that Li Jinxin's ire towards him is wholly unfounded. It is Chen Xuan who insists on explanations. He has said nothing at all. This is entirely a case of misplaced blame. Then why do you feel the need to explain to him? Li Jinxin retorts. Chen Xuan falls silent, utterly unsure of how to respond. Do you have feelings for him? How could that be possible? Then is there truly something between us? Jinxin. One must not speak carelessly. Chen Xuan feels on the verge of tears. Jinxin, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Yi Fan interjects. This entire situation has caught him off guard, and he does not wish for Li Jinxin to retain such a negative impression of him. He merely desires to resolve this misunderstanding. Chen Xuan hastily adds, "Misunderstanding, Jinxin. It's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Li Jinxin scoffs, then turns her gaze to Yi Fan, stating, "You are Yi Fan, correct?" "That is right." Yi Fan, a name that refuses to be ordinary. Yi Fan hurriedly introduces himself. However, in the next moment, Li Jinxin waves her hand dismissively, declaring, "That is not important. What I wish to know is why you are here. I have heard that Jinxin is the top student of Linghai City High School, and I wish to spar with her," Yi Fan states, reciting the carefully prepared line. "Spar?" Li Jinxin scoffs, for if it were truly a spar, it would be acceptable. However, Chen Xuan's thoughts incessantly remind her that she might develop feelings for Yi Fan during this spar, becoming his furnace. "I see no need for that," Li Jinxin coldly replies, then looks at Yi Fan with utmost seriousness, continuing, "Moreover, Yi Fan, we are not that familiar. Please refrain from addressing me as Jinxin." Her rejection pierces Yi Fan's heart like an ice pick. Gazing at Li Jinxin's furrowed brow and the unmasked disdain in her eyes, he feels a deep ache. Is this truly the woman of his harem? Why must she utter such frigid words? Yi Fan feels as though the world has betrayed him. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger. While Han Bingli may have been indifferent, why does Li Jianxin treat him similarly? Furthermore, why does Chen Xuan have the right to address her while he does not? Yi Fan lets out a bitter laugh. Since Li Jianxin is in no mood today, he will simply return another day. Return another day? Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin shakes her head, stating, I believe Yi Fan is mistaken. You need not seek me out again. This leaves Yi Fan utterly dumbfounded. Has she just struck him down with a single blow? How can this be? He had poured all his savings into this endeavor, and now it has fallen through? This cannot be happening. Jianxin. In a moment of panic, Yi Fan inadvertently blurts out, Leave. Li Jianxin's expression turns icy. She rarely resorts to harsh words, but Yi Fan's blatant intentions have made it clear to her. Yi brother, you should leave quickly. Chen Xuan urges Yi Fan with a knowing look. Is this fool unable to see that Li Jianxin is in a foul mood? Why continue to explain? What is the point? She is still your furnace. How could she ever become mine? You should leave as well. Li Jianxin abruptly turns around. No. What about my 2 training rooms? The only response to Chen Xuan is the sound of the door slamming shut. What kind of situation is this? Chen Xuan is left feeling heartbroken, turning to find Yi Fan already making his exit. He immediately hobbles after him, calling out, Yi brother, don't go. Allow me to explain. Chapter 50, Gathering of Forces in Heaven and Earth as the Underground Queen of Linghai City, by Lingyu's whereabouts, are elusive. Most are unaware of her appearance or the extent of her influence. Yet, Chen Xuan is well acquainted with the plot. Heaven and Earth is the very place whereby Lingyu rose to prominence. By day, she masquerades as a fishmonger in the seafood market, but by night, she transforms into the proprietor of Heaven and Earth. With no other business, Bai Lingyu frequents these 2 locations exclusively. Han Bingling. ISNT this directly stepping into the line of fire. Chen Xuan begins to understand why he feels apprehensive. Is today the day of Han Bingling's demise? Uncle Wang, where are you now? Are you still at Heaven and Earth? Chen Xuan quickly inquires. Young master, after I accompanied Han Bingling, I returned. A 3rd-level ferocious beast has appeared 10 miles outside the city, and my elder brother has asked me to handle it. The elder brother Wang Hai refers to as naturally Chen Xian's father, Chen Sihai. Although Wang Hai is currently a driver for the Chen family, he still holds a position in the military and is a trusted aide of Chen Sihai. Generally, for significant matters, Chen Sihai would assign Wang Hai to deal with them. Of course, a 3rd-level ferocious beast is not something that requires Chen Sihai to intervene. Wang Hai, leading an elite team of warriors, can easily manage it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's heart sank. If Wang Hai were by Han Bingling's side, Chen Xuan would naturally feel at ease, being a master at the Sea Rift realm. Wang Hai would ensure that Bai Lingyu would not act recklessly. But now, things have taken a turn for the worse. Although it is not yet the time for Bai Lingyu to take action, Chen Xuan dared not gamble. The plot has completely unraveled, and no one can guarantee what might happen. Surely it cannot be this dire? Chen Xuan pondered deeply, but the more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. Master. To Tianshang Renjian. Chen Xuan hailed a taxi, not intending to play the hero. If Bai Lingyu were to strike, even 10 of him would not suffice. However, it is better to be prepared for the worst. Chen Xuan was also ready for a potential encounter with Bai Lingyu. If that moment truly arrived, he could only leverage his identity. Lacking strength, he would rely on his background. Although his reputation was tarnished, he was well known in Linghai City. With the Chen family's backing and Chen Sihai's protection, coupled with his status as the only son, everyone would have to give him some respect. Chen Xuan was not concerned about his life being in danger, unless Bai Lingyu also wished for her demise. In the narrative, while this woman was treated as a pawn by the Sun Group, she was not foolish. From the very beginning, she had been avoiding risks that would expose her. From creating accidents to finally taking matters into her own hands. All because, at this point, she had no other choice. If Han Bingling did not survive, then she and her group of brothers would face starvation. However, Bai Lingyu was unaware that, regardless of the outcome, she would ultimately become a scapegoat for the Han family. Once the deed was done, Sun Zhongtao had already prepared to push Bai Lingyu forward to quell the wrath of the major families. Meanwhile, in the training room of the Li family's martial arts hall, the faint sound of Yi Fan's phone call could be heard. Hello, is this Tianshang Renjian? Yes, I'm looking for a part-time job. Rest assured, I can do anything. Washing dishes, serving fruit platters, even singing accompaniment. What? You need me to come over now? Tonight? All right, I'll be there. After hanging up, Yi Fan took a deep breath. He felt he had no other choice. Being impoverished, he had only been able to find accommodation thanks to Han Tiangong's support. Having just arrived in Linghai City, even daily sustenance was a problem. Originally, Han Tiangang had been providing him with monthly financial assistance, but recently, Yi Fan had refused it. The protagonist could not lack integrity. The two sisters of the Han family had already looked down on him. If he continued to accept their charity, it would only deepen their disdain. Thus, after careful consideration, Yi Fan decided to forego Han Tiangang's support. The scholarship from school had been used to rent a top-tier training room for 3 months. Now, with his pockets emptier than his face, even 3 meals a day had become a challenge. Although the training room allowed for accommodation, it only provided 1 meal. So Yi Fan naturally needed a part-time job. He had carefully chosen Tianshang Renjian for this job. The hours were flexible, there was little work, and most importantly, the pay was good. A few hours of part-time work here would earn him more than moving bricks at a construction site. Thinking this, Yi Fan hurried downstairs, took a taxi, and headed straight for Tianshang Renjian. Sister, I've inquired thoroughly. Han Bingling is in box 302. In a private room within Tianshang Renjian, Bai Linger's subordinates reported, and beside them, Li Xiong was also present. Who else is there? Bai Linger asked. They are all classmates and friends of Han Bingling. We've checked several times and found no sign of Wang Hai or the Chen family's young master, the subordinate replied. Just one person? Bai Linger smiled lightly, seeing it as an excellent opportunity. With that, she turned to Li Xiong, a little girl. Is it fine for you to handle this? Of course, no problem. Li Xiong replied confidently, though he cast a disdainful glance at Bai Linger, which disappeared almost instantly. He understood that Bai Linger intended not to take action herself, leaving the dirty work to him. However, Li Xiong felt no concern. Instead, he thought these so-called masters were all timid. The more they practiced, the more cowardly they became. Their aura subdued, they were low-key and overly cautious in their actions. He could not comprehend why they would be so afraid of death. What was the point of reaching the void-breaking realm if they lived in fear? It was better for him to be carefree, doing whatever he pleased. Living one day at a time was already a gain. When do you plan to act? Bai Linger inquired. Now, Li Xiong responded without hesitation. Not advisable. Bai Linger shook her head. In an hour. In an hour, I will help create chaos. And at the same time, Tianshang Renjian will experience a power outage. By setting the time for an hour later, Bai Linger also aimed to establish an alibi for her absence. Li Xiong was already a wanted criminal. Being caught would mean death. And now he would only be adding another crime to his record. She, on the other hand, though the underground queen of Linghai City, always operated with caution, never entangled in a criminal record. This was largely due to Bai Linger's understanding of timing. She never engaged in cases that could incite public outrage or panic. All right. Li Xiong nodded. Arrange for me to be in the next room. When the time comes, I will naturally take action. His subordinates led Li Xiong to room 301. And Bai Linger dressed and walked towards the entrance of Tianshang Renjian. Today was indeed a fortuitous alignment of time, place, and people. With Li Xiong taking action and Wang Hai absent, it was the best outcome. For her, it required no effort and posed no risk, fulfilling her obligations to Sun Zhongtao. However, just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Bai Linger's ear. Logically, Bai Linger would not take action. Her nature is one of bluster, completely hollow. Her domineering facade is merely for show. Sigh, one can somewhat understand. After all, with a group of brothers under her, how could she command respect without projecting an aura of dominance? Yet, that foolish woman probably does not even realize she has been sold out by her own brothers. Abruptly, Bai Linger halted. Chapter 51. Does he think I'm Kuan? The voice was too sudden, yet it was as clear as a whisper. Bai Linger looked around, seeing only hurriedly passing handsome men and beautiful women, with no one speaking. Most crucially, these words were clearly discussing her. Bai Linger broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, the voice echoed again. Now that the plot has deviated, Bai Linger seems to be in a fatal situation. Her life or death is of no concern to me, but Han Bingling cannot die. Yi Fan and several of the female leads had completely detached from the plot. Yet Bai Linger's subplot remained. Her existence was to provoke the wrath of the Han family, compelling the elderly Master Han to reveal his strength. How much strength this aging tiger has left is debatable. Even if he were to regain his former glory, the pain of losing a granddaughter would only hasten his demise. If the elderly Han were to act, it would inevitably lead to the downfall of the Han family. Without Yi Fan resolving the crisis of the Han family, Chen Xuan could only take this mess upon himself. Human emotions are complex. After spending a few days together, they had developed some affection. This little girl could be a handful, yet her nature was not entirely bad. Previously, and even now, Chen Xuan did not wish for Han Bingling to die so inexplicably. A fatal situation? Once again hearing the voice echoing in her mind, Bai Linger narrowed her eyes. The owner of this voice was quite certain that she was dead. which filled her with both anger and confusion. On what grounds could he make such a claim? I have no reason to be dead. Bai Linger was incredulous, reminding herself that she was always cautious, only taking risks during the Han Bingling incident. But now, with Han Bingling resolved by Li Xiong, she had created an alibi that absolved her completely. Why should she be implicated? Although the incident had occurred in the realm of the living and the dead, Bai Linger felt no fear. Many things had transpired in both worlds, and surely she wasn't accountable for each one. What nonsense! Yet, despite her disbelief, a flicker of uncertainty gnawed at her. The voice had accurately described her before, appearing domineering but ultimately hollow. Bai Linger reasoned that she had never interacted with strangers. As the underground queen of Linghai City, her temperament was known to very few. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the voice's portrayal of her was indeed factual. This only intensified her curiosity, and upon hearing that she was inescapably doomed, her heart began to race. This must be the voice of a man, and he must not be far away. Bai Linger, clever as she was, immediately narrowed her search. Fortunately, the voice continued to resonate nearby, though it was filled with complaints. It reassured her that the person had not wandered off. Could it be him? Her gaze fixated on a limping man who walked with his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Without hesitation, Bai Linger approached Chen Xuan. In an instant, they collided, and her eyes brightened as the voice vanished. She felt certain that this man was the source of the voice, her heart racing, but when she looked up to see his face, she was momentarily stunned. It was the young master of the Chen family. Bai Linger could hardly believe that she had heard the thoughts of the Chen family heir. Although she had never met Chen Xuan, his reputation in Linghai City was well known, and as a member of an underground organization, she had certainly done her research. What is wrong with you? Don't you watch where you're going? Chen Xuan was the first to speak, questioning her. Apologies, sir. Are you all right? Bai Linger hurriedly helped him up. The shock in her eyes had dissipated entirely. As a skilled assassin, her acting was superb, and she now appeared as a remorseful woman who had made a mistake. It's fine, just be more careful next time. Chen Xuan brushed off the dust from his clothes, grumbling, You're lucky to have bumped into someone as easygoing as me. Indeed, Bai Linger replied dismissively before inquiring. Are you heading to the realm of the living? Why? Do you have business there? Chen Xuan shot her a wary glance. I see you're having trouble walking. Perhaps I could assist you inside? Bai Linger proposed, batting her innocent large eyes. Since I caused your inconvenience, I'm genuinely concerned for you. Let me stay by your side, and if you're truly fine, I'll leave. Of course, Bai Linger was not genuinely concerned. Her only intention was to stay close to Chen Xuan, subtly probing for information. Are you familiar with the place inside? Chen Xuan asked. This is my first time here. He admitted. Yes. Do you work there? Sort of. Still, no need. He thought for a moment before declining again. After all, he was not there to socialize. He only needed to find Han Bingling and leave. Rest assured, I'm genuinely fine. My difficulty in walking isn't your fault. And I'm not elderly enough to take advantage of you. To ease the concern of this seemingly kind woman, Chen Xuan added an explanation. However, Bai Linger was not about to let this opportunity slip away. I'll stick with you. No need. I'll stick with you. Really no need. In a moment of desperation, Bai Linger wrapped her arms around Chen Xuan's. Instantly, he felt her grip. Looking down, he caught another glimpse of her delicate features, stylish attire, and a seemingly vulnerable demeanor, all while being bold and working inside. Wasn't she a captivating lady? Staring at Bai Linger's lovely face, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Is the competition in the realm of the living so fierce that they need to recruit like this? Does she think I'm a fool? Bai Linger's eyes widened at his thoughts. She was infuriated, yet had no retort. Should she claim to be the boss inside? What nonsense. If he thought she was just a mere worker, then so be it. As long as she could stay by his side, she would be content. Confident in her beauty and figure, she believed a young man like him would not resist such a lure. Yet at that moment, Chen Xuan withdrew his arm. I'll visit your establishment another day, Chen Xuan stated earnestly before limping away. Simultaneously, his thoughts echoed in her mind. If it weren't for my other commitments today, I would certainly investigate what goes on inside. Is this how everyone who recruits behaves? Those working inside must be thriving. To be honest, Bai Linger seems quite invested in the realm of the living. However, one must remain vigilant against threats from within. Despite her speculations, she could never fathom that as the foremost gold-digging establishment in Linghai City, the records her subordinates showed her were all fabricated. Trusting her subordinates while they play tricks on her, does that make her foolish or naive? Hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts once more, Bai Linger's expression darkened, and she stormed back to her office. Chapter 52. The second female lead must not die. In the private room, Bai Linger summoned the current manager of the realm of the living. The man, known as Neo Air, was in his 30s and had been Bai Linger's confidant for nearly a decade. From his days as a mere lackey, Niu had become a significant figure in Linghai City. Although Bai Linger was the true owner of the establishment, she never made public appearances. Niu typically handled all matters. Bai Linger had trusted him, having only audited the accounts a few times in the early years. And it had been years since she last did so. "Sister, what brings you back?" Niu inquired. Seeing Niu's face, Bai Linger felt a weight in her heart. If she had to choose between trusting Chen Xuan or Niu, it would have been a no-brainer in the past. Their bond was forged through life and death. However, Chen Xuan had no reason to deceive her, especially since she had heard his very thoughts. "Niu, bring me the financial statements for the past few months from the realm of the living," Bai Linger commanded in a serious tone. "The financial statements? Sister, why are you suddenly interested in reviewing them?" Niu's heart raced, his smile strained. Bai Linger arched an eyebrow, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "What? Do I need to report to you about auditing? Or are there issues with the accounts?" Niu quickly replied, No, I'll fetch them for you right away." Although he felt uneasy, Niu maintained a facade of calm. Besides, even if Bai Linger were to review them, she wouldn't understand the nuances. As he predicted, Bai Linger flipped through the accounts casually, furrowing her brow. Accustomed to being the boss, she usually left these matters to her subordinates. She had no clue where the discrepancies lay. Observing Niu's composed demeanor, Bai Linger suspected he was aware of her ignorance, likely recognizing that she wouldn't discern any inconsistencies. With that thought, Bai Linger tucked the financial statements away. "I'll hold on to these for now. I'll have a professional accountant review them in a few days." Bai Linger spoke lightly, yet Niu's expression turned frantic upon hearing her words. Although Bai Linger could not uncover the issues, others surely could. Furthermore, the accounts were not meticulously prepared. With a little effort, the flaws would be exposed. As the implications of Bai Linger discovering the truth struck him, Niu's face paled. "Sister, who are you planning to hire for this? Do you not trust me? What? Are you afraid of being scrutinized if there are problems?" Bai Linger chuckled lightly, and unbeknownst to her, her aura became sharp and imposing, filling the private room with an almost suffocating pressure. Observing the state of Niu, she realized that he was concealing something from her. There was undoubtedly an issue with the bill. With a thud, Niu knelt down. "Sister, I was wrong. There is a problem with the accounts. I was bewitched." As he knelt on the ground, he repeatedly slapped his own face. "Why?" Bai Linger asked, her gaze fixed on Niu, eager to uncover the reason for his betrayal. "It was Ergo. He made me do it." Niu hastily replied, "As soon as you decided to collaborate with the Sun Group, Ergo instructed me to falsify the accounts, pocketing most of the money each month. I had no idea." "Li Gang." Bai Linger furrowed her brow at Niu's words. At this point, she found it difficult to believe that Niu would dare deceive her. But why would Li Gang compel him to act in such a manner? Suddenly, Bai Linger recalled Chen Xuan's words, "Your brother has long since betrayed you." Chen Xuan had used the term brother rather than subordinate. Only a few within her faction could be considered brothers, and Li Gang was among them. A heavy weight settled in her heart as she contemplated the remnants of Chen Xuan's message. Betrayal by a brother. Regardless of the outcome, she would face death. This matter was solely connected to Han Bingling. Betraying me? Is he switching his allegiance to Sun Zhongtao? What are they planning to do to ensure my demise? What means do they possess to accomplish this? At this juncture, Bai Linger could no longer dismiss Chen Xuan's words. She had validated the accuracy of his message and felt an increasing sense of dread. Yet, a barrage of questions plagued her mind. She felt an urge to confront Li Gang directly, but feared alarming him. Consulting Chen Xuan was even less feasible. All she could do was contemplate her next steps. However, despite her confusion, Bai Linger understood that everything was intertwined with the Han family. Suddenly, a solution dawned upon her. If Sun Zhongtao was indeed the orchestrator of her potential demise, then Han Bingling could not afford to perish under any circumstances. This situation was irrevocably linked to the Han family, and inaction was the wisest course. Once Han Bingling was gone, there would be no turning back. Yet, she had already set Li Xiong in motion. If she intervened to resolve the situation with him, how would she explain it to Sun Zhongtao? As she pondered, Bai Linger's gaze fixated on a limping figure captured by the surveillance cameras. Suddenly, she recalled her subordinate's earlier words, "Sister, we have uncovered the identity of Ultraman." Bai Linger's eyes narrowed as she picked up a pen and scribbled something on a piece of paper, which she then handed to a subordinate while pointing at Chen Xuan's image on the screen, instructing, "Go, deliver this note to that person. Your role is that of a server. Do you understand?" "Understood. Just a service staff member, right? I can manage that." At the Heaven and Earth establishment, the lead manager encountered the newly hired server, Yi Fan. Not bad. The manager nodded in approval. However, I must clarify that although you are a part-timer, you must adhere to company rules. 1. Do not confront customers. 2. Knock before entering a private room. Some rooms are accessible, while others are not. 3. If your negligence results in damage to company property, you will be liable for compensation. If you have no issues with these rules, you may begin working now. The pay remains as we discussed, 1,000 for 3 hours. Excellent, no problem. I can start right away, Yi Fan eagerly replied. He thought to himself that even if more rules were added, he wouldn't mind. 1,000 for 3 hours was simply fantastic. All right, get to work. The manager waved him off, and Yi Fan quickly changed into his uniform and stepped outside. 1,000 for 3 hours, if I work for 10 days. I won't have to worry about my expenses for 3 months. Upon closing the door, Yi Fan felt exhilarated, but at that moment, he noticed a strangely familiar figure at the bar. Is that Chen Xuan? Hello, may I ask which private room Han Bingling is in? I'm sorry, sir. But that is a matter of customer privacy, and we cannot disclose that information. I am her brother-in-law. I'm afraid, sir, even if you were her father, that wouldn't suffice. I am Chen Xuan. My father is Chen Sihai. Chen Xuan pointed to himself. The lobby manager maintained a polite smile. I'm sorry, sir. But even if you were Chen Wuhai, that wouldn't suffice either. Chen Xuan realized that his father's name held little sway over ordinary individuals. Forget it. I'll find her myself. He sighed and turned to leave, only to hear the lobby manager call out again. Sir, I must remind you that if you intend to search room by room, it will disrupt our establishment's business, and I will have to call security. What am I supposed to do now? Chen Xuan thought, growing increasingly anxious as he called Han Bingling several times, only to find her phone turned off. He was frantic, fearing that something terrible might happen. Yet, he was being hindered from searching. What could he do? Just then, a server approached Chen Xuan. Sir, someone asked me to give this to you. He handed over a note. What is this? Chen Xuan furrowed his brow and opened the note, his heart sinking at the sight of the brief but alarming message. 301. Martial artist killer Li Xiong, act at 8 o'clock. The mere words on the paper tightened his chest. Chen Xuan glanced around, realizing the server had already vanished into the bustling crowd, seemingly unnoticed. Who sent this? Why did they choose to give it to me? His first thought was that it might be a trap, yet he knew his status would protect him from any direct attack. It was clear that this Li Xiong was here to eliminate Han Bingling. But how did this person know that? Why pass the note to him? Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed, the details of the plot eluding him. He glanced at the time, 7:50. Only 10 minutes left. His heart raced. The words martial artist Li Xiong loomed ominously, like a harbinger of death for Han Bingling. Summoning help now would be too late. Creating chaos? Chen Xuan dared not. Chaos would only facilitate Li Xiong's attack. Martial artist. The phrase darkened his expression. He was currently at the 5th level of the transformation realm, capable of delivering a punch with just over 1,000 units of force. While that barely met the standard of a typical martial artist, the gap between the transformation realm and martial artists extended far beyond mere strength. Martial artists could harness their vital energy to nourish their bones, manifesting it as an outer shield or lethal force. In terms of combat prowess, martial artists and those in the transformation realm were worlds apart, though he believed he could fight beyond his level. Chen Xuan understood that a martial artist far surpassed the inexperienced him. But I must act. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth, realizing there was no other option and no one else to rely on. Only his fists could save him. He could only hope for a surprise attack to take down Li Xiong in one blow. His blood surged, and his body trembled with a mix of excitement, anticipation, and fear as he limped up to the 3rd floor, unaware that Yi Fan had been closely observing him from a distance. Is that really Chen Xuan? What is he doing here? Yi Fan pondered, soon dismissing his own question as foolish. Heaven and Earth was the most famous entertainment venue in Linghai City, and Chen Xuan was a notorious rich heir. It was only reasonable for him to be here. What could he be doing? It doesn't take much thought. He's here to spend money, have fun, and indulge in whatever pleasures men seek. What a scoundrel. He was clearly engaged to Han Binglu, had a close relationship with Han Bingling, and there was also the ambiguous connection with Li Jinxin. Wasn't 3 beautiful women enough? Why did he still seek other girls? Yi Fan clenched his fists in fury. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not interconnected. In this moment, Yi Fan truly recognized the disparity between himself and Chen Xuan. He felt that the 3 women in his harem were not worth it. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes brightened. Perhaps this was his opportunity. Undoubtedly, Chen Xuan had come here alone, likely up to some sordid business behind Han Binglu's back. If he could document Chen Xuan's disgraceful actions and share them with the female leads, the thought exhilarated Yi Fan. He envisioned a scene where he exposed Chen Xuan's vile behavior, leading to Han Binglu breaking off the engagement, Han Binglu's disdain, and Li Jianxin's scorn. Wouldn't that provide him an opportunity? Overwhelmed with excitement at these delightful prospects, Yi Fan could hardly contain his enthusiasm. One hand clutching his phone as he stealthily followed Chen Xuan. Just wait until he enters the private room, amidst the fierce battle. Then I shall spring forth to record the moment. Chen Xuan, today marks your downfall. Standing before room 301, Chen Xuan took a deep breath. He raised his hand to knock, but abruptly, the door swung open, revealing a man whose countenance exuded a fierce aura. Hello, are you Li Xiong? Chen Xuan feigned calmness. He could no longer afford to be cautious. Even if the person delivering the note intended to use him as a pawn, there was little he could do. If this man did not perish, it would be Han Bingling who would pay the price. Who are you? Li Xiong retorted, unwilling to answer. As he had now become a wanted criminal, and his name was the most revealing of all, who knew which bounty hunter might come after him? He could not afford to admit it. His eyes scrutinized Chen Xuan, his entire being tense, his vitality at its peak. Having evaded capture multiple times, Li Xiong's vigilance was impeccable. I am. Chen Xuan squinted, sensing the man's wariness, and was nearly certain that this was the martial artist Li Xiong. Moreover, glancing furtively into the private room, he saw no one else. The opportunity was ripe. You seek my life. Chen Xuan unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Li Xiong's chest. Holding nothing back, delivering a strike with all his might, he refrained from using his ultimate technique, as Li Xiong was already on guard. And a single misstep could mean certain death for Chen Xuan. Nonetheless, even without his supreme strike, this punch contained over 1,000 units of force. Any ordinary martial artist would struggle to withstand it. Indeed, forewarned, Li Xiong reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. Chen Xuan barreled into the room, glancing back to see Li Xiong wearing a mocking grin. Transcendent stage? Li Xiong scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Chen Xuan. The pressure from that punch had been considerable, but now, he sensed that the man's strike was merely brute force, devoid of martial finesse. After sizing Chen Xuan up and down, Li Xiong saw through him entirely. The intimidation was impressive, but ultimately unremarkable. There was no aura of vitality radiating from him, clearly indicating he was not a true martial artist. Li Xiong sneered. When did the transcendent stage become bold enough to challenge a martial artist? With that, his expression hardened, and a terrifying martial aura enveloped him. Veins bulged on his forehead. His vitality surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Taste my fist. As he spoke, Li Xiong launched his right fist. The sheer momentum of the strike was astonishing. The air around them trembled violently, producing a hissing sound, as if his fist could tear through the very atmosphere, closing in on Chen Xuan in an instant. Now was the moment. Chen Xuan took a deep breath. With nowhere left to evade, he chose to confront Li Xiong's punch head-on, activating his heavenly martial technique, the supreme fist to counter. A resounding boom echoed as two formidable forces collided upon physical bodies. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiong felt a jolt of excruciating pain in his right arm, his eyes widening in disbelief as the seemingly invincible punch shattered his protective barrier, twisting his entire arm in the process. With a sickening crack, it sounded as if a taut string had snapped, sending shivers down Li Xiong's spine. Yet, this was but a moment. In an instant, that tightly coiled string broke, and his arm contorted grotesquely, the force reducing it to a mist of blood. With a thunderous crash, both figures were sent flying, blood arcing beautifully through the air. How could this be possible? Li Xiong landed on the ground, horrified at the sight of his empty right sleeve. His entire arm was gone. Not a trace of muscle left, only a scatter of bloody remnants. Pain engulfed him, and cold sweat poured from his brow. Yet, Li Xiong had no time to dwell on his loss. His gaze immediately turned to Chen Xuan. He could hardly believe that a mere transcendent stage could unleash such a punch. In the wake of this blow, he found himself utterly defenseless. Even his protective energy had been penetrated. When did the transcendent stage become this formidable? If that brat could unleash such power again, I would surely perish today. The thought of escape flickered in Li Xiong's mind. Though he could not overlook the vendetta for his severed arm, it was far better than sacrificing his life here. Yet, in the next breath, relief washed over him. That youth appeared to be in dire straits as well. Chen Xuan lay heavily on the ground. Li Xiong's punch had taken its toll, agony radiating through his very core. But what troubled him more was the realization that he had not killed Li Xiong with that strike. Coughing violently, Chen Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, attempting to rise, but found himself utterly drained of strength. The side effects of the supreme fist compounded his misery. It seemed he could only await his fate. Prepare to face my wrath. Seeing that Chen Xuan lacked the strength to resist, Li Xiong shakily stood. The formidable physique of a martial artist had stemmed his bleeding. Even with one arm severed, his aura remained terrifying. He steadied himself, eyes ablaze with fury, fixed on Chen Xuan. I won't kill you immediately. That would be too kind. Li Xiong gritted his teeth. Being so thoroughly humiliated by a transcendent stage was an affront, but losing an arm only deepened his hatred. You cannot kill me. Chen Xuan, gasping for breath, still mustered the strength to assert, my father is. Your father is no more than a king of the heavens. Li Xiong roared, interrupting Chen Xuan. He was already a wanted criminal. While others might fear Chen Xuan's background, he did not. You will remain here while I attend to my matters. With that, Li Xiong seized a chair from the private room, intending to teach Chen Xuan a lesson. First, I will break your limbs, then I shall proceed with my business. Li Xiong grinned maliciously, advancing toward Chen Xuan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Li Xiong moved slowly, as if each step could instill endless pressure in Chen Xuan. Likewise, Chen Xuan felt the seething rage that yearned to tear him apart. Am I to die? Chen Xuan suddenly chuckled. I never imagined I, a villain, would not perish at Yi Fan's hands, but rather at the hands of this trash. Yi Fan, to be honest, not dying at your hands leaves me somewhat unsatisfied. Chen Xuan shook his head in resignation, feeling powerless. In the next moment, he resolved to close his eyes and accept the judgment of death, when suddenly, a beam of light burst into the room. The door swung open with a bang. Immediately, a familiar voice rang out. Behold, this is the true visage of Chen Xuan. He has been orchestrating female alliances behind your backs. Chen Xuan, with eyes wide open, found Yi Fan, clad in the attire of a server, standing at the door, holding up his phone. Stunned, Yi Fan was utterly bewildered, his phone aloft in hand. The room was in disarray, reeking of blood. Aside from Chen Xuan, there lay a man with a severed hand. It was evident that Chen Xuan was not merely engaging in frivolities. The scene before Yi Fan rendered him speechless. A duel had been called, but what were they doing in such a place? Was this truly the arena for a confrontation? He had waited at the door, only to burst in upon hearing the anguished wails and the sound of violent collisions. Yet, I had begun recording. You claim you are merely fighting? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, fixing intently on Chen Xuan, who lay on the ground. It appeared that Chen Xuan had suffered a grievous defeat. Moreover, a glance at Li Xiong revealed a new figure exuding an ominous aura, seemingly indifferent to the act of killing. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement. Rather than allowing Chen Xuan to be ruined, his utter disappearance from this world would be the most favorable outcome. With that thought, a benevolent smile graced Yi Fan's face. My apologies, brother. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. I shall leave at once. With that, he turned to depart from this den of intrigue. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's voice rang out behind him. Yi brother, save me. The desperation in his tone was palpable, laced with genuine emotion. Chen Xuan poured forth all his strength, his heartfelt plea echoing through the air. This was a heartfelt confession. In crucial moments, one must rely on their ally, Yi brother. Chen Xuan felt tears welling in his eyes, finally grasping why the heroines in urban harem tales would wish to marry their saviors in moments of life and death. Indeed, my fate is not yet sealed. How could a villain like me perish at the hands of inconsequential beings? A smile returned to Chen Xuan's face. Yet, in the next instant, a wave of dizziness engulfed him. Perhaps he had exerted himself too much with that last cry. Yi brother, you must save me, he uttered with all his strength before collapsing to the ground. The entire private room fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Yi Fan and Li Xiong exchanged glances. Their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Brother, would you believe me if I said I don't know him? Yi Fan inquired nervously. What do you think? Li Xiong's body tensed once more, a cold smirk curling his lips. Brother, I shall pretend not to have seen this. Would you let me go? As for him, Yi Fan pointed at Chen Xuan, you would do well to eliminate him. Rest assured, I shall keep my lips sealed. He raised his hand. If you doubt me, I can swear it. To hell with this. Do you take me for a fool? Li Xiong cursed. This kid looked at you as if you were his savior. Crying in excitement, and you say you don't know him? You still want me to kill him? The moment I strike, won't you take the opportunity to ambush me? Yi Fan was on the verge of tears. No, you are wronging me. Then are you going to report me? Impossible. Brother, you must believe me. I wish for his demise more than anyone. Huh. Li Xiong chuckled lightly. Whether I believe you or not has become irrelevant. After all, you shall die? From the moment Li Xiong laid eyes on him, he knew Yi Fan would not be spared. Though he was currently injured, his combat prowess remained intact. This fellow was clearly not a warrior, and Li Xiong did not regard him as a threat. Even against a 7th-tier warrior, he felt assured of victory. Unless this boy could unleash the same force as Chen Xuan's earlier strike. Must we engage? Yi Fan's expression darkened, and an aura of dominance leaked from him. Are you certain? You may find yourself dead in this encounter. Chapter 55. Two seventh-tier warriors battle a martial artist. You arrogant fool, today shall mark your demise. Upon hearing Yi Fan's dismissive words, Li Xiong's fury ignited. A seventh-tier warrior had already cost him an arm, and now another was demanding his life. When had seventh-tier warriors become so brazen in the presence of martial artists? Without further ado, Li Xiong launched a fierce punch. Despite his missing arm, the force behind this punch was nothing short of ferocious, perhaps even more so than before. The air crackled with tension as the punch tore through. Yet Yi Fan did not evade. He inhaled deeply, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. As the protagonist of this tale, he had long awaited this moment of glory. He retaliated with a punch of his own. In the next instant, Li Xiong's eyes widened in shock. Xiaoling, what is wrong? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room 302, Han Bingling frantically fished out her phone, noticing multiple missed calls from Chen Xuan. Something had happened to him. A chill gripped her heart. Moments ago, she had heard Chen Xuan's voice in her mind, and those words had left her unsettled. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she sensed that Chen Xuan was in grave danger. I must find him. After dialing several numbers, she found that no one answered. Unable to remain seated any longer, she sprang to her feet and rushed out. With a resounding crash, Yi Fan and Li Xiong's fists collided. In an instant, Li Xiong felt as though he were reliving his earlier confrontation with Chen Xuan. His entire left arm twisted grotesquely, yielding to the overwhelming force, and in a heartbeat, it was reduced to a mist of blood. Yi Fan's punch was devastatingly powerful. As a seventh-tier warrior, he could obliterate a strength-testing machine with a single strike, easily exceeding 1,000 units of force in school tests. What of his full power now? Li Xiong was hurled backward by the sheer force, his body tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain coursed through him, leaving his complexion pale as he stared in horror at his empty arm. An indescribable tumult of emotions flooded his mind. He was a martial artist, a noble martial artist. When had martial artists been so utterly crushed by seventh-tier warriors? To encounter one prodigy was within the realm of acceptable, yet two appearing simultaneously, both so formidable? Li Xiong felt numb. When had Linghai City birthed such monstrous talents? In that fleeting moment, he regretted his earlier choices. Perhaps, had he allowed that boy to leave, he might have spoken the truth, preserving at least one arm. Now, with both limbs gone, even as a martial artist, he was beyond saving. Li Xiong, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that he had encountered two exceptional warriors. After delivering that punch, Yi Fan gasped for breath, yet he still possessed combat capability. Furthermore, his spirits were high. I warned you, engaging me would lead to your demise. Yi Fan regarded Li Xiong with disdain. Is this it? Is this the might of a martial artist? What of it? I, Yi Fan, am invincible, and shall dominate. With those words, blood spilled from Li Xiong's mouth, his head tilting as he succumbed to silence. Hey, don't play tricks with me, Yi Fan exclaimed, taking a step back, wary of any potential schemes. Yet, Li Xiong remained motionless. Wake up, I didn't intend to kill you. Yi Fan approached, nudging Li Xiong with his foot, but still, he received no response. Panic set in, and he reached out to check for a pulse. There was none. Li Xiong, the wanted criminal who had brutally slain several young women, had chosen to end his own life after enduring the dual blows from Chen Xuan and Yi Fan. He understood that there was no escape. Without his arms, he was rendered useless, and even Sun Zhongtao would not support him. Moreover, he had yet to fulfill the task assigned to him. In any case, death awaited him, and so he opted for the most dignified exit. Boom. Yi Fan's mind went blank. Had I killed someone? He stared at his hands in a daze. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather a sense of bewilderment. He did not know the man's identity, but he surmised it could not be anything good. Not to mention, he had only thrown a single punch. To attribute the true cause of Li Xiong's demise, one might more aptly consider Chen Xuan. After all, upon my arrival, I witnessed Chen Xuan engaged in a fierce altercation with him. Yi Fan, regaining his focus, had no intention of fleeing. The recordings on his phone served as irrefutable evidence, proving that he held no animosity towards Li Xiong. This calamity had been entirely of Li Xiong's own making. If one were to speak of negligence, it would only amount to manslaughter. Nevertheless, Yi Fan remained unperturbed. Discarding Li Xiong's identity, he was a prodigious high school student from Linghai City, brimming with potential. Even in the case of manslaughter, leniency could be expected. However, with Li Xiong now deceased, Yi Fan's gaze shifted to the unconscious Chen Xuan on the ground. While he was unaware of the intricacies of their enmity, a more opportune moment presented itself, eliminating Chen Xuan. He could shift the blame entirely onto Li Xiong. Contemplating this, Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, advancing step by step toward Chen Xuan. He deserved to die. Once he was gone, all problems would dissolve. My furnace would ultimately belong to me. Yi Fan's heart raced with anticipation. Chen Xuan. Yet, just as Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with malevolence and he prepared to strike, a voice pierced through from outside, the voice of Han Bingling. Cleverly, Han Bingling understood that if she could hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, it meant he was nearby. The door to room 301 had not been closed, quickly drawing her attention. Upon seeing Chen Xuan sprawled on the ground, her face turned pale, tears cascading down like rain. Chen Xuan, please wake up, she cried, cradling his head against her ample bosom. This scene incensed Yi Fan to the core. He was his. This was his furnace. How he wished that he were the one unconscious at this moment. However, he was painfully aware that even if he were to perish, Han Bingling would shed not a single tear for him. Yi Fan. As he was lost in thought, a furious voice erupted from the doorway. The lobby manager stormed in, his face a mask of anger. I have told you repeatedly, damaging company property incurs financial penalties. Just look at what you've done. The pearwood chair costs 300,000. The marble table, 400,000. The plasma television, 20,000. And the sound system and sofa. Are you prepared to work for the company for a lifetime? But manager, I didn't cause any of this damage. Yi Fan, bewildered, protested. I came in to find this. Oh really? The manager scoffed. Did you not lay hands on anyone? I did, Yi Fan admitted. But who am I supposed to demand payment from? This deceased person? Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, feeling as though he could cry without tears. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Chen Xuan was still alive. He rushed to Chen Xuan's side, shaking him vigorously. Chen Xuan, wake up! Wake up! Tell them it wasn't me who caused this damage. Chapter 56. This punch was undoubtedly not delivered by someone of the Transcendence realm. Yi Fan now felt relieved that he had refrained from taking action. Had this hefty sum fallen upon him, he might truly have been condemned to a lifetime of labor. The two called out for quite some time, yet Chen Xuan showed no signs of awakening. It was then that Han Bingling remembered to call for help. Before long, the sounds of an ambulance and police sirens resonated outside Tianshang Rinjian. A swarm of medical personnel rushed in, and Chen Xuan was hastily loaded into the ambulance, while Yi Fan was detained to provide a statement. The scent of blood was overwhelming. Chen Sihai entered the room with a grim expression. The scene was one of utter devastation, blood and dismembered flesh strewn about, with Li Xiong's corpse presenting a particularly gruesome sight. Both arms had been obliterated, resembling nothing more than a lifeless figure lying on the ground. It was unexpected that it would end in such a manner, standing before Li Xiong's remains. Chen Sihai shook his head. Li Xiong had once been a member of his ranks, yet his nefarious nature had led to the demise of several young women. Although a warrant for his arrest had been issued, Li Xiong's evasion skills had proven formidable, and he had remained at large. Unexpectedly, today, he had been brutally slain by someone from the Transcendence realm. Brother, here is the statement from that boy. Wang Hai approached, holding Yi Fan's account. Chen Sihai glanced at it, his brow furrowing. He claims he only threw one punch. Then who obliterated this arm? Chen Sihai gestured toward Li Xiong's right arm. This. Wang Hai also found it puzzling. According to the boy, he entered to find Chen Xuan and Li Xiong battling. Could it be that it was the young master? Chen Xuan? Chen Sihai felt as though he had heard a ludicrous jest. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I know my son's capabilities. He, in his transcendence realm, could not possibly contend with a martial artist. Chen Sihai shook his head repeatedly. Wang Hai, having watched Chen Xuan grow up, also found it hard to believe. However, the issue remained that Yi Fan had no reason to fabricate his story. They had informed him that Li Xiong was a wanted criminal, and that if he recounted the events, they would not only refrain from pursuing him, but would also reward him. There was no motive for him to conceal the truth, and he even presented video evidence. Video? Let me see it. Chen Sihai took the phone Wang Hai offered. As the video played, the first image that appeared was Chen Xuan lying on the ground, shouting, Yi brother, save me. Beyond that, it bore no further relevance to the events surrounding Chen Xuan and Li Xiong. After uttering those words, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Just then, the voice of Li Weigua echoed at the door. The head of public security in the city hurriedly entered, followed by a limping Li Jianxin. He had just finished work and gone to the martial arts school to pick up his daughter, but after receiving an urgent call from Chen Sihai, he had brought her along without even taking the time to drop her off at home. Oldly, take a look at this. Chen Sihai gestured toward Li Xiong. Li Xiong? Upon seeing Li Xiong lying stiffly on the ground, Li Weigua's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Chen Xuan smiled. This fellow is dead. Has your long-standing concern been resolved? Haha, indeed, he died well. Li Weiguo laughed heartily. Li Xiong had preyed upon young women with extreme cruelty, instilling fear across Linghai City. Even Li Weiguo feared for his daughter's safety, personally escorting Li Jianxin home each day. He had been so consumed with the desire to capture Li Xiong that he had scarcely eaten or slept. Now, with Li Xiong's demise, he felt a profound sense of relief. Who did this? After the laughter subsided, Li Weiguo inquired. The sight of Li Xiong's gruesome end made even him shudder. 2 arms obliterated. Such brutality was chilling. Chen Xuan remained silent, handing over the statement and video to Li Weiguo. After scrutinizing them, Li Weiguo looked up, regarding Chen Xuan with suspicion. Don't tell me your son was responsible for this. Before Chen Xuan could respond, Li Weiguo quickly added, impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Chen Xuan truly did this, he would lose all leverage to boast in front of Chen Xuan in the future. Moreover, Li Weiguo was familiar with Chen Xuan and did not believe he was capable of such an act. Chen Xuan was unfazed and replied, it seems we can only wait for that brat to awaken to uncover the truth of what transpired here. He approached Li Xiong's body, examining the wounds on the severed arms closely. Although both arms were severed, the injuries were distinctly different. The left arm appeared as though it had been brutally broken, pulverized by immense force. The right arm, however, bore the marks of savage tearing, as if a reckless force had mercilessly obliterated it, turning it into a bloody pulp. The reality aligned with Chen Xuan's suspicions. The coroner gathered tissue samples from Li Xiong's arms, successfully retrieving several sizable pieces of flesh from the left arm, while none remained from the right. The right arm had indeed exploded in an instant, transforming into a mist of blood. A remarkably powerful punch, Chen Xuan stated solemnly. Li Weiguo nodded in agreement. A punch of extraordinary might, entirely devoid of reason. It was this very blow that sealed Li Xiong's fate. The 2 individuals immediately discerned the essence of the situation. The right arm was inherently stronger than the left. With that single punch, it effectively shattered a third of Li Xiong's strength. Their astonishment grew as they continued to observe. Suddenly, Li Weiguo spoke. Do you not find this punch rather familiar? Familiar? Chen Xuan paused, recalling the first-level demon beast that had recently caused a commotion in the bustling city center. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance, he nodded. However, that one was merely at the Transcendence realm. It couldn't possibly deliver such a punch, could it? Indeed, a Transcendence realm individual could never unleash such force, Li Weiguo affirmed, convinced that even the mightiest at that level could not conjure such a blow. The thought of pulverizing a warrior's arm was beyond comprehension. Although Yi Fan had accomplished a similar feat, he was a 7th-grade Transcendence Realm practitioner, which made it somewhat acceptable. The crux of the matter was that Li Xiong was not in peak condition. Despite retaining his strength, he was weakened, filled only with indignation, unable to summon his energy. He aspired merely to crush a 7th-grade Transcendence Realm with sheer force. If it were someone else, it might have been plausible. But this was Yi Fan, the child of destiny. Relying solely on brute strength, he effortlessly overwhelmed Li Xiong. Li Weiguo chuckled, gesturing towards the wound on his left arm, and remarked, that incident was likely orchestrated by this young man. Very likely, Chen Xuan concurred, casting a glance in affirmation. Subsequently, their interest in discussing the identity of the mysterious figure waned. After all, it was irrelevant. He was not Chen Xuan's son and seemed to have overshadowed Li Jianxin's prominence. By the way, how is your son faring? Li Weiguo suddenly recalled Chen Xuan, inquiring. After all, he was one of the parties involved and nominally referred to as uncle by Chen Xuan. I don't know. He was sent to the hospital. When I glanced at him before he got into the vehicle, it seemed like he was suffering from blood depletion, but nothing serious. Let us go visit your son at the hospital. We ought to ask him precisely what transpired. All right, Chen Xuan nodded. The group exited the glamorous establishment and headed straight for the hospital. Chapter 57. Are you saying this bite mark was also inflicted by Li Xiong? With his entire body drained of energy, Chen Xuan suffered a mild concussion, internal bleeding in his chest cavity, for broken ribs, slight damage to internal organs, extensive abrasions to his back, and a severe fracture in his right hand. At the First People's Hospital of Linghai City, the attending physician was reviewing Chen Xuan's complete medical records. Nearby, Li Weiguo glanced at Chen Xuan. This is what you call nothing serious? Indeed, there isn't anything major. Chen Xuan was about to speak when Chen Xuan's attending physician interjected, we conducted a full examination, this young man. The doctor cast a profound look at Chen Xuan, as if perceiving a marvel. His cells are remarkably active, almost beyond belief, and the excitement factors in his blood are constantly repairing his damaged organs and meridians. In other words, his self-healing ability is astonishing. This sort of self-healing capability is not something one gains from practice. It is a gift, an innate talent. The elderly physician's eyes sparkled. For an ordinary person, meticulous treatment would be required, necessitating at least half a year of bed rest. Yet for him, the doctor raised a finger 1 month. Upon initial observation, his injuries, in light of his remarkable self-healing ability, will take merely 1 month to recover, perhaps even less. What? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room turned their attention to the bedridden Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan had awakened, and upon realizing he was the focus of everyone's gaze, he felt quite helpless. Don't look at me. I'm just an unremarkable genius. Is this considered a talent? Li Weiguo's eyes widened in disbelief, having never encountered such an outrageous claim before. How could it not be? Chen Sihai smiled faintly, his spirits lifted. Although this talent seemed somewhat trivial, it was perfect for Chen Xuan. He had no other aspirations. Chen Xuan's path in martial arts had been fraught with challenges, and as a father, he feared the day his son might face peril. But now, as long as his son wasn't killed, he would be fine. Moreover, given his status, no one in Linghai City would dare to harm his son. Chen Sihai was not surprised by this astonishing talent. After all, Dr. Jiang from the imperial capital had previously praised his son as perfect research material. And now that statement seemed validated. All right. Li Weiguo shook his head, turning his gaze to Chen Xuan, and asked, what exactly happened between you and Li Xiong? It seems you engaged him in combat? Everyone looked again at Chen Xuan, for this matter was rather alarming. The wretched state of Li Xiong's right arm was hard to believe could be the result of Chen Xuan's actions. I don't know. This guy was a wanted criminal. I was actually looking for Han Bingling, but entered the wrong room. Upon seeing me, this fellow immediately attempted to kill me to silence me. In my desperation, I exchanged a few blows with him. Exchanged a few blows? Li Weiguo exclaimed, astonished at the thought of a Transcendence Realm practitioner clashing with a warrior. Did you pulverize his right arm? Li Weiguo continued his inquiry, and a crowd of eager gazes fixed upon Chen Xuan, anxious for answers. Right arm? Chen Xuan replied, bewildered. I don't know. The moment I made a move, he kicked me to the ground, and then Yi Fan arrived. Better to play the fool. If I claim responsibility, it might shock them into disbelief. Moreover, facing the inquiries from a host of authoritative figures is a headache in itself. Chen Xuan had no desire to explain, and the mere act of pursuing Li Xiong was already too convoluted to clarify. Was he to admit he was familiar with the plot and knew Han Bingling was in danger? Absurd. It was better to remain quietly as a nonentity. Hearing Chen Xuan's words left everyone even more perplexed, but upon reflection, it was indeed the most plausible explanation. Instead of believing that Chen Xuan had shattered a warrior's arm, they preferred to accept that he had been knocked down by a single kick, as that aligned perfectly with his persona as a failure. Conversely, Han Bingling and Li Jianxin exchanged knowing glances at Chen Xuan. This is my hero. Han Bingling's eyes shimmered with tears, her beautiful gaze glistening. Li Jianxin, however, wore a complex expression, unable to reconcile how Chen Xuan, who had seemed evenly matched with her just moments ago, now possessed such terrifying strength. Did he show me mercy? Or does he possess other capabilities? With this thought, Li Jianxin's expression grew even more intricate. Unbeknownst to her, the genius high school student of Linghai City had already been left far behind by Chen Xuan. Li Jianxin bit her lip, unconsciously clenching her fists. Chen Xuan, I will surely surpass you. Wait a moment. This doesn't make sense. Li Weiguo said, puzzled. Yi Fan only attacked the left arm. Yet you claim the right arm was not your doing. Then who did that? Li Weiguo scrutinized Chen Xuan closely. Goodness, it's no wonder he works in criminal investigation. He loves to delve deep. Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed and cast a pleading glance toward the attending physician. Doctor, my head hurts. Just thinking about this gives me a headache. The attending physician pushed Li Weiguo aside and sternly stated, Sir, please do not disturb my patient's rest. Li Weiguo. Chen Sihai also interjected, Let it be, Weiguo. It's not a significant matter, and in fact, it's a good thing. If Li Xiong is dead, there is no need to focus too much on the details. Chen Sihai prioritized the outcome over the process, and the current result was satisfactory to all. All right. Li Weiguo conceded with a sigh, acknowledging it was merely a professional habit. Although his heart was troubled, he knew he could not extract any information at this moment. He felt that Chen Xuan was being slippery, not uttering a word of truth. Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? The attending physician leaned closer to the bedside, inquiring gently. My leg hurts. I feel pain in my leg. Doctor, could you please administer some medication? Your leg hurts? The doctor furrowed his brow, having found no issues with the leg during the full examination. As he removed Chen Xuan's trousers, a deep purple bruise, resembling a bite mark, appeared before everyone's eyes. The doctor gasped, "What happened here?" "The skin is broken, and there is a significant risk of infection." Chen Xuan covertly glanced at Li Jinxin, whose face was flushed and eyes narrowed in anger. Under the threatening gaze of Li Xiong, Chen Xuan dared not speak the truth. A bite. Before the doctor could respond, Li Weigua could no longer contain himself. He pointed at the dark bruise with a look of incredulity. "Do you expect me to believe that a martial artist would resort to biting during a fight? Do you think I'm a fool?" The doctor, wearing a serious expression, interjected, "Sir, please step outside. You all need to leave now. The patient requires peace and quiet." With that, he ushered everyone out of the room. Finally, the atmosphere grew tranquil. Moments later, a nurse, clad in protective gear, entered, pushing a medical cart. Chapter 58, Jianglai. "The needle is quite large. Please bear with me." "Wasn't he the medication just administered? What is this for?" Chen Xuan inquired, puzzled. "Oh, sir, this isn't for medication. We intend to conduct further examinations of your body," the nurse said, adjusting her mask, her voice deep and melodic. "Examinations? Haven't you already done that? We are concerned about potential complications. Hence, we wish to perform a more thorough examination." "You all are quite diligent," Chen Xuan chuckled, then queried, "How will the examination proceed?" "Just a little blood draw," she replied. "That is fine. Where will you draw it from?" "Anywhere will do." Seeing Chen Xuan's cooperation, the nurse's eyes brightened as she eagerly retrieved a large syringe from the cart. Chen Xuan fell silent. The syringe was as thick as a child's arm, and the needle was alarmingly large, resembling a straw. Chen Xuan gulped nervously. "You intend to use that to draw my blood?" The nurse glanced at the syringe and then at Chen Xuan's apprehensive expression, assuring him, "Don't worry. I am very professional. Although the syringe is a bit large, just bear with it for a moment." Reluctantly, Chen Xuan nodded. Despite his fear, he understood this was for his health. Closing his eyes, he braced himself. The nurse approached and pulled out Chen Xuan's left arm, securing it with a rubber band and cleaning it with alcohol. "That scent seems familiar, but I can't quite place it." Caught in thought, he barely noticed when the nurse eagerly picked up the syringe. At that moment, Chen Xuan could sense her excitement as she prepared to draw his blood. "How much do you intend to take?" he cautiously asked, glancing at the imposing syringe. "Fill it up," she declared as she thrust the needle down. In an instant, Chen Xuan recoiled. "What are you doing?" Zhang Lai shot him an irritated look. "It was almost successful. Why did you pull back? What are you doing? That needle is enormous. Are you trying to drain me dry?" Chen Xuan exclaimed, alarmed. "How about half?" Zhang Lai proposed, contemplating. After all, the syringe was a consumable item, and each experiment required a portion. "Half is still too much. Can't we negotiate?" Chen Xuan insisted, glaring at the nurse. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This nurse's eyes were unmistakably familiar, as was the thrill she exhibited while preparing to draw his blood. You are Jiang Lai," he exclaimed in surprise. "Only that research fanatic would regard his blood as a treasure." "I didn't expect you to recognize me," Jiang Lai said, revealing her identity as she removed her mask, her eyes gleaming with a fierce and unhinged excitement. "Today, I shall draw your blood." Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. He was utterly powerless, bound by bandages and plaster, resembling a lamb ready for slaughter. "Help!" he cried out, but before he could call further, Jiang Lai mounted him, covering his mouth with one hand while wielding the syringe like an executioner. "Just bear with it. It will be over soon. Be good, and I'll be gentle." Jiang Lai coaxed, her excitement palpable. She had waited too long for this day. Upon learning of Chen Xuan's predicament, she rushed to the hospital. Such valuable research material could not go to waste, even if he were to perish. Fortunately, Chen Xuan was still alive, and through his medical records, Jiang Lai had uncovered a shocking discovery. The excitatory factor in his blood could aid in self-repair. It was an entirely new finding. While martial artists inherently possessed stronger regenerative abilities than the average person, the excitatory factor in the blood of others did not reach such alarming levels. Jiang Lai speculated that it had to do with the concentration of the excitatory factor, as Chen Xuan's blood contained an extraordinary amount. The concentration was so high that it caused a qualitative change. Of course, this was merely Jiang Lai's hypothesis. Further experimentation was necessary. As she anticipated acquiring the blood of this man, Jiang Lai trembled with excitement. Chen Xuan clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, with a terrified gaze, he watched as Jiang Lai plunged the syringe toward him. Suddenly, the door burst open violently, and his attending physician stormed in. "Release my patient." Seeing the righteous old man, Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed with gratitude. An angel. This was his white-clad savior. "Take her away." The attending physician waved his hand, and several nurses rushed in to pull Jiang Lai away. Each grasped one of her arms and dragged her out. "Ah, My blood. The situation has become rather complicated. Bai Linger rubbed her temples. Sun Zhongtao grasped his lifeline, the nature of which remained uncertain. Now was not the time to confront Sun Zhongtao. Who could predict whether he might resort to violence against her? Undoubtedly, the key to breaking the deadlock lay in uncovering what leverage Sun Zhongtao held over her. However, even Li Gang, who had allied himself with Sun Zhongtao, was unaware of any other potential threats. Wait, perhaps he would know. Bai Linger envisioned Chen Xuan's visage. Chapter 59. Outside, one's identity is self-constructed. Li Gang's betrayal had already demonstrated the accuracy of Chen Xuan's insights, though she was uncertain how Chen Xuan had come to know this. It was not entirely implausible that she could hear his thoughts. Yet the question remained, how could she approach him? Bai Linger was troubled. She had never met Chen Xuan, let alone developed any feelings for him. From the whispers of his heart, she understood that in his eyes, she was little more than an inconsequential passerby. Her life or death held no significance for him. Furthermore, knowing her identity, he would likely be cautious should she attempt to engage him in her current guise. There was a real risk that his father would capture her. In comparison to Han Bingling's safety, she was evidently insignificant. Which hospital is Chen Xuan in? Bai Linger asked her subordinate, rubbing her aching head. She had been monitoring Chen Xuan closely, especially during his confrontation with Li Xiong. After all, Li Xiong was a formidable martial artist, a true outlaw. Although it was unavoidable for Chen Xuan to face Li Xiong, should he perish, Chen Shihai would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Thankfully, the outcome had been favorable. Bai Linger's assessment was correct. Chen Xuan was the kind of hero capable of vanquishing beastly foes with a single punch, even if it cost Li Xiong an arm. Miss, Chen Xuan is not in the hospital, the lobby manager, who had rushed into the private room earlier, stated. Not in the hospital? Bai Linger frowned. Has he been discharged? Indeed, Chen Xuan was unaware of the events that transpired in the hospital. He merely received treatment and then returned home. This further diminished her chances of contacting him. Bai Linger sighed. If Chen Xuan had remained in the hospital, she could have disguised herself and approached him secretly. However, now that he was back at home, her opportunity to meet him was virtually non-existent. Miss. Observing Bai Linger's troubled expression, her subordinate continued. Though Chen Xuan has returned home, he is still injured. So, Bai Linger inquired, perplexed. Chen Xuan cannot manage alone right now, so the Chen family intends to hire a caregiver. Her subordinate produced a piece of paper and handed it to her. Chen family seeks caregiver. Female applicants preferred. Age unspecified. Experience with injured patients preferred. Nursing certification is a plus. Meals and lodging provided. Salary negotiable. Gradually, Bai Linger's eyes brightened. Go. Arrange for a fake certificate for me. Be gentle, Mom. In the Chen household, Qin Su was tending to Chen Xian's back, applying medication. The home was comfortable, but the issue lay in her rough handling, causing Chen Xuan to break into a cold sweat from the pain. Endure it. I'm not a nurse. It's already a favor that I'm helping you. Qin Su complained while she worked. Mom, you have no idea, Chen Xian replied. Filled with dread at the memory of Dr. Jiang, who had used a large needle to draw his blood, treating him like a mere blood cow. Now, reflecting on it made Chen Xian shudder. Thankfully, he had recognized the situation in time, and his attending physician had acted promptly. Otherwise, he could have fallen victim to Jiang Lai's schemes. Though hospitals had their merits, uncertainties abounded. Besides Jiang Lai, he also had to be wary of Bai Linger. With Li Xiong's demise, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. Who knew what she might do to him or Yi Fan? Yi Fan could be managed. But if she sought retribution against him, given his current state, he would be courting death. Home was indeed safer, even if it meant enduring some pain. Qin Su sighed. A little blood draw won't hurt, especially since they promised you an opportunity to enter a research academy in exchange. It's not a loss. Chen Xian rolled his eyes. His parents were contemplating sending him to Jiang Lai as a test subject. However, he could understand their perspective. They believed he would never gain admission to a martial arts academy. Just wait. I'll take the medicine and astonish everyone. Ding ding. Just as he was contemplating, Qin Su's phone rang. Hello? Is the caregiver already at the door? Please wait. I will be right out. After hanging up, Qin Su exhaled in relief. Son, your suffering is over. The caregiver has arrived. I'll see what is going on. Hearing this, Chen Xian also felt a sense of relief. Finally, a professional was coming. In the Chen family's living room, Qin Su encountered Bai Linger, who had come to apply for the caregiver position. You are rather young, she remarked at first glance. Her impression, less than favorable. She was looking for a caregiver, not a daughter-in-law. Bai Linger was youthful and beautiful, exceeding Qin Su's expectations for a caregiver. Noticing her hesitation, Bai Linger quickly responded, Annie, rest assured, I am a professional with work experience. What experience could someone so young possibly have? Chen Su examined Bai Linger skeptically. I. Bai Linger felt tears welling in her eyes. I have cared for my paralyzed grandfather since I was young, and at 6, my mother also became paralyzed. I single-handedly looked after 2 paralyzed patients for over a decade. Of course, this was a fabrication. Bai Linger was an orphan. However, given the circumstances, she had no choice. In the outside world, identities were often fabricated. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. Bai Linger's convincing performance stirred a sense of guilt in Chen Su. It's fine, Auntie. If you still doubt my credentials, here is my advanced caregiver certificate. Bai Linger wiped her tears and presented the freshly obtained fake certificate. In the outside world, identities were often constructed. Chen Su inspected the document, her eyes brightening. You obtained an advanced nursing certificate at such a young age. You truly are professional. Dear girl, I apologize for my earlier assumptions, Chen Su said again. The nursing certificate completely assuaged Chen Su's doubts. She turned to Bai Linger and inquired, how much do you think is a suitable monthly salary? I'll clarify our situation. I will only hire you for a month. My son should recover sufficiently by then. Bai Linger nodded. A short-term arrangement is fine. As for salary, I leave that to your discretion. She was uncertain of what amount would be appropriate, fearing that quoting too low or too high might raise Chen Su's suspicions. How about 100,000? Chen Su suggested after some thought. 100,000? Even without market knowledge. Bai Linger understood that was an exorbitant sum. Isn't that a bit much? Not at all, especially since this is for a short term. As long as you take good care of my son, it is worth it. Bai Linger replied earnestly. All right, may I ask your name? You can call me Bai Ling. Bai Ling, a lovely name. Chen Su nodded with a smile, then handed the medication to Bai Linger. You can start now, my son is waiting for his dressing change. I'll step out for a moment. Understood. Taking the medication, Bai Linger approached Chen Xuan's room and knocked on the door. Hello, I am the new caregiver. Chapter 60. Are you sure you are a legitimate caregiver? Come in. The door opened, and their gazes met. You are the new caregiver? Upon seeing Bai Ling, Chen Xuan could hardly believe his eyes. His memory was sharp. He was certain that this was the same person he had encountered at the entrance of Tianshang Renjian. But why had she suddenly transformed into a caregiver? Was the pressure of Tianshang Renjian so intense, or was she merely moonlighting? Had she turned over a new leaf? Chen Xuan could not contain his curiosity and asked, have you gone legitimate? Bai Linger seethed inwardly. This brat still regarded her as a mere woman. Taking a deep breath, Bai Linger began to explain, young Master Chen Xuan, your misunderstanding of me runs deep. My work at Tianshang Renjian is not as you perceive. Chen Xuan scrutinized her with suspicion. If it's not as I think, then why were you tugging at me at the entrance? Sigh. I was planning to come find you for some entertainment once I recovered, but you seem to have turned over a new leaf, she lamented. I wonder how the other girls at Tianshang Renjian are faring. My requirements aren't high. Something akin to what is before me will suffice. Nearby, Bai Linger clenched her fists upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts. Dream on. It's not arrogance on her part. With her looks, she would have been a courtesan in ancient times. Did he really think she was some common vegetable? All right, first change my bandages, then tidy up the room, Chen Xuan said, deciding not to dwell on the matter. He turned around, allowing Bai Linger to start tending to his wounds. Although she was using a fake certificate, Bai Linger's technique was remarkably professional. As an assassin, she was adept at handling injuries. For a fleeting moment, Chen Xuan genuinely doubted his misjudgment of Bai Linger. However, as he passed by the room Bai Linger had prepared for herself and saw her donning a nurse's uniform, that thought dissipated. The uniform, stark white, had an open collar that revealed her fair skin and deep cleavage. The buttons seemed to be at their breaking point, as if they might burst open at any moment. Below, a short white skirt clung to her form, exposing her beautifully toned legs. The skirt was so short it barely concealed the tops of her thighs. And Chen Xuan dared not gaze too intently, fearing what he might see. Ah, what are you doing here? Bai Linger exclaimed. Her face flushed crimson upon noticing Chen Xuan standing at the door. She tugged nervously at her skirt. She had intended to prepare for work, confident in her readiness. Yet, upon wearing the outfit she had purchased online, she realized the gravity of her mistake. It was hardly a work uniform, but rather a piece of seductive attire. Chen Xuan, observing the alluring Bai Linger, felt a dryness in his throat. Already weakened, he felt even more drained. Though he recognized it might be somewhat impolite, he cautiously inquired. Sister Bai, are you certain you're a proper nurse? What kind of nurse dresses so provocatively? One might mistake it for role-playing. He worried that she might further exhaust him while taking care of him. Chen Xuan had no desire to entertain other thoughts. Dealing with several female leads was already a headache, and with the troublesome Yi Fan in the mix, he certainly did not want to create another vulnerability for himself. Ultimately, Chen Xuan found Bai Linger a more suitable outfit. Despite lingering doubts, her efficiency in her duties made her officially his caretaker for the month. Bai Linger was preoccupied with thoughts of how to glean information about Sun Zhongtao from Chen Xuan. However, directly asking was out of the question. Subtle hints would only reveal her intentions. This matter loomed over her like a sword, ready to strike at any moment. For the time being, she still had value. With Han Bingling alive, Sun Zhongtao would not act against her lightly. Yet, dragging this situation out was untenable. Just then, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Bai Linger glanced at it with a sinking heart and stepped into the bathroom to answer the call. Bai Linger, what in the world is happening? Why is Han Bingling alive while Li Xiong is dead? Sun Zhongtao's furious voice erupted as soon as the call connected. He had expected to enjoy a restful night, only to be met with disastrous news. The mission had failed, and he had lost a subordinate. More critically, Sun Zhongtao had learned the details of the incident. Wang Hai was absent, and in that prime opportunity, Bai Linger had not acted, allowing Li Xiong to be killed by a mere transformational realm individual. Sun Zhongtao could not accept this. Young Master Sun, you cannot blame me for this. Who knew your subordinate was so incompetent that he could be killed by someone of the transformational realm? I admit I had other thoughts at the time. But the main issue lies with Li Xiong, Bai Linger retorted with a cold laugh. You. Sun Zhongtao's voice faltered, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. I cannot wait any longer. I need you to act. Personally. Within 3 days, I want to see Han Bingling's corpse. This is my bottom line, and your final opportunity. The call ended abruptly with a click. Staring at her phone, Bai Linger felt her chest heaving with anger. Sun Zhongtao's blatant threat was unmistakable. She was perplexed by his unwarranted confidence. I must quickly ascertain what leverage Sun Zhongtao possesses over me. Unable to contain herself, Bai Linger casually asked, Young Master Chen, do you often visit Tianshang Rinjian? Often. Do I look like someone who does? Chen Xuan sighed. The day you saw me was my first visit. Your first visit? Then why did you clash with that person? Bai Linger feigned surprise. I later heard he was a wanted criminal. Ah, don't mention it. Chen Xuan sighed again, falling silent. Had it not been for necessity, I wouldn't have acted. But the problem was, if I hadn't Han Bingling would have died. Fortunately, it was just Li Xiong. If I had encountered Bai Linger, I fear I would have met my end there. But why didn't Bai Linger take action? Let her be. She is merely a character doomed to perish. Due to the narrative's deviation, Yi Fan and Bai Linger had completely diverged from the storyline. Everything that was supposed to transpire between them was now impossible since Yi Fan had not moved into the Han household. Without these occurrences, Yi Fan and Bai Linger existed as parallel lines. Chen Xuan sensed Bai Linger's fate. In the original narrative, Bai Linger transitioned from being Yi Fan's woman to a mere supporting character in this world. Without Yi Fan's assistance, she stood no chance against Sun Zhongtao on her own. Though Bai Linger's influence is tempting, she is also a formidable asset, he contemplated. However, I still have troubles with Yi Fan. It's best not to get entangled. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan cleared his thoughts. He was already burdened with troubles and did not wish to take on Bai Linger's mess. Bai Linger, overhearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, bit her silver teeth in frustration. Fine. I have no one to care for me, no one to love me. I've become a supporting character, haven't I? My life and death mean nothing. Desperate to survive, she felt belittled by those who disregarded her existence. Why should she be the one to perish? I must seize control of my destiny. With this thought, Bai Linger's eyes brightened, and she began to quietly sob. Chapter 61. Bai Linger finally understands the truth. What are you crying about? Chen Xuan asked, puzzled by her sobs. I didn't say anything. With you acting like this, anyone would think I bullied you and left you to take responsibility. How shameless. Bai Linger inwardly scorned Chen Xuan. This felt more unjust than being bullied. She was, after all, a beauty, yet Chen Xuan, who had the ability to save her, chose to ignore her plight. Of course, Bai Linger only chastised him in her mind. Ultimately, Chen Xuan had no obligation to care for her, and she would have to rely on herself. Embarrassed, Bai Linger wiped her tears and said, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about my origins. Chen Xuan was taken aback. Why would you suddenly think about your origins? Seeing Bai Linger in distress, he had no intention of prying. Meanwhile, Bai Linger awaited Chen Xuan to speak. However, he showed no sign of initiating a conversation. Bai Linger felt utterly bewildered. Aren't you even curious? She had prepared how to engage in conversation, hoping to eavesdrop on Chen Xuan's thoughts for something useful to her. But what was she to do when he refused to respond? Unable to contemplate further, Bai Linger could not wait any longer. She began her tale with a heavy heart. Recalling her childhood when her mother had succumbed to paralysis and her father had fallen prey to gambling addiction, Chen Xuan's eyes widened as he observed the newly arrived caregiver. Who asked you, big sister? Why does this narrative sound so familiar? A gambling father, a paralyzed mother, a younger brother in school, and a diligent sister? Bai Linger continued. The weight of my family's burdens fell upon my young shoulders. I lived this way until I reached adulthood. Yet, fortune did not favor me. My father accrued a massive debt from loan sharks, a sum I could never repay. In the end, my father sold me. How to put it? This story held no allure for high school students. However, Chen Xuan was of a mature mindset. What adult could remain indifferent to a societal issue unfolding before them? Especially when the protagonist recounted it herself. Even if Bai Linger's narration lacked vividness, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of sympathy. Tragic. Utterly tragic. He never anticipated Bai Linger's origins to be so harrowing. He had always assumed such plots were mere fiction. Sold you? Your father is a scoundrel. Chen Xuan clenched his fists, then curiously inquired, where did he sell you? To the Tianshang Renjian Entertainment Club. Upon realizing that Chen Xuan was finally engaged, Bai Linger seized the opportunity to delve deeper. To convey her thoughts effectively, she needed to steer the conversation toward Tianshang Renjian and her experiences there. This topic weighed heavily on Bai Linger's mind, but eventually, inspiration struck, prompting her to fabricate another tragic tale. Tianshang Renjian, aren't you still in the same predicament? Chen Xuan paused, only to realize something felt off. Could it be that Bai Linger is involved in human trafficking, forcing the innocent into prostitution? What era is this? That a madam still exists? Chen Xuan was filled with righteous indignation. Rest assured, if your claims are true, then Tianshang Renjian has no reason to exist. His gaze turned icy. He felt compelled to inform Uncle Li to rectify this moral decay. No, you misunderstand. Bai Linger quickly interjected. If Chen Xuan thought this way, she would be in even greater peril. With Sun Zhongtao still unaddressed, she could not afford to face Chen Xuan's righteous wrath regarding Tianshang Renjian. This could cost her dearly. The madam at Tianshang Renjian isn't what you think. The owner didn't force me into servitude, but lent me money, making me sign a contract. Oh, I see, Chen Xuan exclaimed, realization dawning. So the owner of Tianshang Renjian isn't so bad after all. By the way, is this owner a woman? Does she share your surname, Bai? Indeed, Bai Linger nodded. We call her Sister Bai. But to say she is a good person would be an exaggeration. The contract I signed is essentially a lifetime of servitude, with 80 of my salary going to her. A predatory agreement? To work for Bai Linger for life? Chen Xuan was once again infuriated. What a scoundrel. While I sympathize with Bai Ling, I must admit this is somewhat justifiable. After all, a businessman seeks profit. It is unreasonable to expect someone to lend you money without expecting anything in return. Moreover, you willingly signed a contract. No one forced you. I know. I merely expressed my thoughts, Bai Linger replied with a resigned smile. Her expression a blend of acceptance and despair. Observing her despondent demeanor, Chen Xuan felt compelled to act, to reignite a glimmer of hope for this young lady. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Xuan regarding Bai Linger's fate, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Fear not. You will not be bound to serve Sister Bai for eternity. What do you mean? Bai Linger feigned confusion. Chen Xuan chuckled softly. Bai Linger's days are numbered. Once a debtor is deceased, the debt vanishes. Bai Linger's heart raced, and she feigned calm as she asked, Young Master Chen, what do you mean? Sister Bai will die? How is that possible? She is a formidable figure in Linghai City. Who could possibly harm her? Chen Xuan smiled mysteriously, offering no response. Bai Linger refrained from pressing further. She had gleaned everything from Chen Xuan's unvoiced thoughts. Although Bai Linger is indeed a notable figure in Linghai City, she pales in comparison to the Sun family. Moreover, Sun Zhongtao would not directly confront Bai Linger. He possesses evidence of her smuggling activities accumulated over the years. If that information were to surface, Bai Linger would have no escape. It was said that these incriminating documents were stored in a safe at Sun Zhongtao's residence, alongside what seemed to be a fragment of a celestial-grade martial technique. The existence of Bai Linger's ledger was of little consequence. Chen Xuan merely mentioned it in light of the celestial-grade martial technique. In the original narrative, this page of celestial martial arts was obtained by Yi Fan, who ultimately completed it and transformed it into his most prized possession. Presently, Yi Fan would not recklessly confront the Sun family. This opportunity remained uncertain. So, it was my smuggling ledger. As Bai Linger exited Chen Xuan's room, her expression darkened. How Sun Zhongtao acquired it was now irrelevant. Her primary concern was how to destroy this ledger. Such evidence could imprison her for life, and in Sun Zhongtao's hands. It was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. As long as he desired, he could easily send Bai Linger to prison. Bai Linger could not allow such a potential threat to linger. Locked in a safe at home, her eyes narrowed, and she devised a plan. If everything went smoothly, She would also seize that fragment of the celestial martial technique as a parting gift for Chen Xuan. Her gaze shifted toward Chen Xuan's room, contemplating it as her token of gratitude. Bilinger was already scheming her next move. Little did she know, once she stepped out of Chen Xuan's range of perception, he began to ponder deeply. Chapter 62. Li Jianxin took the initiative to visit. Though the celestial martial technique is enticing, the two elders of Xianming are not easy adversaries. Despite Chen Xian's desire to obtain that fragment of celestial martial arts, the risk was simply too great in comparison. Sun Zhongtao constantly recruited desperate individuals, cultivating them into his own force, and within his household, two S-rank fugitives were hiding. This was the foundation of the Sun family. The duo, known as the Xianming Elders, although at the early stages of the sea-splitting realm, were twins, sharing an extraordinary bond and exhibiting flawless teamwork. Most crucially, they practiced poison techniques. Their mastery over toxic arts was unparalleled, having immersed themselves in it for decades. In the original story, even the top-tier Bilinger struggled against them, unless Chen Sihai intervened. Chen Xian could not conceive a means to seize this opportunity. Forget it, survival comes first. The celestial martial technique, though valuable, is not worth the risk of inciting the Sun family's wrath. Moreover, while everyone revered celestial martial techniques, Chen Xian had other avenues to learn. He still had the system. Once I recover, I'll try my luck with 3 draws. Lying on the bed, Chen Xian felt a surge of excitement. Even though he was currently bedridden and unable to cultivate, the existence of the system allowed him to grow stronger in unseen ways. The following day, caregiver Xiao Bai requested a day off. After discerning that Sun Zhongtao held her fate in his hands, Bilinger could no longer wait. She needed to prepare thoroughly for the evening's actions. This endeavor must succeed without fail. Early in the morning, upon spotting the note on the table, Chen Xian was left in shock. Deductions from salary. It is imperative to request a day off after just one day. This was far from the behavior of a competent worker. Moreover, reflecting on Bilinger's words from yesterday, Chen Xian started to sense something amiss. In Biling, he felt none of the spirit characteristic of a top-tier servant. What was more puzzling was how she could engage in such private discussions right from the outset. At a certain moment, Chen Xian felt that the new caregiver harbored ulterior motives. Are you attempting to have me redeem you? Do you consider me an easy mark? Chen Xian smiled helplessly. Regardless of the circumstances, what truly mattered was the urgent need for medication. As Bilinger was on leave and no one was available to administer his treatment, Qin Su had left early in the morning to play mahjong, leaving him the sole occupant of the house. Moreover, the wounds requiring dressing were located on his back, rendering them inaccessible. The medication was essential. Chen Xian was on the verge of calling his mother when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. He hobbled to the door, and a proud, aloof visage appeared before him. Li Jianxin, what brings you here? Upon recognizing her, Chen Xian felt momentarily bewildered. It seemed odd, as far as he recalled. Li Jianxin had never visited his home since she had grown aware of her surroundings. Are you here to see me? Observing Li Jianxin carrying bags filled with nutritional supplies, Chen Xian felt an even greater headache. The tribulations of dealing with the female protagonist. This young lady was one of Yi Fan's furnace vessels, the third female lead in the original narrative. Initially, Chen Xian believed there was little connection between himself and Li Jianxin, yet now the plot appeared to veer uncontrollably. Is this a budding romance? Li Jianxin's cheeks flushed at Chen Xian's unspoken thoughts. She shot him a glare and remarked, "What? Aren't you going to invite me in? You want to sit down? Please, come in." Chen Xian hastily gestured for her to enter. After all, she had come to see him. It would be impolite to deny her entry. Furthermore, Chen Xian found himself less resistant to the presence of these female leads than before. The first female lead, Han Bingluo, a genius who was technically his fiancée, was wholly absorbed in her cultivation, making it unlikely for her to call off their engagement anytime soon, if at all. Then there was Han Bingling, his sister-in-law, who, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to her sister's influence, shared a mutual disdain for Yi Fan, and their relationship had gradually warmed. With these two furnace vessels, and now Li Jianxin, Chen Xian mused that perhaps he was simply growing accustomed to the situation. Perhaps the multitude of lice brings no itch, and the burden of debt brings no worry. With a resigned smile, he acknowledged the situation. Not only were these three involved, but Jiang Lai could also be considered a part of this complex web. Excluding Bilinger, it seemed that all of Yi Fan's initial harem had some connection to him, albeit unbeknownst to Chen Xian. His caregiver, Xiao Bai, was indeed Bilinger. Help yourself to whatever you wish to eat or drink. I'm the patient here, after all. Chen Xian remarked casually as they settled in the living room. Li Jianxin nodded, displaying no signs of discomfort. She wandered curiously around the space before making her way to Chen Xuan's cultivation room. This is where you cultivate? She inquired, scrutinizing the rather ordinary setup. She had expected that Chen Xuan's newfound strength would stem from some unique training regimen, yet this space seemed inferior to their family dojo's basic training area. How is it? Not bad, right? Chen Xuan replied with a hint of pride. Not bad. Li Jianxin turned to him, skepticism evident in her gaze. Are you serious? You train here? She gestured toward the strength testing machine. You probably wouldn't even dare to hit it with full force, would you? Li Jianxin chuckled lightly, unaware of Chen Xuan's sense of pride. One punch could shatter a warrior's arm, and the mere fact that the strength testing machine stood intact indicated that Chen Xuan had never truly struck it with earnest intent. Chen Xuan fell silent, feeling the sense of superiority he once had dissipate. Li Jianxin's words struck a nerve. Though the strength testing machine was meant for ordinary warriors, Chen Xuan was not just any warrior. While he still fell within its threshold, should he break through, it would certainly not withstand his power, let alone the supreme force he could wield. Consequently, he had no idea what his peak strength might be. Once your injuries heal, come train at my family's dojo. You won't have to worry about any equipment issues there. You can go all out. Li Jianxin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. And I'll be your sparring partner. We can practice together. Chen Xuan thought. Are you sure you want to be my sparring partner? Shouldn't I be yours? He sensed that Li Jianxin was merely seeking a competitor, especially after Yi Fan had been firmly rejected by her. Let's talk about the sparring later, he replied nonchalantly. This training room could still be useful. All right, Li Jianxin nodded, undeterred. As long as they went to the dojo. The question of sparring would not be at Chen Xuan's discretion. With that thought, her spirits lifted. Take care of your injuries. I'm leaving now. No need to see me off. Wait. As Li Jianxin turned to leave, Chen Xuan quickly stopped her. What is it? Something on your mind? Li Jianxin turned back. Noticing Chen Xuan's hesitation, she raised an eyebrow. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you being so shy? Chen Xuan began, a bit embarrassed. There's no one at home. Could you help me change my bandages? Change your bandages? Li Jianxin paused, then broke into an easy smile. Is that all? Come on. Let's go to your room. Chapter 63. Sister's heart is in sync with yours. Are you playing mind games with her? As Li Jianxin assisted Chen Xuan, two figures approached not far from the Chen residence. The Han sisters, each carrying large bags, were on their way. Han Bingling's eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned to her sister. Sister, why don't I go instead? I can deliver your sentiments, and you can focus on your cultivation. Han Bingluo looked at her sister with confusion. Ever since they had left home, Han Bingling had expressed a desire to visit Chen Xuan. Since she hadn't seen him since his hospitalization, it felt inappropriate not to check on him, especially since he was her fiancé. Moreover, she missed Chen Xuan. However, upon hearing her sister's suggestion, Han Bingling became sullen, worried it would hinder her sister's training. What's wrong with you, Xiaoling? We're almost there. Are you saying I should turn back? Glancing at the nearby entrance of the Chen residence, Han Bingling forced a smile. It's nothing. I'm just worried it might interrupt your cultivation. Han Bingling's response was dismissive, secretly pouting. With you tagging along, how am I supposed to communicate with Chen Xuan? Additionally, with her sister being a training fanatic, it was clear that she wouldn't stay long. Once they returned home, Han Bingling would naturally follow, leaving her disappointed at the thought of wanting to spend more time with Chen Xuan. Hey, why is the Chen family door open? In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Chen household, where the door stood ajar. The living room was eerily silent, seemingly devoid of life. Without a second thought, they walked in. Han Bingling, being familiar with the surroundings, saw no reason to be polite, and Han Bingluo felt the same. Why knock at her own future-in-law's home? Just as they entered the living room, Han Bingling was about to call out when a sudden noise erupted from Chen Xuan's room. Ah, that hurts. Be gentle. Just bear with it. It's my first time. I lack experience. The sisters exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. A woman. There was a woman in Chen Xuan's room. Instantly, their expressions darkened as Han Bingluo stormed in, pushing the door open with a loud bang. What greeted them was the sight of Chen Xuan, barebacked, with Li Jianxin attending to his wounds. All four stood in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by the situation. Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. What day is it today? Why are the Han sisters here too? With 4 people gathered, they could have played mahjong, yet Chen Xuan had no leisure for such games. Noting the unfavorable expressions on the Han sisters' faces, before he could speak, the two rivals, Han Bingluo and Li Jianxin, spoke in unison. Li Jianxin? Han Bingluo? What are you doing here? What are you doing in this place? They both questioned simultaneously, and Han Bingluo, irritated by the sight of Li Jianxin so close to Chen Xuan, took a deep breath and stated, "This is my fiancé's home. It's perfectly reasonable for me to be here." "Yes, quite reasonable." Han Bingling chimed in, her tone assertive. Ah, Jinxin, it appears you have no apparent reason to be here. Administering medicine to Chen Xuan? Han Bingling narrowed her eyes and spoke up. In her memory, Li Jinxin and Chen Xuan had no intersection whatsoever. Yet now, this Li Jinxin, who was not lacking in any regard compared to herself, was actually tending to her fiancé. This sparked a sense of crisis within Han Binglu. It seemed that Chen Xuan had suddenly become quite sought after. Indeed, why are you treating Chen Xuan? Han Bingling questioned assertively. Observing the two sisters interrogating her, as if she were a criminal, Li Jinxin felt quite displeased. What right do you have to question my presence here? Chen Xuan and I have grown up together. Our families are well acquainted. If he is unwell, I am merely checking on him. Well acquainted? Han Binglu scoffed. Who isn't familiar with Chen Xuan since childhood? If your relationship is so close, why have we never seen you at the Chen household before? If your bond is that strong, why haven't you exchanged a single word with Chen Xuan at school until now? Han Binglu did not believe in the notion of a simple visit, knowing too well the rivalry between her and Li Jinxin. Such social niceties were non-existent for Li Jinxin, who cared little for these trivialities and viewed them merely as an interruption to her training. Han Binglu was convinced that Li Jinxin had ulterior motives for her visit to the Chen family. Humph, Li Jinxin replied coldly. Binglu, you are overstepping. Do I need to account to you for my actions? Whether Chen Xuan and I share a good relationship is not something you should be measuring. We know it ourselves. As she spoke, Li Jinxin turned her gaze to Chen Xuan. Right, Chen Xuan? You can confirm our relationship. In an instant, Chen Xuan felt the weight of 3 threatening gazes upon him. This has nothing to do with me. I merely allowed Li Jinxin to administer some medicine. Why are you two directing your ire towards me? He tentatively ventured, realizing that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. He had only seen Li Jinxin a handful of times, nowhere near the familiarity of the Han sisters. Besides, it was preferable to be threatened by one person rather than two. However, the next moment, Chen Xuan felt a sharp pain in his back and turned to see Li Jinxin glaring at him with fiery eyes. Chen Xuan was nearly in tears. Being threatened by one person wasn't exactly pleasant either. Actually, it's not that bad, he quickly amended, sensing the rising tension. Just okay? Li Jinxin's gaze sharpened again. Still acceptable. Our relationship is quite good. Chen Xuan quickly adjusted his statement, sensing the peril he was in. Wallflower. The sight of Chen Xuan capitulating only infuriated the Han sisters further. In female rivalries, one should never expect the male to intervene. The outcome relies solely on their own strength. Taking a deep breath, Han Binglu smiled sweetly. It seems I owe you my gratitude for attending to my fiancé, Jinxin. However, now that I am here, I shall take over the task. Han Binglu's smile concealed a blade, using her status to assert dominance. Li Jinxin was unfazed by this tactic. Fiancé? Han Binglu. Why do you keep referring to yourself as such? Were you not crying and shouting to annul the engagement just before? Have you now compromised? Li Jinxin maintained a smiling facade, deftly redirecting the conversation. What? Are you, Jinxin, so eager for me to break off the engagement? Do you wish to step in once I do? With a chuckle, Li Jinxin countered. If the opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind. Dream on. Before she could finish, Han Bingling was hopping up and down in anger. Her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Li Jinxin. If anyone is to take your place, it certainly wouldn't be you. If my sister were to break off the engagement, I would still be here. In that moment, all eyes in the room turned towards Han Bingling. Meanwhile, not far from the Chen residence, Yi Fan approached with a compensation list in hand. His job at Tianshang Renjian had vanished, and the manager was demanding payment for damages amounting to a staggering 400,000. Although he had received a bonus for his act of bravery, it was nowhere near enough. Moreover, he had not been responsible for the damage in the private room. So why should he be liable? He had come to demand compensation from Chen Xuan. Considering Chen Xuan's status, the manager dared not approach him. But Yi Fan had no such reservations. As the tension escalated, Han Bingling suddenly realized the implications of her words, feeling like a startled rabbit. Oh no! What have I done? How did I let that slip? Oh my! Li Jinxin was the first to react, a gleeful smirk on her face. Who would have thought the Han sisters had such a penchant for drama? She turned to the equally astonished Han Binglu and taunted. What? It seems our dear Han Binglu is unaware of her sister's sentiments. At this moment, Li Jinxin felt that her visit to the Chen family had been fortuitous. This was the kind of melodrama one would expect to see on television. In truth, Li Jinxin had only harbored a slight affection for Chen Xuan, accompanied by curiosity. Her earlier remarks were merely intended to provoke Han Binglu, who appeared to be trying to capture her own sister's heart, much to Li Jinxin's annoyance. But unexpectedly, her casual comment had sparked a rift between the sisters. Li Jinxin watched, amused, as she glanced between Han Binglu and Han Bingling, finally settling her gaze on Chen Xuan. Her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. What was it about him that made him so appealing? Jinxin, stop staring. Can't you hold your tongue for a moment? Chen Xuan protested, feeling quite innocent in the matter. Little did he know how shocked he was by Han Bingling's revelation. Han Binglu's beautiful eyes instinctively scrutinized Chen Xuan, as if she were trying to decipher his thoughts. How did you manage to win over my sister? Why am I being unfairly accused? I haven't done anything. Chen Xuan inwardly lamented. Why is everything somehow my responsibility? Han Bingling, say something. Chen Xuan urged, desperate for her to clarify. This isn't some kind of comedic skit. What are you playing at? I need a satisfactory explanation. He demanded. Even if my charm is overwhelming, that is not my fault. It is your sister's uncontrollable feelings. The three female leads heard Chen Xuan's silent outcry, and it was clear that he had not seduced anyone. What, then, was the truth of the matter? Han Binglu scrutinized her younger sister. Ling, I require a perfect explanation. Feeling embarrassed, Han Bingling turned crimson, nervously fiddling with her fingers as her voice dropped considerably. After all, our family owes Chen Xuan too much. If we were to break the engagement without compensation, it would reflect poorly on us. As she spoke, she quickly devised a justification. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes widened. I had no idea you possessed such integrity. Li Jianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a supply issue? You're suggesting that breaking off the engagement requires compensation. It can't be that simple. It must be more complicated. Han Binglu gazed at her sister with approval. Ling, your good intentions are commendable, but you must never speak of this matter lightly. With a serious expression, Han Binglu asserted, I will not break off the engagement. To whom she directed this statement was of little importance. It was simply her heartfelt declaration. Although the commotion caused by Han Bingling's slip-up had subsided, the rivalry between Han Binglu and Li Jianxin continued to escalate. Jinxin, hand me the medicine. I shall administer it to Chen Xuan. Han Binglu extended her hand, implying that Li Jianxin could take her leave. This matter is beyond my control. After all, it was Chen Xuan who insisted on my assistance. Li Jianxin understood this. Yet she refrained from offering help and instead turned to Chen Xuan, asking, who do you want to administer the medicine? The threat in Li Jianxin's tone was palpable, and Chen Xuan wore an expression of utter despair. You two can take care of it yourselves. I need some fresh air, Chen Xuan grumbled, limping towards the door with a painful leg. I can't bear it any longer. In truth, Chen Xuan held a certain admiration for Yi Fan. How could one man maintain such harmony among so many women? This was already chaotic with just three. The mere thought of it made Chen Xuan's head spin. I'll assist you. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted as Li Jianxin cheerfully linked her arm with his. Her intentions were straightforward. Seeing her rival in distress brought her joy. She simply wished to irritate Han Binglu. Of course, her gesture was not intimate, merely symbolic. Nevertheless, even this display displeased the Han sisters. Without hesitation, Han Binglu seized Chen Xuan's other arm. She was bolder than Li Jianxin, and before Chen Xuan knew it, both of his arms were occupied. In a moment of panic, Han Bingling quickly rushed to claim one of them. Jinxin, please behave. This is my brother-in-law, not yours. Li Jianxin refused to let go, retorting, if you call me sister, perhaps Chen Xuan will indeed become your brother-in-law in the future. The three women practically ushered Chen Xuan out into the courtyard, leaving him in a state of conflicted emotions. However, as soon as they exited the living room, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in shock. The figure at the entrance looked strikingly familiar. Their gazes locked. Yi Xiong. How did this brat see me again? Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. This scene seemed eerily familiar, but the issue was that this was his home. Oh no, what is happening? Yi Fan has seen my situation, and with three women at that? Chen Xuan sighed. At this point, I lack the energy to explain my wrongdoings. I'm exhausted. Let it all come to ruin. Yi Xiong, bear a grudge against me. Chen Xuan had no intention of offering an explanation and instead inquired, Yi Xiong, have you come to find me? Yi Fan was too distraught to question him further, fearing another humiliation. He clenched his fists, his expression twisted with pain. Despite a strong desire to turn away and avoid the situation, his poverty governed his thoughts. I have something to discuss. You should check the bill for the damages at Tianshang Renjian. As he spoke, he handed the quote to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan examined it closely. 400,000 was a small sum. However, why was it that I was being held accountable? Yi Fan grew furious at the question, don't you know? We were the only three present. Li Xiong is dead, and you were bedridden. They could only turn to me. You know I didn't cause this damage. Chen Xuan, are you trying to shirk your responsibility? Yi Fan eyed him warily. Chen Xuan chuckled. That won't happened, considering it was my doing. I wouldn't want Yi Xiong to take the blame. That reassures me. Yi Fan sighed in relief. But I must ask, what if I refuse to pay Tianshang Rinjian? What happens then? Yi Fan's voice rose several octaves. If you don't pay, they will come after me. The manager confronts me at the martial arts school daily. I cannot focus on my training. Cannot focus on training? Chen Xian's eyes sparkled. Then I won't pay. Chapter 65. Chen Xian frowned, sheltered behind the three women. As a villain, Chen Xian believed that sometimes morality and reputation were of little consequence. The plot was utterly contrived. Unbeknownst to him, the three leading ladies had become entangled in his affairs, and Yi Fan surely harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Their relationship showed no signs of mending. It was evident that Yi Fan would eventually confront him, and Chen Xian had no intention of avoiding that confrontation. Naturally, he would seize every opportunity to obstruct Yi Fan's training. Let me embrace the role of a despicable villain, Chen Xian resolved within himself. Yet, Yi Fan appeared somewhat perplexed. What did you say? I said, I will not compensate. Chen Xian replied with a smile, articulating each word clearly. You won't pay. This time, Yi Fan was utterly stunned. If you don't pay, who will? The manager confronts me 8 times a day. I am nearly losing my mind. He had acted heroically only to find himself facing a financial burden. The crux of the matter was that Yi Fan could not afford it. He had only just managed to scrape by after losing his job at Tianshang Rinjian. He had resorted to manual labor on a construction site, barely meeting his basic needs. If faced with such a hefty debt, he might as well resign himself to a life of toil, forsaking his studies and martial arts aspirations. The terrifying thought of such a future sent a shiver down Yi Fan's spine. He turned his gaze to Chen Xian, awaiting his response. However, Chen Xian merely smiled, indifferent. Whoever can't handle it will have to pay. The manager wouldn't dare approach me, so he'll just harass you. I find it quite amusing. Yi Fan understood that if Chen Xian refused to pay, he would be left to deal with the consequences. The prospect of spending the rest of his life laboring on a construction site ignited a fury within him. Chen Xian, I'm going to fight you. Yi Fan could no longer contain himself and launched a punch towards Chen Xian. This blow encapsulated all his grievances and humiliations accumulated since arriving in Linghai City. The force behind the punch startled Chen Xian, his pupils dilating in fear. He sensed that Yi Fan was genuinely intent on taking his life. Oh no, this guy is serious. However, with his mobility impaired, Chen Xian had no means of evading the strike. Just then, 3 gusts of fragrant wind swept in as the 3 women shielded him. What do you think you're doing? Han Bingli scolded. How dare you? Han Bingling exclaimed. You're asking for trouble. Li Jianxin clenched her fists. At the forefront, Han Binglu stood resolute, her hair blown about by the force of the punch. Yet she did not flinch. As Yi Fan's fist drew perilously close to her face, it abruptly halted. He intended to kill Chen Xian, not harm his furnace. Yi Fan's face turned ashen as he glared at the 3 beautiful figures, seething with rage. Why? Why does this scoundrel get to take everything from me? Acknowledging that he had lost his chance, Yi Fan reluctantly withdrew his fist, taking a deep breath as he searched for Chen Xian behind the 3 women. Chen Xian, wait for me. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Observing the tumultuous emotions in Yi Fan's eyes, Chen Xian interjected. In retrospect, Chen Xian regretted not having slapped himself. Had Yi Fan been made to pay, he might have truly killed him. Fortunately, the 3 leading ladies were present today, but what about in the future? He was still injured, lacking any means to defend himself. It's not yet time for Yi Fan to turn against me. Chen Xian smiled. You see, I was merely joking with you. No need to rush. A joke? Yi Fan, hearing this, fought against the urge to leave. You think this is funny? Do you realize you nearly ruined a talented youth's future? Yi Fan's anger surged. He began to grasp that his impulsiveness was unwise, although he wanted to kill Chen Xian. Confronting him in the Chen residence was not a prudent choice. Yet, in that moment, his anger clouded all rational thought. Indeed, who knew you were so sensitive to humor? Yi Fan retorted, are you blaming me? Taking another deep breath, Yi Fan mentally reassured himself. Stay calm. Just pay the bill. As for our grievances, we will settle them later. Chen Xian, please refrain from joking with me in the future. Here's the bill. You pay it, and from now on, this matter has nothing to do with me. With that, Yi Fan attempted to leave. However, Chen Xian's voice rang out once more. Wait, what is it? Yi Fan turned back, his brow furrowed. Chen Xian smiled. You see, you're in a rush again. Payment is not an issue. But there seems to be a discrepancy with this bill. A discrepancy? Yi Fan furrowed his brow and approached Chen Xian. Chen Xian pointed at the bill, stating, look, aside from some damaged items, I'm willing to accept these charges. But do I really have to pay for the floor replacement, ceiling cleaning, and wall repainting? Brother Yi, are you certain this has nothing to do with you? Under Chen Xian's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Fan was taken aback. if memory served him right. It was during his moment of exertion that the floor cracked, shattering Li Xiong's arm and sending blood flying, causing him to crash against the wall, leaving him in a pool of his own blood. Let us not be so pedantic, Ye Fan replied, his face flushed, his voice considerably softer. Your family is prosperous. Surely you can overlook these trifles. Brother Yi, what do you mean by that? My money doesn't come from thin air. Seeing Ye Fan at a disadvantage, Chen Xuan regained his composure. I did this to save you. Ye Fan attempted to stir Chen Xuan's conscience with gratitude. Save me? Chen Xuan scoffed. If I hadn't overheard your conversation with Li Xiong, I might have believed you. The murderous intent in your eyes still sends shivers down my spine. At that moment, while Chen Xuan had merely been fatigued, he had feigned unconsciousness. He had clearly seen Ye Fan's ominous gaze, realizing there was no room for reconciliation between them. Nearby, the three women who had overheard Chen Xuan's thoughts were equally astonished, their expressions icy with anger as they glared at Ye Fan. Are you itching for a fight? Han Bing thought to herself, feeling a heavy heart. Ye Fan, we are sworn enemies. Han Bing seethed with rage. This person is truly malicious. Li Jian narrowed his eyes. Feeling the weight of their cold stares, Ye Fan's scalp prickled. It seemed he had made yet another enemy. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. He continued to feign the role of the selfless hero, exclaiming, Indeed, I acted purely to save you. I do not seek your gratitude. But you cannot expect me to share the burden of this expense. Very well, Chen Xuan nodded. Although he attributed the situation to his own cleverness and Li Xiong's arrogance, he acknowledged that Ye Fan had, in fact, saved him. Brother Yi, feel free to handle it as you wish. I will cover the costs. With that, Ye Fan left the Chen residence contentedly. Yet, as he was about to exit, he glanced back at Chen Xuan, who was being attended to by the three women, and clenched his fists once more. One day I will. Disciple, who is speaking? Why such a ruckus? At that moment, a voice echoed in Ye Fan's mind. He was instantly stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Master, you have finally awakened. Chapter 66. Ye Fan and his martial sage master. The martial princess of dominance Ye Fan was so excited he felt tears welling up, his hands tightly clutching a pouch hanging around his neck. Inside the pouch was a fragment of an ancient artifact, the eternal will of his master residing within it. Master, I have missed you dearly. Finally, he had the spiritual solace he had longed for, and Ye Fan eagerly wished to share all his grievances from the past few days. Ever since his master, the martial sage's remnant soul fell into slumber, he had been living in turmoil. Without his master to guide him, Ye Fan felt adrift in every endeavor. His forbearance towards Chen Xuan stemmed from this very uncertainty. If only his master would speak, having a martial sage as a backing would make him untroubled, even if he were to eliminate Chen Xuan directly. What troubles you, disciple? The voice resonated again, warm yet commanding. However, sensing his disciple's current realm, the martial sage's tone shifted to one of sternness. Why are you still at the 7th level of the transformation realm? Since being discovered by Ye Fan, the martial sage had been overseeing his training. Ye Fan's aptitude and talent were unparalleled in her experience, and in her view, it was inconceivable that he remained at this level after all this time. Given Ye Fan's unique sacred body, once unlocked, he would soar to unprecedented heights. Even a small portion of its unlocking would result in significant advancement. Yet now, the martial sage sensed no signs of Ye Fan unlocking this potential. What has transpired? Before Ye Fan could respond, the martial sage pressed on. Ye Fan recounted the tribulations he had faced in recent days, expressing his desire to elevate his realm. However, the circumstances had not permitted it. The furnace had presented one challenge after another, leaving him no opportunity. Every day, the creditors come knocking. How could I possibly focus on training? As he spoke of his recent hardships, tears streamed down Ye Fan's face. Master, it's all because of that Chen Xuan. My current plight is entirely his doing. You cannot imagine the labor I have endured at the construction site. My hands are covered in blisters. Upon seeing her disciple's bloodied hands, the martial sage fell silent. She did not delve into who Chen Xuan was, considering him merely a minor character in Ye Fan's novice adventure in Linghai City. However, witnessing Ye Fan's suffering made her realize that if she did not intervene, her disciple would face even greater tribulations. She could no longer wait to see Ye Fan become stronger. Taking Ye Fan as her disciple was not without ulterior motives. His extraordinary talent represented her last opportunity to reconstruct her own physical form. She was not an ancient being, nor a creature that had lived for centuries. Her true name was Longxi, the youngest martial sage in the history of the Great Xia. A century ago, she sought opportunities on an ancient battlefield and encountered several ancient savage beast kings. After a fierce battle, her physical body was utterly destroyed, yet her martial will remained unbroken. merging into a fragment of an ancient weapon until Yefan discovered her and awakened her spirit. Though her physical form was lost, her soul was not entirely damaged. Longxi's understanding of the martial arts surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She knew of an ancient secret. As long as one's will remained unbroken and the soul persisted, one could reconstruct their physical form. Thus, she spared no effort in aiding Yefan, for only by helping him grow stronger could she one day re-emerge into the world. Longxi sighed. Previously, I feared that too much assistance would undermine your martial will. Yet it seems, a novice experience has left you in such dire straits. Longxi contemplated but refrained from expressing her thoughts, knowing Yefan's strong sense of pride could be both a blessing and a curse. She was concerned that voicing her thoughts might further discourage him. Speak, disciple. What would you have your master do? Longxi asked confidently. Though she was merely a fragment of will, she was still a martial sage, possessing the capability and confidence to fulfill his request. Heavenly-level martial techniques, skills, or even eliminating Chen Xuan directly were all within her reach. However, Yefan simply shook his head, his gaze resolute. Master, I do not desire you to intervene. Chen Xuan is exceedingly vile. I must personally end him, 1,000 cuts to relieve my heart's hatred. Yefan's pride would not allow him to rely on his master's strength. He believed Chen Xuan had merely capitalized on circumstances. While he held the advantage of time and place, he felt that borrowing his master's power would lead to her disdain. Indeed, Longxi praised, well said. You are truly the disciple of the dragon blood martial princess. You possess ambition. Now, tell me, what do you wish for? Money. Yefan stated decisively. Master, I do not wish to carry bricks any longer. If I had that time to train, I would have already broken through the 7th level of the transformation realm. Yefan clenched his fists, lamenting that a mere penny had thwarted his extraordinary potential. To this day, he had to squeeze out time for cultivation just to meet his basic needs. Longxi fell silent once more, never expecting Yefan to make such a request. Other desires could be fulfilled easily, but this financial matter posed a challenge. However, after a moment's thought, Longxi devised a plan. She provided Yefan with an address and instructed, write a letter to this place, and naturally, someone will send you money. Upon hearing this, Yefan was taken aback, curiosity piqued. Master, what is this place? Longxi answered confidently. This is the organization I founded years ago, known as the Dragon Alliance. However, Master, are you certain they will still recognize you after all these years? And how should I address them? Yefan inquired, perplexed. Do not reveal my existence. Simply inform them that you have acquired my complete inheritance, and payment is required. Yifan asserted again, is your inheritance truly sufficient? Longxi replied confidently. By obtaining my complete inheritance, you become my most esteemed disciple, the heir to long men. Do not underestimate the value of a mere sum. It is entirely possible for the entire organization to be at your beck and call. Upon hearing this, Yifan's body trembled once more. The Long Alliance. Just the name exudes power and majesty. Moreover, with such a long-standing heritage, it must possess profound depth. Yifan could even envision formidable masters kneeling before him, welcoming the return of their young leader. Merely imagining this sent Yifan into a euphoric state, prompting him to eagerly inquire, Master, how shall I prove my identity? It is simple. I shall teach you my renowned martial technique, the martial goddess dominator fist. When the time comes, you will record a video along with a letter and send it to this address. Excellent. Please teach me the dominator fist, Master. As night fell, a figure stealthily infiltrated the Sun family villa. Bai Linger cautiously entered the study, where she discovered the documents Chen Xuan had mentioned within the safe. Indeed, it was the ledger of my smuggling activities over the years. Yet, after merely flipping through it, Bai Linger's face darkened completely. She could not fathom how Sun Zhongtao had obtained this. Perhaps there is a traitor within the organization. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Bai Linger tucked the ledger into her bosom and was about to leave when she suddenly noticed a small box within the safe. She recalled Chen Xuan's words. Could it be the incomplete heavenly-level martial technique? Just as she reached out, Bai Linger felt an impending sense of danger. Chapter 67. Bai Ling. Victim of the sinister old men. Bai Linger abruptly turned around to find 2 old men standing not far behind her, having appeared unnoticed. They bore an uncanny resemblance, distinguishable only by the large, bluish birthmarks on their faces, one on the left, one on the right, casting an eerie aura in the dim moonlight. Cracking the sea realm? Bai Linger's gaze sharpened, her body tense. The fact that they could silently approach her until only a few meters away indicated their formidable strength. Surely at least at the cracking the sea realm. Who are you? The left elder spoke ominously, his energy surging. Brother, who they are no longer matters. The right elder replied slowly, his gaze dark and chilling. Sun Xiao once said that anyone who enters this room must die. With that, the two men seemed to share an unspoken connection and charged towards Bai Linger simultaneously. Their speed was astonishing, akin to phantoms in the night. Reaching her in the blink of an eye, one attacked from the left, the other from the right, their palms infused with formidable energy, exuding a menacing aura. Their skin glowing eerily green, reminiscent of flickering ghostly flames. Arrogant, Bai Linger scoffed. The two had revealed their realm through their initial assault. Their energy was merely at the cracking the sea realm. In Linghai City, she ranked among the elite within that realm, without any intention to evade. Bai Linger unleashed both palms, colliding with the two men. The force of the cracking the sea realm could split mountains and part seas. With a deafening crash, the villa trembled as if an earthquake had struck, a terrifying shockwave rippling outward, creating a fearsome sonic boom. The chandeliers and glass overhead shattered into pieces. Moments later, the two figures were sent flying, crashing against the walls, spitting blood in shock as they gazed at the young girl before them. You are at the pinnacle of the cracking the sea realm? Bai Linger did not reply. Instead, she coldly laughed at the two old men. Is this all you can do? Prepare to meet your end. Bai Linger's murderous intent surged forth. They were undoubtedly Sun Zhongtao's henchmen, and having seen her face, she could not afford to show mercy. She summoned the energy within her, but as she did, she sensed something strange in her bloodstream. A sensation of extreme cold and heat radiated from her arms, gradually gathering throughout her body, the alternating chills and warmth converging at her chest, making her feel as though she were experiencing both ice and fire. Poison. It is poison, Bai Linger realized. Her eyes filled with fury as she glared at the two sinister old men. It was an ambush. Practitioners of poison arts are rare, and the requirements for mastering such techniques are exceedingly high. Only those at the cracking the sea realm and above can cultivate poison martial arts. The truth is, Bai Linger had not ventured beyond Linghai City, underestimating the prowess of those at the cracking the sea realm. Ha ha ha, indeed. It is poison. The left elder laughed triumphantly, a sense of self-satisfaction evident. Even if you are at the pinnacle of the cracking the sea realm, what of it? We have roamed the martial world for decades, knowing not how many at this level we have poisoned. And you, what do you amount to? The left elder's voice was arrogant and filled with pride. The two were indeed extraordinary talents who had practiced poison arts since their youth, creating their own combined technique, the Xianming Divine Palm. If executed individually, it would not be as terrifying, yet the strength of the Xianming Divine Palm lies in its combination. Being twins, their thoughts were in sync, and their poison techniques complemented each other, amplifying their potency. Once struck, the victim would have no choice but to sever their own hands. If they attempted to circulate their energy, the poison would spread throughout their body, making even a breakthrough expert unable to save them. Little girl, surrender. We have immersed ourselves in poison arts for decades. No one in the world can counter our Xianming Divine Palm. The right elder smirked. Though the two lay on the ground, blood at the corners of their mouths, they appeared convinced of their victory. As they had anticipated, Bai Linger, poisoned by their techniques, dared not circulate her energy, yet surrender was out of the question. If you do not tell me the antidote, then you shall perish together. Bai Linger's gaze was filled with lethal intent as she advanced step by step towards the two men. Bai Linger did not wish for a mutual destruction. Having been the leader of the underworld for so many years, she understood that a battle between experts is not unlike a scuffle among ordinary people. The one who shows fear first is doomed. It is a test of will, and she could not falter. Hearing this, the Xianming elders were momentarily taken aback. This girl possesses a fierce heart. However, their ears soon perked up, and they burst into laughter. Kill us? Do you even have that opportunity? The earlier commotion from their fight had already awakened other guests gathered by Sun Zhongtao. A group of martial artists was hastening towards the study, their footsteps echoing, accompanied by shouts. Quickly, someone has intruded into the study. Notify Sun Xiao at once. Damn it, disturbing my sleep. Are they seeking death? Bai Linger's expression darkened significantly. Although she had retrieved her ledger, she now found herself in a perilous situation. Surrendering was out of the question. Falling into Sun Zhongtao's hands meant that even if she survived, she would be reduced to a mere pawn at his beck and call. That fate was more terrifying than death. Weighing her options, Bai Linger leaped from the window. At that moment, the door burst open, and the group of people rushed in. Without waiting for questions, the Xianming elders pointed towards the window and shouted, "Quickly, pursue her. That little girl has been struck by our Xianming Divine Palm and cannot escape far." In the vast night, Bai Linger's expression grew increasingly grim. Her face flushed red as cold sweat dripped from her brow. The sensations of extreme cold and heat intensified, feeling as if ants were gnawing at her heart. She dared not circulate her energy, yet there were pursuers behind her. Struggling to hold on, Bai Ling'er was at a loss as to where to flee. Sun Zhongtao was no fool. Upon discovering the ledger was missing, he would surely suspect her. The realms of heaven and earth, and the underworld, were no safe havens. Who knew if there were spies of Sun Zhongtao lurking within? Moreover, neither place would be able to stop him. Return to the Chen family. Bai Ling'er felt a sudden shift in her thoughts. It was only the Chen family that Sun Zhongtao's men dared not invade. She now felt fortunate to still possess the identity of Chen Xian's caregiver. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 survival points. Today's marketplace has undergone a significant update. Featuring new items, the body reforging technique, available for just 10,000 survival points. In awe, Chen Xian exclaimed. Yet he did not spare a glance towards the system's marketplace. His survival points were too meager for a lottery draw. The body reforging technique held no value for him. After all, he was not a lingering soul in need of reformation. Yet, this must be a celestial level technique. As long as the soul persists, one can once again see the world. But the question remains, who can allow their soul to endure beyond death? Chen Xian chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly reminded of Yi Fan. Isn't that cheap master of mine a lingering soul? What does it have to do with me? With a mere thought. Chen Xian dismissed the notion. However, the mention of Yi Fan brought to mind the matter of compensation. My legs are not functioning well. I shall have Bai Ling'er run an errand for me tomorrow. With that in mind, Chen Xian opened the door, intending to inform Bai Ling. Chapter 68. Heaven will not abandon Bai Ling'er. Chen Xian, lend me your strength. Standing at Bai Ling'er's door, he was greeted by a series of enchanting sounds. What on earth is happening? Chen Xian halted, his hand poised to knock, confusion etched across his face. Is the addiction this strong? Should I enter or not? His face flushed crimson as he contemplated leaving. Adults should grant each other some dignity. However, in that fleeting moment of turning away, a hand suddenly pulled him inside. Bai Ling'er appeared somewhat dazed. Upon seeing Chen Xian, she quickly realized that it was not Sun Zhongtao's men outside. Relieved, she sighed. So it's you. With that, she reclined back onto her bed, pulling the covers over herself. I'm feeling a bit unwell, she softly explained. Bai Ling'er sensed the poison within her intensifying. One moment she was burning with fever, the next, she was shivering uncontrollably. She felt icy yet yearned to shed her clothing entirely. Yet, she found herself utterly helpless. As the two elder masters had mentioned, the Xianming divine palm was entirely foreign to her, let alone any potential antidote. Perhaps she was truly destined to perish within the Chen family. Despair engulfed Bai Ling'er as she felt an unvoiced guilt towards Chen Xian. She had come to the Chen family intending to utilize Chen Xian's inner voice to resolve her troubles, but now, she was not only unable to repay him, but feared she had only brought him trouble. What's wrong? Even Chen Xian, typically oblivious, could sense something was amiss with Bai Ling'er at that moment. Are you feverish? Should I call a doctor? He reached out to touch her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. Just as he was about to make a call, Bai Ling'er stopped him. No need, Chen Xiao, it's not an illness. You can go now. What is it then? Chen Xian inquired, puzzled. Bai Ling'er offered no answer. At that moment, the contrasting sensations of extreme heat and cold surged within her again, compelling her to throw off the covers and tug at her clothing. I'm hot. Her skin, as white as jade, lay exposed, her figure straining against the constraints of her attire. Don't take it off. Chen Xian grasped Bai Ling'er's hand, fully aware that if she removed her clothing, it would lead to an unexplainable situation. Chen Xiao, please, just go. I'm burning up. Bai Ling'er pleaded with the last vestiges of her rationality. Her pitiful tone was irresistible, more akin to a temptation to transgress. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xian's focus was elsewhere, noticing the anguish reflected in Bai Ling'er's eyes. What kind of illness could induce such a loss of reason? Wait, the alternating sensations of heat and cold. Why does that seem familiar? As he observed Bai Ling'er's condition, his gaze was first drawn to her alabaster skin. The delicate veins stood out starkly against her pale complexion, forming a grotesque spiderweb of crimson and blue, gradually coalescing into a conspicuous red spot. A jolt coursed through Chen Xian. Why does Bai Ling'er's condition feel reminiscent of being struck by the Xianming divine palm? It was an unfathomable thought. The Xianming elders were wanted criminals, so why would Bai Ling'er attract such attention? Did he recognize this poison? Bai Ling'er's heart raced with shock. Yet, a moment later, clarity dawned upon her. Chen Xian had witnessed far too many incredible occurrences. It was not surprising that he could identify her poison. Would he also know the antidote? In an instant, hope ignited within Bai Ling'er. With fervent eyes, she clutched Chen Xian. Save me, save me. Chen Xian, taken aback. initially assumed Bai Linger was merely unwell again. His familiarity with the narrative led him to believe that the antidote had been revealed to Yi Fan by the remnants of the martial saint. While the poison was peculiar, it paled in comparison to the martial saint's vast experience and keen insight. If this truly is the Xianming divine palm, then first, a virgin is required. Bai Linger, overhearing this, widened her eyes. What on earth was a virgin needed for? Was the antidote reliant on some form of yin and yang harmony? In a moment of conflict, she glanced at Chen Xuan, torn between her thoughts. Was she truly destined to compromise with this young man? Wait, was he still a virgin? The thought struck her. This fellow had a chaotic personal life, having ventured into the nightlife at a young age, with a beautiful fiancée and ambiguous relationships with several campus beauties. Any other man would have surely lost his virtue by now. Just then, Chen Xuan's inner voice echoed again. Typically, poison techniques emphasize rapid dissemination throughout the body. However, the Xianming divine palm takes a different approach. Initially, it spreads throughout the vital energies, but eventually, the toxins converge at a central source. This moment is the optimal time for antidote administration, directly extracting the poison via the mouth of a virgin. In truth, Chen Xuan believed it might not be necessary to have a virgin at all. In the narrative, the martial saint had rambled on about how a man who had lost his virtue lacked the necessary purity and vigor. It was merely an excuse to prevent others from seizing the opportunity while Bai Linger was in distress. However, I cannot be certain that this is indeed the Xianming divine palm. Chen Xuan found himself in a quandary. Even if it were true, the location of the toxin was far too awkward. Surely, he could not expect a virtuous young man to lean against a woman's bosom to extract it. While Chen Xuan felt a sense of embarrassment, Bai Linger was beyond caring. While Chen Xuan was uncertain, she was resolute. Those two old schemers had claimed that no one aside from them knew the antidote, yet they had not anticipated Chen Xuan's peculiar nature. The chance for survival lay before her, diminishing her pain significantly. Kneeling on the bed, she clutched Chen Xuan's shirt with urgency. Tell me, are you still a virgin? Huh? How could you, a woman, ask such a question? Chen Xuan was taken aback, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Seeing Chen Xuan's innocent demeanor, Bai Linger needed no further words to discern the truth. Her heart surged with joy. Fate had not abandoned her. With fervent eyes akin to gazing at a rare treasure, she exclaimed, Chen Xuan, what are you doing? Chen Xuan felt a twinge of fear as Bai Linger's gaze became intensely fervent. Help me expel the poison. With that, Bai Linger pressed down on Chen Xuan's head, plunging him into an unexpected situation, leaving him utterly bewildered. Could it be that this truly is the Xianming divine palm? No longer could she contemplate the myriad complexities of life. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda, especially when it concerns a stunning beauty like Bai Ling. In an instant, Chen Xuan bit through the source of poison and began to labor diligently before him. Chapter 69. The Revelation. I am capable of anything. Chen Xuan toiled like a diligent bee, extracting the toxic blood mouthful by mouthful, casting it aside. Gradually, Bai Linger felt significantly better. The discomfort that had plagued her dissipated, yet as her consciousness returned, she was enveloped in a deeper sense of shame. The peculiar sensations upon her chest turned her face crimson. Previously, survival had taken precedence over modesty, but now that the crisis had passed, she was mortified by their current position. Feeling the powerful hand on her slender waist, Bai Linger bit her lip in embarrassment. What did it mean for him to suck the poison while also embracing and touching her? She sensed that this young man might be taking advantage of the situation. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, he was oblivious to her thoughts. However, had he been aware, he would have protested his innocence. Without something to grasp, he felt incomplete. More importantly, he lacked the strength. With a vigorous inhalation, he drew in another mouthful of poison, expelling it before continuing his efforts. Observing Chen Xuan's earnest dedication, Bai Linger found herself at a loss for words. In truth, there was nothing left to say. Including this instance, Chen Xuan had inadvertently saved Bai Linger twice. Each time could be deemed a life-saving grace. Bai Linger, who despised being indebted to others, now found herself at a loss as to how to repay Chen Xuan's immense kindness. In a sudden flash, the words, I offer my life in gratitude, echoed in her mind, causing her to shudder with embarrassment. She felt that she must truly be ill. How else could she develop feelings for someone a decade her junior? A mature cow courting tender grass? Her heart raced with confusion. Yet, a daunting dilemma loomed. How was she to face Chen Xuan? In a bid to evade the awkwardness stemming from their ambiguous actions, Bai Linger succumbed to unconsciousness. Goodness! Bai Ling, seeing her lie motionless on the bed, Chen Xuan was taken aback. Fearing he had not exerted himself sufficiently, he drew out several more mouthfuls of blood, stopping only when he could extract no more. Could it be that I have drained her of blood? He mused, observing Bai Linger's still form. However, noting the healthy flush upon her cheeks, he deemed her not to be anemic. Though 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, Chen Xuan recognized that this was not the time to inquire. He tucked Bai Linger under the covers, tidied the room, and gently closed the door. Only when the lights dimmed did Bai Linger dare to open her eyes. Gazing at the blanket that covered her, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. After all, having a younger brother was rather pleasant. Yet, as her thoughts shifted, her expression darkened. Sun Zhongtao, and those two cunning old men. This matter was far from over. She extracted her phone, discovering a plethora of missed calls, all from Sun Zhongtao. Just as she was reviewing them, the screen lit up. Bai Lingo? Sun Zhongtao's voice came through, tinged with uncertainty and a hint of trepidation. Bai Linger remained silent, and the voices of the two old men echoed in the background. Young Master Sun, it cannot be Bai Ling. She has fallen victim to our brother's dark arts and cannot possibly survive. Indeed, given the timing, she is likely experiencing a tumultuous surge of energy, bound to perish. Through the receiver, Bai Linger could sense their arrogance and confidence. She let out a cold laugh. Sun Zhongtao, let the battle commence. With that, she hung up the phone. There was nothing left to discuss. The mask was torn asunder, and it was a fight to the death. At the Sun family estate, the smiles froze on the faces of Sun Zhongtao and the two old men. Left Xin gasped, exclaiming in disbelief, impossible. It cannot be. How could she still be alive? Right Ming felt as though he had seen a ghost. Without their guidance on the antidote, how had this woman managed to survive? Sun Zhongtao, oblivious to their shock, was solely focused on Bai Linger's demise. With the Han family still unresolved, the emergence of Bai Linger was an unwelcome complication. His countenance darkened, yet he sneered dismissively. Does she really think she is a formidable opponent to wage war? Does she possess the qualifications to contend with the Sun family? He commanded all his subordinates. In Linghai City, there shall be no room for Bai Linger's influence. That night, Linghai City was destined for unrest. Streets erupted in violent clashes among martial artists. Bai Linger's headquarters, the heaven on earth, descended into chaos. Sun Zhongtao's infiltrators within Bai Linger's ranks sprang into action. In an instant, facing the onslaught of Sun Zhongtao, Bai Linger's entire faction began to crumble. It should be noted that her underground organization was not utterly inept. However, the pinnacle of her fighting force was Bai Linger herself, and in her current condition, she was incapable of battle. This allowed Sun Zhongtao to seize the opportunity, providing no respite for Bai Linger. Now, tell me, who are you? The next day, after changing Chen Xuan's bandages, Bai Linger found herself under his scrutiny. This caretaker was anything but ordinary. Chen Xuan could not allow such an unpredictable variable to remain by his side. Bai Linger had anticipated this day. She had prepared herself. Taking a deep breath, she was about to speak when her phone rang. She did not shy away from Chen Xuan as she answered. Upon connecting, even without speakerphone, Chen Xuan could hear the urgency on the other end. Sister, the headquarters have fallen. All our territories are lost. We are left with only heaven on earth. With a loud thud, Bai Linger dropped her phone. She had underestimated the Sun family's power, or rather, Sun Zhongtao's infiltration into her organization. Bai Linger's complexion drained of color. This was the organization she had painstakingly built. To see it dismantled by Sun Zhongtao was unbearable. Yet now, with her injuries and Sun Zhongtao's overwhelming strength, it seemed she had reached a dead end. Is it over? Has everything come to an end? Bai Linger glanced at Chen Xuan. In truth, there was but one way to break the deadlock. At that moment, Chen Xuan was also observing Bai Linger intently. His gaze darkened as he inquired, "You are Bai Ling?" "Yes," she nodded. There was nothing left to hide. She laid her cards on the table. Seeing her acknowledgement, Chen Xuan fell silent. He feigned seriousness while internally cursing. Damn it. Why do all of Yi Fan's women come seeking me? Although Chen Xuan was no longer inclined to remain passive, allowing Yi Fan to harbor resentment was acceptable. Even if it happened twice, the addition of Bai Linger seemed inconsequential to him. Moreover, due to the narrative's divergence, Bai Linger had no connection to Yi Fan whatsoever. The fact that she was not a vessel for Yi Fan only eased his concerns. However, he still could not fathom her motives. Why have you come to be my caretaker? Do you have some ulterior motive? Chen Xuan's gaze bore into Bai Linger. Bai Linger understood she could not reveal her ability to hear his thoughts. As for her explanation, she had contemplated it thoroughly and made her decision. With utmost seriousness, Bai Linger declared, "Chen Xiao, if you would have me, I wish to pledge my loyalty to you. If you can assist me in dealing with the Sun family, I..." Her cheeks flushed crimson. "I am willing to serve you for a lifetime." Chapter 70. Linghai, a change in fortune. Rather than viewing Bai Linger as seeking to ally with Chen Xuan, it was more accurate to say she was left with no other option. This was her only path forward. Compared to other families in Linghai City, the Chen family was undoubtedly the most favorable choice. More crucially, the Chen family not only possesses strength, but Chen Xuan also shares a closer bond with him. After all, he has even drawn sustenance from his very essence. Chen Xuan did not rush to respond. Although Bai Linger's words were rife with ambiguity, he was not a fool blinded by desire. A master at the sea-splitting realm was certainly enticing, yet the power to decide lay beyond his grasp. I can facilitate an introduction to my father. Chen Xuan finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. Ultimately, whether to assist Bai Linger in persuading his father was a matter he lacked the authority to influence. Very well. Upon seeing Bai Linger nod in agreement, Chen Xuan placed a call to his father, succinctly outlining the situation. That afternoon, Chen Sihai returned home to meet Bai Ling. Why should I assist you? Chen Sihai regarded Bai Linger with a commanding presence, devoid of anger, yet radiating authority. I could become Chen Xian's protector, Bai Linger stated earnestly. Protector? Chen Sihai found this amusing. Typically, only the most exceptional talents from top-tier families had protectors. His son was merely an ordinary individual, struggling even to gain admission to a martial arts university. Did he truly require a protector? Bai Linger was taken aback by Chen Sihai's demeanor. It seemed he was unaware of his son's true capabilities. A genius capable of contending with warriors at the Transcendence realm would be a standout, even among the elite families. If you find the role of protector unsatisfactory, I am willing to become a bodyguard for the Chen family. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure the safety of the Chen family and Chen Xuan. Bai Linger refrained from disclosing Chen Xian's true abilities, opting instead for a different approach. With a smile, she continued, as one of the 5 foremost masters in Linghai City, do you not worry about potential threats to your family while you are off and away? Chen Sihai narrowed his eyes. Her words struck a chord with him. Upon learning of Bai Linger's identity, he had felt both astonished and apprehensive. For so many years, no one had dared to challenge the Chen family, yet that did not signify their invulnerability. His daily responsibilities often kept him away from home for days at a time. With only Chen Xuan and Qin Su remaining in the family, they were effectively powerless against such formidable foes. It would take little more than a sea-splitting realm master, or even a mere warrior, to easily threaten their lives. Previously, the Chen family had the protection of Wang Hai, but after 2 decades of tranquility, Chen Sihai was reluctant to burden such a formidable expert with the role of a mere security guard. Moreover, masters were in short supply, particularly those at the sea-splitting realm. Such individuals were hardly inclined to serve others. Nonetheless, Chen Sihai was not concerned about Bai Linger harboring ulterior motives. As one of the 5 top masters in Linghai City, he had some confidence in his standing. The Sun family is not to be underestimated, Chen Sihai spoke gravely. Bai Linger smiled. What if I were to tell you that the mastermind behind the plot against the Han family is none other than the Sun family? Furthermore, Bai Linger recalled the 2 elder masters and various warriors at Sun Zhongtao's villa. Sun Zhongtao was harboring numerous wanted criminals, at least dozens. Chen Sihai's gaze sharpened. Are you serious? Absolutely, Bai Linger affirmed. Chen Sihai's eyes flickered. If this were true, the Sun family was in grave danger. A thought crossed his mind, not for any other reason. But this justification alone positioned him on moral high ground and offered immense personal benefit. Capturing dozens of fugitives could significantly elevate his status. However, it would take more than just himself to challenge the Sun family. Sun Zhongtao undoubtedly had backing. His father was also a master of the Transcendence realm. Although in the twilight of his years, he remained formidable. Additionally, his sister was married to the city lord of Linghai, a figure of considerable influence. This matter required the involvement of others. With this thought, Chen Sihai picked up the phone. Oh, Uncle Li has arrived. Chen Xuan, basking in the sun in the courtyard, noticed Li Weiguo approaching in haste. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Li Weiguo snorted and shot him a fierce glare, still brooding over the incident at the hospital. He had no desire to engage with this brash young man. Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, continuing to enjoy the sun. Before long, Old Master Han hurried into the Chen residence. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Xuan, he proceeded to the study. Clearly, matters had progressed. Chen Xian's gaze shifted to the second-floor study. His father was decisive in action, and Bai Linger's prolonged absence indicated she had impressed his father. The presence of both Li Weiguo and Old Master Han suggested that his father was preparing to take action. Chen Xuan was unaware of their specific plans, nor did he wish to pry. However, events unfolded as he had anticipated. That evening, a cohort of vigorous young men with crew cuts joined Bai Linger's ranks, transforming the dynamics of Linghai City. Even without venturing outside, Chen Xuan could sense the palpable tension in the air. Daily broadcasts from the Linghai City radio detailed news of unexpected clashes. For safety's sake, Chen Sihai led a contingent of martial artists into the city, ostensibly to safeguard the lives and property of the citizens. Meanwhile, Li Weiguo, responsible for maintaining law and order within the city, was tirelessly apprehending one wanted criminal after another. Concurrently, Old Master Han visited the city lord for tea on a daily basis. Over a month later, Chen Xuan was engaged in rehabilitation training in his private practice room. His injuries had long since healed, but Qin Su remained cautious, allowing him entry to the training room only in the past week. Initially tentative in his training, Chen Xuan had since intensified his efforts, surpassing his previous limits. It was imperative to strive harder. He need not concern himself with Lilinger's affairs. Yet there was still the matter of Yi Fan. Heaven knows, after a month of recuperation, that fellow had likely advanced several levels. In the original narrative, Chen Xuan's involvement concluded at the martial arts college entrance examination. Given his current level, he should not have been able to participate. But fueled by the hatred of Yi Fan having stolen his fiancée, Chen Xuan had secretly ambushed Yi Fan during the examination, intending to eliminate him. Little did he realize, Yi Fan had been seeking such an opportunity. The original character unwittingly walked into a trap, leading to the story's abrupt end. Now, Chen Xuan naturally aimed to partake in the martial arts examination, yet this would inevitably lead to an encounter with Yi Fan. Although it was merely an examination, the unpredictable nature of such events often resulted in fatalities. In this high martial world, such occurrences were as commonplace as forgetting one's examination admission ticket in the previous life. Chen Xuan doubted Yi Fan would forego the chance to eliminate him. Only in death could he provide the female leads with the opportunity to reconnect with him. Despite Chen Xuan perceiving Yi Fan's prospects as bleak, he could not afford to be complacent. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the system's notification chime echoed at the perfect moment. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 survival points. Chapter 71. Growing Stronger Even in Recovery. Yi Fan, what will you use to contend with me? During this period of recuperation, Chen Xuan had amassed 4,000 survival points. This was due in part to the fact that he had no time to utilize the items acquired during his illness and the lack of valuable rewards from the lucky draw. The items available in the lucky draw were not static. They refreshed every 7 days, with random changes. For Chen Xuan at present, elixirs and divine weapons were of little use. He sought pills that could elevate his realm, along with martial techniques. Checking the system, Chen Xuan had awaited this moment for several days. Time to draw. Time to draw. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan initiated the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 mirror-breaking pill. A promising start. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 boundary-breaking pill. Good fortune indeed. Chen Xuan was pleasantly surprised to draw 2 mirror-breaking pills consecutively. It seems these mirror-breaking pills are not considered high-grade items by the system. Indeed, with Chen Xuan currently at the Transcendence realm, breaking through would simply require additional time. The value of the mirror-breaking pill increased with the user's realm. For Chen Xuan at this juncture, it merely represented the gift of time. Now, Chen Xuan must seize every moment. He continued to draw lots, having no intention of keeping this item. After a month of illness, he had already wasted too much time and urgently needed to enhance his strength. Congratulations. The host has acquired a sense of solitude. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Xuan was momentarily bewildered. Upon reviewing the lottery records, he realized he had indeed received solitude. Nothing else? Was there even a thank you for your patronage? Chen Xuan found himself utterly speechless. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. He had drawn numerous valuable items since the beginning, and if this continued, he would scarcely have any need for the system shop. This was the system punishing him. With 1,000 survival points still in hand, Chen Xuan decided to proceed cautiously, fearing that he might inadvertently draw solitude again. With a flicker of inspiration, he produced a boundary-breaking pill and promptly consumed it. The long-lost sensation of heart palpitations surged within him once more, and his vital energy began to surge. Akin to rivers in full flood. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Xuan broke through to the 5th tier of the transformation realm. He continued. Another boundary-breaking pill entered his mouth, and his vital energy boiled anew. Moments later, with 2 boundary-breaking pills consumed, Chen Xuan's realm had ascended to the 7th tier of the transformation realm. After calming his inner turmoil, a confident smile graced his face. This was the benefit of having a cheat. Even while recovering, he was simultaneously elevating himself. Yi Fan, what do you have to contend with me? Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a surge of arrogance. Yet, he merely indulged in a moment of internal celebration, for Yi Fan too had his own advantages. Pride and arrogance are the culprits leading a villain to their demise. Chen Xuan remained mindful of the survival rules for villains. Drawl, he called out again. 1,000 survival points were far too little to accumulate. Congratulations, the host has acquired a celestial-grade martial art, the unmoving king technique. Celestial-grade martial art? Chen Xuan was elated. This was his first encounter with a martial art. Unlike martial skills, which served as a warrior's ultimate weapon, martial arts formed the very foundation of one's being. Within the same realm, one could dominate and overwhelm others based on the quality of martial skills and arts. Chen Xuan eagerly examined the unmoving king technique. This was a defensive martial art with 9 tiers. The first tier, copper skin. The second tier, iron bones. The third tier, impervious to blades and spears. When cultivated to the highest tier, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. The description of the 8th tier was succinct, absolute defense. When employing the 8th tier of the unmoving king technique, one's vital energy could coalesce into a golden protective shield, indomitable and capable of withstanding celestial-grade martial arts. The 9th tier even boasted the unmoving king's guardian, where an ethereal image of the unmoving king would manifest around the practitioner. Attaining ultimate defense, so long as one's vital energy did not deplete, no one could breach this defense. Iron Turtle Divine Skill. After perusing the description, Chen Xuan felt this name was more fitting. Although it was a defensive martial art, being celestial grade, it certainly warranted a more dignified title and could not be called something so mundane. Chen Xuan felt quite satisfied, considering that he and Yi Fan were in the same grand realm. Even if he attempted to breach his divine skill, it would prove quite challenging. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan sensed something amiss. Unlike martial skills, martial arts could not be instantly comprehended. They required personal cultivation? Nonsense. Chen Xuan was instantly dumbfounded. Flipping through the cultivation manual of the unmoving king technique, he felt a chill in his heart. It was not that Chen Xuan lacked the will to strive, but the highest cultivator of the unmoving king since its inception had only reached the 6th tier. The requirements for talent in this technique were nearly exorbitant. Even for those of exceptional talent, it took a year to cultivate the 1st tier, but that was not the end of it. More absurdly, the time required to advance each tier multiplied exponentially. 1 year for the 1st tier, 2 years for the 2nd, 4 years for the 3rd, 8 years for the 4th, and 16 years for the 5th. Following this pattern, to reach the 9th tier and become invincible would require several hundred years. No wonder it was so powerful. No one had ever achieved the 9th tier. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. Yet living for several hundred years remained a fanciful notion. Even a mere martial saint would not live to such an age unless through reincarnation. Yet, with reincarnation, one's cultivation and martial skills would naturally be lost. Ultimately, the unmoving king technique was a conundrum. Chen Xuan sighed. Just as he was about to exit the system shop, he suddenly noticed a character panel for himself had appeared in the system shop. In the martial arts section, the unmoving king was prominently displayed. Could he allocate points? Staring at the numbers, Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned, then clicked. Host survival points insufficient. Upgrading the unmoving king technique to the 2nd tier requires 1,000 survival points. It could indeed be upgraded. As he had surmised, upon acquiring his first martial art, he unlocked the character interface and a new use for survival points. In just 10 days, he could cultivate the unmoving king technique to the 2nd tier. In an instant, Chen Xuan was filled with hope for the future. Under the blazing sun, with sweat streaming down, Yi Fan finished unloading the last cart and turned to sit on the ground, picking up his phone. Suddenly, a friend request caught his attention. Dragon Alliance, Longya, requests to add you as a friend. Yi Fan was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up as he recalled the letter he had sent a month prior. Finally, a response. Yi Fan quickly accepted the friend request. Soon, a message arrived. Longya. Hello, may I ask if that letter was sent by you? Yi Fan, it was me. It was me. Longya. How did you obtain the inheritance of the Dragon Stream Martial Saint? Yi Fan. Sorry, no comment. Longya. Where are you now? Yi Fan. Sorry, no comment. Longya. Our Dragon Alliance needs to meet with you. Do you have time? Yi Fan. Sorry, no time. I will naturally visit the Dragon Alliance, but not now. Longya. Then may I ask what your purpose in finding us is? Money. I want money. Yi Fan typed excitedly, his fingers trembling. Chapter 72. This opportunity is mine to seize. In the imperial capital, within a luxurious manor, 2 women who bore a striking resemblance were engaged in conversation. The leading woman, elegantly clad in a fitting qipao, exuded grace and poise with every gesture. Appearing to be in her 30s, time had only enhanced her allure, for beauty never fades. It only becomes more captivating. She was the true decision-maker of the Dragon Alliance, Long Yun. As the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Long Yun's strength was not particularly remarkable. Only at the sea-splitting realm, her position was achieved through intellect. However, despite her reputation for being infallible in calculations, the world still prioritized strength. Compared to the former glory of the Dragon Alliance, it could now be considered in decline. Yet, even in its diminished state, the Dragon Alliance was not a family from a mere prefectural city that could be trifled with. Even in the imperial capital, if the Dragon Alliance were to unleash their wrath, the ground would tremble. This was the legacy left by the martial saint. Even if only the name remained, it would not perish. Long Yun lazily stretched and softly inquired of the girl opposite her, "How much does he want?" Long Yun stared blankly at her phone, only snapping back to reality at her aunt's question. He said 10 million? Upon seeing that figure, Long Yun felt as though the person was joking. If he truly had obtained the inheritance of the Dragon Stream Martial Saint, he surely would not lack for this 10 million. As the youngest martial saint in the Great Xia, the inheritance left by Long Shi was enough to drive people mad in the outside world. Whether martial skills or arts, they could not be measured by mere money. "Aunt, are you sure this person truly acquired the inheritance of the Dragon Stream Martial Saint?" Long Yun asked, somewhat perplexed. The woman across from her nodded. "There's no mistake. In that video, he was using the renowned martial skill of the senior, the martial princess overpowering fist." She pondered for a moment, then a bright smile illuminated her face. "It appears our young master is quite in need of money. Shall we provide it to him?" Long Yun continued to inquire. "Yes, of course." Long Yun spoke decisively, asserting his ability to wield the martial princess overlord fist and acknowledging that this individual knew of our Dragon Alliance's secret base, casting no doubt upon his identity. He may indeed have inherited the legacy of the Dragon Sage, yet he finds himself in need of funds. What does this imply? Before Long Yun could ponder further, Long Yun continued, indicating that this meant he had never intended to monetize this legacy, or perhaps his ambitions were even grander. Long Yun's eyes sparkled with realization, and he cautioned Long Yun to refrain from probing his thoughts, as such curiosity could alert other factions. As he had stated, "When the time is ripe, we shall undoubtedly meet. From this moment forth, the affairs concerning this young master are entrusted entirely to you. Keep me informed of any developments promptly." "Understood." Long Yun nodded, simultaneously responding to Yi Fan's message. "Account number. You have received a transfer of 10 million yuan." Yi Fan stared blankly at the text on his phone, feeling as if he were in a dream. In just a matter of minutes, he had become a millionaire. Never before had he felt such exhilaration, even with a small breakthrough. It was not that Yi Fan was enamored with wealth, but rather that he had endured considerable hardship recently, coming to appreciate the significance of money for the first time. Ever since he had moved into the Han family's residence, he had vowed to empower himself. Yet reality had delivered a harsh lesson. The training room had drained his scholarship funds, and contemplating part-time work led to a confrontation with Li Xiong, resulting in exorbitant compensation demands, making those days the most agonizing of his life. Though Chen Xuan eventually settled the debt, Yi Fan still faced the challenge of meeting his basic needs. "Hey kid, what are you doing? Get back to work." Just then, the construction foreman arrived, pointing a finger at Yi Fan and berating him. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan might have tolerated it, merely vowing silently to himself. However, everything had changed. Now, as a millionaire, he would no longer endure such disrespect. With a resolute thud, Yi Fan tossed his hard hat to the ground. "I quit." He left the construction site and first ventured to a mall to procure a suitable outfit. Gazing at his dapper reflection, he felt invigorated. Wait. Just as he was about to depart, the voice of the martial sage Long Shi echoed in his mind. "What is it?" Yi Fan furrowed his brow. "Your opportunity has arrived." "Opportunity?" Hearing those words struck Yi Fan like a bolt from the blue, yet surrounded by shoppers in the mall. It hardly seemed a moment of fortune. "Watch the television." Long Shi's voice urged again. It was then that Yi Fan noticed a news broadcast on the mall screen. Today, the highest-ranking military commander in the city, Chen Xuan, and the head of city security, Li Weigua, have joined forces to dismantle the criminal organization led by the Sun family. Sun Zhongtao is wanted for harboring fugitives, contract killing, smuggling, corruption, and possession of illegal items. An S-level warrant has been issued, offering a reward of 500,000 for valid leads. Additionally, this Sunday, the First Court of Linghai City will auction off Sun Zhongtao's possessions. The television displayed a lineup of confiscated goods, and prompted by Long Shi's insight, Yi Fan's gaze fixated on an ancient box. "An auction," he murmured, eyes locked on the item Long Shi had referred to as an opportunity. The box opened on screen, revealing a yellowed piece of sheepskin. At first glance, Long Shi's voice resonated. Heavenly grade. What you see is a heavenly grade martial technique. Heavenly grade? The mere mention widened Yi Fan's eyes. Master, are you certain? This item appears rather unremarkable. Even if it is a martial technique, the description is incomplete. Just acquire it. I shall handle the rest. Long Shi's assured tone ignited Yi Fan's excitement. If his master was so confident, it must indeed be of heavenly grade. I will secure this box. Yi Fan clenched his fists, emboldened. Despite its humble appearance, it likely went unnoticed by others. Furthermore, with 10 million in hand, he felt unyielding. Is that the heavenly grade martial technique? Oh no, how did it end up at auction? Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, who was dining, also caught sight of the news. He sighed, realizing the Sun family had collapsed too swiftly, unable to withstand the combined assault of 3 families in just a month. While the outcome was not flawless, it achieved the objectives of the 3 factions. To protect his family's lives, Sun's father refrained from intervening. He understood that against 3, he had no chance. Rather than sacrifice a son, he chose to safeguard the lives of the remaining family members. Moreover, Sun Zhongtao had escaped rather than perished. Additionally, even though the city lord was Sun Zhongtao's brother-in-law, he could not intervene. The 3 families occupied the moral high ground, with Sun Zhongtao facing numerous charges. He would likely never see the light of day again, living like a rat in hiding. Henceforth, only 4 prominent families would remain in Linghai City, the Chen, Li, and Han families, whose ties would only strengthen after this incident. The Chen family, in particular, emerged as a connecting bridge among them. Even if Chen Xuan wished to maintain a low profile, his strength would not allow it. From this day forth, the Chen family would flourish. However, Chen Xuan was not yet preoccupied with such thoughts. His attention was drawn to the sheepskin in the small box on the television. Aside from me, no one else probably recognizes this as a heavenly grade martial technique. Even if Yi Fan knew, what could he do? He had no money. Chen Xuan's heart raced with elation. This opportunity was his to seize. Chapter 73. Chen Xuan, you hurt me. 5 days later, Chen Xuan arrived at the Li family's martial arts academy. In the training room, Zhang Xin struck the power testing machine with a punch. Bang! The screen flickered before stabilizing at a value of 824. Excellent. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He had matched the 3rd tier of the Transcendence realm. I'll give it a try. Li Si stepped forward, delivering his own punch to the machine, obtaining a score of 792. Chen Xuan nodded in appreciation. Although both were at the 6th tier of the Transcendence realm, Zhang San's imposing stature naturally endowed him with greater strength, while Li Si excelled in martial techniques. Battles between martial artists did not hinge solely on strength. Proficiency in techniques and skills also played crucial roles in determining outcomes. However, as the saying goes, strength can overcome skill, and achieving a level of strength that dominates often grants a significant advantage. You two have pleased me greatly, living up to my expectations. After assessing the training progress of his 2 subordinates, Chen Xuan expressed his approval. In just a month, they had both advanced 2 minor realms, a testament to their diligence. Indeed, as Chen Xuan had anticipated, Zhang San and Li Si had practically resided in the training room over the past month. Previously, while they had worked hard, they could never have been this devoted. All of this stemmed from the battle between Chen Xuan and Li Jianxin. Witnessing their leader's prowess, the 2 feared falling behind. They understood that without effort, they would face elimination. This realization propelled them to believe that following Chen Xuan promised a brighter future. Our leader is the best. The 2 chuckled foolishly. Chen Xuan smiled, appreciating their flattery. Brother, what is your current strength value? Zhang Sen inquired, with Li Si eagerly awaiting Chen Xuan's response. The 2 had long been curious about Chen Xuan's capabilities. After all, he had matched Li Jianxin even while at the 5th tier of the Transcendence realm. And now that he had returned from recovery, he exhibited even greater presence. I'm not certain, Chen Xuan admitted, equally curious about his current strength. This was one of the reasons for his visit today. The power testing machine at home was inadequate, and only the one at the Martial Arts Academy could accurately gauge his true level. Chen Xuan chuckled. Let us find out with a punch. With that, he struck the power testing machine. Bang! The impact made the machine tremble, and the screen's digits began to flash. It showed 4 digits. Upon witnessing the fluctuating numbers, the 2 younger brothers gasped in astonishment. They were aware of Chen Xuan's formidable strength, yet they had never fathomed that he could unleash a 4-digit punch. This was already the power level of an ordinary warrior, and yet Chen Xuan was merely at the transcendent stage. What would happen if he broke through to the warrior level? They dared not even imagine the astonishing figures Chen Xuan could produce. The number finally settled at 1864. The 2 brothers simultaneously swallowed hard and raised their thumbs in admiration. Their elder brother was truly remarkable. Chen Xuan smiled, unfazed by the revelation. Previously, Yi Fan, also at the 7th grade of the Transcendent stage, could effortlessly deliver over 1,000 in power, having undergone enhancements through the Dragon Blood Martial Pill. Chen Xuan believed himself to be on par with Yi Fan, continued to train diligently. He patted his younger brothers on the shoulders and exited the training room, making his way to Li Jianxin's training chamber. Chen Xuan had also arranged a duel with Li Jianxin. His primary purpose for visiting the martial arts school today was to evaluate the training progress of his younger brothers, in addition to assessing his own capabilities. While he already had a sense of his power level, he wished to find someone to test the defensive strength of the first layer of the immovable king technique. Although he could not achieve perfection in this celestial level martial art immediately, the system had elevated him to the first realm. Presently, Chen Xuan had reached the bronze skin phase within the immovable king technique. However, he was yet unaware of the defensive prowess of this layer. Thus, the duel with Li Jianxin served this very purpose. Li Jianxin was undoubtedly formidable among the high school students in Linghai City, now having reached the 8th grade of the Transcendent stage, making her the perfect benchmark. Upon hearing of Chen Xuan's challenge, Li Jianxin was elated and arrived early at the martial arts school to warm up, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The day she faced Chen Xuan had seemingly become her day of humiliation, and since then, she had been tirelessly training, just waiting for Chen Xuan to recover so she could regain her dignity as a talented student in Linghai City. Times had changed. Now she was at the 8th grade of the Transcendent stage. Furthermore, after experiencing a slow advancement in her realm, Li Jianxin had intensified her training in both strength and martial skills. This time, I shall reclaim my glory. Li Jianxin clenched her fists. Just to be clear, no biting. Li Jianxin's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. Rest assured, this time I will win you fair and square. Then come. Chen Xuan stood firm, beckoning with his finger. Arrogant. Seeing this provocative gesture, Li Jianxin charged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Chen Xuan's chest. Yet, as her fist approached, Chen Xuan remained motionless. Why don't you evade? Li Jianxin halted mid-motion. Because I am not afraid. Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Classmate Jianxin, please do not hold back. Trample me fiercely. Such flattery. Li Jianxin's face flushed red as she swung her fist. With a resounding bang, her small fist struck Chen Xuan's chest. He staggered back a few steps. Although there was a faint sensation of pain, it was still within tolerable limits. Meanwhile, Li Jianxin, despite not moving back, felt as though she had struck an iron wall. How painful, she thought, glancing down to see her knuckles turning red. Although she hadn't employed martial techniques, she had exerted considerable strength. The force was mutual. After her punch, Chen Xuan appeared unaffected, while she was left in considerable discomfort. The pain resonated so deeply that her fingers trembled. Yet, out of pride, she could not cry out, even hiding her hand from Chen Xuan's view. Chen Xuan naturally noticed her subtle gesture. Isn't it somewhat endearing how prideful she is? Chen Xuan had come to a realization about his bronze skin. When it came to the Transcendent stage, pure physical strength could no longer harm him. Even when employing martial force, his bronze skin could significantly mitigate the impact. In summary, the current Chen Xuan was beyond the reach of any Transcendent stage opponent. Of course, Yi Fan was an exception. Do you wish to continue? With newfound confidence, Chen Xuan smiled at Li Jianxin. Upon hearing his inner thoughts and seeing the smile on his face, which she found utterly infuriating, Li Jianxin could no longer contain her frustration. Falling leaves kick. All right. Not willing to hold back, Chen Xuan also unleashed his Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. After several days of focused practice, Chen Xuan had become increasingly adept with this technique. Even when attempting to block with her leg, Li Jianxin found herself overwhelmed. This guy's strength was terrifying. She was at a complete disadvantage, and without even needing to look, she could tell her leg was bruising. After just one strike, Li Jianxin dared not take another head-on. Yet, Chen Xuan pressed on relentlessly, his fists raining down with ferocity. Even when Li Jianxin attempted to evade, she was inevitably struck by several blows. Gradually, Li Jianxin's sense of grievance mounted. Taking one punch was manageable, but receiving one in return left her in agony for ages. How could she continue fighting like this? Her eyes began to redden as she abruptly withdrew, refusing to block any further. Chen Xuan, you've hurt me. Chapter 74, Not Enemies, Not Together. Li Jianxin stood her ground, puffed up with indignation. Her eyes filled with 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts grievance, resembling a sulking girlfriend in a quarrel. Chen Xuan halted his advance, taken aback by her pitiful expression. What was happening? Was this the proud Li Jianxin speaking? He couldn't comprehend it. We are in a competition. Isn't inflicting pain on each other quite normal? But it shouldn't only be you hurting me. Look, you've made me bruise. Li Jianxin rolled up her sleeves, revealing several prominent red marks on her fair skin. Huh. Chen Xuan fell silent. What are you showing me this for? Should I rub it for you? He had never seen Li Jianxin so melodramatic before. Women truly were capricious. With a resigned sigh, Chen Xuan suggested, why don't you hit me a few times? He assumed a defensive posture, pointing to his chest. Seeing this, Li Jianxin grew even angrier. I want to hit you, but I can't. In the end, it was still she who felt the pain. Recalling how today was meant to be a chance to redeem herself, reality had delivered a harsh blow. She couldn't fathom how this guy had grown even stronger after a month of recovery. This made Li Jianxin feel as though all her recent efforts had been in vain, failing to keep up with someone who was supposedly recuperating. Have you been training in a protective technique? Li Jianxin asked in a tone of dismay. Chen Xuan nodded, admitting, I cannot deny it. According to the technique's instructions, I have indeed reached the first layer. You don't need a protective technique to let me hit you. Li Jianxin continued. She no longer wished to engage in a contest with Chen Xuan. She couldn't withstand his punches. However, she still felt the need to vent her frustrations on him. This, I can't do. Chen Xuan felt helpless. The early layers of the immovable king technique were potent because they fortified one's body. Unlike a warrior's defensive energy, bronze skin, or iron bones, this technique fundamentally altered one's physical attributes, enhancing one's ability to absorb impacts to an entirely new level. These were tangible improvements to his physical form, rendering the notion of effort or power irrelevant. Li Jianxin's frustration only intensified. She had heard of certain martial arts that could improve one's physique, but those required lifelong dedication and had numerous restrictions. Yet Chen Xuan Li Jianxin could not make sense of it all. His secrets were simply too many, and this one was no exception. With a fierce glare, Li Jianxin declared, I'm not fighting anymore. Very well, I too must take my leave. Chen Xuan replied, glancing at the time. What are you off to do? I'm attending an auction this afternoon. The one auctioning off Sun Zhongtao's stolen goods? Li Jianxin inquired. Precisely that one. After waiting for several days, Chen Xuan was practically itching with anticipation. That celestial-level martial skill shall be mine. Li Jianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Celestial-level martial skill. The rarity of celestial-level martial skills needed no further elaboration. Even her Li family, or the entire Linghai city, possessed none. How did Chen Xuan know a celestial-level martial skill would be at that auction? She had even learned about the auction from Li Weiguo, who had urged her to attend after noticing her tireless training. However, from the auction briefing, Li Jianxin found nothing of interest. It was merely some antique calligraphy and paintings collected by Sun Zhongtao. There were no cultivation resources, let alone any decent weapons. Of course, it wasn't that Sun Zhongtao lacked valuable items. Rather, the good pieces had already been divided among Chen Sihai, Li Weiguo, and Old Master Han before the auction. But now, Chen Xuan surprisingly claimed there was a heavenly grade martial art. The three major realms of the void-breaking stage had not detected it, you know? Naturally, Chen Xuan had no reason to deceive her, and this was truly his heartfelt sentiment. Li Jianxin felt a pang of bitterness. Why did he know about all the good things? Could he possibly take me to witness such wonders? Li Jianxin's face flushed as she quietly asked Chen Xuan. That was a heavenly grade martial art, something she had never encountered in her life. It would be a lie to say she wasn't intrigued. Seeing Li Jianxin's pleading expression, Chen Xuan reluctantly nodded. The girl finally brightened up. After Li Jianxin changed into a new outfit and slung her beloved bag over her shoulder, the two hailed a taxi and headed straight for the auction venue. Outside the Christie's auction house, the Han sisters were preparing to enter. With sharp eyes, Han Bingling spotted Chen Xuan and Li Jianxin stepping out of the same car, and her agitation flared. How could you come with her? Han Bingling fumed, pointing accusingly at Li Jianxin. Oh no, how did I run into the Han sisters? Chen Xuan felt as though he had encountered the main wife while out shopping with a mistress. I was just coincidentally in the same car. Coincidentally? You just happened to share a ride? In truth, I was training at the Li family's martial arts school. Why were you at the Li family martial arts school? To visit my two younger brothers and spar with classmate Jianxin. Chen Xuan replied honestly, instantly regretting his words as soon as they left his mouth. Sure enough, Han Bingling was furious, her face flushing with anger. You actually sought her out. She turned to Han Binglu. Sister, see? I told you that a family flower cannot compare to a wildflower, but you didn't believe me. Seeing Chen Xuan and Li Jianxin together, Han Binglu felt uneasy and cast a lingering glance at Chen Xuan. At that moment, Chen Xuan's expression turned serious as he abruptly turned around. What's wrong? The three girls were startled by Chen Xuan's sudden action and nervously inquired. Chen Xuan maintained a grave demeanor. It's nothing. Let us go inside. Although he said it was nothing, the three of them felt their hearts racing. This did not seem like a trivial matter. However, after looking back, he found nothing amiss. Just then, Chen Xuan's inner voice echoed. I am quite clever, successfully averting a war. In an instant, the three girls clenched their fists in unison. He noticed me? Impossible. He is merely at the transcendent stage, and logically, he shouldn't be this alert to detect my presence. In an alley directly across from the auction house, Sun Zhongtao pressed his back against the wall, too afraid to peek out. Chen Xian's sudden movement had startled him significantly. He had come here with the intent to kill Chen Xuan. Now, he felt like a rat in a sewer. And the root of all his grievances lay with the three families led by the Chen clan. He could not swallow this humiliation. Death. That was acceptable. But Chen Sihai should not expect to fare any better. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. Today, Chen Xuan must die. Sun Zhongtao ground his teeth in fury. More critically, finding an opportunity for Chen Xuan to venture out alone was no easy feat by Ling, who seemed to have truly become the Chen family's security. As even after Chen Xuan had recovered, she continued to stay. Entering the venue, around 30 elegantly dressed individuals had already gathered, most of whom were from local families in Linghai City. However, Chen Xuan felt a familiar presence ahead, reminiscent of an old acquaintance. Almost as if they shared a telepathic bond, the person turned around. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, both widening in surprise. Chen Xuan? Yi Fan. Chapter 75. Oh no, has this kid become the Dragon King ahead of schedule? Upon seeing Chen Xuan enter with his 3 furnace cauldrons, Yi Fan's expression darkened. His heart seethed with rage. Why? Why was it always that he saw Chen Xuan so intimately close with his furnace cauldrons? Yi Fan clenched his fists in anger. Is he the Chen Xuan you mentioned? Feeling Yi Fan's surging energy, Long Shi's voice resonated. Yes, master. He is the one who has repeatedly opposed me. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. I will ask you one last time. Do you want me to help you eliminate him? Long Shi's tone was unusually serious. Recently, she had been guiding Yi Fan's training, but even though Yi Fan had broken through to the 9th grade of the transcendent stage, Long Shi felt it was too slow. Without a furnace cauldron, he had to rely solely on his own efforts. Who knew when he would be able to independently enter the secret realm and find a way to restore her physical body? Long Shi could hardly wait, and moreover, this Chen Xuan was no ordinary opponent. Master, I will handle it myself. Yi Fan reaffirmed his resolve, stating that he would take action at the right moment. Filled with confidence, just then, Long Shi's voice interrupted. Killing him might be a bit difficult. What are you saying, master? He is just a waste. If it weren't for his family background, I would have killed him long ago. Even without inquiring into Chen Xian's martial talent, Yi Fan knew of his wasteful reputation. However, Long Shi merely chuckled coldly. A waste? Ha! He may deceive others, but he cannot deceive me. Even as a remnant soul, I can sense the vigorous vitality within Chen Xuan. His foundation is not inferior to yours, even if he is only at the 7th grade of the transcendent stage. You cannot kill him in an instant. Moreover, Long Shi released a thread of spiritual awareness and observed Chen Xian's bronze-hued skin. He practiced external martial arts, and his defensive capabilities far surpassed those of an ordinary martial artist. If he could not achieve a one-hit kill, then if he attempted to flee afterward, you would not be able to stop him. What? Hearing his master's words, Yi Fan was taken aback. Chen Xuan was this strong? Although he was deeply skeptical, he could not disregard his master's words. This was the deduction of a martial sage. It could not be wrong. It seemed he had consistently underestimated him. Yi Fan's thoughts grew heavy. After a moment, he asked through voice transmission, Master, what if I break through to the warrior stage? The warrior stage is not a problem. But brother Yi. Long Shi's words were interrupted as Chen Xuan patted Yi Fan's shoulder. The communication between the master and disciple was thus cut off. Although he was reluctant to engage with Yi Fan, Chen Xuan still wanted to inquire, what brings you here? Isn't it obvious? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Chen Xuan frowned. Do you have money? Yi Fan smirked coldly, pointing to his own attire. What do you think this is? Chen Xuan glanced over. Brand name. Yi Fan grinned with pride and turned away, no longer paying attention to Chen Xuan. He had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Yi Fan was no longer the poor boy he used to be. Watching Yi Fan turn away, Chen Xian's expression darkened. Originally, he had thought the upcoming auction was a sure win. With Yi Fan deviating from the plot and not encountering Bai Ling, he should not have had access to Sun Zhongtao. Logically, he should not have had this opportunity. However, Chen Xuan had still underestimated the protagonist as Halo. After all the twists and turns, this chance had still fallen into Yi Fan's hands. Moreover, it seemed that after a month, Yi Fan had undergone significant changes. The most evident was that he had become wealthy. Oh no, could this kid become the Dragon King ahead of schedule? Chen Xuan suddenly recalled this possibility. Only if that martial sage had informed Yi Fan of his forces ahead of time could he have become wealthy overnight. Outside of this, Chen Xuan could not fathom any other likelihood. Chen Xuan felt a chill in his heart. Yi Fan's early contact with the Dragon Alliance left him uncertain whether it was a good or bad thing. The Dragon Alliance's power was not something the Chen family could contend with. If this kid truly became the Dragon Alliance's young master and issued a Dragon King order to hunt him down, Chen Xuan could not envision any path to survival. However, this remains merely a conjecture, as the Dragon Alliance's influence extends far beyond the imperial capital. Yet, at this moment, Chen Xuan's mood is equally bleak. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the situation today, but with Yi Fan's sudden appearance, Chen Xuan has abandoned that notion. Who is speaking? Meanwhile, Longxi's voice resonates within Yi Fan's mind. Yi Fan quickly responds, Master, what's wrong? I haven't said anything. The martial Saint Longxi falls silent. She cannot possibly have misheard. Just moments ago, she indeed perceived a voice. This voice was akin to how she communicates with Yi Fan. Could it be that some fellow cultivator shares my experience? Longxi spreads her consciousness throughout the auction venue, though such an act strains her spiritual awareness. The situation is too unexpected for her to concern herself with the consequences. Yet, as her perception sweeps over the crowd, she finds no anomalies. Could it truly be an illusion? Just as this thought crosses her mind, the voice resurfaces. I cannot afford to hesitate. I must acquire that celestial-grade martial technique. Chen Xuan does not believe Yi Fan has come merely to pass the time. With that remnant soul of the martial saint, Yi Fan must be aware of the existence of this celestial-grade martial technique. I cannot allow Yi Fan to grow stronger, especially since this is a celestial-grade martial technique. A martial saint? Yi Fan actually possesses a remnant soul of a martial saint guiding his cultivation? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, the three female protagonists simultaneously direct their gazes towards the back of Yi Fan's head. Today, they have come to understand why Chen Xuan harbors such trepidation towards Yi Fan. A martial saint represents the pinnacle of martial arts in this realm, and even the remnants of martial saints that remain in the Great Xia are but a handful. And yet, Yi Fan has a remnant soul of a martial saint by his side. The women are left astounded, feeling envious of this stroke of luck. He knows of my existence. At the same time, Longxi's spiritual awareness locks onto Chen Xuan. It is evident. The voice she heard originates from this fellow who is fixated on the back of Yi Fan's head. Why does he know of my existence? Who exactly is he? Longxi, the martial saint, falls into contemplation. As they ponder these matters, the auction officially commences. Ladies and gentlemen, the proceeds from this auction will be used for the infrastructure development of Linghai City. The first item is a landscape painting by Master Chibai. The starting bid is 1 million yuan. Let the bidding begin. With the auctioneer's voice, the atmosphere becomes electrified. However, in contrast to the fervent bidding of others, silence envelopes Chen Xuan's area. Each person is absorbed in their own thoughts, showing little interest in other items. Moments later, the auctioneer's voice resounds again. Next up for auction is an antique box. After professional assessment, this ancient box has existed for at least several hundred years, and within it lies a piece of parchment of equal antiquity. As the auctioneer speaks, a beautifully crafted box appears on the screen, and a yellowed piece of parchment ignites excitement in both Chen Xuan and Yi Fan. Here it comes. The two items will be auctioned together, with a starting price of 500,000 yuan, 80,000. As the auctioneer finishes, an elderly man with a head full of white hair raises his bidding paddle. Those present, aside from Chen Xuan and Yi Fan, are unaware that the parchment conceals the text of a celestial-grade martial technique. Even if someone else were to win the bid, they would not know how to reveal the text. However, the box that contains this celestial-grade martial technique is no ordinary item. After several centuries of legacy, this small box is itself an antique, possessing considerable collectible value. 1 million. Seeing someone bid, Yi Fan can no longer contain himself. 1,500,000. 2 million. 2,500,000. Bids continue to pour in, and Yi Fan is the most aggressive among them. The value of celestial-grade martial techniques requires no further explanation. He has come here with the determination to secure it. Moments later, the price escalates, and the number of bidders dwindles. For million, this price surpasses everyone's expectations. No matter how extraordinary this box may be, it remains merely an antique. Moreover, there is a fierce competitor in Yi Fan. No one wishes to be the fool who overspends. Noticing this, Chen Xuan's heart sinks. He has remained silent, hoping to gauge Yi Fan's strength. It seems the Dragon Alliance has provided him with a substantial sum. This situation is becoming troublesome. He even knows of the Dragon Alliance? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Longxi is once again astonished. In this world, cities operate as isolated entities, and outside the city, ferocious beasts are ever present. Despite advancements in technology, transportation remains inconvenient. The skies belong to the beasts. Even fighter jets cannot withstand attacks from even the weakest of first-level monsters. In comparison, the ground is undoubtedly safer. For most, the only means of exiting the city is by train. The Great Xia boasts an extensive railway network, built up over generations. However, the drawbacks are evident. It is slow. For instance, a letter sent by Yifan may take a month to receive a response. In summary, while the internet exists, many individuals live their entire lives without ever leaving their birthplace, even after becoming martial artists. Linghai City is merely a prefecture-level city, and Chen Xuan is merely a transcendence realm practitioner. If he is privy to these secrets, Longxi cannot fathom how he acquired such knowledge. Though the internet is advanced, the information within is often unreliable. Furthermore, how could the secrets of the heavenly domain be unveiled through the internet? Could this fellow be the reincarnation of an ancient demon? The more Longxi contemplates, the more alarmed she becomes. This individual knows of her existence and the Dragon Alliance, indicating that he is far from ordinary. Whether it be the indomitable will of martial arts or reincarnation, both share a commonality: the retention of memories from a previous life. Only then could it explain why Chen Xuan is cognizant of all this. However, even if Chen Xuan is indeed the reincarnation of an ancient demon, Longxi is merely surprised. This individual is well acquainted with her, the Dragon Alliance, and must certainly be her descendant. Has another martial saint emerged after my tribulations, only to fall as well? Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, he has already been perceived by Longxi as the reincarnation of an ancient demon. At this moment, the auction floor is devoid of any competitors against Yifan. I cannot relent. Even with the support of the Dragon Alliance, I cannot simply relinquish a celestial-grade martial technique. Chen Xuan may not possess the financial might of the Dragon Alliance, but he does not believe that Yifan, having never even met him, can marshal the full resources of the Dragon Alliance to contend against him. Are there no other bidders? Is there no one else? 5 million. This gentleman has bid 5 million. The auctioneer exclaims excitedly. Who would have thought that a mere box and a piece of parchment could garner such a staggering price? Who is this fool? At this moment, Yifan is basking in the joy that wealth brings for the first time. Yet just then, a voice unexpectedly rings out from behind him. 8 million. A wave of astonishment washes over the crowd as they turn their gazes to the bidder. Who is this fool? Is it the young master of the Chen family? Then there is no problem. Yifan, filled with righteous indignation, turns around, glaring fiercely at Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan's gaze remains fixed, entirely unconcerned with him. Yifan, brimming with frustration, sharply turns back, raising his bidding paddle. 8,500,000. 9 million. Chen Xuan's voice resounds once more. 950,000. Yifan's chest heaves. Longya has transferred 10 million to him, and after accounting for some expenses, this is all he can muster. 10 million. Chen Xuan continues to raise the bid, as this marks the extent of his financial capabilities. If Yifan were to continue bidding, even he would find it somewhat difficult to manage. However, after calling out 10 million, to everyone's surprise, Yifan does not immediately stand up. Instead, he pulls out his mobile phone. Is he preparing to call for help? Just as Chen Xuan surmised, Yifan is anxiously sending a message to Longya. He was in a frenzy. This was a celestial-level martial art. Not to mention 10 million. Even 100 million would be worth it. Moreover, he was unwilling to be defeated by Chen Xuan once more, allowing this brat to obtain such a treasure right from under his nose. Although he was confident that Chen Xuan had no inkling of the true value of this celestial-level martial art, he found himself without any other recourse. It seemed as though Chen Xuan was intentionally opposing him. Humph, don't expect to acquire this treasure from me. Yifan, are you there? As soon as the message was sent, Longya promptly responded. What's the matter? Could you lend me another 10 million? I am in urgent need. Your bank card has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. Moments later, Yifan received a notification of the transaction, and he clenched his fists in excitement. The organization was truly remarkable. 10 million once. 10 million twice. The auctioneer's voice echoed in his ears, and Yifan quickly raised his bidding paddle. 15 million. The atmosphere in the venue became electrified. Was this person really clashing with the young master of the Chen family? Goodness. Someone in Linghai City actually dared to disregard the Chen family's young master. Young hero. Young hero. Whispers filled the air as Yifan, feeling the attention of the crowd, puffed out his chest, and even turned to provocatively glance at Chen Xuan. My backer is the Dragon Alliance founded by the martial saint. I am the future young master of the Dragon Alliance. What do you have to compete with me? Watching Yi Fan revel in his moment of triumph, Chen Xuan fell silent. He was out of money, though the Chen family was capable of producing such funds. Chen Xuan found it difficult to approach his family about clashing with others merely for the sake of pride and frivolously spending millions. Would his mother break his legs if he were to reveal that he was vying for a celestial-level martial art? The thought of Yi Fan possibly acquiring this celestial-level martial art only fueled his frustration, yet he was left with no options. With a resigned sigh, Chen Xuan was about to concede when suddenly, a hand extended before him. This is my affiliated black card. It holds 15 million. Looking up, he saw Han Binglu gazing at him, her eyes shimmering like stars, filled with unwavering determination, reminiscent of a devoted wife supporting her husband unconditionally. Chapter 77. The Three Ladies Support. Yi Fan's frustration. Chen Xuan was moved and grasped Han Binglu's small hand tightly. Are you lending this to me? The suddenness of the moment caused Han Binglu's face to flush crimson, yet surprisingly, she did not resist. Meeting Chen Xuan's fervent gaze, she whispered, we are family. Why speak of lending? As for the engagement, Han Binglu had already put it out of her mind. Having collected the ancient bloodline, she had tacitly accepted Chen Xuan as her own since then. Furthermore, Chen Xuan had never been a useless individual. In recent days, even Li Jianxin and her sister had been eyeing him. Han Binglu had long cultivated a sense of urgency within her heart. However, she found it difficult to directly express her feelings to Chen Xuan. This opportunity allowed her to assist him while subtly conveying her sentiments. Two birds with one stone. Chen Xuan, holding Han Binglu's hand tightly, comprehended the underlying meaning of her words. To say he was not moved would be a lie. He silently vowed, Yi Fan, not only will I protect this celestial-level martial art, but from now on, I shall also safeguard your leading lady. Hearing this, Han Binglu shyly lowered her head. Meanwhile, two small hands stealthily emerged from a bag. Han Bingling cast a sour glance at her sister, lamenting her own lack of timing. Li Jianxin's expression was complex. A mix of envy, jealousy, and a hint of unexpected panic and shyness. 15 million. With wealth comes confidence, and Chen Xuan immediately raised his bid. 18 million. Yi Fan's face turned pale. It was not just Chen Xuan opposing him. He had also heard Han Binglu's words. His own furnace. She was actually giving money to another man to suppress him? And holding hands. His anger was palpable. 20 million. Chen Xuan's bid made Yi Fan retreat into thought. Out of money again. Yi Fan picked up his phone. Are you there? What's up? Could you lend me another 10 million? Have you spent it all so quickly? I'm in a peculiar situation. Longya, uninterested in probing further into his circumstances, directly transferred the funds to Yi Fan. Ding. The notification was like music to his ears, instantly invigorating him. 26 million. He stood up arrogantly, and then turned to look triumphantly at Chen Xuan and Han Binglu. You two bid 25 million, right? I am merely 1 million ahead. How will you respond? Chen Xuan, this is my pocket money. It contains 10 million. Just as Yi Fan was basking in his victory, Han Bingling's small hand swiftly reached out toward Chen Xuan. Her big, watery eyes were filled with tenderness as she gazed at him. Nice. She had been waiting for this opportunity. She was even worried that Yi Fan might not have enough funds. Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, a fiery rage igniting within him. No, you two sisters are conspiring against me, aren't you? One Han Binglu was one thing, but now another Han Bingling is supporting Chen Xuan. Whose furnace are these two sisters? Yi Fan cast a shadowy glance at the Han sisters. Thank you. Xiaoling, this money counts as a loan, Chen Xuan said earnestly. Actually, it doesn't need to be returned, Han Bingling shyly added, even in front of her sister. Boldly expressing her thoughts. Happiness must be fought for. She realized that if she did not take initiative, they would never have a chance. No, it must be returned. Before Chen Xuan could speak, Han Binglu grasped Han Bingling's hand midair. No need, we are family. Then it must be returned. Really no need. Chen Xuan, uninterested in the sisters' tug-of-war, directly raised his paddle and declared, 30 million. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at Yi Fan. Yi Fan retrieved his phone once more. Though he knew that repeatedly asking for money might irritate Longya, he felt he had no choice. This seemed like his last chance. If he could secure another transfer from Longya, Chen Xuan would surely be out of funds this time. Although Li Jianxin was nearby, Yi Fan did not believe she would assist Chen Xuan. After all, Li Jianxin was a woman of prominence. How could she possibly take an interest in someone like Chen Xuan? Moreover, with the Han sisters present, he could not afford to approach them. What would others in Linghai City think? Would the Li family lose their face? Are you there? Are you there? I know you might be in a hurry, but please bear with me. Let me explain, I am indeed in urgent need. I am currently bidding for a celestial level martial art, and the other party's bid is only 5 million higher than mine. So, could you lend me another 10 million? Celestial level martial art. In the capital, at the Longyao Martial Arts Academy, Long Yi coldly laughed. Are you trying to fool me? Competing for a celestial level martial art with tens of millions? Even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to think such a thing. Though she had never met Yi Fan, her impression of him had been tarnished by this moment. After repeated instances of deceitful claims, her perception of him had plummeted. However, despite her reluctance, she still transferred the funds to Yi Fan. Subsequently, Long Yi sent a message. I have transferred the money. But I want to say this. Although you are the young master of the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Alliance is not your ATM. The funds I can mobilize are limited, and no one can change that, including you. I understand. I promise this is the last time. Sir, will you continue to bid? Seeing Yi Fan looking at his phone, the auctioneer inquired. Bid. 35 million. Yi Fan shouted loudly after putting down his phone. Upon finishing, he turned to Chen Xuan, about to strike a victorious pose when his peripheral vision suddenly caught Li Jianxin rummaging through his bag. Yi Fan. Then, a card was presented before Chen Xuan. With over 10 million in her account, Li Jianxin feigned nonchalance as she spoke, her gaze unwavering. Yet, Chen Xuan noticed the flush creeping up her ears. Are you going to pay it back? He casually inquired. Han Bingluo was his fiancée, and Han Bingling was his sister-in-law. They were all family, after all. However, his relationship with Li Jianxin was purely that of classmates. Logically, this money must have been borrowed, yet he felt compelled to ask. What if there was an unexpected benefit? After all, protecting one heroine is a duty. 2 would suffice, and 3 would be even better. What are you thinking? Li Jianxin suddenly turned, her face a mask of indignation as she glared at Chen Xuan. Do whatever you like with the money. Before Chen Xuan could respond, she thrust the card into his arms and turned away, crossing her arms tightly, lost in her own thoughts. 40 million. Chen Xuan gleefully waved the bank card in front of Yi Fan, whispering, see this? This is power. At that moment, Yi Fan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He still had to type away, while his heroine had directly given him the money without Chen Xuan even needing to ask. The stark contrast nearly left him breathless. However, even worse was that Long Yi was no longer responding to him. Yi Fan, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Yi Fan's fingers trembled as he typed. Do you believe me? I really need just 10 million more. Please believe me. Sir, will you raise your bid? The auctioneer urged, but his words fell on deaf ears. Was it possible for a heavenly martial technique to slip through his fingers like this? Yi Fan slumped helplessly in his chair, resigning himself to despair. Just give up. Long Shi's voice echoed in his mind. You cannot compete with him. Suddenly, Yi Fan jolted upright. Master, kill him. I want you to take action against him. Chapter 78. Chen Xuan. Targeted by Marshal St. Long, Yi Fan's eyes blazed with fury as he sent a frantic telepathic message to Marshal St. Long Shi. He could no longer contain himself. As Long Shi had previously stated, eliminating Chen Xuan was no simple task. Chen Xuan was no fool, and Yi Fan had to wait for the opportune moment, one that would allow him to act without incurring blame. Presently, Yi Fan could not afford to disregard the law. But Marshal St. Long, she was different. Even as a mere remnant of a soul, she could eliminate Chen Xuan while ensuring no one would be the wiser. Have you made up your mind? Long Shi's voice inquired. I have. Please take action now. Yi Fan's rage was palpable. Even if it means I will fall into a long slumber afterward, you still want me to act? I cannot quench my hatred without killing Chen Xuan. Please. I implore you. Long Shi replied. Had it been before, I would have acted. But now upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Long Shi hesitated to snuff out this fellow's life prematurely. Moreover, whether she could even succeed was uncertain. Chen Xuan bore an uncanny resemblance to an old demon resurrected from the earth, able to foresee all. Long Shi doubted he lacked any contingency plans. Even if, for argument's sake, Chen Xuan was not a resurrected martial saint, she still had no desire to kill him. He was like an intriguing artifact, igniting her curiosity to understand him better. Furthermore, he might possess knowledge about the techniques for reconstructing a physical body. Long Shi believed there was a strong possibility of this. This heavenly martial technique was merely a serendipitous encounter for her and Yi Fan, while Chen Xuan seemed to have known of its existence long before. I cannot kill him. Long Shi communicated to Yi Fan. Why? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, teetering on the brink of despair. Just moments ago, it was possible. And now it is not. It feels as though everything in this world revolves around Chen Xuan. There's no reason. Long Shi's voice turned icy. If you require my intervention for everything, you will never grow. He is merely a small trial for you. If you cannot overcome this hurdle, how can you aspire to become a martial saint? Long Shi's words were half-truths. She could not reveal to Yi Fan the true reason behind her reluctance. Nevertheless, her statement held merit. Should he require assistance from her to defeat every boss in a novice dungeon? What would happen afterward? Long Shi did not wish for Yi Fan to become a sheltered flower, dependent on her for everything, as she still relied on him for assistance in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's face flushed with shame and indignation. It was the first time Long Shi had reprimanded him so sternly. Clenching his fists, he steadied his rage and declared, "I understand, master. I will personally kill him." From that moment onward, Chen Xuan became Yi Fan's inner demon. It appeared that this gentleman had no intention of raising his bid. Thus, congratulations to Mr. Chen Xuan for successfully acquiring this item. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, a short while later, the attendant presented the box to Chen Xuan. At that moment, he had exhausted his own funds along with those of his 3 heroines. Yet, it is all worth it. This is a heavenly martial technique. Upon opening the box, the yellowed parchment lay quietly within, igniting a spark of joy in Chen Xuan's heart. The 3 women gathered around, peering at the parchment, which bore the marks of time, devoid of any writing. Though they were curious about how Chen Xuan would decipher it, they restrained their curiosity and refrained from asking. "Let us go," Chen Xuan announced, rising to his feet. With the technique in hand, he had no desire to linger and was eager to unravel the secrets inscribed on the parchment. At that moment, Yi Fan also regained his composure and stood up. Their eyes inadvertently met. Yi Fan smiled unexpectedly, thinking to himself, "No matter how heavenly that martial technique is, I, Yi Fan, am not without my own. I possess the martial goddess dominating fist. Chen Xuan, you may have a few more days to live, but rest assured, I will personally take care of you." In that moment, Yi Fan appeared to regain the spirited self he once was. With that, he exited the auction. Yi Fan's smile sent a shiver down Chen Xuan's spine. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. "We will meet again." Instantly, goosebumps prickled his skin. He turned to the 3 women, asking, "Did you hear any sound?" The 3 exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "What are you talking about? Did you not hear anything?" Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, recalling a distinctly feminine voice. "No," they replied in chorus, shaking their heads. "Perhaps I misheard," Chen Xuan conceded, reassured by their certainty. The 4 of them exited the auction, but the 3 women, noticing Chen Xuan's grave demeanor, lost interest in how he would decipher the parchment. Ultimately, their curiosity waned. Regardless of how he unraveled it, the heavenly martial technique belonged to Chen Xuan. They had merely lent him some money. For the 3 of them, it was simply admiration for Chen Xuan's fortunate encounter. Wait. After escorting the 3 women to their vehicle, Chen Xuan walked alone, still pondering that voice. It was the remnant of the martial saint. Suddenly, realization struck him, sending shivers down his spine. Only that remnant could communicate with him. But why did it reach out to him with such words? Chen Xuan was engulfed in confusion, soon followed by a wave of dread. Yi Fan's presence here was undoubtedly due to the martial saint's remnant's guidance. And now that he had seized her disciple's opportunity, had he not provoked that soul? A profound sense of foreboding washed over him. Throughout, Chen Xuan had been wary of Yi Fan. Even now, he was contemplating how to emerge victorious in their future confrontation. Yet, he had consistently overlooked a crucial detail. Yi Fan's true trump card was that remnant of the martial saint. In the original storyline, the martial soul had never intervened in the early stages, which had allowed Chen Xuan a sense of false security, even causing him to forget Long Shi's intentions. However, in the latter stages of the plot, whenever Yi Fan's life hung in the balance, Long Shi would intervene, even from her slumber. She had high hopes for her disciple. How could Long Shi allow Yi Fan to perish? This was troublesome. Chen Xuan's heart sank, due to Long Shi's existence. Even if he could triumph over Yi Fan in their confrontation, he could never kill him. What is truly terrifying is that no one knows whether Long Shi will take action against him. If the martial saint intervenes, I would have no chance of survival. The more Chen Xuan thought about it, the more despondent he became. How could he simply endure? It was utterly impossible. Those 3 female leads were already entangled with him inextricably. Serving as Yi Fan's lackey? Absolutely out of the question. Moreover, even if he were to become Yi Fan's subordinate, Yi Fan would never let him go. Chen Xuan understood Yi Fan's temperament well. He had already found himself on Yi Fan's kill list, and it was far too late to plead for mercy. As he contemplated, the situation seemed to have devolved into an inescapable death trap. He had no means to defend himself against Yi Fan, and now he also had to contend with the looming threat of a martial saint. Stay calm. Stay calm. Chen Xuan forced himself to regain his composure. Suddenly, he thought of Long Shi's predicament. This martial saint had taken Yi Fan as her disciple. intending for him to assist her in acquiring the method to reconstruct her physical body once he ascended to that level. And now, I have the system. Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. It seemed he had found a potential lifeline. Chen Xuan, you have finally arrived. Just as he was about to explore the method of reconstruction within his system, he abruptly noticed the presence of another individual before him, clad in a mask. The figure stood in his path, their cold gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 79. Why do you disturb me, fellow villain? It was only then that Chen Xuan realized he was on an empty street, facing someone with an ominous presence, their hawk-like eyes locked onto him. Who are you? Chen Xuan tensed, his mind racing to recall any enemies he might have aside from Yifan. I'll make it clear for you, the figure retorted, removing the mask to reveal a face that was both unfamiliar and somewhat recognizable to Chen Xuan. You are Sun Zhongtao, Chen Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. This man had become a wanted criminal, his face frequently broadcasted on the radio in Linghai City, making it nearly impossible not to recognize him. Why have you come to kill me? Chen Xuan found the situation incomprehensible. What do you think? Sun Zhongtao's emotions flared. If it weren't for your Chen family, would I have fallen to this state? It's all because of your father. If he hadn't intervened, how could my Sun family have ended up like this? Sun Zhongtao's eyes blazed with fury. Everything had been going according to his plan. He was on the verge of eliminating Bai Linger when, overnight, the situation changed dramatically. Even he, with his limited intellect, understood that the sudden influx of Bai Linger's subordinates was not mere coincidence. Then go find my father. Chen Xuan shouted back, equally agitated. Ultimately, he had only facilitated a meeting between his father and Bai Linger. He hadn't done anything else. Find your father? Sun Zhongtao paused, taken aback. I also want to find your father. But your father is a void-breaking realm master. Sun Zhongtao shouted in frustration. If he could, he would gladly eliminate not just Chen Sihai, but even Li Weiguo and Old Master Han. However, his current strength simply would not allow it. He could only target the younger generation of the three families. As for choosing Chen Xuan, it was merely because the Chun family was the mastermind behind this affair. And among the younger generation, Chen Xuan was the weakest, making him an easy target. So you blame me for this? Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it fair to make me pay for my father's debts? Even you are bullying me now. Chen Xuan felt a sense of grievance. After all, he had to deal with Yifan, and now a petty villain wanted to kill him too? Then you should just die. Anger surged within Chen Xuan's chest. He had already been fuming over Yifan's protection, and now encountering Sun Zhongtao provided him with a release. Regardless of the martial artist's status, he would act. Even against someone like Li Xiong, he had shattered an arm. What was Sun Zhongtao to him? In an instant, Chen Xuan's legs propelled him forward with explosive force. His power far surpassing that of a mere transformative realm practitioner, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards Sun Zhongtao. How fast? Sun Zhongtao was momentarily stunned, feeling as though the roles had reversed. He had anticipated that Chen Xuan, whom he deemed a failure, would flee upon seeing him, a martial artist, come to kill him. Yet, here he was, taking the initiative to attack, and with such terrifying explosive power, even he could not compete. Was this truly a waste of talent? Without time to ponder further, Sun Zhongtao hurriedly raised his arm to defend against Chen Xuan's punch. However, the moment their limbs connected, an overwhelming force surged through him. Painful cries erupted from Sun Zhongtao as he felt his arm begin to bend, a searing agony overwhelming his senses. Is this the power of a transformative realm practitioner? Sun Zhongtao's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he stared at his contorted arm, dread filling his eyes. Looking back at Chen Xuan was akin to gazing upon a monster, who spread the word that Chen Xuan was a failure. Sun Zhongtao's heart was filled with despair. How could someone with such limited ability think they could kill him? Chen Xuan stared down at the trembling Sun Zhongtao, his eyes filled with disdain. This punch had alleviated some of his pent-up fury. More importantly, Sun Zhongtao was far weaker than he had anticipated. This punch, utilizing merely the Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist, had overwhelmed Sun Zhongtao, making it evident how inept he truly was as a martial artist. Do you understand why you will fail, even among villains? Why? Sun Zhongtao instinctively inquired. Because you are too reckless. You need not have died. Even if you had concealed yourself like a rat, you could have survived. Yet you chose to seek me out. Chen Xuan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. From the moment Sun Zhongtao approached him, he had no intention of sparing him. Regardless of whether one was a villain or a hero, one must never leave their adversary with a chance to survive. Chen Xuan was keenly aware of the villain's law. Never leave oneself with future troubles. You want to kill me? Upon meeting Chen Xuan's gaze, Sun Zhongtao's body trembled. Though a martial artist, he was no match for Li Xiong, and compared to him, Sun Zhongtao was several tiers below, having been raised in comfort. He lacked the heart to fight for his life. Flee. Sun Zhongtao's complexion paled as he turned to run in the opposite direction. Flee. Can you escape? Seeing this, Chen Xuan dashed toward Sun Zhongtao. Having only made it a mere 10 meters, a chilling sense of impending doom washed over Sun Zhongtao. Turning back, he was met with a horrifying sight. Chen Xuan's colossal fist loomed ever larger. Boom. The cannon-like punch of the blood river, heavy mountain fist struck Sun Zhongtao's back, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Sun Zhongtao felt as if his insides had been violently shaken. The sound of Chen Xuan's footsteps approached from behind. He moved slowly, seemingly unhurried, but to Sun Zhongtao, it felt as if death itself was advancing toward him. He regretted his earlier choices. Why had he provoked this individual? As Chen Xuan had said, he could have lived, even if it meant hiding like a sewer rat. But why did he have to court disaster? Yet, none of this could be blamed on him. Who could have anticipated that this young man was so formidable? A transformative realm practitioner had utterly incapacitated him, leaving him with no means to fight back. Though he was indeed a weakling, he was still a martial artist. Sun Zhongtao clenched his fists in frustration, feeling the unfairness of fate. At that moment, the footsteps behind him came to a halt. Turning around, he felt Chen Xuan's fist crash into his face. This afternoon, a corpse was discovered on Yunnan Street. Upon investigation, the deceased was identified as the wanted criminal Sun Zhongtao. That evening, the news of Sun Zhongtao's demise aired on television. Chen Xuan appeared remarkably calm. Meanwhile, Bai Linger observed him intently. What are you looking at? Chen Xuan asked. Bai Linger smiled. You carry a heavy scent of blood. At once, Chen Xuan's expression changed, and he hurried back to his room to wash up and change clothes. The higher one's realm, the more sensitive they became to the essence of blood. Chen Xuan felt little concern, even neglecting to change clothes, but ultimately, he could not deceive Bai Linger. Fortunately, Chen Sihai was not at home. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to relentless questioning. As night fell, Chen Xuan spread out the parchment he had acquired at the auction on the table. While he had successfully obtained the parchment, revealing the text inscribed upon it required additional materials. Specifically, he needed to concoct a potion using fireflower vine, ice heart grass, and the gallbladder of the celestial python. Only through this infusion could the words be unveiled. Recalling the method shared by the martial sage Longxi with Yi Fan in the original narrative, Chen Xuan found himself in a quandary. Chapter 80. The three maidens lend their aid. The parchment reveals its text. Fireflower vine and ice heart grass were rare and precious spiritual plants, while the celestial python was a fifth-tier ferocious beast. Such a creature posed a significant threat even in Linghai City, requiring several void-breaking realm experts to subdue it. Their scarcity was compounded by the need for the serpent's gallbladder. In the original story, after Yi Fan obtained the parchment, he also faced difficulties in acquiring the necessary materials. However, due to his favorable relationships with the three female leads, he ultimately succeeded with their assistance. Did he truly need to enlist their help once more? Chen Xuan sighed. Having already incurred a significant debt of gratitude to the three women by successfully bidding for the parchment, he now faced the prospect of seeking their assistance once again. Even if he were shameless, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, he had no choice but to rely on the women. The Han family was well versed in this line of business. Although Fireflower Vine and Ice Heart Grass were valuable, the Han family, with its vast resources, likely had some in stock. As for the gallbladder of the celestial python, if memory served him correctly, Li Weiguo possessed one, treating it like a treasure steeped in a wine jar. The next day, under the guidance of the Han sisters, Chen Xuan arrived at Han Tiangong's company. Upon seeing the items Chen Xuan sought, Han Tiangang furrowed his brow. These two items are not inexpensive. The Fireflower Vine is a fifth-tier spiritual item, and I dare say our Han family is the only one in Linghai City with any in stock. Indeed, that is why I sought Uncle Han's assistance. Chen Xuan replied with a sycophantic smile. Han Tiangang was not swayed by flattery. Tapping his fingers on the desk, he inquired, "How much are you willing to pay?" "Pay?" Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You expect me to pay you?" Han Tiangong's expression mirrored Chen Xuan's astonishment. Was this young man hoping to take advantage of them? Anger surged within Han Tiangang. Before even marrying his daughter, this fellow was already eyeing the Han family's wealth. The thought was too much to bear. If not for Han Bingluo's presence, he would have thrown Chen Xuan out on the spot. Chen Xuan's gaze turned melancholic. Prejudice in one's heart is a mountain. How could you expect Yi Fan to simply hand it over? I must ask for what I need. It was undeniable that merchants pursued profit. Yet Chen Xuan's pockets were as empty as his face. "Dad." Just as Chen Xuan was about to inquire about writing an IOU, Han Bingluo interjected. She glared at her father, saying, "We are family. Why demand payment?" Not yet a family, I might add. Han Tiangang felt as if his prized cabbage had been uprooted by a pig, casting a reproachful look at his daughter. Little Luo, while this company has been built for you and your sister, it is not solely yours. These two spiritual plants are precious, their value beyond measure. I cannot leave such decisions entirely to you. In fact, I had planned to use them as a dowry for you too. I could part with one, but the other is reserved for little Ling Dad. Suddenly, Han Bingling exclaimed, casting a shy glance at Chen Xuan. Let us give that one to Chen Xuan. Han Tiangang. As Han Tiangang glared at Chen Xuan, nearly ready to breathe fire, Chen Xuan exited the Han group with the items in hand. What do you plan to do about the gallbladder? Han Bingluo asked. She wished to assist with the 5th-tier celestial python's gallbladder, but felt powerless to do so. To the Li family, Chen Xuan's thoughts grew heavy. This gallbladder was the most difficult to obtain. Even in the original narrative, Yi Fan had expended tremendous effort, not only agreeing to some conditions set by Li Jinxin, but also serving as her sparring partner. As for sparring with Li Jinxin, Chen Xuan was indifferent. However, the crux was that after Li Jinxin learned of his protective Golden King, she refused to train with him. Moreover, compared to his relationship with Li Jinxin, Chen Xuan felt he was lacking when compared to Han Bingluo. Uncle Li. Ah, little Luo, little Ling has arrived. We came to visit Jinxin. Very well. You young people should interact more. Jinxin trains every day, and I fear she might overdo it. Li Weiguo's voice trailed off as he turned his gaze to Chen Xuan standing behind the two sisters. His eyes widened in surprise. What brings you here, young man? I'm here to visit Jinxin as well, Chen Xuan replied with a sheepish grin. Li Weiguo's expression darkened. It's best if you refrain from visiting our Jinxin too often. He was wary of this lad, fearing his daughter might be led astray. Prejudice in one's heart is a mountain. Chen Xuan, come here. Just as he was about to follow the Han sisters inside, Li Weiguo called him to a halt. He scrutinized Chen Xuan closely, his demeanor serious. Sun Zhongtao is dead. Chen Xuan's heart tightened, yet he maintained a calm facade. Uncle Li, why are you telling me this? Li Weiguo's gaze bore into Chen Xuan. The manner of his death was particularly brutal, reminiscent of the style from Tianshang Ren Jian. Furthermore, if memory serves, you attended the auction that day, and that route is essential for your journey home. Both the timing and location cast suspicion on Chen Xuan. Had it not been for Sun Zhongtao's unsavory reputation, and the Chen family's favorable ties with him, Li Weiguo might have already sought to apprehend Chen Xuan. Uncle Li, Chen Xuan's voice dropped, his expression grave. What is it? Li Weiguo leaned in closer. Actually, it was me, Chen Xuan confessed. Sooner or later, his strength would be revealed. He no longer cared. It was not inherently a malevolent act, and Li Weiguo's awareness of it would not pose a problem, as he sought to reshape his image among the elders. However, upon hearing this, Li Weiguo took several steps back, scrutinizing Chen Xuan. He patted Chen Xuan's shoulder, saying, Young man, it's best to stop dreaming. Chen Xuan? Now, when I tell Uncle Li the truth, he doesn't even believe me. Do you want that gallbladder? In the room, Chen Xuan explained the situation to Li Jinxin, albeit only mentioning its utility. Li Jinxin, perceptive as she was, quickly grasped the underlying implications. It must be due to that heavenly martial skill. Li Jinxin pondered. The gallbladder was indeed precious, yet it paled in comparison to a heavenly martial skill. However, giving it to Chen Xuan without reason was not a simple matter. After all, she was not his fiancée. Thinking this through, a twinge of bitterness washed over her. I can give it to you, but you must promise me one thing. I haven't figured it out yet, so I'll tell you later. Moreover, I want to see how you intend to use this gallbladder. Li Jinxin's curiosity about Chen Xuan's methods was innocent. Although she had previously suppressed her curiosity, this time she felt compelled. Absolutely. No problem at all. Chen Xuan quickly assured her, eager to comply with her request. Follow me. Li Jinxin led the group to the transparent wine vat in the living room. Without hesitation, she used a net to retrieve a fist-sized green gallbladder from within and handed it to Chen Xuan. Are you sure you want to inform Uncle? Chen Xuan asked, feeling a sense of trepidation at Li Jinxin's eagerness to leave. This was even more straightforward than dealing with the Han sisters. No need. Li Jinxin waved her hand dismissively. Seeing her lack of concern, Chen Xuan felt reassured. The group departed the Li residence and made their way to Chen Xuan's home, leaving behind a frantic Li Weiguo. Where's my gallbladder? Where's my gallbladder? Combining the three items, Chen Xuan crushed and brewed the potion, immersing the parchment within. Moments later, the three women gasped in excitement. It's showing words. It's showing words. Chapter 81. The Celestial Immortals 9 Styles. The Complete Nourishing Soup. Chen Xuan hurriedly retrieved the parchment. Words began to manifest clearly, densely packed upon its surface, igniting instant exhilaration among the three women. Unable to contain their curiosity, The three were eager to see the truth, yet they were acutely aware that this was a divine martial technique belonging to Chen Xuan, compelling them to withdraw their gaze. Chen Xuan, oblivious to their unusual behavior, spoke up. "It is time. I am about to reveal a secret to you three." "What?" they exclaimed in unison. "It pertains to this parchment." Chen Xuan's expression turned solemn as he continued. "In truth, it records a divine martial technique." With that, he turned his gaze toward the trio. However, their faces betrayed no sign of surprise. Chen Xuan, puzzled, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Aren't you all astonished?" "Ah, shocked. I am utterly astonished." Only then did the three react, feigning expressions of astonishment. Chen Xuan felt something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what exactly. He then said, "I am unable to repay the money at this moment, but you can join me in observing the divine martial technique inscribed on this parchment." In truth, he had harbored this thought since the three had lent him money. After they aided him in unlocking the martial technique, his resolve only strengthened. At this point, the three had nearly diverged entirely from the original plot. Although Chen Xuan was unaware of the reason, he reflected that his relationship with the three was far more intimate than with Yi Fan. Perhaps this was the allure of a villain's charisma? Moreover, this was not a complete divine martial technique, merely the first form. While still precious, it paled in comparison to a complete divine martial technique. The three began to breathe more rapidly, now genuinely astonished as they regarded Chen Xuan. They all understood the value of divine martial techniques. Such a level of skill was enough to drive a top-tier power into a frenzy, not to mention the allure it held for someone like Han Bingluo. Even more so for a wife or a brother, many would struggle to resist such temptation, let alone Chen Xuan, who had actively invited them to witness it. "Are you serious?" Li Jianxin was particularly astonished. Unlike Han Bingluo and Han Bingling, her relationship with Chen Xuan was tenuous. Yet here he was, inviting her to witness it. Could it be that Chen Xuan had ulterior motives? As a thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed. Biting her silver teeth, she felt a conflict within. In truth, Chen Xuan was indeed admirable, but the crux of the matter was that he was already involved with Han Bingluo. "Will you watch?" Chen Xuan's voice suddenly rang out. "Yes." Li Jianxin swiftly made her decision. The three huddled together, poring over the parchment, which documented a divine martial technique named 9 Styles of the Celestial Exile. However, the parchment only contained the first style, Starburst. This was a martial technique of striking power, according to the parchment. Someone had once used this technique to obliterate a small planet. Starburst emphasized explosive power. It bore similarities to Chen Xuan's Supreme Fist. Both aimed at harnessing one's potential to amplify one's strength. However, Starburst was not as brutal as the Supreme Fist. Ultimately, the Supreme Fist exhausted the body's strength, whereas Starburst mobilized energy comprehensively. Though it lacked the destructive force of the Supreme Fist, its advantage lay in the absence of side effects. As long as one's vitality was robust, one could unleash the Starburst indefinitely. Is just one style this formidable? How terrifying must the other 8 styles be? Upon finishing their examination, the three could not help but indulge in their imaginations. Li Jianxin sighed, lamenting that it was but a fragment. A sense of regret filled their hearts. A solitary style could not compare to an entire technique. However, if the first style was so domineering, one could only imagine the value of the remaining styles. Though it is a fragment, I should have the opportunity to complete it in the future. However, with Yi Fan lurking, it is best not to reveal this to them for fear of embarrassment if I cannot complete it later, Chen Xuan mused internally. He recalled that the other styles were likely in the imperial capital. If he could gain admission to the martial arts university there, perhaps he could track down the remaining styles. Meanwhile, the three once again heard Chen Xuan's thoughts, their eyes widening in astonishment, each with their own thoughts. Chen Xuan had shattered their perceptions once more. This fellow always seemed to stumble upon extraordinary opportunities. In an instant, the three felt a desire to remain by his side constantly. Even if Chen Xuan were to feast, sharing a drop of his broth would be immensely satisfying. You see, there are more words on this parchment. Suddenly, Han Bingluo noticed something unusual on the parchment. There were several lines of small text. The first 5 characters reading 10 complete nourishing soup. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering what this 10 complete nourishing soup was. He recalled that in the original plot, this item did not exist. Yi Fan had only acquired the 9 styles of the Celestial Exile. He was certain there would not be a second parchment in Linghai City. Yet now it bore the mention of this 10 complete nourishing soup. Could it be that Yi Fan had overlooked it in the past? After some thought, he concluded this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why the original plot had not mentioned it. The characters were so small they were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Had it not been for Han Bingluo's remarkable insight, they might never have discovered it. However, aside from the 5 characters of 10 complete nourishing soup that could be faintly discerned, the rest remained indecipherable. "I will fetch a magnifying glass," Han Bingling exclaimed, and soon, with the aid of the magnifying glass, they managed to transcribe the recipe for the 10 complete nourishing soup: 2 or 3 iron blood centipedes, 1 tail of a 100-year-old snake skin, 3-legged venomous toads, crimson flame venomous rats, and ghostly venomous lizards. They were baffled as to why the recipe utilized toxic substances and was still called 10 complete nourishing soup. Each ingredient was undoubtedly poisonous. Even a single one could claim the life of someone at the Transcendence realm, let alone a combination of them. More words. Suddenly, Han Bingluo spotted something else. Simmer on low heat for half an hour to nourish vitality and solidify the foundation. This is a vitality soup. Han Bingluo gazed at the others in astonishment. The vitality soup could aid in consolidating one's vitality and enhancing cultivation speed. While not particularly precious, the significance lay in the fact that this recipe was inscribed on the parchment. The group felt a tingling sensation on their scalps as they comprehended the value of this 10 complete nourishing soup. A person possessing a divine martial technique naturally held a unique status, possibly even that of a martial saint. And to think a martial saint would use such a vitality soup, everyone swallowed hard. If this vitality soup could enhance the vitality of a martial saint, then the value of this recipe could surpass that of the martial technique itself. Han Bingluo looked at Chen Xuan with a grave expression. As of now, neither the vitality soup nor the vitality pill had ever been reported to be effective for those above the reincarnation realm. Even Chen Xian's father Chen Sihai, at the void-breaking realm, found the effects of the vitality soup negligible. If this 10 complete nourishing soup proved effective, even for those at the void-breaking realm, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic shift in the outside world. Chapter 82. The Astonishing 10 Complete Nourishing Soup. Nourishing vitality has made medicinal ingredients and beast flesh highly sought after. If this 10 complete nourishing soup is indeed as described, providing it has any efficacy, Chen Xuan could monopolize the entire market for vitality supplements with this recipe. If it reaches such a level, even the Dragon Alliance would have to refer to me as a financial magnate. Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement, as Yi Fan had now become the Dragon King. The proud legacy he once held was instantly overshadowed. Currently, Yi Fan had yet to engage with the Dragon Alliance in Linghai, remaining unaware of its terrifying nature. However, Chen Xuan, familiar with the plot, understood this organization well. Having existed for so many years, the Dragon Alliance's financial resources could easily crush both the Chun and Han families, as well as the Li family. In terms of strength, even those at the void-breaking realm were as common as cabbages within the Dragon Alliance. In the future, Chen Xuan would face not only Yi Fan, but also this behemoth of an organization behind him. Without attaining the status of a martial saint, being merely strong would not suffice against such a powerful entity. With Chen Xuan, accompanied by 3 women, by Linger and 2 young subordinates, it seemed an insurmountable challenge to contend with the Dragon Alliance. Naturally, establishing a venture was no easy feat. Chen Xuan, lacking both resources and financial backing, found the prospect of forming an organization capable of rivaling the Dragon Alliance within a short time frame to be but a fanciful dream. However, with the miraculous all-encompassing nourishment soup in his possession, a glimmer of potential emerged. The number of martial artists in the Great Xia was countless, and with this nourishing concoction that invigorated one's vitality, he could amass considerable wealth. Moreover, if this soup proved effective for those at the void-breaking realm, it would provide Chen Xuan with a means to attract formidable allies. Nevertheless, its efficacy remained to be seen, as Han Binglu pointed out. Isn't it simple? We can brew a pot ourselves, Han Bingling suggested, and the others readily concurred. The ingredients for the all-encompassing nourishment soup were not particularly rare, and even though some components derived from precious and elusive high-level toxic beasts, there were alternatives noted in the margins. Han Binglu promptly called Han Tiangang, and within a short while, all the necessary materials were gathered. It smells divine. Just inhaling it makes my vitality surge. Moments later, the group gazed at a small bowl of all-encompassing nourishment soup, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. Any lingering skepticism was now largely dispelled. Furthermore, they had even experimented with a rabbit, confirming that it was non-toxic. Yet the potency was astonishing. The rabbit had, quite literally, been overdosed to death. I'll give it a try. Chen Xuan could hardly contain his excitement and took a small sip of the soup. How is it? Do you feel any differences in your vitality? Is there any change in your body? The 3 women inquired eagerly. However, before Chen Xuan could respond, they watched in astonishment as his face turned crimson, and blood gushed from his nose. So potent, Chen Xuan felt his vitality boiling within him, akin to the sensation after consuming a dragon blood martial elixir. I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Wiping away the blood, he exclaimed with exuberance. This all-encompassing nourishment soup was akin to a minor cheat, dramatically elevating his internal vitality to a new level. He sensed that he was merely a step away from breaking through to the 8th rank of the transformation realm. His gaze burned with intensity as he looked at the 3 women, just about to speak when he noticed their flushed faces, averted gazes, and collective shyness as they lowered their heads. What is going on? Confusion arose, and suddenly, Chen Xuan realized he was overwhelmed by a surge of heat. The all-encompassing nourishment soup was far too potent. This soup's effects are too intense. We cannot fully digest its power at our level. The group concluded after a moment of contemplation. Han Binglu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must exercise caution when consuming it. Diluting its potency would be wise. That's simple. Just add more water. Han Bingling, quick-witted as ever, proposed. Indeed, that is a viable solution, Li Jianxin concurred, adding, additionally, we could adjust the dosage based on the recipe's proportions. That truly seems to be the best course of action, Han Binglu remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Li Jianxin. Now that we have validated the efficacy of this vitality soup, even if its effectiveness for those beyond the void-breaking realm remains uncertain, it is still immensely valuable for those at the transformation realm. This recipe belongs to Chen Xuan, and he generously shared it with us. However, I hope that only the 4 of us are privy to this knowledge. Han Binglu's thoughts were many. The recipe had already proven its worth, and its wise utilization could serve as a veritable printing press for wealth. Han Bingling harbored no worries, primarily concerning Li Jianxin, especially given that the Li family not only operated a martial arts school, but also ran a vitality hall specializing in such businesses. Li Jianxin understood that this remark was directed at her, and her face flushed crimson. I can swear an oath of sincerity. There's no need for that. I trust you. Jianxin, Chen Xuan interjected before she could make the vow. Perhaps we could collaborate, Chen Xuan mused. But I still need to test whether this recipe is effective for those at the void-breaking realm. That evening, Chen Xuan presented his father with a bowl of all-encompassing nourishment soup. Father, try this vitality soup, he urged warmly at the dining table. Vitality soup? Chen Xuan frowned. It is rare to see such filial piety from you, but this soup holds no benefit for me. Father, this vitality soup is incredibly potent. You must give it a try? Chen Xuan insisted. Qin Su, sitting nearby, added, it is your son's heartfelt gesture. Do not dampen his enthusiasm. Very well, Chen Xuan chuckled. I shall see just how potent it is. With that, he downed the soup in one go. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This was the undiluted version of the all-encompassing nourishment soup. Yet, it was too late for caution now. How is it, father? Chen Xuan eagerly awaited his father's reaction. Chen Xuan smacked his lips and remarked, not bad, quite delicious. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a surge of vitality rushing upwards, directly impacting his spirit. After years of stagnation, his vitality had experienced a remarkable boost at that very moment. What is this? Chen Xuan exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at Chen Xuan. Just as he was about to inquire about the nature of the soup, he realized something was amiss with his body. He found himself unable to control the flow of vitality within him. The energy surged toward his second brother. Chen Xuan's expression shifted instantly. The intensity of the vitality was alarming, and he feared he might burst if he did not release it. Get inside. Quick, wife. Into the house. Chen Xuan urged, hastily pulling Qin Su indoors. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence, Li Jianxin was being reprimanded by her father. From now on, avoid associating with that Chen fellow. Wasn't my snake gall given to him? Yes, Li Jianxin nodded obediently. What did you give my snake gall for? Li Wei was temper-flared. At the mention of this, Li Jianxin's eyes sparkled. Thanks to your snake gall, we obtained an incredibly potent vitality soup. She raised her hand, presenting the vitality soup she held. Vitality soup? Potent. Li Wei was scoffed, casting a dismissive glance before sneering. Let me see just how potent it is. Tilting his head back, Li Wei drank it all in one go. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock. Where's my mother? Where's my mother? She went out. Quick, bring me some cold water. Hurry. After half an hour of soaking, Li Wei finally recovered. Fortunately, Li Jianxin had only brought back a small portion of the all-encompassing nourishment soup. This vitality soup was given to you by Chen Xuan. Once Li Wei regained his composure, he turned to Li Jianxin. Li Jianxin nodded and then asked, so, father, did it work for you? Li Wei's expression turned serious as he nodded in acknowledgement. The Li family operated a pharmacy and was historically considered a lineage of medical professionals. Their pharmacy sold vitality supplements, but typically, these products only benefited those up to the sea-breaking realm. It was exceedingly difficult to advance to the void-breaking realm relying solely on vitality supplements. One could only hope that legendary treasures would bolster one's foundation. However, the vitality soup Li Jianxin brought back appeared to fill a void in the market. Even though Li Weiguo was not purely a businessman, he grasped the terrifying value of this discovery. Now, having traded his snake gall for this remarkable vitality soup, Li Weiguo felt less resentment. The two were not comparable. However, he also understood that Chen Xuan undoubtedly had ulterior motives, prompting him to ask, "What is Chen Xuan's intention?" Li Jianxin replied candidly, "He wishes to collaborate with our Li family to sell this vitality soup and expand the business." Li Weiguo nodded. "What is the profit share?" 2080. Ah! Li Weiguo gasped in astonishment, staring at Li Jianxin. He was well aware that the 8% would not be his share. Yet he was still satisfied with the 2%. This young man possessed some integrity. Noticing the smile on Li Weiguo's face, Li Jianxin quickly interjected, "Father, that's not it. The 2% is our share with the Han family. We are responsible for selling, and the Han family provides the raw materials. In terms of proportions, our family and the Han family only receive a 10% share." Li Weiguo's expression darkened. "I knew that fellow was not so generous." Li Jianxin inquired, "So? Shall we invest?" "Of course, why wouldn't we?" Li Weiguo quickly replied, "As soon as the reputation of this blood-boosting soup spreads, selling it throughout the Great Xia will yield astonishing profits, even if we only earn 10%. "All right," Li Jianxin nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to recall something and asked, "Will I still have dealings with Chen Xuan in the future?" Li Weiguo's expression darkened. "We should maintain relations with our peers. After all, our relationship with the Chen family is still quite good." Upon returning home, the two sisters sought out Old Master Han. Compared to Chen Sihai and Li Weiguo, Old Master Han was even more astonished after consuming the complete nourishment soup. At his advanced age, it was already remarkable to not see a decline in vitality, let alone an increase. However, the appearance of the complete nourishment soup had ignited his long-dormant heart. For Chen Sihai and Li Weiguo, it was merely a resource to elevate their martial arts realm, but for him, it was a miraculous elixir for longevity. In no time, the three family heads were in communication with one another. First, Li Weiguo and Old Master Han praised the outstanding youth, Chen Xuan. Secondly, they unanimously agreed on the need for confidentiality. They understood the principle that a common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can be a crime. Subsequently, they briefly discussed matters of collaboration. Before long, the improved complete nourishment soup was delivered to the Li family's pharmacy. Undoubtedly, this incident strengthened the ties among the three families. Chen Xuan had merely contributed a recipe, while the rest was entrusted entirely to Bai Linger. Chen Sihai was not interested in business, and Qin Su had no inclination for it either. Chen Xuan, preoccupied with other matters, had no choice but to delegate this task to Bai Linger. She had some experience, and, given that it was a joint venture among the three families, there were no obstacles in Linghai. Bai Linger was eager to help her brother's transition, and this was an excellent opportunity. Once the complete nourishment soup established a market, her group of younger brothers would still be of great use, whether for transporting goods or managing the store, which would count as a legitimate job. For several consecutive days, Chen Xuan immersed himself in the martial arts academy. With the enhancement of the complete nourishment soup, he had now broken through to the 8th rank of the transformation realm. The three young women had also advanced in their realms. Han Bingling had reached the 8th rank of the transformation realm, while Han Bingluo and Li Jianxin had attained the 9th rank. With over 20 days remaining until the martial arts examination, Chen Xuan felt confident that the two might very well achieve the rank of martial artist by the time of the exam. In the original plot, during the martial arts examination, Yi Fan participated as a martial artist, becoming the first in the history of the Great Xia. Of course, this does not imply that the Great Xia had never had such young martial artists. Some prodigies were directly accepted. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Fan managed to capture considerable attention in the original narrative. However, now in the small city of Linghai, it seemed that there might be more than just Yi Fan as a martial artist. Chen Xuan still had survival points to be drawn, and he was equally confident about participating in the martial examination as a martial artist. It was not merely about strength. The realm represented talent and was a symbol of power. Once his identity as a martial artist was revealed, all the academies would vie for him. In addition to the enhancement of their cultivation realms, the group focused on studying the exploding star fist, perhaps due to some innate talent in martial arts. Chen Xuan's progress far surpassed the three, achieving a minor success in just a few days, thus becoming their instructor. Strike fiercely. The essence of the exploding star fist lies in its explosive power. If your fists are soft, it's as if you haven't eaten. Your stance is all wrong. Chen Xuan exclaimed, I won't teach you. Come, I'll guide you step by step. He grasped Han Bingling's wrist with one hand while supporting her delicate waist with the other. Align your waist and legs. The potent masculine aura caused Han Bingling's face to flush, and leaning against Chen Xuan's handsome face, her body softened. With a shy expression, she murmured, "Brother, if you teach me like this, won't my two sisters get angry?" Chen Xuan. Suddenly, he felt a chill from behind. Turning around, he saw the resentful gazes of the two women directed at him. Naturally, the most disdainful glances were reserved for Han Bingling. It felt as if she was purposely pretending to be inept. Her clever mind was clearly preoccupied with how to get closer to Chen Xuan. The two women were at a loss as to whether to feel anger or jealousy, or perhaps a mixture of both. Due to their personalities, they could not mimic Han Bingling's exaggerated demeanor. Yet, watching this unfold made them uncomfortable. With forced smiles, they looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Brother, we also want to learn. Can you teach us step by step too?" Chen Xuan wore an innocent expression. "Really, I am genuinely teaching martial arts." Buzz. Just as he was about to defend himself, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Chen Xuan glanced at it. It was a message from their homeroom teacher in the class group. "Dear students, the theoretical exam begins in 3 days. For those who may not be able to enroll in martial arts academies, please focus on reviewing theoretical knowledge." Chapter 84. Longxi. Why do I feel this kid is the protagonist? Upon seeing his name mentioned by the homeroom teacher, Chen Xuan's face immediately darkened, feeling utterly humiliated in the class group. At that moment, a swarm of classmates began to comment. "Chen Xuan, what rank are you in the transformation realm now?" "Chen Xuan, listen to me, don't endure this humiliation. Let's not participate in the martial examination. Chen Xuan, you should really focus on your studies. The liberal arts, medical school, and research academy are quite good." A chorus of mockery ensued. They were all brave behind their keyboards, but if faced in person, they wouldn't dare utter a single word. At this point, two of his younger brothers suddenly chimed in. Zhang San, haha, a bunch of ants. How could they comprehend my brother's terrifying prowess? Li Si, I can only say that when the time comes, your titanium-coated eyes will be dazzled. Wait, you two are being too sycophantic. Sighing, he heard that Chen Xuan had opened a martial arts academy for the two brothers. The treatment was so good that he would be willing to be a servant for it. Young Master Chen, are you still looking for little brothers? The classmates resumed their chatter. At present, both Zhang San and Li Si had achieved the 7th rank of the transformation realm. Originally, they could not have reached this level. But the efficacy of the complete nourishment soup was simply too overwhelming. Of course, Chen Xuan's actions deeply ingrained themselves in the hearts of the two brothers, who swore an oath to follow him through fire and water, come what may. After casually glancing through the messages from his classmates, Chen Xuan smiled faintly and sent out a message. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Having said that, Chen Xuan set down his phone. There was no need for further elaboration. Linghai City had never been his final destination. 3 days later, at the school entrance, a throng of students surged into the school for the theoretical exam. Chen Xuan, which examination room are you in? 108. I'm in 107. How unfortunate. We were so close to being in the same exam room. Han Bingling pouted. Chen Xuan was perplexed. It's just an exam. Why do you need to be with me? Not at all. Han Bingling shook her head. I don't want to be in the same exam room. I was planning to help you during the exam. You want to help me cheat? Chen Xuan was astonished. Setting aside whether I would even require your assistance, do you truly think I would resort to such measures? It was not that Chen Xuan looked down on Han Bingling. Although she was clever, she did not apply herself to her studies. There was no guarantee that she was much stronger than he was. Han Bingling leaned in closer to Chen Xuan's ear and whispered, "Don't think I don't know. You actually don't know anything." Huh. Chen Xuan's eyes widened. "Don't slander me. Your sister is right next to us, and I took her tutoring seriously." Humph. Han Bingling chuckled mischievously. Liar. Back then, you were only staring at my sister's legs and my chest. How could you possibly learn anything? Slander. Pure slander. Chen Xuan adamantly denied. However, despite his denial, when he recalled the tutoring session with Han Bingluo, he could not remember a single thing. All that filled his mind were images of long, fair legs and a perfectly straight chest. Chen Xuan. Not far away, Yi Fan gazed at Chen Xuan, who was conversing intimately with Han Bingling, his molars grinding audibly. Initially, he had thought that after so many days, witnessing Chen Xuan would bring him some solace. Even if he harbored resentment, he intended to feign a carefree demeanor. Yet, upon seeing his furnace gather close to Chen Xuan, laughing and whispering, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The pain was excruciating. This sensation was one Yi Fan wished to avoid for too long. Just let you revel for a couple more days. Fortunately, with the written examination concluded, The martial examination was on the horizon, providing Yi Fan with a glimmer of hope. He was now but a hair's breadth away from advancing to the rank of warrior. Yi Fan was confident that he would achieve a breakthrough during the martial examination, and that day would mark Chen Xuan's demise. Heaven knows how much effort he had expended for this moment. Of course, he owed it all to his source of motivation, Chen Xuan. During this time, Yi Fan had transformed his sorrow and fury into strength, practicing tirelessly day and night. Whenever fatigue threatened, the image of Chen Xuan would ignite a surge of energy within him. Simultaneously, the fragrant pouch around Yi Fan's neck emitted an invisible aura of consciousness. We meet again. During this period, She had pondered extensively, increasingly convinced that Chen Xuan was extraordinary. She yearned to engage with him, yet found no suitable opportunity. She feared that an abrupt interaction might raise suspicions. After transmitting her thoughts to Chen Xuan during the last auction, she regretted it. He was now aware of her existence, and, being in opposition to Yi Fan, would naturally guard against her. Just as she was sensing Chen Xuan's presence, She was taken aback. This lad had reached the 8th level of the Transcendence realm? She was astonished. It had only been a few days since the auction, and he had managed to break through a minor realm? Even Yi Fan had not displayed such a terrifying pace of cultivation. Yi Fan had her guidance, while this boy had nothing. Moreover, after returning from the auction, She had diligently inquired about Chen Xuan's circumstances. Just months prior, he had been a complete waste. Regardless of his attempts to conceal it, the crucial question remained: why? She was oblivious to the fact that Chen Xuan understood he was merely a cannon fodder antagonist in the early stages. However, even if he concealed his cultivation, he could not escape Xi's keen perception. This lad possessed exceptional talent, with a robust foundation of vitality. Had he encountered Chen Xuan first instead of Yi Fan, Shi would have undoubtedly invested in him without hesitation. Moreover, observing Chen Xuan's close relationships with 3 top-tier furnace cauldrons, Shi felt an odd illusion. Why does this boy seem like the protagonist? Never mind, he is still far from catching up to Yi Fan. Even if he is a genius, it is mere fantasy for him to aspire to become a warrior in the martial examination. To Shi, with only a few days remaining, Chen Xuan's wish to break through to warrior status was utterly delusional. Glancing at Yi Fan, it was practically a foregone conclusion. This is what one calls a disparity. Shaking off her thoughts, Shi chose not to dwell on these unrealistic matters. She remained curious about Chen Xuan. Yet if she were to invest between him and Yi Fan, her choice would still lean towards Yi Fan. However, she would refrain from taking action regarding Chen Xuan, at least until she understood whether he truly was the reanimated old devil. Yi Fan, Examination Room 108. In Examination Room 108, individual desks and stools were arranged neatly. Chen Xuan found his seat and sat down. As soon as he settled, he abruptly spotted someone entering through the door, their eyes locking in silence. Yi Fan expressionlessly took a seat beside Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan thought, what a stroke of misfortune. Perhaps this is fate? He was left speechless. Clearly, protagonists and antagonists were drawn to one another. Otherwise, how could this be so coincidental? Silence. Just as he contemplated this, 2 invigilators entered the room. A glance in their direction caused Chen Xuan to tense up, his eyes widening as he recognized the second invigilator. No way. How did that research lunatic become my invigilator? Chen Xuan was in disbelief. What sort of fate was this? Not only was he in the same examination room as Yi Fan, but Zhang Lai was also overseeing him. Chapter 85. Is there no law? Is there no examination discipline? Attention, candidates. Please adhere to the examination rules. No whispering is allowed, and papers may only be submitted half an hour in advance. The exam officially begins. After reciting the examination rules, the invigilator began distributing the papers. When it was Chen Xuan's turn, Zhang Lai smiled and raised an eyebrow at him. She had been a top student at the Imperial Capital University and a renowned genius scientist in the Great Xia. Her role as an invigilator was purely a result of boredom in Linghai City. She was unaware that her capricious decision would lead her to encounter Chen Xuan in the examination hall. Perhaps this was fate? Chen Xuan had little interest in lamenting this absurd twist of fate. At this moment, as he glanced at the examination paper, he felt overwhelmed. Which of the following spirit plants is most effective for enhancing blood purity in the Transcendence realm? A. Ice Heart Grass. B. Purple Phantom Orchid. C. Blazing Fire Wudong Leaves. D. Frosty Ice Lotus. When faced with an attack from a warrior as a Transcendence realm practitioner, what is the correct course of action? A. Channel internal blood energy into vital energy. B. Confront the attack head-on. C. Utilize body techniques to evade swiftly. D. Consume a potent yet highly detrimental elixir. He was utterly lost, completely incapable of answering. The knowledge Han Bingluo had helped him review had long slipped from his mind. The text on the exam paper appeared as incomprehensible as ancient scripture, leaving him reliant solely on instinct. While multiple-choice questions were manageable, he found himself utterly powerless against the fill-in-the-blank questions. He had no inkling of how to proceed. It's hopeless. At this rate, I might become the last in Linghai City. Chen Xuan sighed. Surveying the examination room, he realized he was the only one sighing. The other candidates were deeply engrossed in their work. More alarmingly, a glance at Yi Fan showed the lad writing at an astonishing speed. Seriously? You've only been in school for a few days, and you can do this? Seemingly sensing Chen Xuan's gaze, Yi Fan turned to look, smirking disdainfully, silently mouthing two words, trash. With that, he returned to his rapid answering, not sparing Chen Xuan another glance. Damn it, he is mocking me. How dare he mock me? Chen Xuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. This guy had barely transferred and was already on break. Whether he could even comprehend the questions was doubtful. Yet now, Yi Fan's pen was practically smoking, as if propelled by divine intervention. However, a moment's reflection led Chen Xuan to grasp the crux of the matter. Is this divine intervention? It seems this guy has the assistance of a martial saint to help him answer questions. A martial saint tackling these questions was akin to a university student taking a kindergarten exam. What the hell? How shameless. Knowledge acquired through one's own efforts is what truly counts. Relying on a martial saint to cheat is utterly disgraceful. That Long Shi is equally shameless. Does she think she is helping him? No, she is harming him. Chen Xuan's heart simmered with resentment, rooted in jealousy, yet also a sense of injustice for the aspiring candidates preparing for the Literature Academy. Yi Fan was destined for the Martial Dao Academy. Such cheating only served to label him as well-rounded, with no other benefit. Yet, it could potentially ruin a genuine literary prodigy. Master, how should I answer this question? Yi Fan, unaware of Chen Xuan's disdain, was thoroughly enjoying his newfound advantage. Though Yi Fan could not hear Chen Xuan's inner thoughts, Long Shi was acutely aware of them. Observing Yi Fan's densely filled exam paper, a wave of shame mixed with guilt washed over Long Shi, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. Indeed, Chen Xuan's words hold truth. Even if Yi Fan achieves theoretical excellence, it won't amount to much. Master? Master? After a prolonged silence, Yi Fan called out again. Yi Fan was simply unable to grasp the knowledge. Understanding concepts is what truly matters, and grades obtained through my assistance are not worth boasting about. Long Shi communicated sternly. Wait a minute, Master. You were the one who offered to help me answer the questions. Yi Fan protested, bewildered. Yi Fan was in disarray, pondering silently. Without Long Shi's assistance, he found himself staring blankly at the exam paper, mirroring Chen Xuan's expression of astonishment. Is this really all done? Upon noticing Yi Fan pausing his pen, Chen Xuan was taken aback, his gaze turning even more resentful. The top scholar of Linghai City is a foregone conclusion. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had excelled in both theoretical and martial examinations, securing the top position in Linghai City, which had brought him considerable acclaim. The mere thought of this made Chen Xuan uncomfortable. He was unwilling to witness Yi Fan's pretentiousness. Yet what could he do? After all, Yi Fan had a martial saint aiding in his deceit. As he contemplated, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Jiang Lai. She firmly obstructed the view of the monitors, extending her fair finger to tap on Chen Xuan's exam paper. Chen Xuan instinctively glanced over, only to find her pointing at a multiple-choice question. Staring at the option, Chen Xuan widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this helping me cheat? Jiang Lai smiled and nodded, clearly pleased at her own cleverness. What had begun as a monotonous monitoring duty now seemed quite amusing to Jiang Lai, especially after hearing Chen Xuan's inner thoughts. Learning of Yi Fan's secret surprised her slightly, but compared to the martial saint's lingering spirit, Chen Xuan, the unprecedented oddity, held more research value in her eyes. Discovering that Yi Fan was cheating while her own research material appeared dismal caused a wave of imbalance within Jiang Lai. Why should Yi Fan get to cheat while her research could not? All she desired was for Chen Xuan to achieve a more impressive score, which would facilitate her plans. Jiang Lai continued to point at the subsequent questions, one after another. Meanwhile, Yi Fan watched in utter confusion as Jiang Lai incessantly gestured over Chen Xuan's paper. What is happening? Is this cheating? A surge of anger welled up within Yi Fan. The knowledge in my mind is what truly matters. Just as he was about to report Chen Xuan for cheating, he froze at the sight of Jiang Lai's face. How could he report a proctor aiding and cheating? In an instant, Yi Fan's fists clenched in frustration. What gives him the right? Is there no law? No examination discipline? Why is she helping me? Chen Xuan suddenly fell into deep contemplation. In that moment, the crux of the matter dawned on him. Jiang Lai was going to great lengths to make him her research material. Immediately, Chen Xuan ceased writing. A score of 0 was preferable to a grade obtained through deception. I am not some shameless scoundrel like Yi Fan. He turned, locking eyes with Yi Fan, both glaring at one another in mutual fury. With plenty of time remaining before the exam's conclusion, Chen Xuan, bored from their staring contest, flipped through the paper. Suddenly, the last question captured his attention. Please explain why the blood chi soup is minimally effective for cultivators at the void-breaking realm and above. What is the resistance of high-level cultivators to medicinal substances aimed at enhancing blood chi? In essence, this was a test of the candidate's analytical skills regarding the blood chi of warriors at different stages. However, Chen Xuan shook his head. It was not that high-level cultivators were immune to the blood chi soup, but rather, the concoction itself was fundamentally inadequate. After a moment's thought, Chen Xuan pinned down 3 words: toxicity theory. In this realm, toxins were primarily utilized for cultivating poison skills, with few exploring their true potential. Thanks to his previous life's knowledge and the toxic ingredients within the supreme nourishment soup, Chen Xuan felt inspired and began to write prolifically. He initially analyzed some properties of toxins, providing examples from the supreme nourishment soup, such as the toxins secreted by a venomous spider. This toxin could induce hallucinations and paralysis, disrupting a warrior's meridians and causing their blood chi to flow in reverse. However, from another perspective, if this toxin were medicinally applied, it could amplify the effects to their utmost potential. Next, he elaborated on the principle of incorporating poisons into medicine, emphasizing the core idea of using the toxicity of substances to rectify the body's blood chi. As is well known, warriors often encounter various issues with their blood chi and meridians. The unique properties of toxins can provoke a stress response in the body. If one were to use poison against poison, the effects could be beneficial. Meanwhile, Yi Fan observed Chen Xuan, who was diligently answering questions, utterly bewildered. Can he really do this? Could it be that this fellow possesses some genuine skill? Chen Xuan wrote rapidly, completely oblivious to Yi Fan's presence, ultimately forgetting the original question and instead launching into a comprehensive discourse on the application of toxins. Only when the bell rang did Chen Xuan finally put down his pen. While his essay on the toxicity theory remained unfinished, it hardly mattered. It had been an exercise in free expression, merely offering a few examples of inconspicuous herbs from the supreme nourishment soup. Whether or not anyone would validate his theory was of no concern to him. His unique concoction of the supreme nourishment soup remained unparalleled. Even if someone were to apply his theory and develop a superior blood chi soup, it would pose no threat to him. Chen Xuan merely wished to draw attention to the potential uses of toxins, subsequently promoting his supreme nourishment soup for acceptance. After signing his name, Chen Xuan submitted his paper and departed. That very evening, the examination papers from various cities were sent to a grading room in the capital. The expansive grading room was filled with educators from the capital, including some elderly scholars with graying hair. As the heart of the Daxiao Empire, the capital's educational resources were unparalleled compared to other cities. However, the sheer volume of papers to be graded necessitated the involvement of university professors and even doctoral advisors from research institutes. At a computer, an elder adjusted his reading glasses, glaring at the papers displayed on the screen, enraged. "What is the matter, Elder Jiang?" An elderly woman beside him inquired. Elder Jiang's beard trembled with fury. This candidate didn't write a single word, not even an answer to the multiple-choice questions. It's as if they treated the examination as a joke. Hearing this, the elderly woman could only chuckle helplessly. What can be done? Everyone aspires to become a warrior and gain admission to a martial arts university, which has led to candidates increasingly disregarding the written examination in recent years. You are fortunate. It saves time and effort. My situation is truly infuriating. The elderly woman shook her head in resignation, pointing at her own computer, where the first half was correct, yet the latter half was completely blank. I genuinely suspect this young person could have been this year's top scholar if they had answered properly. After chatting for a moment, Elder Zhang's anger subsided somewhat. Just as he was about to assign a score of 0 to the paper before him, he suddenly spotted the unmistakable handwriting of the young candidate on the last question. A dense cluster of words filled the page. With a single glance, Elder Zhang's brow furrowed. Toxicity theory? As he scrutinized the paper, his frown deepened with each line read. By the time he finished, his body trembled slightly. Utter nonsense. This is sheer folly. Elder Jiang erupted, hurling his mouse in frustration. Having dedicated much of his life to mastering blood qi, Elder Jiang held the position of vice president at a medical university, having spent a lifetime working with medicinal materials. The notion of using poison against poison or incorporating toxins into medicine appeared utterly preposterous to him. Who would dare to do such a thing? whether as a physician or an expert in blood-chi supplements. This young fool speaks without thought. Elder Zhang's voice quivered with indignation. He refused to entertain the idea of validation. In his eyes, this was merely the candidate's whimsical outpouring of thoughts. By the end, it had diverged entirely from the question, becoming a flight of fancy, pure nonsense. Elder Zhang, please calm down. Seeing Elder Zhang fuming, a group of people rushed forward to prevent him from smashing his computer. Quickly, assist Elder Zhang to rest. They presumed he had simply overworked himself grading papers and was overwhelmed with frustration. They had no inkling that Chen Xuan's essay on the toxicity theory had completely overturned Elder Zhang's worldview, trampling upon decades of his medical experience. 0 points. Give that paper a score of 0. Even as he was being supported out of the examination room, Elder Zhang was still roaring, "Grandfather, our 1200th experiment has failed." Instead of returning home, Elder Zhang made his way to his laboratory. His granddaughter and assistant, Jiang Ge, was reporting on the conclusions of this experimental failure. The 13 types of 6th-level spiritual plants could not be effectively integrated, despite employing numerous methods. The amalgamation of these 13 precious spiritual plants retained merely 30 of its medicinal efficacy. When administered to a 5th-level monster beast, it showed no reaction. Our measurements indicated that its vitality enhancement was less than 1. Elder Jiang and Jianggu had devoted themselves to the research of vitality elixirs. The combination of 13 6th-level spiritual plants was indeed an ambitious endeavor, as even one of these plants was worth a fortune, while 5th-level monster beasts were comparable to humans at the void-breaking realm. In pursuit of this experiment, Elder Zhang's research team had exhausted the national subsidy funds. Yet, despite their efforts, the vitality elixir brewed from these 13 spiritual plants proved ineffective. This experiment was a resounding failure. Sighing, Elder Zhang lamented, "Is it still unattainable?" After numerous failures, he had grown somewhat numb to the setbacks. He wondered if, in his lifetime, he would ever develop a more advanced vitality supplement. A sense of melancholy washed over him, making him feel as though he had aged several years in an instant. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a test monster on the experimental table, a venomous spider. A thought crossed Elder Zhang's mind as if he had made a resolution. "Bring me my lab coat." After more than 1,200 trials, his resolve had somewhat shattered. He was determined to test the theories outlined in the toxicology treatise. He was curious to see what effects this outrageous theory might yield. Recalling the principles from the toxicology treatise, Elder Zhang began to prepare several toxic substances. The integration of these toxins was remarkably thorough, retaining nearly 80 of their potency. Moments later, upon gazing at the vial of potion in his hand, Elder Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man possesses some ingenuity. The results were almost dreamlike. The amalgamation of toxins was even more perfect than that of the spiritual plants. Moreover, the toxicity was preserved entirely, but this was not the end of the matter. Elder Zhang was acutely aware that this newly formed concoction would undoubtedly undergo further transformations. However, whether it would enhance vitality as the toxicology treatise suggested, or give rise to even more potent toxins remained uncertain. A weight settled in Elder Zhang's heart as he felt it racing. After adhering to conventional methods for most of his life, this unconventional experiment seemed to open the door to a new realm of possibilities. "Let's do it," Elder Zhang declared fiercely, handing the potion to Jiang Ge. "Go. Try this on the 5th-level monster beast."